I sold all the inheritance my parents left behind, and put every penny into the game to boost my power. Everyone thought I was crazy, but only I knew that the game was about to feed back cultivation to the real world. When that time comes, the magic treasures, spirit beasts, and techniques from the game will all descend into reality, and players will inherit their in-game strength. In my past life, I didn't take the game ranking rewards seriously. As a result, after the cultivation feedback, my power was mediocre and I was crushed by the strong. This time, reborn, before the feedback happens, I sold my house without hesitation and charged money to buy massive amounts of power-boosting items. My character in the game, real person riding wind, is a cultivator at the out-of-body stage. The game's cultivation realms from low to high are Qi training, heart movement, foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, spirit division, unity, void insight, and great achievement. Right now the highest cultivation in the game has reached the unity stage. They say that person spent millions on VIP and reached the maximum level 10. While I spent over 40,000 to only reach VIP 7. VIP level is very important, it boosts cultivation speed, and the game's cultivation feedback is also based on VIP level percentage. In my last life, I only got 70% cultivation feedback. To boost my VIP level, I bought 3 special offered gift packages today without hesitation, spending over 20,000 in less than a minute. After that, I didn't rush to keep spending money, but opened my backpack and started using the pills inside. After eating several mysterious yuan pills, my cultivation rose to mid out-of-body stage, and I moved up 1 spot on the cultivation ranking, from 100th to 99th place. At this time, the player I surpassed, one envelope real person, actually sent me a private message, saying I sneak attacked without honor and stole his ranking. My face immediately turned cold, this kid is no good person. After the villain bosses appeared in the game, he surrendered to those bosses and became humanity's enemy. But I had no time to deal with him right now. All I wanted was to quietly charge money and boost my character's power to the extreme before the game's cultivation feedback. After all, many people on the rankings are not good guys. If I'm too high profile, it would be trouble if they follow and spend money too. Then I called my steward Jiang Yun, telling him to cash out all my shares in Universal Group within 3 days, and dispose of all real estate and fixed assets except the villa I'm living in now. I only wanted cash, the more the better. Jiang Yun is the broker who manages my stocks and real estate. Because my parents died early, I inherited the family business when I was very young. Universal Group was left by my parents. I own 51% of the shares. Although the company is managed by my uncle's family, the annual dividends are substantial. My uncle treats me very well, and I have a good relationship with my cousin Lin Changwang. So right after I finished calling Jiang Yun, my uncle's call came. He knew I wanted to sell my shares and anxiously tried to persuade me, but my mind was made up, and I didn't explain much to him. After all, this matter about the cultivation mobile game feeding back cultivation, even if I told him, he wouldn't believe it. I just told uncle to have Xiao Guang come visit me when he's free, then hung up. Looking at my WeChat balance and bank cards, I only had about 4 million total. Then I continued entering the Misty Immortal Path game, saw the returning player gift package, and charged money decisively. After that, I bought all the gift packages I could buy, and my VIP level rose to level 8. The game also had a Valentine's Day 7-day joy event, spend 6 yuan daily to buy Valentine's gift packages, and both Dao companions get rewards. After 7 days, you get big prizes based on Heartthrob Index ranking. I remembered I still had a dual cultivation Dao companion in the game, Water Cloud Fairy. In my past life I didn't participate in this event, but this time I couldn't miss it. Right away, I bought all 6 tiers of Valentine's gift packages, and my name appeared on the Heartthrob ranking with a pink little star between my name and Water Cloud Fairy's name. Water Cloud Fairy immediately sent me a private message, saying she'd pay half the money spent. I remembered when we first became Dao companions, I gave her gifts, and she not only gave back something more expensive, but said, "This lady doesn't lack money, don't show off in front of this lady." So I immediately replied that she didn't need to be polite, I don't lack money. Actually, it was a bit of a provocation method, wanting her to spend more money. Sure enough, before long she bought all the Valentine's gift packages, and our Heartthrob Index on the ranking doubled. Then I opened the gift packages I bought to boost my power. In the game, player strength is affected by cultivation, spirit beasts, equipment, mounts, techniques, sect bonuses and many other factors. In the future, all of these will be fed back to reality. Before I knew it, it was noon. I had the cooking auntie make more meat, and sat at the dining table myself, looking at the official forum for Misty Immortal Path. One post said the recent game ranking rewards were much better than before. I clicked to look, and found that the first place cultivation ranking reward before 12 PM tonight was a half-immortal weapon flying sword. This was good stuff, there aren't many half-immortal weapons in the entire game. And according to calculations, next week's rewards for the top rankings would be even more exaggerated. It looks like the game is preparing for the cultivation feedback. This time I must get all the ranking rewards. While I was reading the post, the food was served: steamed sea bass, red braised pork, and big shrimp. I was eating happily when the doorbell rang. Steward Jiang Yun had arrived. He asked if I really wanted to cash out all shares and fixed assets, and I answered him definitively. He told me that cashing out so much cash at once wasn't easy, and with a short time frame, the price might shrink by at least 20% or more. But I didn't care about that, I just wanted to know how much cash I could get. Taking out several sheets of paper, I saw the final amount was actually 1 billion, so I told him to handle it immediately according to this number. He was curious what I needed so much cash for, so I casually said I had a project worth over 100 million, and sent him away. After eating and drinking my fill, I returned to bed and opened Misty Immortal Path. Tonight at 12 p.m. the ranking rewards would be distributed, and I was determined to get them. I studied the rankings and decided to get the rewards first. The best was first place in cultivation ranking, with rewards of a half-immortal weapon flying sword and 10 golden refining stones, which could boost the flying sword to top-tier half-immortal weapon. But right now my cultivation was only mid-out-of-body stage, while first place was already early unity stage, with spirit division stage still in between. Fortunately, the game shop sold mysterious yuan pills, 1 top-grade spirit stone per pill, directly charge and buy. Top-grade spirit stones cost 10 yuan each, so mysterious yuan pills cost 10 yuan each. I calculated that to reach early unity stage, I needed 50,000 mysterious yuan pills. I didn't hesitate, opened the charging panel, and directly entered 100,000 top-grade spirit stones, spending 1 million, and my VIP level rose to level 10. This was the highest VIP level in the game. In the future, game cultivation feedback could be 100%. Then I went to the shop to buy mysterious yuan pills. The quantity exceeded my backpack limit, and the system asked if I wanted to use them directly. When Lin Yu clicked the confirm button, golden light began to pour crazily from his game character's body. System prompt: you have used Xian Yuan pill, cultivation increased by 1000 points. System prompt: you have used Xian Yuan pill, cultivation increased by 1000 points. System prompt: your cultivation has risen to the late nascent soul stage, please keep going. System prompt: your cultivation has risen to the late body fusion stage, please keep going. The golden light from cultivation rising flashed for a full 2 minutes before slowly fading. Lin Yu's game character's cultivation had already risen to the late body fusion stage. There was only one more step before breaking through to the void refining stage. Lin Yu hurriedly opened the cultivation ranking list. At this moment, the top player's name had already changed to Lin Yu's Master Qingqing. Lin Yu smiled slightly and began to study the other ranking lists. Just being first on the cultivation ranking was not enough. Lin Yu then began studying the Spirit Beast ranking. Spirit Beasts were very important in this immortal cultivation mobile game. They could increase a player's fighting power greatly. In the future, when Spirit Beasts from the game begin to appear in the real world, they would become strong helpers for players. Chapter 5, Sect Master of Changhe Sect. Lin Yu spent the whole night recharging. While recharging, he bought all kinds of equipment and pills from the store to improve his strength. That night, Lin Yu spent a total of 4 million. The money he had left was only a few 100,000 spare change. Maybe because the game's ranking lists had not changed for a long time, Lin Yu's sudden rise did not immediately attract attention from the top players. Not until midnight, when the game distributed the ranking rewards, did many players suddenly wake up. Cultivation ranking, Spirit Beast ranking, Equipment ranking, Spiritual Root ranking, the top position of these 4 most important rankings all became a player called Master Qingqing. And at this moment, it was already too late for the top players to react. The generous rewards had already been pocketed by Lin Yu. Only spending 4 million and gaining so much, Lin Yu could not imagine what the effect would be if he recharged 1 billion. This was the benefit of a pay-to-win game. For someone like Lin Yu, who didn't care about money and still had money, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. After receiving the first-place rewards from the rankings, Lin Yu went to sleep. But that night, the official forum of Misty Immortal Path exploded. Countless old players were discussing on the forum about someone spending millions in one night on the game. Although no one knew exactly how much Lin Yu had spent, the old players could roughly guess. Suddenly being first in 4 rankings at the same time, it couldn't have been done without at least several million. The hottest posts on the forum were all about Lin Yu. A god-level sucker has appeared. The game is about to shut down and someone actually spent millions in one night. Blind guess, this Master Qingqing is an elementary school kid who stole his parents' bank card and spent $1 million. Tomorrow morning news will report the parents suing the game company. Misty Immortal Path player uses in-game spending to launder money, recharges millions, then sells account. Just watch tomorrow's mobile game account trade info. Even lottery winners wouldn't dare spend like this. This world is crazy. I'm the most beautiful female player in Misty Immortal Path. Please help me investigate Master Qingqing's real identity. I am willing to marry him. Early morning. As the sun just rose, Lin Yu opened his eyes. Although he woke up early enough, Lin Yu still felt that this sleep was really satisfying. After all, in his previous life, he rarely had the chance to sleep. And it had been a long time since he experienced the feeling of deep sleep. Lin Yu stretched lazily in comfort. Leaned his body back, then picked up the phone beside his pillow. Opened the mobile game Ethereal Immortal Path. One by one, the sounds of private messages started ringing out. This situation, Lin Yu had already expected. These private messages were all sent by some friends in the game. Most of them were asking what had happened to him, some were congratulating him for increasing his cultivation. Lin Yu glanced at them casually and didn't reply. However, two private messages caught Lin Yu's attention. One was sent by the guy who used to be first on the cultivation ranking, now second. Songyun Demon Lord, kid, do you dare to send me your home address? Songyun Demon Lord was that guy who used to be first on the cultivation ranking. He was a demon cultivator. In the game Ethereal Immortal Path, players could choose to cultivate as an immortal or a demon, but being a demon cultivator didn't mean being a villain, it was just a different cultivation path. Lin Yu was of course familiar with the name Songyun Demon Lord. Because in Lin Yu's previous life, this guy was also one of the players who sided with the demon villains. Also, unlike Yun True Person who was ranked 100th, his cultivation was very strong. If Lin Yu hadn't been reborn, he would have always been the one with the strongest cultivation in the whole game. His surrender to the demon villains had also caused a great loss to the player's side's power. But now, his cultivation was no longer first, and in the future, as long as Lin Yu spent enough money, even if all other players sided with the demon villains, he would not be afraid. Lin Yu could already imagine his furious face. Of course, the most furious moment was still yet to come. When he found out that Ethereal Immortal Path could reflect cultivation back to players in real life, he would definitely hate Lin Yu for stealing his first place. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. Right after that, Lin Yu looked at the last private message. This message was sent by Fairy Shui Yun. Lin Yu didn't expect that Fairy Shui Yun, who usually didn't talk much with him, had actually taken the initiative to talk to him twice in the past 2 days. Fairy Shui Yun, are you crazy? How much did you spend? Aren't you afraid your parents will spank your butt? Lin Yu thought for a bit, then replied, what? Little girl can't keep up anymore? To those other player messages, Lin Yu had no intention of replying at all. There was no benefit in chatting too much. But Fairy Shui Yun was different. Use a little provocation, let her spend more if she could. Fairy Shui Yun wasn't online in the morning, so naturally didn't reply to Lin Yu's message. Lin Yu started to continue studying the game. Yesterday's rewards from the 4 top rankings were very generous. Lin Yu decisively upgraded his game character again. Equipped all his gear, used all the pills that could improve cultivation and spiritual roots. After using all kinds of items, Lin Yu began to study other things again. Everything Lin Yu was doing now was to make his strength even stronger when the game started reflecting cultivation into the real world. To make his strength stronger, besides his own cultivation, equipment, and so on, there was one more very important thing. That was, the sect. In the game Ethereal Immortal Path, every player would join a sect. Inside the sect, not only could they complete various tasks and get sect rewards, they could also receive protection from elder members of the sect. As someone who had been reborn, Lin Yu knew very clearly the importance of a sect. In the future, not only would those demon villains descend into the real world, the NPCs in the game would also come into reality. That meant, the elders of a player's sect would also appear in the real world. So, if one joined a powerful sect, they would have a powerful backing. The sect Lin Yu was in was a first-class sect. In the mobile game Ethereal Immortal Path, the sect levels from lowest to highest were, third-class sect, second-rate sects, first-rate sects, super sects, and finally, Holy Lands. A first-rate sect's strength was already considered pretty good, ranking above average among all the sects in the game. But that still wasn't enough. As Lin Yu's backing, it was still lacking. Now, there were 2 options in front of Lin Yu. One was to change sects, to switch to a stronger super sect or a Holy Land. The second option was to donate some spirit stones or resources to the sect, and raise its rank. After thinking it over, Lin Yu still decided to choose the second option. The reason was simple, after quitting a sect, players needed to wait 7 days before they could join a new one, and whether those super sects or Holy Lands had room for more disciples was unknown. Changing sects was too risky. It might even end up making him a loner with no backing at all. Since that was the case, Lin Yu decided to donate some items to the sect, so it could rise in rank quickly. Of course, there was another reason too. Lin Yu had joined the sect called Changhe sect from the very beginning of the game, and his intimacy level with the sect leader of Changhe sect had already reached the highest level. That meant, the sect leader of Changhe sect would not betray Lin Yu. If he switched to another sect and had to build up intimacy from scratch, it would take a long time to reach the same level. And, the sect leader of Changhe sect was a righteous NPC. Most importantly, the sect leader of Changhe sect was a stunning beauty to look at. Every sect in the game had a donation option. Players could donate all kinds of items and spirit stones to raise the sect's level. But Lin Yu, as a reincarnated player, knew something that other players didn't. Donating items or spirit stones to the sect might raise the sect's overall strength, but it could not make a single NPC in the sect stronger. 100 nascent soul stages couldn't compare to one tribulation stage. Even though Lin Yu had money, he wasn't foolish enough to waste it knowingly. He had a better way. Lin Yu decisively controlled his game character to find the sect leader of Changhe sect. The sect leader of Changhe sect was a female NPC named Master Qingqing. Though she wore a Taoist robe, her graceful figure could still vaguely be seen. Lin Yu tapped on Master Qingqing, and a few options appeared before him. Chat. Gift. Info. Goodbye. Without hesitation, Lin Yu clicked the gift button. Chapter 6, Why buy a car, just top up in the game. Before this, Lin Yu had topped up 4 million, and hadn't spent it all. He still had a lot of resources left. Among them were many pills and gear that Lin Yu didn't need, and also some extra spirit stones. So, Lin Yu decided to give them all to Master Qingqing, the sect leader of Changhe sect. Even though Master Qingqing was an NPC, Lin Yu knew, as long as intimacy reached the highest level, she would never betray him. She might even be more loyal than real people in the real world. Also, one very important point, NPCs in Misty Immortal Path cultivated faster than players. As long as they had enough resources, they could improve their cultivation very quickly. For players to improve, they had to grind dungeons, go into closed-door training, or use Xianyuan pills. But NPCs were different. As long as the player was willing to give resources, their cultivation would speed up like crazy. They weren't limited by time at all. It's just that no player would normally waste their own cultivation resources on an NPC. But as a reincarnated person, Lin Yu understood the importance of NPCs better than ordinary players. To raise an NPC to the same level as himself cost less than 1/3 of what it would take to raise himself. Since that was the case, giving extra resources to an NPC he was close with would definitely build him a strong backing. Would you like to gift Master Qingqing 5,800 high-grade spirit stones? Every time something is given to an NPC, only one item can be gifted. Lin Yu had already given away all the equipment, pills, and other things, and in the end, he even had to give away all the spirit stones he had on him. Looking at the two options that popped up, Lin Yu decisively clicked confirm. Immediately after, another line of prompts suddenly appeared in the game. System prompt: your intimacy with the NPC Qingqing Jinwen has increased by 5,800 points, reaching the requirement to unlock the hidden intimacy level. System prompt: your intimacy with the NPC Qingqing Jinwen has increased to inseparable. If it continues to rise, it may eventually reach the life and death together level. Please explore the specifics of hidden intimacy on your own. Seeing this prompt, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that NPC intimacy had hidden levels. In the past, Lin Yu only knew that the highest level was inseparable, and after reaching this level, NPCs basically would not betray the player. However, Lin Yu didn't know what would happen after reaching inseparable. And, after inseparable, there was life and death together? It seemed that once his billion in funds arrived, he would have to gift more things to Qingqing Jinren. By then, maybe he could create a force even stronger than himself, and it would be absolutely loyal to him. After playing the game for a while, Lin Yu prepared to get up for breakfast. Ant had already made breakfast. However, before Lin Yu could start eating, guests arrived at his house. The voice came before the person even reached the dining room. "Bro, I haven't eaten yet, have you prepared breakfast for me?" Hearing this voice, Lin Yu immediately smiled. This voice was very familiar. It was his cousin, the one he had the best relationship with, Xiao Guang, Lin Changwang. Xiao Guang was 3 years younger than Lin Yu, and since he was a little kid, he loved following Lin Yu around. Since Lin Yu was an only child, he took good care of his cousin since childhood. The two of them had a very close relationship. Breakfast naturally wasn't prepared, because Lin Yu didn't know Xiao Guang was coming today. But without Lin Yu having to arrange anything, Ant began to make breakfast again. Xiao Guang often came to mooch food, and Ant was used to it. Soon, Xiao Guang appeared in Lin Yu's dining room. Xiao Guang was a chubby boy, fair-skinned and plump, looking even younger than his actual age. Once he came in, he was not polite and immediately sat down next to Lin Yu. "Bro, you." Xiao Guang was about to say something. But he just happened to see Lin Yu looking at him with a half-smile. Immediately, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. "Bro, you wouldn't have guessed what I'm going to say, right?" Xiao Guang asked with a bitter smile. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Is it that your dad sent you to persuade me not to sell the company shares?" Xiao Guang pressed his lips together and nodded, giving Lin Yu a thumbs up. "Bro, you really are a master of foresight." Lin Yu had naturally guessed it. After all, such a big decision as selling all his shares, his uncle definitely wouldn't just let it go. But Lin Yu also knew his nephew's character, so the best solution was to send Xiao Guang. The two brothers had a good relationship, so maybe Xiao Guang's persuasion could make Lin Yu change his mind. However, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh to himself. It seemed his uncle didn't understand his cousin as well as he did. Because the two of them had such a good relationship, it might not be Xiao Guang who persuaded him, but Lin Yu pulling Xiao Guang into his own camp. Xiao Guang, do you trust me? Lin Yu asked. Xiao Guang hurriedly nodded. He had always trusted his cousin Lin Yu the most. What are you talking about, bro? If you ask me to drink 3 cups, I'd definitely drink 3 full cups without hesitation, even if I have to puke in my pants. Lin Yu quickly stopped Xiao Guang from continuing. This guy always says the wrong things. Last time they drank, he did puke in his pants, but it was his date's pants. Xiao Guang, I'm not asking you to drink this time, I'm asking you to play a game. Play a game? What game? Lin Yu stretched out his hand and said to Xiao Guang, take out your phone. Without hesitation, Xiao Guang handed his phone to Lin Yu. There was no need for Xiao Guang to unlock the password, Lin Yu easily unlocked it himself, and quickly downloaded the game The Illusory Immortal Path onto Xiao Guang's phone. Isn't this the game you always played, brother? Xiao Guang asked. Lin Yu nodded and then lowered his voice intentionally, saying, start playing this game now, for the next few days don't do anything else. Whatever money you can get, put all of it into the game and make your character as strong as possible, understand? Xiao Guang was a bit stunned. He didn't quite understand what his cousin meant. However, Lin Yu didn't give him a chance to ask. Instead, he directly said, if you trust me, don't ask anything, just do as I say, I won't lie to you. Although Xiao Guang trusted his cousin a lot, Lin Yu still didn't tell him about the later stage where the game would feedback cultivation. This matter was truly too ridiculous. If Lin Yu wasn't reborn, even he wouldn't believe it. Hearing Lin Yu's serious words, Xiao Guang could only nod. Indeed, from childhood to now, his cousin had never lied to him. Alright, I'll start playing now. Xiao Guang picked up the phone, opened the Illusory Immortal Path game, and began creating a character. However, Lin Yu was even more amazing. He again said to Xiao Guang, send a message to your dad, telling him that you'll be staying at my place for the next few days, then take out the SIM card and use my Wi-Fi to play the game. Xiao Guang had just started playing the game, it was indeed a bit late. Only by not paying attention to anything outside the window could he catch up a bit. Fortunately, Xiao Guang had always listened to Lin Yu. Besides, he was originally here to persuade Lin Yu not to sell the company's shares. His dad would be happy if his son stayed at Lin Yu's place for a few more days. Xiao Guang was busy fiddling with his phone, while Lin Yu spoke to Aunt, Xiao Guang is staying here for the next few days. Later, please prepare a room for him. Also, when you cook, make portions for 2 people. However, Lin Yu looked at Xiao Guang's figure and then said, make 3 portions. Aunt brought the breakfast she made for Xiao Guang and smiled, replying, okay, I'll go prepare his room now. In the dining room, Xiao Guang ate while playing the game. Brother, I just started playing, can you help me? Xiao Guang asked. Help you? Even if I guide you for a day, it's not as good as spending $6. The game The Illusory Immortal Path indeed allowed a high-level character to help a low-level character, saving a lot of time in the early stages. But, that's how pay-to-win games work. No matter how hard you try, it's still slower than spending money. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Xiao Guang was slightly stunned, as if he understood something. Alright, then I'll spend $6. Lin Yu sighed, you only have $6 as pocket money? No, I have a lot. A lot? How much? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Xiao Guang raised one finger. 10,000? Lin Yu asked. Xiao Guang shook his head and said, 1 million. What? So much? Lin Yu was genuinely shocked. Usually, this kid didn't have much pocket money. Every time they went out to play, it was always Lin Yu who helped him out. He never expected that this time the tables had turned. Xiao Guang chuckled and explained, I borrowed 1 million from my dad while coming to persuade you about this, planning to buy a new car. Hearing this explanation, Lin Yu couldn't help but give Xiao Guang a thumbs up. That money must have at least half of it for himself. If it were before, Lin Yu would definitely have taken half. But considering that he would soon have 10 billion, he thought about it and decided to let it go. What car? Spend the 1 million on the game instead. Chapter 7, A Talented Student Doesn't Play Games? Xiao Guang stayed at Lin Yu's villa from then on. The 2 brothers, except for sleeping and eating, spent their time playing games. Lin Yu would log in every day to complete tasks and had saved up hundreds of thousands, just to fill up the recharge amount for the Valentine's Day event. The names of Master Chen Qingqing and Fairy Shuiyun had always ranked first on the heartbeat leaderboard. At the same time, Xiao Guang had also invested all of his 1 million into the game. Though he played later than others, after spending a large amount of money, his character's power had improved. In fact, on the cultivation leaderboard, he had already reached the top 100. If he hadn't played so late, Xiao Guang would have easily made it into the top 10 with the 1 million he spent. What's your in-game name? After playing all day, Lin Yu still hadn't added Xiao Guang as a friend, so he casually asked. Xiao Guang smiled slightly and said, my in-game name is Master Yushui. Hearing this, Lin Yu paused for a moment. His name is Chunfeng, and Xiao Guang's name is Yushui? It did sound a bit like two brothers. But, did you already know my in-game name? Lin Yu suddenly asked. Although Xiao Guang knew that Lin Yu had been playing a mobile game, he had never asked for too many details. How did he know that Lin Yu's in-game name was Master Chunfeng? Hearing Lin Yu's question, Xiao Guang was also slightly taken aback and asked, what name? I don't know. Lin Yu was suddenly a little confused. You don't know that my name is Master Chunfeng? Then why would you choose the name Master Yushui? Lin Yu asked. Xiao Guang chuckled. Bro, I just started dating a new girlfriend, her nickname is Yushui. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face darkened. What a coincidence. So it turns out, it was just a coincidence. He had truly misunderstood. But then, Lin Yu furrowed his brows, as if he thought of something. At this moment, Xiao Guang also chuckled twice and asked, Bro, didn't you used to have a girlfriend with the nickname A Feng? Get lost. Lin Yu kicked Xiao Guang in the butt. The appearance of Master Yushui caused another wave of discussion on the game forum of Misty Immortal Path. Many players checked Master Yushui's profile and found out that it was a newly created account. It was just created, yet immediately climbed into the top 100 of the cultivation leaderboard, which clearly meant a lot of money had been spent. Some estimated that at least 1 million had been spent. Previously, Master Changfeng had spent millions to reach the top of the leaderboard. Now, Master Yushui spent 1 million to break into the top 100. It seemed that there was some strange connection between these two events. Especially since their names appeared to have some kind of origin. For the past 2 days, the forum posts had mostly been discussing these two matters. If there's no connection between Chunfeng and Yushui, I'll write my name backwards. My name is rich and violent. The name above, if written backwards, should be poor fool, right? I noticed that these two names, Chunfeng and Yushui, are quite unusual. It's a pity they are both such watery girls. What do you mean by that, watery girls? Don't you get it? One is Chang and the other is Yu. Is there anything more obvious than that? The atmosphere on the forum hasn't been great lately. We should still talk about why these two players spent so much money, right? After all, this game feels like it's about to close. It can't be that they're just bored in throwing millions into the game. This broken game has been running for 2 years with just one server. If they could open a new server, I'm sure they could attract some new players. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. While Lin Yu and Xiao Guang were hiding in the villa playing games, a shocking event happened in Binhai City. The Wanyu Group, ranked in the top 3 by market value in Binhai City, had its largest shareholder suddenly sell all of his shares at a low price. Of course, it wasn't a particularly low price, it was just that he was in a rush. The price is therefore lower than usual. But this has caused a huge stir in the business circle of Binhai City. At this moment, in a detached villa in the suburbs of Binhai City, a middle-aged man with a slightly plump figure hung up the phone, slammed his hand on the table, and stood up suddenly. His face was dark. A middle-aged woman hurriedly walked in and asked with concern, "What's wrong, old Lin? Why are you so angry?" The man, known as Old Lin, sighed heavily and said, "I told Xiao Guang to go persuade Xiao Yu, but after 3 days there was no news, and he wouldn't answer the phone. Now, it's all over. Xiao Yu's shares have been sold." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman showed a look of surprise on her face. So fast? It's only been a few days. Yes, just 3 days. I don't know why Xiao Yu is in such a rush to cash out. After thinking for a moment, the middle-aged man prepared to leave, saying as he walked, "I have to go see Xiao Yu personally." However, he was stopped by the woman. "If the shares have already been sold, it's too late to go see him now. We should think about how to recover the losses," the woman hurriedly advised. The change of the largest shareholder is definitely a huge deal for Huanyu Group. Before, when Lin Yu was the largest shareholder, he didn't care about the company's affairs, and Lin Yu's uncle could control the power of Huanyu Group. His words could represent the decisions of Huanyu Group. So, Huanyu Group developed very quickly. But now, with the largest shareholder replaced, it seems that from now on, every decision will need the opinion of the largest shareholder. After thinking for a moment, the man finally stopped. He sighed again and said to the woman, "You go see Xiao Yu to see if he's encountered any difficulties or problems. I'll handle the company's matters." Although the middle-aged man was furious, Lin Yu was after all his nephew. And since his older brother and sister-in-law passed away early, he had always treated Lin Yu like his own child. Even though such a big incident had happened at the company, he was still quite worried about his nephew Lin Yu. The woman looked at the man tenderly, nodded, and said, "All right, don't worry. I'll go check on Xiaoyu now." At the same time, when Lin Yu's uncle received that phone call, Lin Yu also received a text message. It was from the bank. "Dear VIP of XX Bank, at 1803 on February 11th, your savings card ending in 0001 received 1 billion renminbi, with a current balance of 1,320,000 renminbi." Lin Yu opened the message and his eyes immediately lit up, his lips curving into a slight smile. Xiao Guang, who was playing a game nearby, hurriedly leaned over, looking at Lin Yu's phone and asking, "Bro, what's going on? Why are you so happy? Go back to playing your game." Lin Yu quickly kicked Xiao Guang aside. He couldn't let him see this. Otherwise, Xiao Guang would definitely start crying and begging him for a share. Lin Yu was quite familiar with this kid's behavior. At the same time, Lin Yu also received a call from Zhang Yun. "Boss, did you receive the money?" "Yes, I received it." "Well done. I'll give you a bonus at the end of the year." Upon hearing the bonus, Zhang Yun on the other end of the phone was clearly in a good mood. Lin Yu, this boss, was very generous. Zhang Yun had received a lot of bonuses last year, and it seemed she would get even more this year. "Thank you, boss. But is there any other work for me to do?" Zhang Yun suddenly asked. Zhang Yun's original job was to help Lin Yu manage his assets. But now, since Lin Yu had converted all his assets into cash, it seemed Zhang Yun didn't have any work to do. Lin Yu thought for a moment, and indeed didn't have any work to assign. But in the future, maybe there would be something. Right now, there's nothing for you to do. Take a paid leave for now, and keep your phone open. I'll call you if something comes up. Then, Lin Yu hung up the phone. At this moment, Xiao Guang, who had been kicked aside, leaned over again. "Bro, hasn't Sister Zhang Yun got a boyfriend yet?" Little Guang asked mysteriously. Lin Yu slightly frowned. "Don't you have Shui?" Little Guang quickly explained, "What I mean is, you and Sister Zhang Yun are a great match. You're about the same age, Zhang Yun is beautiful, elegant, and she's a top student." Little Guang often came to play at Lin Yu's place, so he naturally knew Zhang Yun as well. However, Lin Yu curled his lips and said, "Just play your game, Zhang Yun, a top student, wouldn't look at someone like us, who can only play games, like country bumpkins." While speaking, Lin Yu lifted one of his feet. Seeing Lin Yu's movement, Little Guang quickly stepped back 2 steps, muttering, "How do you know top students don't play games?" Chapter 8, Hidden VIP Level in the Game. In the Golden District at the center of Jianghai City. In a high-end apartment on a high floor. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Zhang Yun stretched after hanging up the phone. Then, lazily, she lay down on the long sofa by the windows. "Paid leave is really great. I've been tired for 3 days, now I can finally relax and play some games." Zhang Yun muttered to herself and then opened the game Misty Immortal Journey on her phone. Soon, accompanied by majestic and grand music, the familiar interface appeared in front of Zhang Yun. "Dear VIP 7 player Shuiyun Fairy, you haven't logged in for 19 hours. As a returning player, we're giving you a return package. For just 648 yuan, you can experience rapid improvement in cultivation." Zhang Yun was actually the double cultivation partner Shuiyun Fairy in Lin Yu's game. However, neither Lin Yu nor Zhang Yun knew about this. They usually only talked about work and never discussed games. If Lin Yu knew that Zhang Yun was Shuiyun Fairy, he would be absolutely shocked. Zhang Yun had been busy helping her boss, Lin Yu, with financial matters recently, so she rarely played games during the day. It was only yesterday at lunch that she had played for a bit. At this moment, seeing the familiar pay-to-win interface, Zhang Yun was about to close it and just play the game. She had spent a lot on the game at the beginning, but her enthusiasm for spending had decreased afterward. But this time, she hesitated for a moment. Then, by some strange force, she clicked the confirm button. "How did I click confirm?" Zhang Yun said speechlessly. But since she clicked it, she might as well spend the 648 yuan. Although Zhang Yun wasn't as rich as Lin Yu, a second-generation rich kid, spending tens of thousands of yuan on a game was still a regular thing for her. Of course, her spending was closely related to her in-game partner, Chen Qingqing. That guy recently seemed to have taken some weird medicine, as he kept spending money non-stop. Zhang Yun didn't like taking advantage of others. And in the game's Valentine's Day event, as long as one partner bought something, both would receive the same gift package. This made Zhang Yun feel speechless. She couldn't just take all the gifts without paying for them, and since the other person didn't want to share the cost, Zhang Yun could only top up the money to buy all the Valentine's Day packages for both of them. Zhang Yun's mood for spending money unexpectedly became a bit more enthusiastic because of this. Then, she opened the Valentine's Day event interface and began topping up each gift package one by one. Since she was already participating in this event, she might as well aim for first place. Zhang Yun was also competitive, otherwise, she wouldn't have reached VIP level 7 in the game. At Lin Yu's villa. Little Guang's mother, who was also Lin Yu's aunt, finally arrived. However, she didn't stay for too long after coming. She scolded little Guang for a few things, told him to put the SIM card back into his phone, then chatted with Lin Yu for a bit before leaving. Her main purpose for coming was to check if anything had happened to her nephew, Lin Yu. Seeing the two of them full of life, and obviously in a good mood, she felt at ease and left. She rarely interfered with the matters of the company. Her own son was with his cousin, so she felt relieved. After all, compared to her own son, Lin Yu, this nephew, was much more sensible. After Xiao Guang's mother left, Lin Yu continued playing the game with Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang's cultivation level was improving very quickly. Because of spending 1 million on microtransactions, he quickly caught up, and these last few days, he had been working on the important quests. However, his cultivation was still only at the very bottom of the leaderboard. As for the other leaderboards, he didn't even make it onto them. The time was still too short, and it was still a bit difficult to catch up in other aspects. As for Lin Yu, he had played quite a lot usually, so now, to improve his character's battle power, there was only one way. That was spending money. With 10 billion in his bank account, Lin Yu had to think carefully about how to spend it. Lin Yu opened the Misty Immortal Path mobile game forum, then took out a small notebook and began to plan his spending. He had to make a detailed plan, as spending too much required careful consideration. At this moment, Xiao Guang sneaked over again. He was always restless. If it weren't for Lin Yu forcing him to play the game, he wouldn't have been so well behaved. "Brother, what are you writing? What age is it, still using a pen to write?" Xiao Guang leaned next to Lin Yu and asked, slightly teasing. This time, Lin Yu didn't hesitate and immediately kicked Xiao Guang away. "Go play the game properly. I'm writing down how much you've eaten, drunk, and used in the past few days while staying here. Later, you'll have to pay me." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Xiao Guang was instantly dumbfounded. "Brother, I was wrong, I'll go play the game now, please don't ask me for money, I'm broke, I don't have a penny." Xiao Guang had only 1 million, all spent on the game, leaving him penniless. Before his mother gave him his allowance next time, he would have to stay at his cousin's house. But the next time he would get his allowance seemed a long way off, especially since he had just asked for 1 million. Seeing Xiao Guang quickly opening the game and playing obediently, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. In his past life, although his uncle's family had survived under his protection, once he died in battle, their fate was easy to imagine. But this life was completely different. Not only would his own strength be stronger than in his past life, but even Xiao Guang had acquired impressive cultivation. No one, not even the villains and monsters in the game, could hurt him or his family. Lin Yu spent the entire day calculating how to spend his 10 billion cash. Through various materials on the official forum, and his understanding of the game, Lin Yu divided the 10 billion into several parts. The most important part was to enhance his character's actual combat power. This was further divided into several sections. These included equipment, cultivation, spiritual beasts, mounts, spiritual roots, cultivation methods, pills, and so on. Among them, equipment and cultivation were the most important. These two were where Lin Yu planned to invest the most. In addition to these, there were also some external forces that were quite important for the game's feedback. For example, sects and caves. A powerful cave not only provided players with strong protection but also increased the player's cultivation speed in the later stages. Yes, after the game feedbacks cultivation to players, it didn't mean that the player's cultivation was fixed. Players could still continue cultivating in the real world. However, the cultivation speed was much slower than when they were in the game. But even a small advantage was still an advantage, and with a strong cave, the cultivation could still be slightly improved. That night, Lin Yu stayed alone in his bedroom. Locked the door, then started spending money like crazy. Though there were still 3 days before the game closed the recharge channel, it was better not to wait until that moment to recharge. What if something unexpected happened? That would be trouble. Honorable VIP 10 player Chen Qingqing, do you want to spend 100 million in cash to buy 10 million pieces of superior spirit stones? Friendly reminder, once game items are sold, they are not returnable. Lin Yu decided to first buy 100 million worth of superior spirit stones, to use them in the game store to buy Xianyuan pills. First raise his own cultivation level to the top, then think about other things. Confirm. Since the mobile game Misty Immortal Journey came out, this was the first time a player had recharged in units of hundreds of millions. So, even Lin Yu didn't expect it. After recharging 100 million, a message popped up on the game screen that shocked even Lin Yu. Honorable VIP 10 player Chen Qingqing, congratulations on successfully recharging 100 million, you have activated the hidden VIP level limit, the hidden VIP goes up to level 12, your VIP level has been raised to VIP 11, and to reach VIP 12, you still need to recharge 900 million more. Lin Yu was completely stunned. This game actually had hidden VIP levels. After a player reached VIP 10, they could get 100% feedback in cultivation. Then if the VIP level reached 12, wouldn't it be 120% feedback in cultivation? By then, if his cultivation reached the Great Ascension stage's peak, and then multiplied by 120%. Wouldn't that be? Chapter 9, Clearing the Blackwater Demon Cave Dungeon. Looking at the game prompt in front of him, Lin Yu's eyes got brighter and brighter. A bold idea formed in Lin Yu's mind. In the previous life, after the game started feeding back cultivation, the highest cultivation among players was the fusion stage. The strongest of those demon villains was the Great Ascension stage. Players' cultivation couldn't compare with those demon villains at all. But now, he could not only raise his cultivation to the peak of the Great Ascension stage through spending money, but might even get 120% cultivation feedback. By then, wouldn't his cultivation surpass the Great Ascension stage? And he still had 900 million in his account, just enough to raise his VIP level to 12. It was like this was tailored just for him. Could it be he had a chance to surpass the cultivation limit inside the game? What was above the Great Ascension stage? The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more excited he got, and it took him a long time to calm down. Then, Lin Yu began buying Xianyuan pills in the game store. 10 million Xianyuan pills were enough to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Great Ascension stage. Honorable VIP 11 player Jinren Changfeng, the number of Xianyuan pills you bought has exceeded your backpack storage limit. Do you want to use them directly? Lin Yu decisively clicked the confirm button. Immediately, a familiar golden light started glowing on Lin Yu's character. System prompts also began to flash non-stop. System prompt, you used a Xianyuan pill, cultivation increased by 1000 points. System prompt, you used a Xianyuan pill, cultivation increased by 1000 points. System prompt. System prompt, your cultivation has reached the early void stage, keep up the good work. System prompt. System prompt, your cultivation has reached the peak of the Great Ascension stage, keep up the good work. After Lin Yu's game character reached the Great Ascension stage, he could no longer use the Xianyuan pills. However, Lin Yu had calculated very precisely. Only a few 100,000 Xianyuan pills were left on him. A few 100,000 pills wasn't a lot compared to 10 million. Besides, Lin Yu had other uses for the remaining Xianyuan pills. That meant, just to raise his cultivation to the peak of the Great Ascension stage, Lin Yu used more than 9 million Xianyuan pills. If he wanted to rely on doing quests and regular meditation to raise cultivation, it would probably take years to reach this level. Spending money truly was the correct way to play Misty Immortal Journey. At the same time, just as Lin Yu raised his character's cultivation to the peak of the Great Ascension stage, the cultivation ranking in the game had changed as well. Immortal Changfeng was still ranked first. But after Immortal Changfeng's name, the cultivation level had changed directly from late integration stage to great completion of the Great Ascension stage. Reaching this level meant that even if others spent 100 million, they still couldn't surpass Lin Yu's cultivation. Because Lin Yu's cultivation had already reached the very peak of this game. After raising his cultivation, Lin Yu didn't rush to spend more money. Instead, he planned to test his current strength. Previously, from the ranking rewards, Lin Yu had already obtained a half-immortal flying sword. Now, with his powerful cultivation added on top of that, logically speaking, Lin Yu's combat power should already be very strong. Lin Yu decisively controlled his game character and came to the front of a dungeon. The name of this dungeon was Blackwater Devil's Cave. It was one of the most difficult dungeons in the entire game. This dungeon was just right for testing how strong he really was. Opening the dungeon info, Lin Yu could clearly see the situation inside. Dungeon name, Blackwater Devil's Cave. Dungeon difficulty, Hell. Dungeon boss, Blackwater Devil Lord. Boss level, late Great Ascension stage. Number of player clears, 0. Dungeon description, the Blackwater Devil Lord was once a black snake with the ancient bloodline of the Candle Dragon. He absorbed the essence of the sun and moon for tens of thousands of years, was later guided by a demon god from another realm, and devoured millions of souls to forge a Blackwater domain. As long as the Blackwater lives, the soul of the Blackwater Devil Lord cannot be destroyed. The number of player clears shown in the dungeon info represented how many times all players on the server had cleared this dungeon in total. And the number 0 meant that no one had ever cleared this dungeon up until now. It showed how terrifying the Blackwater Devil's Cave was. This Blackwater Devil Lord later appeared in the real world and caused huge disasters. His cultivation was too strong, tens of thousands of players formed an army to defeat him, but they suffered heavy losses. In the game, if the Blackwater Devil Lord's body was killed, it meant the player cleared the dungeon. But later, when the Blackwater Devil Lord appeared in the real world, it was just like what the dungeon description said. As long as the Blackwater lived, the Blackwater Devil Lord could never be killed. One could imagine how terrifying the Blackwater Devil Lord was. In his previous life, Lin Yu was killed by the Blackwater Devil Lord's underling, In his past life, Lin Yu's cultivation was on a completely different level from the Blackwater Devil Lord, way too far apart. But this time, Lin Yu's character's cultivation had already surpassed that of the Blackwater Devil Lord. Moreover, Lin Yu had a half-immortal flying sword. Lin Yu felt that he should be able to clear this dungeon. If he could kill the Blackwater Devil Lord in the game, it would mean that when the Blackwater Devil Lord appeared in the real world, he could fight him too. Lin Yu controlled his game character and entered the Blackwater Devil's cave. Right after entering, Lin Yu's phone let out a spine-chilling wailing sound. It was as if countless souls were howling and crying, extremely horrifying. In Lin Yu's past life, after the Blackwater Devil Lord appeared in the real world, that endless wailing would always surround him. That was the sound coming from the Blackwater domain around him. It was said that black water was formed from the souls he had devoured. The Blackwater Devil Lord who came into the real world was truly terrifying. Any normal person who heard that wailing would be scared senseless. But now, it was still inside the game after all. Lin Yu wasn't afraid of a boss that hadn't come out of the game yet. Lin Yu controlled his game character to easily defeat several of the Blackwater Devil Lord's underlings, then arrived in front of the Blackwater Devil Lord. Cultivator, do you really dare to challenge the terrifying Blackwater Devil Lord? Do you want to become a dead soul in the Blackwater domain? The Blackwater Devil Lord sat on his throne in the center of the Blackwater domain, looking down upon the arrival of true immortal Qingqing. A great battle was about to erupt. Lin Yu didn't hesitate, he controlled his game character to pull out the half-immortal flying sword, and rushed forward immediately. This dungeon was originally a 5-player dungeon. But Lin Yu didn't care about that at all. His goal was to test his own strength. That was all. At the same time, just as Lin Yu was controlling his game character to fight fiercely against the Blackwater Demon Lord, some players finally noticed the change in the cultivation rankings. The guy who ranked first, named True Immortal Qingqing, his cultivation level had risen to the Great Ascension full circle. You should know, even though this was a mobile game about immortal cultivation, the highest level players could reach was only the Great Ascension stage. Which meant, that player named True Immortal Qingqing had already reached the top. On the official game forum, almost all the players were discussing this matter. True Immortal Qingqing is crazy, he was still in the integration stage yesterday, and today he's in the Great Ascension stage. Did his cultivation ride a rocket? Even riding a rocket wouldn't be this fast, he must have eaten Xian Yuan pills to get there. Xian Yuan pills? Have you calculated how much cultivation is needed from integration to Great Ascension? Just relying on pills, it would take at least several billion, right? I just calculated, 1 billion should be enough. Crazy, this true immortal Qingqing spent a small goal in one day. Who on earth is he? I am the most beautiful female player in Misty Immortal Path, offering a paid investigation across the internet to find out True Immortal Qingqing's true identity. I'm willing to marry into his family. Before you said you would marry him, now you say you want to marry into his family. You're really a gold-digging woman. At this moment, just as players were discussing True Immortal Qingqing on the forum, another big event happened in the game. That was, one of the hardest dungeons in the whole game, Blackwater Demon Cave, had actually been cleared. A banner announcement also appeared in the game. Announcement: congratulations to player True Immortal Qingqing for being the first to clear the dungeon Blackwater Demon Cave, and receiving the first clear reward, half-immortal treasure Yushu robe. Note, Blackwater Demon Cave is a 5-player dungeon. Since True Immortal Qingqing cleared it alone, the reward has been multiplied 5 times. Chapter 10, Half-Immortal Storage Ring. Half-Immortal Treasure. Another half-immortal treasure. Lin Yu was a little excited. He didn't expect that by clearing the Blackwater Demon Cave dungeon, he would be directly rewarded with a half-immortal treasure. Before, Lin Yu had also seen announcements when other players cleared dungeons for the first time, and the rewards were pretty good too, but they were far worse than the half-immortal treasure he got. When Lin Yu saw the note at the end of the game announcement, he gradually understood. Blackwater Demon Cave was a 5-player dungeon. If 5 people cleared it together, and the reward was divided among them, it wouldn't be so generous. But he cleared it all by himself. So the first clear reward was directly multiplied by 5 for him. Lin Yu excitedly equipped the half-immortal Yushu robe onto his body. The Yushu robe was light blue all over, with black patterns on the cuffs and collar, and a yin-yang fish symbol drawn on the back. After putting on the Yushu robe, Lin Yu's game character's aura immediately changed, looking like a true enlightened master. Now, Lin Yu had 2 half-immortal treasures on him. 1 weapon, 1 robe. In the whole game, the number of half-immortal treasures was very small. At most, no more than 10. They were all obtained by those top-ranked players before, who spent lots of money and time to get them. But now, Lin Yu suddenly found a new way. That was, by relying on his powerful cultivation, to farm the first clear of those dungeons no one had ever cleared before. The first clear rewards were so generous, it felt even better than spending money in the game. Lin Yu controlled his game character. Once again, he stood in front of another dungeon. In the game, there were 5 dungeons with difficulty levels matching that of the Blackwater Abyss dungeon. None of these 5 dungeons had been cleared by any player. So, Lin Yu decided to use tonight's time to clear all 5 dungeons first. Get the rewards now, and continue spending money tomorrow. Dungeon name, the Fallen Kunlun Sacred Land. Dungeon difficulty, Hell. Dungeon boss, Corrupted Jade Spring Real Person. Boss level, late stage of the Great Ascension. Player clearing count, 0. Dungeon description, Kunlun Sacred Land was originally one of the 5 great sacred lands in the cultivation world, but its lord, in order to improve his cultivation, willingly allied with foreign demons, fell into corruption, and ultimately dragged the entire sacred land into the abyss. At this moment, Lin Yu was preparing to continue clearing this dungeon when suddenly the door of his room was knocked. Outside the door, Xiao Guang knocked while shouting, "Bro, open the door. I know you're not sleeping, I saw the server-wide announcement in the game." Xiao Guang was also playing the game, so naturally, he saw the game announcement that Chen Qingqing Real Person had cleared the Blackwater Abyss dungeon. Lin Yu got up and opened the door. Xiao Guang, with a strange smile on his face, sneaked in like a thief. "What's up?" Lin Yu asked. Xiao Guang glanced at the phone in Lin Yu's hand, chuckled twice, and said, "Bro, you already have several half-immortal artifacts, right?" Recently, not only the players on the game's official forum but also the world chat in the game had been discussing Chen Qingqing Real Person. So, Xiao Guang also knew that Lin Yu had 2 half-immortal artifacts. Hearing Xiao Guang's words, Lin Yu frowned slightly but still nodded. Xiao Guang rubbed his hands together and said, "Bro, give me the equipment you replaced, okay? I'm still wearing a set of inferior spirit artifacts. It's so pathetic." In the game, the levels of magical treasures ranged from low to high: mortal artifact, treasure artifact, spirit artifact, law artifact, earth artifact, heaven artifact, half-immortal artifact, immortal artifact. Xiao Guang had spent 1 million on in-game purchases, but now he was only wearing an inferior spirit artifact, which was indeed quite pitiful. However, Lin Yu shook his head. "You go ahead and play first. I'll send you a few pieces of equipment in a couple of days." "Ah. Fine." Xiao Guang reluctantly left Lin Yu's room. Lin Yu had his own reasons for doing this. Because, right now, giving Xiao Guang the equipment wouldn't make much sense. And by keeping those equipments on himself, when the game starts to give feedback on the equipment, Lin Yu would receive a 120% feedback. By then, those equipments might even level up. Including his own half-immortal flying sword and magic robe, they might be upgraded because of his VIP level and the 120% feedback. In that case, it would be better to wait for the equipment to be upgraded and then send them to Xiao Guang. After Xiao Guang left, Lin Yu continued clearing dungeons. This night was destined to be an all-nighter. It would probably be dawn by the time the last 4 dungeons were cleared. This night was also destined to stir the hearts of all players in the Immortal Path mobile game. The entire night, 5 server-wide announcements appeared. Each announcement stated that Chen Qingqing Real Person had cleared a dungeon of extremely high difficulty and obtained generous rewards for being the first to clear it. The 5 dungeons gave Chen Qingqing Real Person 5 pieces of equipment, all half-immortal artifacts. It was absolutely absurd. If 5 players had teamed up to clear these dungeons first, based on the players' understanding of the game, they would have expected rewards of heaven artifact level. But to their surprise, a single player clearing it first didn't receive 5 heaven artifacts, but directly 5 half-immortal artifacts. With 5 half-immortal artifacts in hand, along with super high cultivation, players could no longer imagine how strong this person called Chen Qingqing Real Person was. They probably wouldn't even stand a chance if half of the leaderboard's players joined forces against him. At this moment, in the suburbs of Binhai City, not far from Lin Yu's villa. In a villa about the same size as Lin Yu's villa, a middle-aged man, looking about 30, was lying on the bed, fiddling with his phone. Beside him, a woman, scantily clad and with an alluring figure, also lay there. However, it seemed that he was completely uninterested in her. It was as if the phone in his hand was far more interesting. But at this moment, the man's expression wasn't very good. Damn it, is this Chen Qingqing going crazy? Spent so much money, and still completed 5 of the highest difficulty dungeons in one night. 5 pieces of semi-immortal equipment, this is too much, he doesn't even have one himself. Should I also spend some money? 3 days ago, his cultivation rank was still behind mine, who knows how much he spent. Damn it! The middle-aged man cursed under his breath. He was Yifeng, ranked 100 on the cultivation leaderboard. Of course, he was previously ranked 99, but later, Lin Yu surpassed him. But in the end, he had only spent a few 648 gift packs. After all, this was just a mobile game, unlike Lin Yu, who was a rich second generation. He was also rich, but that wealth was hard-earned, and he had a family to support, as well as investments to manage. For Chen Qingqing in the game, he could only admire him. Or perhaps, with a little bit of jealousy. The man opened the chat interface and looked at Chen Qingqing's avatar. After thinking for a moment, he ultimately didn't say anything. After all, the last time they chatted, that guy didn't even reply to him. The more he spoke, the more he felt like a clown. Around 5 in the morning, Lin Yu finally completed the 5 dungeons. Lin Yu yawned, turned off the game, and lay down to sleep. He slept straight through until noon, at 12 o'clock. After waking up, Lin Yu noticed that Xiao Guang hadn't woken up yet. The kid seemed to have stayed up all night, later than him. Lin Yu smiled and didn't wake Xiao Guang up. Instead, he went to the dining room himself. He was a bit hungry. In the dining room, Auntie had already started preparing lunch. When she saw Lin Yu, she hurriedly asked, "Xiao Yu, what would you like for lunch?" Lin Yu thought for a moment and said, "Let's have some meat." Auntie smiled slightly, "Okay." Lin Yu sat down at the dining table and opened the official forum of the game, Piao Miao Xian Tuesday. However, after a while, Lin Yu closed the forum. There was nothing interesting on the forum recently, all the players were discussing him. He knew his own affairs the best, and there was no need to watch other people's random guesses. Lin Yu simply opened the game again. He began to study the 5 pieces of equipment he obtained last night. The 5 pieces of equipment were the semi-immortal robe Yusu robe, the semi-immortal boots Fei Yun boots, the semi-immortal hat Huan Yu hat, the semi-immortal necklace Ju Hun necklace, and the semi-immortal storage ring Starry Sky ring. Among these, the one Lin Yu was most satisfied with was the storage ring. According to Lin Yu's knowledge, this storage ring was probably the only semi-immortal level storage ring in the game. Storage rings were generally of a lower tier compared to other magic treasures. Compared to other magic treasures, storage rings were harder to obtain, making them relatively rarer. Lin Yu's previous storage ring was already quite good, it was a low-grade Earth-tier storage ring with 100 slots. But this semi-immortal storage ring, the Starry Sky ring, hadn't even been refined yet, and its storage space already had 5,000 slots. If it were refined to the highest level, wouldn't it have 10,000 slots? Chapter 11, Occupying the Equipment Leaderboard. Storage rings like this are an essential treasure for almost every cultivator. Of course, in the game, storage rings were also referred to as the player's bags. The higher the quality of a storage ring, the more it could store. In the game, this was reflected in the number of slots in the bag. However, as a reincarnator, Lin Yu understood that once a storage ring appeared in the real world, those grids will turn into real space. One grid is roughly equal to 1 cubic meter. In my past life, my storage ring had 100 grids, but since my VIP level was only level 7, the storage space in the real world was only about 70 cubic meters. And now, I surprisingly possess a half-immortal storage ring. The initial number of grids is 5,000. Generally speaking, after equipment is refined to the highest level, it can improve quality or ability by about double. The same goes for storage rings. If refined to the highest level, it should be able to increase to 10,000 grids. With a 120% feedback to the real world, it will amount to 12,000 grids. 12,000 grids mean 12,000 cubic meters. It's simply outrageous. With such a vast storage space, Lin Yu can practically store anything he wants. Lin Yu looked at the refining stones on him and began to refine the half-immortal storage ring called the Starry Ring. In the game Mysterious Immortal Path, refining stones are divided into 3 qualities: blue equipment refining stones, purple equipment refining stones, and the most expensive golden equipment refining stones. The biggest difference among the 3 refining stones is the success rate. The success rate of blue refining stones is 50%, and a failure would result in a 2-level decrease in the refining grade of the equipment. The success rate of purple refining stones is 70%, and a failure would result in a 1-level decrease in the refining grade of the magic treasure. Finally, the golden refining stone has a 100% success rate, with no chance of failure. As a pay-to-win game, not having a refining stone that ensures a 100% success rate for paying players is unacceptable. However, golden refining stones are incredibly expensive. One could say, they are ridiculously costly. Lin Yu bought so many game packages, and he only has a few golden refining stones. Moreover, 10 of them were rewards for ranking first in the previous spiritual ranking. This shows how difficult it is to obtain golden refining stones. Of course, this difficulty is almost non-existent for Lin Yu, who plans to spend 1 billion. Because in the game shop, golden refining stones are for sale. However, the price is 500 superior spirit stones. 1 superior spirit stone equals 10 yuan. This means a golden refining stone costs 5,000 yuan. The highest refining level for equipment is level 10. Generally, to raise the level to around 6, blue and purple refining stones are used, and golden ones are used for insurance. Even ignoring the cost of blue and purple refining stones, refining one piece of equipment to level 10 still requires 20,000 yuan. And this is just for regular equipment. The game stipulates that equipment of half-immortal quality and above cannot use blue and purple refining stones. This means that any half-immortal magic treasure can only use golden refining stones for top-level refinement. To refine to the highest level, it requires 50,000 yuan. In the game, among the players on the leaderboard with half-immortal equipment, only the first-ranked Sangyan Demon Lord has refined one of his attack-type half-immortal treasures to level 10. Other half-immortal treasures have very low refining levels. Few would spend 50,000 yuan to refine a piece of equipment. But for Lin Yu, 50,000 is just a drop in the bucket. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and decisively started spending money. He spent a total of 250,000 and directly purchased 50 golden refining stones from the game shop. Adding the more than 10 he already had, Lin Yu now has over 60 golden refining stones. At this moment, Lin Yu has 6 half-immortal items. Honorable VIP 11 player, the Immortal Wind, do you wish to use golden refining stones on the half-immortal storage ring, the Starry Ring? System prompt, the refinement level of your half-immortal storage ring, the Starry Sky Ring, has increased by +1. The golden equipment refining stone that never fails truly brings peace of mind when used. This is the difference between a paying player and a regular player. Very quickly, Lin Yu raised the refinement level of the half-immortal storage ring, the Starry Sky Ring, to the full level of 10. At this moment, the equipment stats of the Starry Sky Ring had undergone a huge change. Equipment name, Starry Sky Ring +10. After reading the description of the Starry Sky Ring, Lin Yu couldn't help but curl his lips. It really was a bit exaggerated. After refining the Starry Sky Ring, Lin Yu didn't hesitate and continued refining other pieces of equipment. Jade Void Robe, Flying Cloud Boots, Illusion Feather Hat, Soul Casting Necklace, and also the half-immortal Flying Sword awarded for being ranked first in cultivation power before, named the Mystic Frost Sword. A total of 6 pieces of half-immortal equipment, all refined by Lin Yu to +10. After finishing the refining, Lin Yu opened the equipment ranking and took a look, then couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the equipment ranking in the game had basically been taken over by him. Ranked first was his half-immortal storage ring, the Starry Sky Ring. Second place was his Mystic Frost Sword. However, third place was the half-immortal Flying Sword of Demon Lord Song Yun, also the only other piece of half-immortal equipment refined to level 10 besides Lin Yu's 6 pieces. From 4th place to 7th place, all were Lin Yu's equipment. Among the top 10 on the equipment ranking, Lin Yu alone occupied 7, and both first and second were his. It seemed that this week's reward for being first on the equipment ranking would also go into his pocket. At this time, while Lin Yu was refining equipment, the auntie had already brought up lunch. Lunch was very sumptuous. Lin Yu turned off the mobile game, opened the official game forum, and while reading the posts, started devouring his food. Being able to eat delicious food was indeed something that brought a lot of happiness. But in his past life, ever since the feedback from cultivation power in the game started, Lin Yu had barely eaten any good meals. The whole world had gone through a tremendous change. Even Lin Yu, a player who ranked in the top 100 of Ethereal Immortal Journey in cultivation power, had no choice but to be swept up in the flood, unable to escape. But now it was different. He had enough power to live the life he wanted. While eating, Lin Yu asked the auntie, Auntie Wang, I remember your family only has you living alone, right? Auntie Wang, who was tidying up in the dining room, was slightly stunned, then quickly said, yes, my daughter went abroad to study. She only comes back once a year. This daughter studying abroad seemed to be a great source of pride for Auntie Wang. She often talked about her daughter. But besides the daughter studying abroad, Auntie Wang had no other family. Although she came to Lin Yu's place every day, she always went back to her own home to sleep at night. In his previous life, Lin Yu remembered that not long after the feedback from cultivation power began, Auntie Wang suddenly disappeared and never came to work again. Lin Yu had gone to Auntie Wang's home to check, but the place was empty. He had no idea where she had gone. But Lin Yu was sure that she must have encountered something bad. Otherwise, with Auntie Wang's character, she wouldn't have left without a word. Lin Yu thought for a while and said, Auntie Wang, why don't you just live here from now on? This house is big anyway, there are lots of rooms, just pick anyone you like. Auntie Wang had worked for Lin Yu for a long time, had great character, and was very good at cooking. If she lived here, with him around, nothing tragic would happen. Auntie Wang was a little hesitant. Lin Yu continued, if you live here. Even if I work 24 hours a day, I can double my salary when I turn around. Hearing this, Aunt Wang instantly swallowed back her words of refusal. She really needed the money. Although her daughter was studying abroad on a government scholarship, her expenses abroad were quite large, and she needed support from her mother. Double the salary? No objections there. Okay, then I will go back tonight to pack my things. Aunt Wang thought for a moment and asked, so, which room will I stay in? Lin Yu smiled and said, just pick any room, there are plenty. Lin Yu was very happy, this was a benefit for both sides. Aunt Wang gained safe shelter, and Lin Yu gained the right to enjoy delicious food in the future. After dinner, Lin Yu returned to his room again. The time was now February 11th, and Lin Yu remembered clearly that the day the game began to provide feedback on his cultivation was at midnight on February 14th. In other words, there were still 2.5 days left. Lin Yu still had 9 billion left to spend. Lin Yu remembered that he had once watched a movie where the main character needed to spend 10 billion in a month. Lin Yu felt that was a joke. Is it really that hard to spend 10 billion? Don't mention 10 billion, even if it were 100 billion, Lin Yu could spend it all in a few seconds on the game. However, Lin Yu didn't have 100 billion, only 10 billion. So he still needed to plan carefully how to spend it to maximize his game character's power. Chapter 12, Sacred Beast, Chen Qingqing. On the official forum of the game Misty Immortal Path, the topic of Master Chen Qingqing was increasing more and more. Almost every post was about Master Chen Qingqing. It seemed that every day, Master Chen Qingqing could bring new surprises to these players. Or perhaps, surprises of a different kind. Wow, Master Chen Qingqing really took action on the equipment leaderboard again. Among the top 10 on the equipment leaderboard, Master Chen Qingqing occupies 6 spots. Does that leave any space for other players? Did you see that number 1 ranked equipment? The half-god storage ring is ridiculous. My storage ring only has 50 slots, but his has 10,000. The top of the equipment leaderboard is actually a storage ring. That's outrageous. This Master Chen Qingqing must have money to burn. A storage ring refined to +10. How much stuff is he planning to store? Enough talk, I'm off. I'm going to help the most beautiful female player find Master Chen Qingqing's home address. She said she would give me 1 million as a reward. Wow, I want to go find him too. My dad works in the household registration office. If I say I'm Master Chen Qingqing's brother and currently live next door to him, would you believe me? At this moment, the Lin Yu who was being talked about by many players was comfortably leaning on his bed in his room. Lin Yu opened the Misty Immortal Path game again. Distinguished VIP 11 player Master Chen Qingqing, you have been away from the game for 1 hour. To welcome your return, we present you with an old player return package. For only 58,000 yuan, you can enjoy the thrill of rapid cultivation improvement. The Misty Immortal Path game really understands every player. Previously, the old player return package was 648, and now it's become 58,000. Finally realized that he was being taken advantage of. Lin Yu chuckled. Then, he decisively clicked to recharge. Congratulations to player Master Chen Qingqing, you have received the old player return package. You obtained high-quality Spirit Stones X8000, Mysterious Essence Pills X2000, and Golden Treasure Refining Stones X5. Seeing the contents of the package, Lin Yu couldn't help but nod. The recharge package is still more worthwhile than directly recharging Spirit Stones. The value of the items in the package definitely exceeds 100,000 yuan, but the price of the package is only 58,000. What a conscientious game. Lin Yu decisively recharged the Valentine's Day package for today. He bought all 6 tiers. At the same time, Lin Yu also saw the Valentine's Day activities excitement leaderboard. His dual cultivation partner, Fire Qilin, seemed to have been provoked by him, and had been spending money on the Valentine's Day event for several days in a row. Their names had always been at the top of the heartbeat rankings. After finishing the Valentine's Day event, Lin Yu bought all the newly refreshed gift packs in the game. He spent over 100,000 in total. Right after that, Lin Yu took out the piece of paper he had written on that day. The paper was densely filled with Lin Yu's spending plan. Next, it should be spirit beasts, right? Lin Yu muttered to himself. Spirit beasts are the most helpful companions for increasing a cultivator's real combat power. In almost all cultivation games, spirit beasts are very important. Ethereal Immortal Path mobile game is no exception. Moreover, to fully stimulate players' desire to spend money, the Spirit Beast system in Ethereal Immortal Path is extremely rich. The grades of Spirit Beasts, from low to high, are Fierce Beast, Demon Beast, Rare Beast, Immortal Beast, Divine Beast, and Sacred Beast. The strength of Spirit Beasts can increase through leveling up, attribute enhancements, skill learning. In short, Spirit Beasts are a bottomless pit. Of course, the most important part is still the grade of the Spirit Beast. In dungeons, the highest you can get is an Immortal Beast, but the chance is very low. If you want a higher grade beast, there is only one way. That is the Spirit Beast Lucky Spin. Known as the most deceitful and most expensive event in Ethereal Immortal Path. This event exists all year round and refreshes once every month. The Spirit Beast Lucky Spin has 3 tiers, 1 spin for 10 superior Spirit Stones, 1 for 100, and 1 for 1000. It's said that if you spend enough money, you can draw a Sacred Beast from the Lucky Spin. But, it's only said to be possible. No player dares to fall into this trap. Because the basic logic of the Spirit Beast Lucky Spin is, for every 1 million spent, the chance to get a Sacred Beast increases by 1%. In other words, only after spending 1 million on this event will you have a 1% chance to draw a Sacred Beast. Since the game launched, only Lin Yu and that guy called Demon Lord Sangyun have spent over $1 million. And most importantly, every player who's played Ethereal Immortal Path knows one truth: a 1% winning rate in the game basically means nothing. Below 50% is a joke. Even with an 80% chance, success is considered lucky. Lin Yu smiled slightly and opened the Spirit Beast Lucky Spin event. 1 million for 1%, 100 millions for 100%? This kind of simple math problem, even elementary students can solve. Lin Yu decisively clicked the recharge button under the highest tier of the Spirit Beast Lucky Spin. Then, he entered the amount he wanted to recharge on the payment screen. 100 million. 100 times 1 million. Respected VIP 11 player Realman Chen Qingqing, are you sure you want to recharge 100 million to spin the Spirit Beast Lucky Spin 10,000 times? Lin Yu's recharge amount was so high that even the game's message turned into a question. As if the game itself couldn't believe it. The highest tier of the Spirit Beast Lucky Spin costs 1,000 superior spirit stones per spin, which equals 10,000 cash per spin. 100 million can spin 10,000 times. Very logical. Very simple. Lin Yu once again clicked confirm without hesitation. Then, the Spirit Beast Lucky Spin on Lin Yu's phone screen started spinning like crazy. System prompt: you spun the Spirit Beast Lucky Spin hard, luck exploded, and received random high-grade Spirit Beast skill book times 5. System prompt: you spun the Spirit Beast Lucky Spin hard, luck exploded, and received random high-grade Spirit Beast skill book times 5. System prompt: you spun the Spirit Beast Lucky Spin hard, luck exploded, and received high-grade Spirit Beast experience pill times 50. You forcefully spun the Lucky Beast Roulette, and luck overflowed, you obtained 10 advanced reset pills for Spirit Beasts. You forcefully spun the Lucky Beast Roulette, and luck overflowed, you obtained 1 Spirit Beast Egg of Xian Beast level. Lin Yu's mobile phone was a high-end model bought for tens of thousands. But Lin Yu still felt that the phone was a bit laggy. This lottery lasted for over 10 minutes before finally coming to a slow end. Lin Yu didn't even know what items he had won. After the lottery ended, Lin Yu received a text message from the bank about the deduction. This showed how much it had lagged just now. At this moment. After the lottery ended, Lin Yu finally could open his backpack to see what he had obtained. Inside the backpack, there was a dazzling array of items, completely filled with lottery prizes. Among them, the most numerous were the Spirit Beast eggs. Other items like Spirit Beast skill books and experience pills could stack, but Spirit Beast eggs could not. So, looking around, there were almost thousands of Spirit Beast eggs. However, Lin Yu immediately spotted the last Spirit Beast egg in the back. It was an egg radiating colorful light, completely different in shape from the other Spirit Beast eggs. Without needing to click on it, Lin Yu already knew what grade this Spirit Beast egg was. It seemed he didn't truly have luck overflowing, but rather had drawn this fellow when the chance of obtaining a sacred beast reached 100%. But that didn't matter, as long as the result was good, it was enough. Lin Yu excitedly tapped on that Spirit Beast egg, and soon the information about this Spirit Beast egg appeared before him. Name: Spirit Beast egg. Grade: Sacred Beast. Race: Black Qilin. Hatching time: 48 hours. Description of the Spirit Beast egg: this is a Black Qilin Spirit Beast egg. The description was very perfunctory. But it still couldn't stop Lin Yu's excitement. As long as they are from Dragon Country, just hearing the name Black Qilin would make them know this is definitely not an ordinary Spirit Beast. Lin Yu decisively placed the Spirit Beast egg into the hatching slot. The hatching interface also showed the countdown for the successful hatching of the Spirit Beast egg. Hatching countdown: 47 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Lin Yu chuckled, how could he possibly wait 48 hours? In a pay-to-win game, as long as you are willing to spend money, nothing is a problem. Lin Yu opened the game store and spent $300 to buy a Spirit Beast acceleration pill. This Spirit Beast acceleration pill sounds mystical, but in actuality, it is just an accelerator. Spirit Beast acceleration pill, after use, can make the Spirit Beast egg hatch immediately without affecting the quality of the Spirit Beast. After using the Spirit Beast acceleration pill, the countdown on the hatching interface directly hit 0. Lin Yu gently clicked, and a dark green light appeared beside Lin Yu's character. It was a pet that looked quite imposing, with 2 horns on its head, a body like a lion, but covered all over with dark green scales. The size of the Black Qilin wasn't very large, seeming to reach only to the waist of the Wind Rider. But this was only a level 1 Black Qilin. As the level of the Spirit Beast increases, the size will also change accordingly. At this moment, although the quality of the Black Qilin was very high, its level was indeed lacking. To enhance combat power, the level of the Black Qilin must be raised. Lin Yu would definitely not hesitate. Having obtained such a legendary sacred beast, he naturally wanted to raise its strength to the peak. Then, Lin Yu started to feed the Black Qilin with Spirit Beast experience pills. Lin Yu had won many Spirit Beast experience pills in the lottery earlier, enough to raise the Black Qilin's level to the max. In the game, the maximum level for spirit beasts is 100. However, raising the level of a spirit beast is very difficult. Just look at the spirit beast leaderboard to know. On the leaderboard, the highest level spirit beast was only a level 60 Crimson Flame Tiger. The rank is only at the level of celestial beasts. Yet Lin Chen Qingqing was born and directly reached the top. Although the level hasn't been raised yet, just the quality of a holy beast is enough to surpass all spirit beasts. Soon, Lin Yu used up all his spirit beast experience pills. After all, Lin Yu had directly spent 100 million to draw lots, so he obtained a lot of spirit beast experience pills, just enough to raise the Chen Qingqing to level 100, the maximum level. Next, Lin Yu began to draw various high-level skills for spirit beasts, and then attribute pills. All the good things, Lin Yu used on this holy beast. After spending half a day, by the evening, this Chen Qingqing had been cultivated by Lin Yu into an invincible existence. On the spirit beast leaderboard, besides showing the grades and levels of spirit beasts, it also displayed their combat power. The second place, a 60-level celestial beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger, had a combat power of over 30,000. And ranking first, Lin Yu Chen Qingqing had a combat power of 960,000. Needless to say, the combat power value clearly shows just how strong Lin Yu Chen Qingqing is. If Lin Yu were to challenge those dungeons now, he probably wouldn't even need to act, just this Chen Qingqing could handle everything. After handling the spirit beasts, it was already dark outside. Lin Yu opened the door and walked out. At this moment, it seemed that he heard the sound of Lin Yu opening the door. Xiao Guang, who lived next door, also pushed the door and came out. As soon as he stepped out, Xiao Guang hurriedly approached. "Bro, I haven't seen you for a day, I miss you so much." Xiao Guang opened his arms, as if wanting to hug him. Lin Yu quickly lifted his foot. This guy, although he looked white and chubby, had messy hair and it was unclear how many days it had been since he last took a shower. Seeing Lin Yu's foot, Xiao Guang decisively hit the brakes and stopped. He chuckled a couple of times and suddenly changed the topic to the game. "Bro, my spirit beast is so weak, only level 18, and it's just a monster level 1, can you give me a hand?" Xiao Guang pleaded with a sad face. Although he had spent 1 million on in-game purchases, most of that money was used to improve his cultivation. In other aspects, he was still a weakling. This time, Lin Yu did not refuse. After all, there were so many spirit beast eggs in his backpack, giving him a few to use isn't too much trouble. Xiao Guang had been staying here for a few days and hadn't mentioned finding his little girlfriend. Clearly, Xiao Guang had become somewhat addicted to the game Misty Immortal Path. Giving him a little benefit would help maintain his interest. "Let's go, first we'll eat, and I'll give you some while we eat," Lin Yu said. Xiao Guang immediately showed an excited expression. "Bro, your Chen Qingqing is so cool, can it produce offspring?" Lin Yu's face darkened, speechless. "Why do you pay attention to me every day? Just focus on boosting your own strength." As soon as Lin Yu Chen Qingqing appeared, Xiao Guang knew about it. He must have been keeping a close eye on his situation. Xiao Guang chuckled again and leaned closer. "Bro, what rank spirit beast are you going to give me? Do you have any holy beasts? Divine beasts are also fine." In the restaurant, Lin Yu and Xiao Guang were eating, while Lin Yu opened his phone and sent a trade request to Xiao Guang. Then, he put a divine beast level spirit beast egg on the table, along with many leftover spirit beast skills and experience pills. A divine beast is considered very strong in the game. After all, besides Lin Yu, the strongest other players have only celestial beasts. Seeing that there really was a divine beast egg and so many resources, Xiao Guang was very satisfied. Then, he ate 3 bowls of rice. "Eating this much, will you be able to sleep at night?" Lin Yu asked. Xiao Guang huffed and replied, "Sleep? I'll have to last until tomorrow morning on this meal." Lin Yu had essentially confirmed that Xiao Guang was completely addicted. But how could Lin Yu be any different? Moreover, Lin Yu still had 800 million left unspent. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. After finishing dinner, Lin Yu returned to his room. Lying on the bed and playing games is the most comfortable thing. Although Lin Yu's villa has a large study, he rarely goes there. Leaning against the soft and comfortable bed's back, Lin Yu opened the mobile game Misty Celestial Path. According to Lin Yu's understanding of the game, there are roughly 4 aspects that can enhance a player's strength. They are cultivation, equipment, spirit beasts, and cultivation techniques. For the first 3, Lin Yu had already spent money to resolve them. So tonight, he would improve the cultivation techniques. As a reborn person, Lin Yu understood the importance of cultivation techniques very well. Because cultivation techniques not only improve a player's strength but also, if there is a powerful technique, the strength gained in the game can continue to improve one's real-life strength. The stronger the technique, the faster the improvement naturally. Therefore, Lin Yu absolutely wouldn't skimp on spending money on cultivation techniques. In the Misty Celestial Path mobile game, the ranks of cultivation techniques are divided from low to high, human rank, earth rank, heaven rank, immortal rank, and emperor rank. In the game, there are 3 ways to obtain cultivation techniques. The first and simplest way is to learn from sections. However, there are only some low-tier techniques in the sects, and they are all the basics. The second way is to purchase various event packages in the game. Sometimes, when the package prices are high, one might get a heaven rank technique at most. The third way, the hardest and most expensive, is the game's encounters. The term encounter originally means a bit of luck. But in the pay-to-win game Misty Celestial Path, it means the more money you spend, the better your luck. In other words, free-to-play and low-spending players do not deserve encounters. Lin Yu opened the encounter interface. The encounter interface is very simple, with many mountains and cliffs displayed, the terrain is dangerous, and players just need to tap the screen, and the game character will automatically explore in the encounter interface. Of course, each exploration costs exploration scrolls. Exploration scrolls are divided into ordinary exploration scrolls and advanced exploration scrolls. Ordinary exploration scrolls cost 1 top-grade spirit stone each. Advanced exploration scrolls cost 100 top-grade spirit stones each. The price difference is huge, and the items discovered also vary greatly. Lin Yu decisively recharged and spent 100 million. The Misty Celestial Path mobile game considers the players well. Normally, players who want to explore encounters need to spend money to buy top-grade spirit stones and then exchange them for exploration scrolls. This process can be quite troublesome. However, in practice, players can recharge directly in the encounter interface, using cash for exploration. It saves time and effort but doesn't save money. Dear VIP 11 player, riding the wind, would you like to spend 100 million yuan to purchase 10,000 advanced explorations? Chapter 14, Spending Money for NPCs? Lin Yu didn't hesitate and directly clicked the confirm button. Immediately, the same lag as in the afternoon occurred. Lin Yu's phone screen completely froze. After more than 10 minutes, it finally returned to normal. At this time, Lin Yu's 10,000 advanced exploration encounters were also completed. However, at this moment, Lin Yu suddenly saw the envelope button on his phone screen light up. Then, he received a system notification. Your package is full, and the encounter rewards have been sent to your mailbox, please check. Lin Yu opened his package and, sure enough, it was full. The 1,000 slots in the package were all occupied by Spirit Beast eggs and technique manuals. He had not yet dealt with those Spirit Beast eggs he had won from the Spirit Beast Lucky Spin. At least half of the space in the package was occupied by Spirit Beast eggs. Seeing this, Lin Yu decisively controlled his character back to the sect. Then, he clicked on the sect leader, Qingqing, who had always been in the sect and never went out. Gift. Lin Yu gave away those useless Spirit Beast eggs. Some magical beast skills and other things were all unceremoniously given to Master Qingqing. Lin Yu did not know why Master Qingqing also had so much storage space, but after giving away a lot, Master Qingqing accepted everything with joy. Lin Yu then opened his mailbox and took out those methods. Spending 100 million, Lin Yu ended up getting 2 Imperial level methods, 6 Celestial level methods, and the rest were all below Celestial level. Lin Yu kept 2 Imperial level and 2 Celestial level methods, then gave all the remaining methods to the leader of Changhe sect, Master Qingqing. System prompt, Dear VIP 11 player, Master Changfeng, your intimacy with Master Qingqing has improved to the level of life and death together. Please explore the specifics of this level by yourself. Another self-exploration. Lin Yu was short on time now and had no time to explore these things. But just hearing the name life and death together, one could tell their relationship was definitely very strong. However, life and death just living together would be great, dying together, let's skip that. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly noticed that Master Qingqing's cultivation had actually reached the great perfection of the Cave Void realm. You must know that just 2 days ago, her cultivation was merely at the spirit separation stage. This meant that after he gave her some things last time, she actually improved by 2 major realms. That's just a bit ridiculous. Is cultivating immortality this easy? She is an NPC, and she couldn't spend money. Lin Yu thought about it and without hesitation, he directly spent 100 million superior spirit stones and traded them all to Master Qingqing. She is an NPC, so she naturally cannot spend money, but he could help her. This was also something Lin Yu had planned for a long time. If other players knew about Lin Yu's actions, they would absolutely explode with anger. It was one thing for him to spend money, but to give 100 million to an NPC. Probably 99% of the players would curse Lin Yu as an idiot, and the remaining 1% might shout to become an NPC. After giving 100 million superior spirit stones to the NPC, Lin Yu felt no ripples in his heart. After all, Lin Yu had spent 100 million on methods and still had 700 million in cash left, giving Master Qingqing 100 million was nothing serious. Moreover, Lin Yu's intimacy with Master Qingqing had already reached the highest hidden intimacy level, life and death together. When the intimacy between a player and an NPC reaches a level of close bond, it basically won't betray him, and now Lin Yu's intimacy with Master Qingqing was 2 levels higher than that. If he didn't give Master Qingqing some benefits to help her elevate her cultivation to the peak, it would be a waste of this intimacy. Lin Yu could foresee that when the NPCs in the game appear in the real world, he would definitely have an incredibly powerful backing. It might even be stronger than his own power. At that time, if someone dared to provoke him, before he even made a move, Master Qingqing would probably have already dealt with the enemy. After gifting Master Qingqing spirit stones, Lin Yu began to study the methods in his backpack. This time, spending 100 million cash, the methods he obtained looked pretty good. Lin Yu reserved the celestial level methods for Xiao Guang, and he only planned to use those 2 imperial level methods. The 2 imperial level methods were one called Hongyuan Immortal Classic, and the other called Qingyun Sword Technique. One imperial level method was a cultivation heart method, and the other was a technique manual, perfectly complementary. Lin Yu clicked on each method twice and automatically learned these 2 methods. In the mobile game Piao Miao Xian 2, methods do not require leveling up. This was still somewhat reasonable. That is to say, although the process of obtaining powerful methods was relatively difficult, once obtained, there would be no further costs. Lin Yu opened his skill interface. The attributes of the 2 methods also appeared in Lin Yu's sight. The attributes are very simple. But the values are not simple at all. Hanyuan Immortal Classic, Emperor level skill, increases absorption of spiritual energy speed by 1000%, reduces spiritual energy consumption speed in battle by 80%. Qingyun Sword Technique, Emperor level skill, increases attack power by 1000% when using sword-type treasures, flight speed increases by 500%, attack speed increases by 500%, gains the skill Qingyun 9 styles. Seeing the attributes of these 2 skills, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. One skill enhances his cultivation speed, while the other boosts his combat ability, which is indeed quite impressive. Moreover, the Qingyun Sword Technique comes with a built-in skill, and when the skill eventually comes back to him, he will automatically learn it. Even in the real world, he could unleash Qingyun 9 styles. Some low-tier skills do not have specific skills. Only skills above the heavenly level will have accompanying skills. However, skills at the Emperor level must be very powerful. Lin Yu is looking forward to it. After finishing learning the skills, it was just midnight. At this moment, there were still 2 full days left until the game feedback on cultivation and the shutdown of the recharge channel. That is, 48 hours. Lin Yu still had 600 million left on him. Lin Yu decided to stay up all night. The night was quite calm, suitable for spending money. And time waits for no one. After all, there are only 2 days left. The sooner he spends the money, the more at ease he'll be. Lin Yu picked up the spending plan he had written earlier and began to look it over. At this moment, Lin Yu had already improved 5 aspects stated in the plan. These were cultivation, equipment, spiritual beasts, skills, and sect. The gifts he sent to the Tranquil Master were to enhance the sect and to create a powerful backing for himself. After looking over his plan, Lin Yu made a decision. The next thing to improve was his spiritual root. The spiritual root was also a crucial part. In the game, the strength of the spiritual root would affect 2 aspects. One was the impact on players' cultivation speed. This impact would be very important when the cultivation in the game was reflected in the real world. After all, in the real world, players could only rely on their own cultivation to improve their abilities. The stronger the spiritual root, the faster the cultivation speed. With a better skill paired with it, players' cultivation speed would gradually widen the gap. The other aspect was that players' spiritual roots would allow their attacks to carry additional attribute damage. Generally, players would primarily cultivate a single attribute of spiritual root. This way, they could maximize the additional damage. The higher the rank of the spiritual root, the greater the additional damage. The ranks of spiritual roots in the game from low to high are inferior spiritual root, middle grade spiritual root, superior spiritual root, earthly spiritual root, heavenly spiritual root, immortal spiritual root, divine spiritual root, and Taoist spiritual root. At this moment, Lin Yu's spiritual root was only a heavenly spiritual root. And at the top of the spiritual root leaderboard was the immortal spiritual root. This person was also a familiar face, the Xinyun Demon Lord. Lin Yu smiled slightly. Soon he would become second place. Chapter 15, Investigating Game Overcharging? Lin Yu was still staying up late. These past few days, other than eating and sleeping, Lin Yu had only been playing games, basically neglecting everything else. What Lin Yu didn't know was that his spending had become a sensation. It had gone viral. On the official forum of Misty Immortal Path, almost all the posts were about the true person of Sailing Wind. Other types of posts would be quickly drowned out as soon as they appeared. Many players had been closely following the spending journey of the true person of Sailing Wind. There were even posts specifically tracking and calculating Lin Yu's expenditures. After some players' calculations, the player named True Person of Sailing Wind had definitely spent over 2 billion by now. This is still a conservative estimate. Such a massive sum of spending had never been seen in the entire gaming community. Spending 2 billion on a game is simply absurd. If they knew Lin Yu had actually spent 400 million, they would be shocked. He never expected that spending 600 million would definitely seem even more outrageous. Because what Lin Yu did was so outrageous, many other gaming forums began to discuss this matter. Soon after, some video websites started to show videos about the player Chen Qingqing, who spent 200 million. Even some entertainment news began to report on this event. Gossip News, spending 200 million on a game, is it madness or stupidity? The mobile game Piao Miao Xian 2 player Chen Qingqing spent over 200 million in just a few days, drawing widespread social attention. The issue of limiting minors' game spending seems to have become a topic of concern, and people hope relevant authorities will propose restraining measures. Urban Daily, 200 million, can you imagine how much that is? 99% of people in the world will never see that much money in their lives, yet someone spent 200 million on a game. In these past few days, the issue of wealth disparity in society has drawn broad attention once again. Entertainment news, the two hottest phrases these days are 200 million and Piao Miao Xian Tuesday. To uncover the mystery, our editor personally downloaded the mobile game Piao Miao Xian 2 to try it out, discovering that the game is filled with places enticing players to spend money. Especially for minors, they can easily be attracted by dazzling payment activities. We hope relevant authorities will strengthen regulation. Dragon Kingdom Game Regulatory Center, establishing a special task force to investigate the issue of excessive charges in games. In the capital city. Dragon Kingdom Game Regulatory Center. In the director's office. An elder, looking to be around 50 years old, sat behind the desk with a cold expression. In front of him stood several officials from the regulatory center, lowering their heads, looking like children who had done something wrong. Bang! The elder slammed the table, standing up. I told you to investigate that Piao Miao Xian 2 game, and you investigated for a day, but didn't find anything? What are you doing, idiots? The elder was clearly very angry. In recent days, news about the Piao Miao Xian 2 game had been everywhere online, and he was under tremendous public pressure. He had to personally assign some capable people from the department to investigate this game. But unexpectedly, after a day, these able subordinates found nothing at all. A young man said with a bitter face, "Director, we have investigated this game through various channels, but it seems to be non-existent. Its registered address is a nursing home." The director's face was cold as he said, "What happened to your professional skills? If the address is wrong, it means this game is illegal. How did it get its game license? How did it apply for its official forum website? What about its bank account?" At this moment, the young man began explaining again. "Director, we have already checked all of this." You checked, but found nothing?" The director asked in confusion. The leading young man nodded and said, "This game never applied for a game license, its license is fake, but we don't know why it's still available on the market. The official forum website of the game isn't registered at all with the internet center, we don't even know how it can log in. As for the bank account, it doesn't belong to any bank, the money players spend is just gone." Lin Yu never expected that his spending would cause such a large reaction in society. Of course, Lin Yu didn't have time to pay attention to this. At this moment, there were less than 2 days left until the game feedback ended and the recharge channel closed. Lin Yu had to put all his energy into spending money. Lin Yu poured a cup of coffee to perk himself up. Then, he opened the spirit root interface in the game. There are 5 attributes of a player's spirit root: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Wood, water, fire, earth. In general, players choose one attribute to pour all resources into that attribute. Lin Yu only enhanced his gold attribute spirit root. Now, Lin Yu's gold attribute spirit root has reached the heavenly spirit root level. After reaching the heavenly spirit root level, Lin Yu's every attack will carry an additional 800 points of gold damage, and it can also increase his cultivation speed by 50%. The higher the spirit root level, the higher the additional gold damage and the greater the increase in cultivation speed. Of course, if players have enough energy, they could also upgrade other spirit root levels at the same time. However, to enhance a second spirit root, the resources required are double that of the first spirit root. So, generally, players do not upgrade 2 spirit roots at the same time. But Lin Yu is not an ordinary person. Lin Yu decisively started to spend money, directly using cash to enhance his gold attribute spirit root. Respected VIP 11 player, Chen Qingqing, do you want to spend 9.83 million to upgrade your gold attribute spirit root to the heavenly Dao spirit root level? Confirm. After clicking confirm, Lin Yu's gold spirit root began to flash constantly. The value skyrocketed. After a few seconds, it slowly stopped. At this time, Lin Yu's gold attribute spirit root level has reached the heavenly Dao spirit root level. Respected VIP 11 player, Chen Qingqing, congratulations! Your gold attribute spirit root has been upgraded to the Heavenly Dao spirit root level. Gold attribute Heavenly Dao spirit root, each attack adds 10,000 points of gold damage, cultivation speed increase of 100%. Just this added damage is incredibly powerful. I'm afraid if I go into those dungeons now, a casual strike could defeat those boss, they simply cannot withstand my added damage. Of course, this isn't the end. Lin Yu clicked the upgrade button for the wood attribute spirit root again. Respected VIP 11 player, Chen Qingqing, do you want to spend 20 million to upgrade your wood attribute spirit root to the Heavenly Dao spirit root level? Just now, upgrading the gold attribute spirit root to the Heavenly Dao spirit root level only cost over 9 million. If you add together with the upgrades Lin Yu did earlier, it should be around 10 million. And now, to upgrade the wood attribute spirit root to the maximum level costs 20 million. The money spent is double that of before. But Lin Yu doesn't care. Lin Yu decisively clicked the confirm button. Immediately, the wood attribute spirit root also began to rise rapidly in level. Respected VIP 11 player, Chen Qingqing, congratulations! Your wood attribute spirit root has been upgraded to the Heavenly Dao spirit root level. Wood attribute Heavenly Dao spirit root, each attack adds 10,000 points of wood damage, cultivation speed increase of 100%. After upgrading the wood attribute spirit root, Lin Yu continued to upgrade the water attribute spirit root. Then came fire attribute and earth attribute. Chapter 16, Signs before the game feedback. Soon, Lin Yu had upgraded all his 5 elements spirit roots to the Heavenly Dao spirit root level. The amount spent on spirit roots was greater than on upgrading equipment and spirit beasts, etc. It cost 20 million for the second spirit root, 40 million for the third, 80 million for the fourth. For the fifth, it even cost Lin Yu 160 million. In total, the money spent was around 310 million. Although it was a lot, the gains were also huge. After upgrading all spirit roots to the Heavenly Dao spirit root level, Lin Yu's every attack now carries gold, wood, water, fire, and earth attribute damage, 10,000 points for each attribute. In total, that's 50,000 points of added attribute damage. But that's not the most important part. The most important part is that Lin Yu's cultivation speed was boosted by 500% with the support of the 5 Heavenly Dao spirit roots. This 500% is based on his original cultivation speed. That means the 500% base cultivation speed can stack with the speed bonus from the techniques. This is Lin Yu's most important goal. In his past life, since the game provided feedback on cultivation, Lin Yu's speed of cultivation was slow to a shocking degree. In 10 years, he couldn't rise from the out-of-body stage to the spirit division stage. That snail-like pace made Lin Yu lose all desire to practice. But now it was different. With the 5 elements Heavenly Dao spiritual root and the support of an emperor-level technique, even after the game feedback on his cultivation, Lin Yu's speed in the real world would definitely not be too slow. At this moment, Lin Yu opened the leaderboard in the game to take a look. In the game, the aspects that could enhance a player's power were basically just a few. Lin Yu had already perfected all these aspects. Of course, Lin Yu had spent more than half of his money. Now, Lin Yu had about 290 million left. Lin Yu glanced at the remaining leaderboards. Mounts, caves, wealth, elixirs, and so on. These leaderboards didn't have a major impact on a player's actual combat power, but they still had some usefulness. Lin Yu still had 290 million, so securing first place in all of them was definitely not a problem. Next, it was time to upgrade these things. But it was already too late. After looking through them, Lin Yu went to bed. The most important spending had already been fully done, and Lin Yu slept very soundly that night. In these days, Jiang Yun had also become a night owl. She was quite free lately. After all, Lin Yu's assets had been completely converted into cash, and besides receiving her salary, she was almost unemployed. So, Jiang Yun also started playing the game at night. At 3 in the morning, Jiang Yun still hadn't gone to sleep. Instead, she was fighting fiercely in the game. At the same time, while grinding instances, she paid attention to the updates of the player Qingqing. Although the two were only Dao partners in the game and had no relationship in reality, Jiang Yun couldn't help but check Cheng Feng's information and various leaderboards from time to time. Mainly because Cheng Feng had spent too much money lately, making it impossible not to pay attention. Every leaderboard had its first position occupied by Cheng Feng. At that moment, while Jiang Yun was grinding instances in the game, a phone call suddenly came in. Jiang Yun looked at the phone number and frowned slightly. Why is Dad calling me at this late hour? Jiang Yun muttered to herself. The caller was indeed her father. Jiang Yun communicated very little with her father, as he was a military person in the Dragon Kingdom. And his position was quite high. When Jiang Yun wanted to study abroad, her father strongly opposed it, and later, she went secretly behind his back. Because of this matter, Jiang Yun's relationship with her father was very poor while she was abroad. In Jiang Yun's impression, her father was an old-fashioned man, stubborn and unyielding. But after returning home again, Jiang Yun found that her father had aged a lot, and both felt some guilt towards each other, so they contacted each other slightly more than before. However, why was he calling her so late? Jiang Yun answered the phone. On the other end of the line, her father's voice came through. Yun, are you asleep? Not yet, just about to sleep. Jiang Yun naturally wasn't ready to sleep, but she couldn't say she was going to stay up late while chatting with her father. The father and daughter chatted about small talk for a while before Jiang Yun's father revealed the real reason for his call. Yun, I remember you seem to be playing that misty Immortal Path mobile game, right? Jiang Yun was slightly stunned. She didn't understand why her father knew she was playing this game. Yeah, that's right. Jiang Yun answered. Jiang Yun's father continued, this game seems to be very popular lately. When you have time, come home and teach me how to play this game, okay? Jiang Yun was even more confused. Late at night, her father called her, asking her to teach him how to play a game? Was the sun rising from the west? He was a military big shot, what kind of game would he play? Jiang Yun was very confused. But at this moment, Jiang Yun's father didn't wait for her to speak and said again, how about you come back tomorrow? I'll have your mom make you breakfast in the morning. Jiang Yun responded vaguely with an Then the call was hung up. Jiang Yun sat on the bed, staring blankly for a long time before coming to her senses. She really couldn't understand what the problem was. How could her stubborn father be interested in a mobile game? What could be the reason? Jiang Yun didn't know. But she could only turn off her phone and lie down to sleep. After all, she had to go home tomorrow morning, and it wouldn't be good to return with dark circles under her eyes. In the capital city. In a residential community. Jiang Yun's mother gently massaged Jiang Yun's father's temples. While massaging, she asked, what exactly has happened recently? Jiang Yun's father sighed and said, recently, various countries have found a strange game appearing in their countries, with no registration data found, and the game company can't locate anything, as if it just appeared out of thin air. But these games have actually existed for a long time. Our dragon country also has such games. It seems like a terrifying web is brewing something, and the country is taking this very seriously, so they assigned me to investigate. I remember our daughter seems to be playing this game, so I'll call her tomorrow to teach me how to play. This way, I can understand the game better. Although this task was assigned by above, it was not very confidential. After all, it's happening globally, and the information has spread out long ago, so there's no need for too much secrecy, allowing him to share it with his wife. At this moment, Jiang Yun's father said to Jiang Yun's mother again, it seems many strange things have been happening recently, so you should go out less, okay? Jiang Yun's mother nodded. Although she didn't know exactly what strange things were happening, she always maintained the image of a good wife and mother and was very obedient. Jiang Yun's father looked out the window, his eyes full of worry. There were some things he hadn't told his wife yet. Those strange games were just a small part of it. In the past 2 days, bizarre supernatural events had been happening all over the world. It seemed like something horrifying was about to occur. Moreover, all the supernatural events seemed to have some connection with those games. This world seemed to be undergoing some strange changes. But no one knew the exact reason. And Jiang Yun's father was the head of the investigation team specially drawn from the military by Dragon Country to look into these matters. Chapter 17, Saint-Level Alchemist. The next morning. Early in the morning, Jiang Yun drove back to her parents' house. She had gone to bed around 3 last night, so she definitely had dark circles under her eyes. She could only put on more makeup to cover them up. After breakfast, Jiang Yun's father immediately called her into his study. Then, he took out his phone. I have already downloaded that Immortal Path mobile game. Can you tell me how to play it? Jiang Yun's father had prepared well. Although the Immortal Path mobile game was very mysterious, it had surprisingly many download channels and could be found in any app store. But for a nearly 60-year-old man, being able to use a smartphone proficiently was already commendable. He was still a bit out of touch with gaming. Moreover, this Immortal Path mobile game had some peculiarities. He didn't even understand what the levels of cultivation meant. All the complicated systems were beyond him. Jiang Yun could only patiently explain everything. Cultivation levels, equipment, spirit beasts, techniques. She explained each system in the game to her father. And she also helped her father create an account. However, when Jiang Yun mentioned that spending a little money would make the game more convenient, her father refused. The old man still didn't quite accept spending money on games. Jiang Yun taught him for about 3 hours but was starting to lose patience. Her mouth was dry and parched from speaking, and her father still couldn't understand. Although her father held a high official position, he was still lacking in understanding of playing games. Jiang Yun explained while guiding her father step by step, but after 3 hours, her father's character had only reached the mid-stage of qi refining. Jiang Yun was a bit tired and planned to lie down in the bedroom for a bit. After all, she hadn't slept much the previous night. But her father called out to her and said, "Stay home more recently, if you don't have anything to do, just stay a few more days. Your mother has been saying she misses you." Jiang Yun nodded slightly. Since she really didn't have much work recently, she decided to stay at home for a couple of days. After Jiang Yun left, her father suddenly looked up and gazed out of the window. There were many things he hadn't told his daughter. Keeping her at home was also for her safety. Then, Jiang Yun's father lowered his head and looked at the game Floating Immortal Path still running on his phone screen, a bitter smile appearing on his face. This game, so complicated, was truly not suitable for an old man like him to play. Jiang Yun's father opened his work WeChat group and sent a message to his subordinates saying, "You all download the mobile game called Floating Immortal Path and try it out. To know yourself and your enemy is the key to success. Play it during the rest time at night, and tomorrow morning, during the meeting, everyone must share their thoughts on it." The investigation team Jiang Yun's father led consisted of young men he had brought from the military. They were all young and should be able to understand the game. It was close to noon. Lin Yu finally woke up. After having lunch with Xiao Guang, Lin Yu returned to his bedroom. Yesterday, Aunt Wang had also moved into the villa. Xiao Guang's gaming path had gradually been set on track. Lin Yu's strength in the game had basically reached the peak. So Lin Yu was in a very good mood now. The only thing left to do was spend the remaining 290 million. Even if it only slightly improved his strength, it was better than keeping it. In the future, once game cultivation feedback reached players, the role of money in this world would gradually diminish. Powerful strength would be the most important factor for survival and comfort in the future. Lin Yu half lay on the bed and opened the game again. "Dear VIP 11 player Chen Qingqing, you haven't returned to the game for 8 hours. We specially send you a returning gift package for old players. Only 58,000 yuan, and you can enjoy the thrill of rapid cultivation improvement. Confirm." This returning gift package for old players was one of the best value packages in the game. It had extremely high cost effectiveness. However, Lin Yu had also tried, and it couldn't be repeatedly refreshed. Every day, this returning gift package would only appear 3 times. After 3 times, it would no longer be available if you logged in again. This also prevented players from repeatedly refreshing the returning gift package. After spending money on the returning gift package, Lin Yu then spent money on the Valentine's Day gift package. For the past few days, Lin Yu and his unmet dual cultivation partner Shui Yongxianzi had been maintaining a daily spending spree on the Valentine's Day gift package. So, the two of them had always ranked first on the Heartthrob ranking. After spending money on the Valentine's Day gift package, Lin Yu finished off the daily packages and other items. Just these cost him hundreds of thousands. However, hundreds of thousands was just a drop in the ocean for Lin Yu. After all, Lin Yu had already invested over 700 million in the game. There was not much left to improve. In just a day and a half, that was enough time. Lin Yu opened the alchemy interface. Alchemy was very important in the game. There are many kinds of elixirs, some can heal, some allow players to break through their limits, and others help mortals stay forever young. Lin Yu planned to keep some of each elixir, so when the game feedback came to the real world, he would have a choice of what to use. It's easier to make elixirs yourself, and it allows you to improve your alchemy skills at the same time. To make elixirs, you need recipes. Recipes can only be obtained in 2 ways, the official shop or various dungeons. In dungeons, different recipes drop out. And their qualities vary. This seems to be the only place in the game that doesn't drain your money. Moreover, recipes can be traded. This means that after players obtain recipes, they can put them on the trading market and sell them for profit. Many non-spending players earn money this way. However, to make elixirs, having just the recipes is not enough. The most important thing is the alchemy furnace. High-level elixirs require a furnace of corresponding quality. And to upgrade the furnace, you must spend money. Lin Yu decisively spent money to upgrade the furnace to the highest level. This time, upgrading didn't cost too much. It totaled a bit over 3 million. Next, Lin Yu went to the official shop and bought all the recipes he hadn't learned yet. Then, he opened the trading market and chose the recipes. No matter the grade of the recipe, Lin Yu bought them all. After completing these preparations, Lin Yu began to make elixirs. While making elixirs, he also bought the materials he needed from the shop and the trading market. As long as one is willing to spend money, there's nothing that can't be bought. Normally, making elixirs requires a lot of time. But for Lin Yu, who spent freely, any time could be shortened by spending money. The whole afternoon, Lin Yu repeated these actions. Buying materials, making elixirs, spending money to skip waiting time. Lin Yu's alchemist level gradually rose higher and higher. In the game, alchemist levels are ranked from low to high: junior alchemist, intermediate alchemist, senior alchemist, master alchemist, alchemist grandmaster, elixir emperor, elixir sage. Lin Yu had little interest in alchemy before, so his alchemist level was only senior alchemist. But in one afternoon, through continuous making of elixirs, Lin Yu raised his alchemist level to elixir sage. The higher the alchemist level, the better the efficiency and quality of making elixirs. Lin Yu's ranking on the alchemist leaderboard soared from over 100 to first place. That afternoon, Lin Yu spent a total of 30 million. Not only did his alchemist level rise to the highest level, but he also stored a large number of elixirs. He had them all, of various grades. These would all appear in the real world with the game feedback in the future. At night, Lin Yu had a simple meal and logged back into the game. As soon as he logged in, Lin Yu received a notification in the game. Dear VIP 11 player, the wind-riding real person, your sect Qinghe sect has greatly increased in strength, elevating from a first-class sect to a super sect. The entire sect celebrates. Congratulations, you have gained 8,000 cultivation points. Friendly reminder, your sect's next upgrade will achieve Holy Land level. Once the sect level reaches Holy Land, players will enjoy the treatment of Holy Land disciples. Holy Land disciple treatment. The speed of cultivation in the sect will increase by an additional 20%, success rate of alchemy and artifact crafting will get a 10% boost, spiritual energy recovery speed will rise by 10%, and weekly spiritual stone salaries will be distributed based on players' positions and levels within the sect. Chapter 18, Taking on the Deputy Sect Master position. Lin Yu didn't expect that in just the time it took to eat a meal, his own sect had actually leveled up. From a first-tier sect to a super sect. Lin Yu hurriedly controlled his character to enter the sect. Sure enough, the sect master, Qingqing real person, had reached the Great Ascension stage. Lin Yu's method of helping the NPC to spend money was quite effective. With the sect master at the Great Ascension stage and his closeness to Lin Yu at the top level, his background was secure. At the same time, the improvement of the sect master's cultivation had raised the sect's level to a super sect. However, moving from a super sect to a Holy Land was not so easy. Because upgrading from a super sect to a Holy Land requires not just the sect master's personal cultivation, but the overall strength of the sect. Lin Yu looked at the previous system prompt again. After the sect upgrades to a Holy Land, there are so many benefits, which Lin Yu did not know before. It seems he must contribute more to strengthen the sect. Lin Yu opened the sect donation interface. Then, he directly donated cash. Previously, when Lin Yu was checking strategies, he had already understood how many resources were needed for a sect to upgrade from a super sect to a Holy Land. So, Lin Yu unhesitatingly entered a string of numbers in the sect donation interface. 30 million. 30 million. Esteemed VIP 11 player Chen Qingqing real person, are you sure you want to donate 3 million high-grade spirit stones to your sect, Qinghe sect? Donations to the sect cannot be withdrawn once made, please spend wisely. 30 million cash automatically converted into 3 million high-grade spirit stones. Lin Yu directly clicked the confirmation button. Immediately, two system prompts appeared before Lin Yu. System prompt: due to your outstanding contribution, your position in the sect has been elevated to the level of Vice Sect Master. System prompt: your sect's strength has greatly increased, leveling up to the Holy Land level, and you have received 80,000 cultivation points, gaining the treatment of Holy Land disciples. Lin Yu did not care much about the 80,000 cultivation points. After all, his own cultivation had already reached the top level, and it could no longer grow. What Lin Yu cared about was the various bonuses of being a Holy Land disciple. Moreover, Lin Yu did not expect to become the Vice Sect Master of Qinghe sect. Lin Yu had never donated to the sect before, he only gave items to the sect master, Qingqing real person, individually. So, his position was merely that of an inner disciple. This position was also elevated through tasks, not donations. Within the sect, disciple positions from low to high are miscellaneous disciple, outer disciple, inner disciple, personal disciple, deacon, elder, and vice sect master. There can only be one vice sect master in each sect. This means Lin Yu's current position is second only to one person and above thousands in Qinghe sect. Now it seems to have no major use. After all, he couldn't command those NPCs to do anything with the vice sect master's position. However, it would be different when the game feedback comes. At that time, the entire sect would descend into the real world, and as vice sect master, he would have greater power. Lin Yu could imagine, at that time, with a wave of his hand, thousands of disciples would rush in, completely overwhelming the enemies. That feeling of authority should be very satisfying. Thinking of this, Lin Yu decisively opened the sect donation interface again. After all, he was already the vice sect master, and with a life and death bond with sect master Qingqing real person, the entire sect was almost his private property. Then, why not donate more? Lin Yu still had 230 million on him. Enough to spend. So, he donated another 30 million. Lin Yu entered 30 million in the donation interface and clicked confirm directly. After donating another 30 million, Changha's sect visibly became stronger. In the background of the sect, countless immortal cranes soared in the air, and on the ground, more and more powerful spiritual beasts played joyfully, while the number of NPC disciples in the sect began to increase. In the mobile game Misty Immortal Path, there were many sections. They were almost countless. In many sects, there was only one player, while everyone else was NPCs. Lin Yu's sect, Longha sect, was just like this. Of course, there were also some sects with prettier names or higher starting levels that had several or even dozens of players joining at the same time. In the game, there was naturally a sect leaderboard. In the past, Longha sect had no chance to be on the list at all. But now, Lin Yu opened the sect leaderboard, and sure enough, Longha sect had taken the top spot. From this point on, the vast majority of the number 1 spots in the game had become Lin Yu's, or were related to him. After raising his sect to the top of the leaderboard, Lin Yu looked at the time. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. There were 32 hours left until Misty Immortal Path would stop feedbacking cultivation and close the recharge channel. Time was tight. Lin Yu had to spend the remaining 200 million within these last 32 hours. Only by spending this 200 million could Lin Yu's VIP level rise from level 11 to level 12. The importance of VIP level goes without saying. Tonight was destined to be another sleepless night. Meanwhile, as Lin Yu continued to spend money, the topic about him on the game's official forum showed no signs of decreasing. On the contrary, the heat was getting hotter. However, besides the topics about Lin Yu, some other posts also appeared. Following the equipment leaderboard, this Chen Qingqing has also skyrocketed to the top of the spiritual beast leaderboard, the skill leaderboard, and the alchemist leaderboard. And, based on my guess, the recent changes to the sect leaderboard are definitely related to Chen Qingqing. There are still so many people in poverty who can't even get enough to eat, yet someone is spending billions in the game. It's truly ironic. It's his own money, he can spend it wherever he wants. What's so ironic about that? I don't believe that money is his. This player called Chen Qingqing is definitely a rich second generation. The money he spends must be his parents'. Is the person upstairs dumb? His parents' money is still his. I caught a spiritual beast in the game yesterday morning. It was a 3-tailed fox. Then in the afternoon, I went to the zoo with my girlfriend, who is 1.70 meters tall, weighs 46 kilograms, has very fair skin, and looks like Angela Baby. Suddenly, I saw a fox that also had 3 tails. It looked exactly like the 3-tailed fox I caught in the game. Do you guys think there are really foxes with 3 tails in reality? Did the poster's eyes go bad? How could there possibly be 3-tailed foxes in reality? The poster might be lovesick. Did you guys not see the main point? This is purely a bragging post. Wow, hearing you say that suddenly reminded me, last night I saw a flash of fire in a tree in my yard, jumping on the branches, and then it flew away. I thought I was seeing things, but looking back, that fire seemed to be just like the game's spiritual beast, the red flame bird. Wow, I'm a zookeeper, but I work in the marine pavilion, and yesterday a zookeeper for a fox was taken away by a group of people in black. It said that those people took a fox as well. Could it be the one the poster mentioned? Hearing you guys talk, I feel like we're living in a fairy tale world. My dad is almost 60 years old, and suddenly he started playing the mobile game Misty Immortal Path recently. He even told me he'd been going out less often. Could it be that? What does this have to do with what you said? Does the father upstairs know any inside information? I'm waiting for inside news. I'm waiting for the host to reveal the truth. Chapter 19 Feedback from the Recent Crisis. The next day at noon, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes while lying in bed. This sleep lasted until noon. In recent days, Lin Yu had been waking up around noon, enjoying his rest very much. In his previous life, except for the time when his cultivation was just getting better, every day felt tense. Although Lin Yu was also a practitioner at the out-of-the-body stage in his previous life, he was quite strong even among ordinary people, and he was not afraid of any firearms. However, as the game progressed, this world became too dangerous. The bosses in the game and the wild dungeons were incredibly difficult to deal with. And there weren't just villain bosses in the game. There were also minor leaders in dungeons, small monsters, and even those scheming NPCs, each one was tough to handle. Many demons and evil cultivators specifically targeted player practitioners. All players lived in fear and anxiety. The whole country was almost paralyzed. Of course, it wasn't just Long Country, the whole world was plunged into extreme chaos. In his past life, even though Lin Yu was a practitioner at the out-of-the-body stage, he still had to face battles at any moment. That constant tension exhausted Lin Yu, a mediocre practitioner. So after being reborn, Lin Yu felt very comfortable and happy these past few days. At this moment, Lin Yu sat up in bed, shook his head, and cleared away all those chaotic thoughts. In this life, let's see if those arrogant demons dare show up in front of me. Lin Yu said to himself. After spending hundreds of millions, Lin Yu's strength now might easily defeat those demons in the game, even if they attacked in a swarm. Of course, he still needed to keep investing. The remaining 200 million in cash must be spent. This afternoon was the last chance. Because tonight at midnight, the game would close the recharge channel and then start to feedback the cultivation. Lin Yu picked up his phone, got out of bed, and walked into the dining room. What Lin Yu didn't expect was that Xiao Guan was already devouring his food in the dining room. Lin Yu pushed the door and entered the dining room, confusedly asking, "Xiao Guang, why are you up so early today?" In the past 2 days, Xiao Guang seemed to be completely addicted to gaming, waking up later than him every day. He didn't expect that today he actually woke up earlier than himself. Could there be something going on? Hearing that his cousin had arrived, Xiao Guang quickly turned around. Lin Yu was stunned when he saw Xiao Guang's appearance. Xiao Guang looked very haggard, his eyes were bloodshot, and he seemed extremely tired. "Xiao Guang, are you okay?" Lin Yu hurriedly asked with concern. Xiao Guang chuckled, "I haven't slept since yesterday at noon. After I learned those 2 advanced techniques, I felt so powerful that I challenged several players of the same level and won easily." Xiao Guang was obviously very excited. Although very tired, he didn't look sleepy at all. Seeing Xiao Guang's state, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. This kid is completely addicted. If their uncle finds out, he will definitely give him a hard time. But fortunately, there isn't much time left before the game starts to feedback the cultivation. When the game begins to show the feedback, everyone in the world will know that those who play the game will gain immense power, and at that time, their uncle will be relieved that his son is playing this game too. However, the cultivation feedback in the game hasn't started yet, so Xiao Guang is still an ordinary person. Staying up like this isn't good. Hurry up and eat. Finish eating and go back to sleep early. Lin Yu pretended to be angry and said. Hearing his cousin's scolding, a sheepish smile quickly appeared on Xiao Guang's face. He had listened to his cousin Lin Yu since he was young, and Lin Yu's words often carried more weight than his parents'. Xiao Guang quickly nodded and said, "Yeah, I'll sleep after I'm full, and this time I'll sleep until tomorrow." Although Xiao Guang looked quite excited, he was indeed starting to feel a bit overwhelmed. However, at this moment, Lin Yu suddenly shook his head slightly and said, "You should set an alarm to wake up before midnight, I have something to tell you tonight." Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, a look of confusion appeared on Xiao Guang's face. Just as he wanted to ask, he was interrupted by Lin Yu. "Don't ask too many questions, just do as I say." Some things are indeed too complicated to explain, so it's better to wait until after midnight for Xiao Guang to understand on his own. After midnight, the game will start to give feedback on cultivation. At this time, it's best to be awake. Because players have just gained powerful abilities, sometimes they might not be able to control themselves. In Lin Yu's previous life, he had accidentally destroyed his villa because he was sleeping when the cultivation feedback occurred. Lin Yu didn't want Xiao Guang to end up like his past self, accidentally demolishing his own house in his sleep. Xiao Guang could only nod with a hint of confusion on his face. Lin Yu also sat down at the dining table. Soon, Aunt Wang prepared lunch for Lin Yu. Lin Yu looked at Aunt Wang and said, "Aunt Wang, please go buy some groceries this afternoon, get more and save them, as the weather looks poor in the next few days, don't go out." "Is there rain in the weather forecast for tomorrow?" Aunt Wang asked with confusion. She seemed to have just checked the weather forecast, which appeared to predict a sunny day tomorrow. Lin Yu didn't explain much and just smiled, saying, "Weather forecasts can sometimes be wrong, just do as I say." Seeing Lin Yu's insistence, Aunt Wang could only nod. Usually, Lin Yu is kind and polite to others, treating Aunt Wang with great respect. But since Aunt Wang worked for Lin Yu, she respected his opinion. "Alright, then I'll go to the supermarket to stock up," Aunt Wang said while tidying up the kitchen. Lin Yu, meanwhile, began to eat his meal heartily. There was a reason for wanting Aunt Wang to stay indoors as much as possible recently. As the game feedback on cultivation occurs, many players have gained powerful abilities, but their qualities vary greatly. Some of them were even small thugs in society. During the initial feedback period, these guys thought they had gained powerful strength and could run rampant in society, causing trouble for a while. Moreover, in addition to these dangers, small animals in Long Kingdom would also undergo varying degrees of mutation due to the feedback of cultivation. The mutations in these small animals seem to be caused by an increase of spiritual energy in the real world. This situation resembles a revival of spiritual energy. These mutated small animals pose significant threats to ordinary people. Especially in the first few days of the game's cultivation feedback, there are many incidents of animal attacks all over the world. This is why Lin Yu suggested Aunt Wang go out this afternoon to stock up on food before feedback started. Once they get past the most dangerous initial days, it will be much safer. After finishing lunch, Lin Yu returned to his room. Xiao Guang also went back to his room to sleep. Lin Yu returned to his soft big bed, picked up his phone, and opened the mobile game Mysterious Immortal Path. This afternoon, Lin Yu intended to spend the last 200 million. Before the game feedback on cultivation began, he wanted to raise his VIP level to 12. The task was heavy. But fortunately, Lin Yu had planned it all out. Chapter 20, finally reaching VIP 12. Honorable VIP 11 player, riding the wind, you have not returned to the game for 8 hours. Here's a returning player gift package for you. Just 58,000 yuan is enough to enjoy the thrill of rapid improvement in skills. Confirm. The old player return gift pack is definitely worth buying. Lin Yu logged back into the event interface and then purchased all the other gift packs. Including the Qixi Valentine's Day gift pack, all tiers were also bought out. Lin Yu glanced at the heartbeat rankings, and his name along with Water Cloud Fairy's name was still proudly at the top position. On the first day of Qixi Valentine's Day, the two started purchasing all gift packs and have never stopped since. Moreover, since the game has been around for a while, very few people have spent money on it now. So, their top position is quite secure. The second place is still far behind them. Thus, the two can firmly secure the first place reward. In his past life, Lin Yu had never participated in this Valentine's Day event where players could spend money. By the time the game started to give back rewards, the event had already ended. However, even now with Lin Yu's name at the top of the heartbeat rankings, he still doesn't know what the rewards for this event are. Because the rewards page for the rankings is just a gift pack icon with a question mark on it. Lin Yu gently clicked on that gift pack icon. Suddenly, a line of very small prompt text appeared on Lin Yu's phone screen. Countdown for Heartbeat Rankings Rewards Announcement, 2 minutes and 56 seconds. Seeing this prompt, Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Isn't it just over 2 minutes until they find out what the first place reward is? Lin Yu looked at the time on his phone. It was 11:57 a.m. Which means, at noon, the Heartbeat Rankings rewards would be announced. Lin Yu decided to do nothing else and prepared to wait for the reward announcement. After all, it was only 2 minutes. Lin Yu placed his phone on the bed and went to pour himself a cup of coffee. After putting down the coffee cup, Lin Yu picked up his phone just as the clock struck 12. He hurriedly held the phone screen up to his eyes. When he saw the gift icon with a question mark change to another icon, Lin Yu's eyes brightened. They actually rewarded this? Lin Yu exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, the icon that represented the reward changed to a small castle design. This design was familiar to Lin Yu. Anyone who played the mobile game Misty Immortal Path would know it. This icon stands for a cave. Every player has a cave. However, all players' caves are different. In the game, a cave is equivalent to a player's home in reality. Cultivators all live in caves. Caves do not directly increase a player's combat power, but they have many other functions. Players can recover stamina, meditate, and refine pills and weapons in their caves. Of course, caves also have certain defensive capabilities. A player's cave will be surrounded by defensive formations, so when other players want to challenge you, you can use the formations to resist and deny their challenges. If a cave's level is not high enough, it can be challenged by other players. Even when a player is offline, they can still be challenged. Thus, a cave can also serve as a safe haven for players in the game. However, this is just the role of caves in the game. Their true importance lies in the real world. As a reincarnator, Lin Yu knows best the importance of caves. Among the 200 million yuan he left behind in cash, part of it was meant for spending on upgrading his cave. As for why he left the cave upgrade for last, it's simply because caves do not directly enhance battle power. Compared to systems that directly increase a player's combat power, such as cultivation and equipment, their importance is naturally a bit lower. Lin Yu had a cave before. But it was only a third-grade cave of the Xian tier. In the mobile game Misty Immortal Path, the levels of caves are divided into 4 major ranks: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each level is further divided into 9 minor ranks. The lowest rank is Yellow Grade 1, and the highest is Heaven Grade 9. Obtaining a cave is quite challenging, even more so than acquiring a powerful spirit beast. Good caves are often found only through various events and can be obtained by spending money. Of course, caves are also available for purchase in the shop, but the highest rank there is only Earth Grade 9. Lin Yu originally planned to spend money directly to buy a cave from the game shop. However, unexpectedly, the final reward for the Valentine's Day event turned out to be a cave. So there was no need to buy one from the shop. The cave obtained from the Valentine's Day event would surely be of a higher rank than any purchased from the shop, no need to think twice. However, the reward for the Valentine's heart-throbbing leaderboard would only be given out at midnight, the time when cultivation feedback begins. So, Lin Yu couldn't immediately get the cave reward from the leaderboard. Lin Yu thought for a moment and made a decision. Since he couldn't get it now, he would buy some materials to enhance the cave in advance. Then when the rewards came down, he would directly upgrade the cave to the highest level. He did what he planned without hesitation. Lin Yu opened the shopping interface and started spending money. Dear VIP 11 player, riding the wind, would you like to spend 80 million to purchase Cave Advanced Expansion Tickets X800,000? Confirm. Cave expansion tickets are the most crucial items to enhance a cave. They are divided into Cave Expansion Tickets and Cave Advanced Expansion Tickets. Each Advanced Expansion Ticket can increase the cave's area by 1 square meter. Lin Yu directly purchased 800,000 tickets. This means Lin Yu could increase his cave area by 800,000 square meters using these Advanced Expansion Tickets. This was something Lin Yu had planned long ago. This number looks massive, but for a cultivator's cave, it's not considered excessive. Moreover, the space inside a cultivator's cave won't reflect on the outside. Increasing the area inside the cave won't enlarge the cave exterior. After purchasing the Advanced Expansion Tickets, Lin Yu spent another 20 million to prepare a super powerful array for his cave. All the materials for the array were ready. At this moment, Lin Yu still had a whole 100 million left. This 100 million, Lin Yu wouldn't use to upgrade his own strength, but directly bought 100 million spirit stones from the shop. He purchased a total of 3 million high-grade spirit stones, 30,000 top-grade spirit stones, and 400 immortal-grade spirit stones. In the game Misty Immortal Path, the levels of spirit stones from low to high are low-grade spirit stones, medium-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, top-grade spirit stones, and immortal-grade spirit stones. Immortal-grade spirit stones are the most valuable. One can exchange 1 immortal-grade spirit stone for 100 top-grade spirit stones, and 1 top-grade spirit stone for 100 high-grade spirit stones. By buying these spirit stones, Lin Yu naturally planned to use them in the real world after the game's feedback. The importance of spirit stones for cultivators goes without saying. Cultivators rely on spirit stones for improving their cultivation, recovering from injuries, enchanting weapons, setting up formations, refining pills, etc. They even replenish the consumed spiritual energy during battles for cultivators. It can be said that spirit stones are even more crucial for cultivators than food is for ordinary people. After purchasing 100 million spirit stones, Lin Yu appeared at the top of the wealth leaderboard. At the same time, just as Lin Yu finished purchasing 100 million spirit stones, the game also displayed another system announcement. System announcement, congratulations! Your total spending has reached 1 billion, and your VIP level in the game has now been upgraded to the highest hidden level, VIP 12. Chapter 21, Those flowers are dewy and bright. Seeing the golden VIP 12 label glowing above his game character's head, Lin Yu finally felt completely at ease. At this point, all the spending had come to an end. Only a few 100,000 remained on Lin Yu's bank card. Adding in this villa, it was already all of Lin Yu's assets. However, Lin Yu was not the least bit anxious now. As long as the game provided feedback for his cultivation, money was just waste paper to Lin Yu. A high-quality spirit stone could be exchanged for at least 1 million in the real world. And he had 3 million high-quality spirit stones. Of course, the most important thing was still his own strength. Lin Yu rarely put down his phone and closed the game interface. Time flew by while playing the game. At this moment, it was already 4 in the afternoon. There were still 8 hours until the game provided feedback for cultivation. Lin Yu planned to relax and rest for a while, because after 8 hours, there would be many things to do. Lin Yu pushed open the door and walked into the villa's yard. Lin Yu's villa had a large yard, filled with many flowers, grasses, and trees. Since his rebirth, Lin Yu had never stepped outside the door, not even seeing his own yard. Lin Yu had been busy increasing the strength of his game character. Now, standing in the yard and looking at the flowers and grasses, Lin Yu suddenly felt relaxed and joyful. Taking a deep breath, the fragrance of flowers instantly filled his nostrils. Perhaps because Lin Yu had not seen the flowers in his yard for a long time, he suddenly felt they were very vibrant and beautiful, as if just watered and dripping with freshness. At this moment, Aunt Wang pushed a small cart to the entrance of the villa yard. Lin Yu hurriedly welcomed her with a smile. Then he helped Aunt Wang push the cart inside. A large supermarket was just a few 100 meters away from Lin Yu's villa, where they could buy anything. So it was very convenient for Aunt Wang to buy groceries. She didn't quite understand why Lin Yu suddenly asked her to stock up. Because even if the weather was not good, it actually didn't have much effect on purchasing food. This cart should be enough for us to eat for a week, Aunt Wang said with a smile. Since there were 3 people living in the villa, and there was also Xiao Guang, who ate enough for 2 people, Aunt Wang bought a lot of ingredients. While talking, Aunt Wang looked up at the sky. The sky was very clear, with not a cloud in sight. Aunt Wang, with a face full of smiles, looked at Lin Yu and said, "I think Xiao Yu, your weather forecast is not accurate." Lin Yu shook his head slightly and said, "Whether my weather forecast is accurate or not will be known by midnight tonight." As a reborn person, Lin Yu naturally knew the weather for the next few days. Lin Yu had a deep impression. On the night of the game feedback, there were flashes of lightning and booming thunder, making the whole world seem like hell on earth.
Then came 3 days of torrential rain. After the heavy rain ended, the whole world seemed to be reborn.
Hearing Lin Yu's words, Aunt Wang still seemed somewhat skeptical. She laughed and said, "Then I won't be able to sleep, I'll wait to see at midnight." After speaking, Aunt Wang prepared to go to the kitchen to tidy up the freshly bought ingredients. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly asked, "Aunt Wang, did you just water these flowers in the yard?" Aunt Wang was slightly taken aback, then shook her head and said, "We just moved here a couple of days ago, I've been busy, I haven't had the time to water the flowers." Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Lin Yu nodded slightly. But he still smiled and said, "Oh, I saw these flowers so vibrant, I thought you had just watered them." Aunt Wang looked at the flowers in the yard in confusion and said, "It does look more vibrant than a few days ago, but I really haven't had the chance to water them." Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Lin Yu seemed to think of something.
"Aunt Wang, I have nothing else to do, you can go ahead and be busy," Lin Yu said.
Aunt Wang, although she did not understand why these flowers had become more vibrant than before, didn't pay much attention to it. Perhaps it was because Xiao Guang had watered them? Lin Yu's thoughts were different from Aunt Wang's. He knew that Xiao Guang was not the kind of person who would actively water plants. Clearly, the changes in these flowers and plants seemed to be related to the game cultivation feedback that would arrive in the evening. In his previous life, Lin Yu had not cared much about these things.
Time passed, second by second.
Because of the anticipation in his heart, it seemed that time had slowed down a lot. At this time, in the western suburbs of the capital of Long Kingdom, there stood a 3-story independent office building. Below the office building, there were guards armed to the teeth. The defense was tight. In the conference room on the 3rd floor of the office building, Jiang Yun's father was presiding over a meeting. There were about 20 people in the meeting room, and apart from Jiang Yun's father, they all looked relatively young, the oldest in their 30s and the youngest in their early 20s. These people all looked spirited, sitting upright. They clearly came from a military background. Jiang Yun's father sat at the front of the large conference table, hands crossed and resting on the table. His expression was calm as he slowly said, "You have all been trying that game for 2 days, let's hear everyone's opinions." After Jiang Yun's father spoke, the people below began to share their thoughts one by one. "Commander, after playing the mobile game The Ethereal Immortal Path for these past 2 days, I've found it to be just an ordinary pay-to-win cultivation game. There's nothing strange about the game's content. If there is something odd, it's that the spending cap for this game is too high. Typically, in pay-to-win games, spending hundreds of thousands, even millions, can usually be enough to reach the top, but in this game, to achieve the strongest battle power, you need to spend at least hundreds of millions."
"Commander, I did some research on the spirit beasts in the game and found some discrepancies.
The mutated spirit beasts that have appeared in the country these past 2 days seem to have corresponding spirit beasts in the game. The chance of coincidence is slim. I believe the recent animal mutation incidents in the country must be closely related to this game. Commander, besides playing the Ethereal Immortal Path, I've also played many similar games. However, I found that this game has the greatest suspicion. Commander, I explored the game forums and found many useful materials. Commander, I recently investigated foreign websites and discovered that almost all countries have reported some strange phenomena these past few days, all occurring within this 3-day span.
Commander, I spent a month's salary on this game." A total of about 20 subordinates expressed their insights.
Hearing these reports, Jiang Yun's father's expression grew more and more serious. Recently, the investigation into the Ethereal Immortal Path mobile game had been ongoing. However, this game seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, making it impossible to find any clues. Whether it was the game's payment channels or the official forums, it felt like they were all ghosts, leaving no trace.
In the end, the meeting did not yield any conclusions.
Finally, Jiang Yun's father shared some of his own opinions. Then, he started making arrangements for his subordinates. Jiang Yun's father lightly tapped the table with his fingers, instructing, "When you are free tonight, continue to try that game. For those who need to spend money, report to your team leader for reimbursement. Team 1, continue investigating the game-related matters, don't give up. Team 2, increase your monitoring efforts, make sure those mutated little animals do not harm people. The safety of the public must come first, understood?" "Understood." The young people below shouted in unison. The matter of the Ethereal Immortal Path game and the mutations of many small animals in the real world. It's indeed somewhat strange, which is why the country entrusted this important task to them. These young people from the military are all elites trained by the nation. Only they can truly focus on completing the mission without distractions.
Chapter 22, Distance Feedback in 20 Minutes.
Within the territory of Long Country, many strange things have happened in recent days. Most of these events are manifested in some animals and plants.
It's like a simplified version of spiritual energy revival. However, it's not just Long Country that is experiencing anomalies on Blue Star.
Other countries are also facing some strange occurrences.
Only the ways they manifest are different.
In the neighboring country to the south of Long Country, Asan Country, some anomalies have appeared in these days as well. In a temple, a sudden surge of Buddha light filled the sky. The golden Buddha light illuminated the entire temple for 10 minutes.
At that time, there were many visitors in the temple.
Those visitors who were illuminated by the Buddha light all claimed they witnessed a miracle, kneeling on the ground, praying earnestly. Though Asan country is the birthplace of Buddhism, it has since converted to Asan religion, and Buddhism's influence has gradually diminished in Asan country. Among the people in the temple, not all were devout Buddhists, most were merely tourists.
However,
after witnessing that Buddha light, they all converted their faith from Asan religion to Buddhism.
These people all became faithful followers of Buddhism.
Besides what happened in the Buddhist temple, many other Buddhist temples in Asan country also experienced various anomalies. However, the official Asan government didn't pay much attention to this matter.
Some officials even stood up to clarify, saying that the golden light was actually a manifestation of Asan religion's deity, unrelated to Buddhism. Long country. Jianghai City. In another villa not far from Lin Yu's villa,
a middle-aged man was also playing the mobile game Misty Immortal Path. He is the Yifeng master in the game. Recently, not knowing if it was influenced by the game's character writing the Windmaster who spends money, he has been playing the game much more frequently. Although he hasn't spent much money lately, his long online time still allowed his cultivation level to rise one rank on the leaderboard. He moved from rank 100 to 99. In the mobile game, what gives players the most achievement is the improvement of their rank on the leaderboard. Yifeng Master has recently become a bit addicted.
He was ready to spend some money again.
How about I recharge 10,000 or so, maybe that could boost my rank to within the top 80, the middle-aged man said as if to himself. The temptation to spend money flooded his mind.
However,
just as he was about to click the recharge button, his phone suddenly rang, interrupting his charge. The middle-aged man answered the phone, and a voice from one of the team leaders in his company came through. General Gao, we are short a driver tonight, both backup drivers have taken leave, and I can't find anyone here.
Can you think of a way?
The middle-aged man's surname is Gao, named Gao Shang. He grew up in a poor family, faced tough living conditions, and later became a big truck driver. Through hard work, he took the team leader of the truck team as his godfather, and his living conditions gradually improved. Later, when the team leader died, he left the team to Gao Shang. Gao Shang finally completed the leap in class, from big truck driver to team leader and boss.
Hearing his subordinate, Gao Shang furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Both backup drivers have taken leave? Where can I find a driver at the last minute?"
The two backup drivers in the team were meant to handle special situations. Unexpectedly, a special situation has now occurred.
Both backup drivers just happen to be busy. What a coincidence. What are they both busy with? Can't we call them back? Gao Shang asked.
The vice captain of the convoy stammered, both of them drank at noon.
Once they've had a drink, they can't drive at all. Big truck drivers are a bit different from ordinary car drivers, getting caught drunk has serious consequences.
Gao Shang said impatiently, then stop one of the trucks. On the phone, the vice captain's voice came again, "No way, Boss Gao, the cargo tonight is very important, it must be delivered by tomorrow morning." Gao Shang sighed and finally said helplessly, "Forget it, I'll go and drive for now. Whoever drinks at noon again, just let him pack up and leave." After saying that, Gao Shang hung up the phone. He looked at the game recharge screen on his phone and reluctantly closed the game. "Forget it, I'll recharge tomorrow and upgrade well," Gao Shang thought to himself. After all, he is a big truck driver by background. Although he is increasingly unwilling to endure this hardship after becoming a boss, when it matters, he can still step in as a truck driver again. Gao Shang headed to the garage of his villa, got into his luxury Mercedes, and sped towards his convoy's parking lot. In just over 10 minutes, he arrived at the convoy's base. Before long, a total of 10 big trucks started driving off into the distance. This task requires a long haul, and they won't reach their destination until 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. As a big truck driver, staying up late is an essential skill. Gao Shang is no exception. Occasionally driving like this isn't too tiring, he just can't play games for a while. Gao Shang glanced at the familiar icon on his phone screen and suppressed the urge to play the game, focusing intently on driving.
As night gradually fell, tonight's moon is especially round and bright.
The stars in the sky seem to be shining even more brightly than usual. Gao Shang's mood was also good. Listening to music while driving the big truck towards the destination. Time slowly flowed by. Lin Yu stood in the yard for a while, then returned to the bedroom to sleep. It wasn't until 11:30 at night that Lin Yu was awakened by the alarm clock. Sleeping a little earlier at night helps avoid grogginess in the later hours. After getting enough rest, he can better receive feedback on game upgrades. Lin Yu thought for a moment and decided to check on the little fatty in the next room. What if this guy didn't wake up and gained powerful abilities in his dreams? That could cause him some trouble. Lin Yu knocked on the little fatty's bedroom door. The little fatty, with sleepy eyes, opened the door for Lin Yu.
This kid really hasn't woken up yet. You should wash up a bit, wake up, and then come to the study with me. Lin Yu said. The little fatty nodded drowsily, not asking why. Lin Yu took his phone and headed to the study first. The little fatty hadn't arrived yet, and Lin Yu didn't start the game. Instead, he opened the official forum. Lin Yu remembered that in his last life, other players said that 10 minutes before game upgrades began to reflect, announcements would appear on the official forum. At this moment, the time was 11:40. There are 20 minutes until game feedback upgrades. There are 10 minutes until the official forum announces. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Yu casually browsed the posts on the official forum. Almost half of the posts on the forum were related to him. I ran into Master Chen Qingqing on the street yesterday, and I took a photo with him. I also added him on WeChat. If anyone wants his WeChat ID, you can add me, and I'll send you his card. My WeChat ID is XXXXXXXXXX. Is that true? Even if you really saw Master Chen Qingqing, you couldn't possibly know him, right? The poster really thinks everyone is a fool. If you know Master Chen Qingqing, then I know the President of the United States. What the heck, I just added the poster on WeChat, and he asked me for a 10 yuan red envelope. If you don't give red envelopes, don't expect business cards. The truth is revealed upstairs, but I want to know if you sent him a red envelope? No way. If I had $10, wouldn't it be better to buy a bag of spicy snacks? By the way, have you guys noticed that the sky tonight is exceptionally clear? The stars seem so much brighter than before. I saw the stars too. There's a chemical factory next to my house. I haven't seen stars at night for years. I didn't expect the sky to be so clean tonight. P.S. Update rule: every time the rating increases by 0.1, I will immediately add 2 chapters. Update rule is permanently effective. Seeking 5-star reviews. Seeking 5-star reviews. Seeking 5-star reviews. Brothers, I ask for your support. Chapter 23 2 Game Announcements. At 11:48 p.m., Xiao Guang walked into the study. After washing up, Xiao Guang looked much more refreshed. As soon as he pushed the door open, he saw Lin Yu sitting behind the desk. He asked with some confusion, "Brother, is there something going on tonight?" Xiao Guang usually seemed a bit dull, but he wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was quite clever. During the day, his cousin had made him set an alarm early and came to wake him up at night. Clearly, something important was happening. But what exactly, Xiao Guang couldn't guess. These past 2 days, all his energy had been devoted to playing games, shutting out everything else. His parents felt very secure knowing he was with Lin Yu, plus there were so many issues in the group lately, so they hadn't really called him. Naturally, Xiao Guang didn't know about the strange events happening outside. So, after thinking back and forth, he couldn't guess what his cousin wanted him for. However, Lin Yu didn't explain much either, just glanced at the chair beside him. The meaning was very clear. Xiao Guang showed a helpless expression and walked over to sit down. His cousin seemed mysterious lately. Acts a bit different than before. After sitting down, Xiao Guang took out his phone, ready to open the game for a while. He didn't want to waste any precious gaming time. However, Lin Yu unexpectedly stopped him, saying, "Don't log into the game. Go to the game's official forum. There might be an announcement soon." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Xiao Guang was slightly stunned. An announcement might come soon? What announcement? Xiao Guang felt confused. But he still followed Lin Yu's advice and opened the official forum. As soon as he logged into the forum, Xiao Guang was drawn in by 2 posts. At this moment, there were 2 pinned announcements with bold red font on the official forum, very eye-catching. Xiao Guang turned his head to look at his cousin Lin Yu sitting next to him. Lin Yu was also looking down at his phone, seemingly looking at the official forum of Floating Immortal Path mobile game. Xiao Guang frowned slightly, looking at the posting time of the 2 pinned announcements, which was exactly 11:50 p.m. And at this moment, the time on the phone also showed 11:50 p.m. This meant that these 2 pinned announcements were just posted. His cousin seemed to have known in advance when the announcements would come out. Xiao Guang curiously clicked in. Instantly, his expression went blank. This game announcement felt like a scam? Game announcement 1: Dear players of Floating Immortal Path, the game will begin skill feedback for all players starting at midnight on February 14, 2123. The feedback will last for 1 week. After a week, skill feedback will end, and all players will receive their VIP level percentage as game character skills. For example, VIP 1 players will receive 10% of game character skills, VIP 2 players will receive 20% skills, and so forth. Players' efforts in the game will be rewarded equally after the skill feedback ends. The mobile game Misty Immortal Path will soon start the next round of feedback. At the first glance of this game announcement, Xiao Guang felt it was a prank. Feedback cultivation level? What a joke. His cultivation level in the game was at the out-of-body stage. Could it be that he has to gain out-of-body stage cultivation to become a cultivator in the real world? If that's true, wouldn't he be able to do anything, going to heaven and earth?
Xiao Guang not only loved playing games but also enjoyed reading novels. He had read many cultivation novels, so he naturally knew how powerful an out-of-body stage cultivator was. But it seemed like the feedback was based on VIP level percentage. Fortunately, he was VIP 10, so if there was really feedback, it would be 100%. After all, he had spent $1 million on the game, and that was just enough to reach VIP 10. Xiao Guang suddenly pouted. What am I thinking?
This announcement must be a prank.
He actually followed the game's announcement and fantasized about becoming an out-of-body stage cultivator. It was ridiculous. At that moment, Xiao Guang seemed to think of something and quietly squinted at his cousin Lin Yu sitting next to him.
If this announcement was true, then his cousin was even more ridiculous.
He had no idea how much Lin Yu had spent, but anyway, Lin Yu was always number 1 on all the leaderboards. His cultivation level had even reached the very top tier in the entire game. If the game's cultivation feedback really applied to players, wouldn't Lin Yu directly ascend to become an immortal?
Xiao Guang looked at the announcement, feeling there were too many loopholes in it.
It seemed like a gimmick, a bait to entice players to spend money.
If 1 out of 100 players believed it, wouldn't that mean everyone would pour all their wealth into the game? Then the game company would make a fortune.
Xiao Guang shook his head helplessly, feeling he was too smart, instantly figuring out the real purpose of this game announcement.
Then he closed this announcement and opened the second game announcement.
Game announcement 2. Dear players of Misty Immortal Path, we regret to inform you that in order to ensure fairness in the cultivation feedback, the game will close the recharge channel on February 13, 2123, at 11:50 p.m., and it will never reopen. When Xiao Guang saw the second game announcement, he was instantly stunned. The slap in the face came so quickly.
Closing the recharge channel at 11:50 p.m., didn't that mean he couldn't recharge now? Had the game officials gone crazy? Announcing they would never reopen the recharge channel? They're not going to make any money? This is unreasonable.
Xiao Guang carefully looked at the publishers of these 2 announcements again.
Both announcements were issued by someone called Misty Immortal Path Game Editor. Moreover, there was a title in front of the name, Forum Administrator. What the heck? Could it be true? Or had the game officials gone mad and wanted to play tricks on all the players?
Xiao Guang was really at a loss. He put down his phone and looked at his cousin Lin Yu next to him. At this time, only his cousin could explain the reason to him. However, when Xiao Guang looked at Lin Yu, he found his cousin was staring at his phone screen, the corners of his mouth slightly turned up, as if he was grinning foolishly.
Bro?
Xiao Guang called softly. Lin Yu turned his head to look at Xiao Guang, but the smile on his face only got brighter.
Bro, are you okay?
Compared to his confusion about the 2 announcements, he was more worried about whether his cousin had some mental issues. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly asked with a smile, Xiao Guang, did you finish reading the game announcement? Xiao Guang nodded and weakly said, I did read it, but...
But what? Lin Yu smiled and asked.
Xiao Guang increasingly felt that his cousin was acting strangely. This smile looked odd no matter how he looked at it.
Could it be that his cousin really believed these 2 announcements? Bro, you can't really think that these 2 announcements are true, right?
Xiao Guang widened his eyes, asking in shock. In Xiao Guang's eyes, his cousin Lin Yu had always been mature, steady, and wise. Why had he suddenly lost his intelligence today?
Could he really believe in such nonsense? Seeing Xiao Guang's shocked expression, Lin Yu didn't rush to explain.
He lowered his head and looked at the time on his phone screen. Then, his lips curled up as he slowly said, there are 3 minutes left until the feedback on cultivation.
Chapter 24, Gao Shang's Absurd Idea.
While Lin Yu and Xiao Guang were in the study looking at game announcements. In the game, the character Yi Fengjinren, who is also the boss and captain of the truck fleet, Gao Shang, was driving the lead truck, taking his fleet onto a small road. Such truck fleets usually prefer to take slightly remote roads. As long as the road is wide enough, there isn't much of a problem. Although small roads are usually darker without streetlights, they also rarely encounter patrolling traffic police. For these big trucks, the greatest fear is the traffic police. After all, for them, overloading is a common occurrence. If caught by the traffic police, they not only face fines and points deductions but also delay their delivery tasks. Especially since this task was quite urgent, they had chosen to take small roads all the way. However, as the fleet was traveling on a country road, a huge rock suddenly appeared right in the middle of the road, blocking their path. This rock appeared rather strangely. It was positioned perfectly in the center of the road. Gao Sheng hurriedly slammed on the brakes and stopped. But he didn't rush to get out of the vehicle. Instead, he used the intercom in the truck to contact the drivers of the 9 trucks behind him. There's a rock in the center of the road ahead, everyone be careful. Gao Sheng said coldly, squinting his eyes. As an experienced truck driver, Gao Sheng had seen all sorts of storms.
When he saw the rock, he knew it was not just a simple coincidence.
His right hand reached under the passenger seat and pulled out a baseball bat. A baseball bat is essential for truck drivers who often drive at night. It's very useful for self-defense.
He waited in the truck for a while and, seeing that there didn't seem to be any movement outside, he said through the intercom, "Everyone, grab your weapons and get out of the truck, let's gather up front." Gao Shang also opened the door and got out.
Soon, the remaining 9 truck drivers gathered in front of Gao Shang. They were all experienced drivers and noticed that the rock on the road ahead seemed suspicious.
At this moment, the truck drivers suddenly heard many footsteps around them.
2 truck drivers carrying flashlights hurriedly shone their lights around.
When they did, their hearts sank. Surrounding them was a large group of people, at least 20 to 30. Each person was holding shiny weapons, such as machetes and steel pipes. The situation was already very clear. The other party was well prepared. That 20 to 30 people surrounded the 10 big truck drivers, including Gao Shang. The leader, a yellow-haired man, walked into the light of Gao Shang's truck.
The man was wearing ripped jeans, had dyed hair, and was smoking a cigarette. Although the yellow-haired man looked young, his face was full of arrogance. "You guys have been sneaking down this road at night for more than half a month now. The quality of our village's roads is already poor, and they have been damaged by your trucks." The blonde kid casually flicked his cigarette butt at Gao Shang's feet, speaking lazily. Hearing the blonde's words, Gao Shang immediately understood what the other meant. It was already very clear. This was a toll. Walking on such a small path at night, one feared encountering this kind of situation. Gao Shang's face grew more and more serious. Today, it seemed he wouldn't get away without shedding some blood. Gao Shang squinted and slowly took 2 steps forward, directly saying, "Speak, how much?" It was late at night, and there were clearly more of them than his side. Gao Shang thought it better to minimize trouble. After all, he was already a boss and no longer the reckless young man he used to be. If it were his younger days, he definitely wouldn't have been so timid. However, Gao Shang also understood the truth that good people could be bullied. Without waiting for the other to respond, he continued, "We, as truck drivers, earn our money hard, don't ask for too much, or things will escalate and benefit no one." Gao Shang reminded the other party. If they asked for less, he might give it, but if they asked for more, it could end up disastrous. At this moment, the blonde in front suddenly broke into a grin and raised 3 fingers. 3,000? Gao Shang asked. Hearing this number, over 20 people around burst into laughter. 3,000 was indeed a bit funny. At this hour, that would give each person just over 100, not even enough for their hard work. 30,000, the blonde shouted. Gao Shang's expression remained cold, showing little change. 30,000 was the number he expected. For this trip, with 10 trucks making deliveries, he could earn over 100,000, giving them 30,000 to pacify them was barely acceptable. "Fine, then it's 30,000. Gao Shang said. Upon hearing Gao Shang's words, the 20 or so people around burst into laughter again. At this moment, the blonde in front also took 2 steps forward, the headlights illuminating his almost fierce face, looking somewhat terrifying. "I meant 30,000 for each truck," the blonde said, shaking the control knife in his hand, speaking arrogantly. Upon hearing this, Gao Shang's face completely fell. 30,000 for 1 truck meant 300,000 for 10. Did they think he was an ATM? Gao Shang's anger surged, and his face flushed red with rage. He suddenly remembered how he was when he was young. Back then, he could take down 7 or 8 blondes like him by himself. He looked around at the enemies. These guys were just a bunch of small-time thugs. Although there were many of them, they looked somewhat weak. Even though his side only had 10 people, they were all strong. If a fight broke out, it was uncertain who would win. He guessed that if blood was drawn, those small-time thugs would probably run away scared. Gao Shang could not help but tighten the baseball bat in his hand. At this moment, the blonde in front seemed to realize something and also tightened his grip on the control knife. Both sides seemed ready to engage in a chaotic fight. However, at that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky. The huge lightning seemed to pierce through the entire sky. Then, a loud thunder suddenly exploded in everyone's ears. Boom! Following that, rain the size of beans suddenly began to fall from the sky. The sound of pattering echoed across the surrounding fields. The originally clear sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. With flashes of lightning and deafening thunder, heavy rain poured down. The blonde seemed startled by the thunder. But he reacted quickly, brandishing the control knife and charging towards Gao Shang. Though his body wasn't very strong, he had a fierce spirit inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the leader of this group of small-time thugs. However, just as the blonde charged towards Gao Shang, ready to make the first strike, Gao Shang seemed to freeze in place. Standing still, frozen like a wooden chicken. The pouring rain blurred the vision of the yellow-haired boy. He thought the other party was stunned by his madness. But he did not see that, just after the huge lightning struck, Gao Shang's body suddenly swelled up, like an inflated balloon.
Then, it suddenly shrank back down. In just a few seconds, Gao Shang's body experienced several swellings and shrinkages, quite bizarre. When the yellow-haired boy's control knife came before Gao Shang suddenly jolted back to reality. Looking at the control knife slowly falling toward his shoulder like a snail, Gao Shang suddenly had an absurd thought in his mind. It seems I can easily dodge that knife. No, I just need to lightly raise my hand, and I can block that knife with the baseball bat in my hand, and I can also smash the opponent's head with one blow. Chapter 25, Zhang Yun's father became young.
At Zhang Yun's parents' home. Zhang Yun, lying in bed playing games, suddenly saw a huge lightning bolt through the bedroom window. Then, the booming thunder echoed in her ears. Zhang Yun quickly put down her phone and went to the window. She remembered that just a moment ago when she looked at the sky, it was perfectly clear.
How did it suddenly start thundering now? What's stranger is that after the thunder, raindrops began to fall on the window.
The weather's mood swings are faster than her own. Zhang Yun shrugged and prepared to lie back down to play on her phone.
However, at that moment,
her body suddenly stopped, standing by the bed, completely motionless. Then, something even more terrifying happened. Zhang Yun felt her body suddenly swelling, not the kind of swelling after a full meal, but her whole body felt like it was being inflated like a balloon. Her brain, limbs, and chest felt like they were about to explode. A sense of panic suddenly rose in Zhang Yun's heart.
What is happening? Am I going to die?
This way of dying is a bit too tragic, right? Just after those strange thoughts appeared in Zhang Yun's mind, she suddenly felt that swelling sensation disappear. What came quickly, left just as fast. But right after that, before a happy expression could appear on Zhang Yun's face, her body swelled up again. So, Zhang Yun's body swelled and shrank repeatedly, several times in a row. Finally, that swelling sensation completely disappeared. Though Zhang Yun felt she had gone through many things just now, in reality, this process lasted less than 2 seconds. In just 2 seconds, Zhang Yun's body had changed several times. Of course, that swelling sensation did not mean Zhang Yun's body suddenly became very large like a balloon. It was just a very slight change. From the outside, it was not very obvious. It was just that Zhang Yun felt it quite strongly herself. Just after the body changes ended, Zhang Yun began to feel some oddness. Her vision seemed a bit blurry. Since Zhang Yun had been playing a game just now, she had been wearing her glasses and hadn't taken them off. She was slightly nearsighted. She needed to wear glasses to see more clearly. But now, even though she was wearing glasses, things looked fuzzy, as if she weren't wearing them at all. Zhang Yun reached out in confusion and took off her glasses. Zhang Yun was even more confused. After taking off her glasses, she could actually see clearly. It was clearer than when she had been wearing her nearsighted glasses before. What is going on? Has my nearsightedness healed? Zhang Yun was a high achiever with higher education, and she believed firmly in science. But what was going on? She hadn't had any surgery for her nearsightedness. Science probably couldn't explain how her nearsightedness just vanished. Zhang Yun looked at her hand, then glanced at a painting hanging on the bedroom wall. She wanted to see how much her eyesight had recovered. However, just as she was about to focus on the painting, she suddenly felt as if something had flown out of her brain. And she found that not only could she see the outside world with her eyes, but there seemed to be another pair of eyes that allowed her to feel this world. It was a marvelous feeling. Zhang Yun felt that the invisible eyes could see more clearly and broadly, somewhat like a camera's wide-angle lens. She could even see her own body and her entire bedroom through those eyes. No. Not just her whole bedroom. Zhang Yun carefully controlled those eyes to look around, and she was shocked to discover that her eyes could actually see through walls and into the neighboring bedroom. Zhang Yun was completely stunned. What on earth was wrong with her body? At that moment, Zhang Yun's eyes caught sight of her phone screen, and suddenly, 2 lines of bold red announcements appeared in the interface of the mobile game Misty Immortal Path. The 2 announcements appeared simultaneously in the center of the game interface, extremely eye-catching. Zhang Yun's eyes, along with the strange eyes that had appeared, turned towards those 2 odd game announcements. Then Zhang Yun saw the 2 game announcements that Lin Yu and Xiao Guang had noticed in the game forum. Both the official game forum and in the game itself displayed these 2 announcements, but the time of appearance in the game would be 10 minutes later. In Lin Yu's previous life, he hadn't played the game that night, so he had no idea that the announcements also appeared in the game. He only knew they would be on the forum. That's why he specifically went to the forum with Xiao Guang to check the game announcements. And at this moment, Zhang Yun also read the content of the 2 game announcements. Game Announcement 1, Dear players of Misty Immortal Path, the mobile game will start feedback cultivation experience to all players at midnight on February 14, 2123. The feedback period will last for 1 week. Game Announcement 2. After seeing these 2 announcements, Zhang Yun was dumbfounded. If it were another time, upon seeing these two announcements, she would definitely think, like Xiao Guang, that this was a prank. But now, when she saw these two announcements, she instantly thought of the abnormal situation of her body. Her eyesight improving, could it be that she had received the feedback of cultivation experience from the game and become a cultivator? Cultivators naturally could not be nearsighted. And the sudden appearance of another pair of eyes on her body, could it be her divine awareness? As a seasoned player of Misty Immortal Path, Jiang Yun naturally knew what divine awareness was. But this was all too fantastical. Jiang Yun could only describe this situation as fantastical. Everything was just too unscientific. At this moment, Jiang Yun suddenly thought of a question. Her father had also played this game before. Thinking of this, Jiang Yun hurriedly put down her phone and rushed out the door. Her father was so old, could something be wrong? Jiang Yun was very worried. She reached out her hand, just placed it on the bedroom door, when suddenly, the door shattered into pieces. Jiang Yun stared blankly at her hand, her face revealing a look of shock. Was this the power of a cultivator? She hadn't even exerted any force, and the wooden door of the bedroom had broken. However, at this moment, Jiang Yun couldn't afford to ponder about her body. She hurriedly reached her father's room door and gently pushed it open. In the dark bedroom, Jiang Yun's father seemed to sense an unexpected guest's arrival. His military vigilance made him sit up immediately, turning on the bedroom light. But when he saw his daughter barging in, Jiang Yun's father was suddenly at a loss for words. Why are you running around at this late hour? Jiang Yun's father thought his daughter had walked into the wrong room. But soon, Jiang Yun's father noticed that his daughter's expression seemed a bit off. It seemed like she was both shocked and pleasantly surprised. Dad, your hair. What's wrong with my hair? Your hair has turned black. Jiang Yun said excitedly. After all, Jiang Yun's father was nearly 60, and most of his hair had already turned gray. But now, his hair had completely turned black. And not only that, Jiang Yun noticed that there seemed to be fewer wrinkles on her father's face. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's words, Jiang Yun's father looked a bit puzzled, reaching out to touch his hair. But when he reached out, he was taken aback. His hands seemed to be much more nimble. The loose skin on the back of his hands appeared to be tighter. At that moment, the conversation between Jiang Yun and her father finally woke Jiang Yun's mother, who was nearby. Jiang Yun's mother opened her eyes, looking at her daughter and then at her husband, her sleepy eyes suddenly revealing shock. She widened her eyes and looked at her husband saying, Old Jiang, am I seeing things? How did you become young? Jiang Yun's father did not feel that puffing sensation. After all, he had played the game for too short a time, and his cultivation level in the game was only at the initial stage of heart movement. Originally, Jiang Yun just helped her father reach the mid-stage of breath refinement. Later, Jiang Yun's father played alone for a few more hours for work, and even recharged 6 yuan, raising his VIP level to level 1. It was precisely because he recharged 6 yuan that he also received feedback on his cultivation level from the game. Because, for VIP level 0, there would be no feedback on cultivation. But even just 10% feedback from the initial stage of heart movement made Jiang Yun's father seem to have become several years younger. Neither Jiang Yun nor her father had the mood to continue sleeping. The two went to the living room to share their feelings. At the same time, Jiang Yun's father quickly called his subordinates. In his investigation team, there were around 20 young men, and he had ordered them all to play the game Misty Immortal Path. They were all young people. If they played well, their cultivation would surely be higher than his. Everyone, gather at the office immediately. Jiang Yun's father commanded in the VX group. At this point, Jiang Yun's father also looked at his daughter and thought for a moment before saying, Yuner, you should come with me. You have played that game longer and have a higher cultivation level. You should be able to help. That night, Jiang Yun finally realized that her father was actually the official head responsible for investigating the mobile game Misty Immortal Path in Long Country. Chapter 26, The World Has Gone Haywire. This night was destined to be turbulent. Throughout Long Country, many places had powerful cultivators appearing. Although the feedback on cultivation would last for a week, on the first day, roughly half of the players' cultivation levels would be reflected. For example, if a player's cultivation level was at the initial stage of out-of-body, and their VIP level was level 7, then by the end of the feedback period, their cultivation level might reach the infant transformation stage. And the cultivation feedback received on the first night could already bring that player to around the golden core stage. In the following week, all cultivation levels would gradually be reflected. The mobile game Misty Immortal Path had been available for 2 years, and it could be downloaded from various channels, so there were many players. Moreover, since it was a pay-to-win game, it was nearly impossible to make progress without spending money. Almost all players would spend for a monthly card or something, and at least they would spend 6 yuan for a first charge. So that night, nearly 1 million players across Long Country gained the power of cultivators. Some even tore down their own houses in their dreams. Someone accidentally destroyed the assembly line machine while working the night shift. and Goldman smashed the blonde guy's head with his baseball bat.
Goldman's level in the game was the late stage of the out-of-body period, and his VIP level had reached level 7.
That night, he gained the cultivation level of the infant stage. The blonde's blood, mixed with something white, splattered onto Goldman's face, fully igniting the rage in his heart. He swung the baseball bat, his body turned into a blur, rushing into the crowd.
Terrifying power and strong divine sense made him like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Wails and the sounds of breaking bones rose and fell. In less than half a minute, Goldman eliminated all his enemies. And it was a complete elimination. When Goldman stood covered in blood in front of his team members after killing all the thugs, those employees were terrified. At that moment, Goldman looked like a demon from hell.
In their eyes, there was no longer the respect from before, only fear and terror. One driver was so scared that he turned and ran away. His escape made the other drivers unable to bear their fear any longer, and they too ran off into the distance. At this moment, they couldn't care less about their trucks. They feared that the demon like Goldman would kill them too.
Goldman did not chase after them.
He just stood there in a daze, as if unsure of what to do. Having just gained power and encountering those thugs looking for trouble, he acted without hesitation. Now, he finally calmed down. His heart was filled with various emotions. There was worry and fear, as well as shock and sly joy. Goldman did not know where his strength came from, but he already knew that he was no longer the same. After standing still for a long time, Goldman turned to look at the surrounding bodies. Around him, the blood had completely stained the ground red, with not a single survivor. The pouring rain caused the blood on the ground to gather into a small stream. Goldman suddenly realized that he had stirred up a huge mess. Although he had gained powerful strength, this was Dragon Country, and intentional murder was a serious crime. Goldman felt his heart thump violently. He was somewhat at a loss. Goldman was not a crime master, and with so many witnesses around, he knew he could not clear his name. Having just recovered from such rage, he had not even thought about killing someone to shut them up. At this moment, all he could think of was hiding or fleeing far away.
Goldman took a deep look at his 10 trucks, then ran into the darkness. Perhaps he could never be the team leader again. Perhaps the calm and carefree days would never return. However,
he had only taken 2 steps when he felt something was off. It was as if his footsteps were very light, and a little more strength in his step could make him fly. A flash of brilliance sparked in Goldman's eyes. He slightly crouched down, then suddenly exerted force with his legs.
He actually flew into the air.
In the pouring rain, Goldman struggled to control his wobbly body, flying toward his villa. As time passed, his flying speed became faster and faster. In the villa's safe, there were his savings from these years. He now had only one thought: to get his money and then hide. Even though he gained powerful strength, Goldman still had the mindset of an ordinary person and did not possess the intelligence or courage that matched his cultivation level. Besides what happened in Dragon Country. That night, every country on Blue Star had a game that rewarded players with powerful strength. In the Eagle Nation, a vampire game has feedback on cultivation. Hundreds of thousands of players, in this dark night, smelled the scent of blood. On one night, the Eagle Nation witnessed hundreds of thousands of withered corpses. Those corpses seemed to have had their blood completely drained.
The entire country fell into chaos. In the Asan Nation, countless Buddhist lights appeared on the lands of Asan Nation, as millions of players joined their hands, chanting Amitba. That night, countless Asan religious statues and temples were destroyed. The light of the Buddha seemed to shine again over the land of Asan Nation. In the United States, a game adapted from a comic has given players powerful abilities. At night, giant green figures appeared on the streets of various cities. They ran wildly on the streets, capable of crushing a car with a single step. Countless green giants were caught in a chaotic battle, as if it were the end of the world. There were also guys wrapped in thunder, casually releasing terrifying lightning. Men donned in golden and red armored suits flew through the sky. However, their suits were from the very first generation. It seemed that the powerful later suits had not yet manifested. The entire world was in disarray. Leaders from various countries held urgent meetings late into the night, even deploying troops, seeking solutions to these chaotic events. But the army was powerless against these supernatural powers. Those terrifying green giants could withstand cannon fire, and the lightning could easily kill soldiers inside tank armor. Those vampires were completely invisible, not even a shadow could be seen in the night. In the Dragon Nation, Zhang Yun's father received a mysterious phone call while taking his daughter to work. After hanging up, Zhang Yun's father's expression became more serious. "Dad, what happened? Did the game really feedback on cultivation?"
Zhang Yun still found it hard to believe. Zhang Yun's father slightly nodded, then said, "It's not just our Dragon Nation, other countries have also experienced the same thing, and many countries have fallen into chaos." Hearing her father's words, Zhang Yun was even more shocked.
Every country in the world has had games feedback on cultivation? Is Blue Star about to leap directly from a technological civilization to a cultivation civilization? Could it be that all countries of Blue Star have appeared as cultivators? Jiang Yun asked again.
But Jiang Yun's father shook his head, saying, the figures appearing in other countries are not cultivators, but various professions. I don't know the specifics, but I know this world is about to change drastically. At this moment, Jiang Yun's father suddenly looked at Jiang Yun and asked seriously, Yuner, tell me, how powerful is your character in that game? Having played Misty Ascension Path and investigated the game for a while, Jiang Yun's father also knew the terror of cultivators, so he asked his daughter this question. Only cultivators could deal with other cultivators. Seeing her father's seriousness, Jiang Yun naturally wouldn't hide it. She thought for a moment and said, I've invested quite a bit in the past few days, my cultivation got a big boost, I can rank over 90 on the cultivation leaderboard, but I don't know how strong my actual combat power would be.
There are many factors that can influence combat power in the game, it's not just about simple cultivation.
After all, Jiang Yun is an experienced player who understands the game thoroughly. In the game, cultivation is just the basis, many other factors affect combat power, like equipment, spirit beasts, skills. At this point, Jiang Yun suddenly paused.
She thought of someone. That guy has invested heavily recently.
Not only his cultivation but also everything that could influence power, he has reached the number 1 position in the entire game.
Suddenly, a thought rose in Jiang Yun's mind. What if all the game cultivation levels were fed back to players? Wouldn't that guy be invincible? Chapter 27, First Feedback, Void Realm. A few minutes ago. In Lin Yu's study in his villa.
Xiao Guang stared blankly at his cousin Lin Yu. He really couldn't figure out what was wrong with his cousin. He actually believed this ridiculous thing about game feedback cultivation and was looking at the time, waiting for the feedback.
How did his cousin's IQ suddenly go offline? Bro, are you not feeling well?
Xiao Guang leaned closer to Lin Yu, reaching out as if to touch Lin Yu's forehead.
Get lost.
Lin Yu's one word sent Xiao Guang retreating.
Then, without caring whether Xiao Guang believed him or not, Lin Yu directly arranged, after the feedback on cultivation comes, don't move around, and don't touch anything in the room, understand?
Hearing Lin Yu's words, Xiao Guang was still a bit confused.
But seeing Lin Yu's serious expression, Xiao Guang couldn't help but nod.
After all, he had been following his cousin around since childhood. When his cousin got serious, he dared not disobey. Even if he went home to complain, his parents would side with his cousin. Xiao Guang had a lot of experience in this.
At this moment, Lin Yu looked at the time on his phone again.
Then, the corners of his mouth rose slightly again. His lips moved, whispering to himself, just 10 seconds left.
9 seconds. 8 seconds. 7 seconds.
Xiao Guang couldn't help but look at the time, counting down with him in his heart. He suddenly felt a bit of anticipation. It seemed that his cousin's serious look made him believe a little in that announcement.
3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Boom.
Suddenly, a huge thunder rumbled in the sky.
Xiao Guang stumbled. He quickly looked out the window. A massive lightning seemed to split the entire sky.
However, Lin Yu seemed to have anticipated it, showing no reaction, only smiling more broadly.
At that moment,
Xiao Guang suddenly felt his body starting to swell. His already chubby body became even plumper, and his face grew rounder. However, the expression on Xiao Guang's face was one of extreme fear.
Anyone encountering this situation would probably be terrified.
That swelling feeling was as if his body was about to explode.
But Lin Yu was different.
He sat quietly in his chair, smiling, seemingly unconcerned about the abnormal state of his body.
This was the second time Lin Yu experienced this. He felt no fear, only relaxation.
After being reborn, waiting for 7 days, and exhausting all his assets, Lin Yu was all in. If this time, the game did not provide feedback on cultivation like last time, everything Lin Yu had done would have been in vain. Fortunately, the mobile game Misty Immortal Path did not disappoint him, the feedback on cultivation arrived as promised.
Lin Yu finally felt at ease. Xiao Guang's body abnormality lasted for 2 seconds, then ended.
At this moment, he hurriedly looked at his cousin Lin Yu beside him. However, Lin Yu still sat motionless in his chair, his body continuing to swell and shrink.
Lin Yu's cultivation was far stronger than Xiao Guang's.
Although it seemed like there were only 3 levels apart, the higher one got, the exponentially greater the required cultivation points became. Comparing the cultivation points of both, Lin Yu's points were definitely hundreds of times Xiao Guang's.
The time needed for the first feedback on cultivation would also correspondingly be very long. Lin Yu's body anomaly lasted for a full half-minute before finally finishing. At this moment,
Lin Yu slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with 2 bright lights. He gently clenched his fist.
Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds erupted. Lin Yu quietly sensed it, feeling more and more excited in his heart. Just the first feedback had already surpassed the peak of his previous life's cultivation. The initial stage of the Void Realm was Lin Yu's current cultivation level. Lin Yu himself didn't expect that the first feedback would reach the Void Realm. But after a little thought, Lin Yu understood. In this life, his VIP level had risen to level 12, so of course, the cultivation feedback would increase by 120%. Therefore, just from the first cultivation feedback, he had already reached the Void Realm. At that moment, Xiao Guang finally couldn't help but ask, "Brother, have we become cultivators now?" While Lin Yu was still accepting the game feedback on his cultivation, Xiao Guang had already given it a try. With just one finger gently pressing on the table, a small hole appeared on Lin Yu's study desk. Lin Yu looked at Xiao Guang's shocked face, then lowered his head to see the small hole left by his finger on the desk, darkly saying, "This desk cost me 1,000,000. Xiao Guang's face changed drastically. He hurriedly covered the small hole with his hand, forcing a smile and saying, "Brother, I didn't mean to, I can't afford to pay 1,000,000. Lin Yu stared at Xiao Guang's hand that had sunk into the desk surface inside. "I just told you not to mess around, now gently retract your hand and come with me to the gym." Hearing his cousin's words, Xiao Guang finally realized that he had unknowingly made a handprint on the desk. With an awkward face, Xiao Guang reluctantly retracted his hand. Lin Yu gave Xiao Guang a sideways glance before walking outside. In Lin Yu's villa, there was a gym. The gym was quite spacious, just right for Lin Yu to adapt to his current body. Xiao Guang followed Lin Yu into the gym. Lin Yu didn't rush to experiment with his own abilities. As a reincarnated person, Lin Yu was quite clear about a cultivator's abilities. In this life, his cultivation level was just higher, so he only needed a little adaptation. Now, Lin Yu needed to help Xiao Guang adapt to his newfound powers. If he couldn't control his body, then Lin Yu's house would suffer. Standing in the center of the gym, Lin Yu faced Xiao Guang and slowly said, "Cultivators have a much different body from ordinary people. What you need to do now is adapt to your current body, and I will teach you how." Xiao Guang eagerly nodded. Now, he didn't want to ask any nonsensical questions. Clearly, becoming a cultivator was already a done deal. Rather than seeking the reasons, it was better to dream about the future. First, you need to get used to using your divine sense to observe the surroundings. Close your eyes. Although it was Lin Yu's first time teaching someone, he was quite experienced and taught it well. Half an hour later, Lin Yu had finally taught Xiao Guang the essentials. He looked at Xiao Guang, who was trying hard to control his strength, and said, "You try a few more times on your own, and if you don't understand anything, just ask me." After ensuring Xiao Guang was set, Lin Yu finally began to explore his current strength. Due to the initial cultivation feedback being just that, the research was quite simple. Lin Yu slowly sat cross-legged, and a massive divine sense instantly appeared in the training room. Lin Yu felt his divine sense was incredibly powerful. Compared to his previous life, it was at least dozens of times stronger. Excited, Lin Yu controlled his divine sense, soaring out of the training room and into the sky. Even though it was pouring rain outside. However, Lin Yu's divine sense had no effect at all. The massive divine sense finally slowly hovered over Jianhai City. The entire Jianhai City was clearly presented in Lin Yu's mind. Lin Yu could see every drop of rain, could see all the players in Jianhai City who had gained cultivation levels, but because of the huge difference in strength, they could not sense his gaze. There were many players in Jianhai City who had gained cultivation levels. Some were extremely excited, some were destroying their homes, and it seemed like there was a guy panicking, flying toward him. That was a player in the nascent soul stage. It looked like he hadn't been able to control his body yet, flying all crooked. Lin Yu's massive divine sense sensed a hint of bloodlust from him. Immediately after, Lin Yu's divine sense followed his direction and saw those corpses near the area between Jianhai City and Lin City. This guy seemed to have killed someone. But Lin Yu didn't want to meddle. Such situations, where someone had just gained cultivation and couldn't control themselves to kill, would happen many times tonight. In the future, this world would become even more chaotic. What Lin Yu wanted was not to act as a world police. Lin Yu had only two goals. One was to protect his family well. The other was to never repeat past mistakes, to never allow those future monsters and bosses to destroy his world. Chapter 28, Heavenly Stage 9 Grade Cave. After testing the range his divine sense could cover, Lin Yu withdrew his divine sense. The powerful degree of divine sense in the Void Realm exceeded Lin Yu's expectations. Lin Yu's divine sense could almost cover the entire Dragon Country. And this was just the Void Realm. Lin Yu couldn't imagine how powerful his divine sense would become after all cultivation levels were reflected. But Lin Yu was certain that once all cultivation levels were reflected, no monster boss could escape his divine sense. Even if they hid underground, he could easily find them. Thinking of this, Lin Yu became more and more excited. In his previous life, those monster bosses had not failed to make him despair, so now it was their turn to despair.
After withdrawing his divine sense, Lin Yu began trying out other abilities.
Cultivators have many abilities.
However, right now the game had only reflected cultivation levels, various magical treasures and spirit stones had not yet been reflected, nor had the techniques been reflected, so many abilities of cultivators could not be used.
Currently, Lin Yu only possessed a few abilities.
One was lifespan, the higher the cultivation stage, the longer the lifespan. As for how long, Lin Yu was also unclear. Because, in his previous life, he died a bit early. But Lin Yu was certain that his lifespan was at least over 10,000 years, or even longer. The second was divine sense, which Lin Yu had already tested. The third was that a cultivator's body was much stronger than an ordinary person. The higher the cultivation, the correspondingly stronger the body. In his previous life, Lin Yu was no longer afraid of any hot weapons. In this life, he would surely be even less afraid.
Lastly, once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, they can fly.
Lin Yu was currently in the void realm, so he was no exception. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lin Yu gently closed his eyes again, and then his body began to slowly float up. Flying was something Lin Yu was very familiar with from his previous life. In this life, it was naturally effortless. However, just as Lin Yu's body began to float slowly, Xiao Guang beside him suddenly exclaimed.
"Wow, brother, how can you fly?"
Xiao Guang exclaimed. But then he seemed to think of something. It appeared that when players reached the nascent soul stage during gameplay, they could fly in the game.
Could it be that I can fly now?
Just now, Xiao Guang had already used his spiritual sense to look inside and discovered his Yuaning. That is to say, he is a Yuaning stage cultivator.
Then he must be able to fly.
Xiao Guang's eyes lit up as he was about to try flying. But at that moment, his cousin Lin Yu suddenly appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, moving extremely fast. Xiao Guang was startled and jumped back. "Brother, how are you so fast?" At that moment, Xiao Guang was like a curious baby, fascinated by everything he saw. But Lin Yu didn't explain why he was so fast. Instead, he said, "You can fly too, but don't fly inside my house, go outside." Lin Yu definitely didn't want Xiao Guang to crash through the roof of his villa. The caves in the game would take a long time to reflect in the real world, so Lin Yu needed to live in this villa for a long time. Hearing his cousin's words, Xiao Guang quickly nodded and ran outside. It was still pouring rain outside. But Xiao Guang didn't mind at all. He didn't take an umbrella, he just ran out like that. Standing in the villa's yard, Xiao Guang wiped the rain off his face, excitedly stretched out one hand, clenched his fist, and pointed at the sky. With the other hand also clenched into a fist, his little arm was parallel to his waist. Then, he closed his legs together and slightly bent them. "Fly!" Xiao Guang shouted loudly. In the villa's living room, Aunt Wang had already been startled awake by the thunder. At that moment, she suddenly heard someone shouting in the yard, and she hurriedly pulled back the curtains to look outside.
It really is pouring rain. Did the weather forecast actually get it wrong?
Aunt Wang was slightly stunned, surprised as she spoke to herself. Then she saw the figure standing in the yard. Very fair, slightly chubby, who else could it be but Lin Yu's cousin, Xiao Guang? But what is he trying to do with that strange pose?
Aunt Wang didn't quite understand. In such heavy rain, he didn't even think to use an umbrella. Isn't he afraid of catching a cold?
Aunt Wang hurriedly grabbed an umbrella, wanting to bring it out to Xiao Guang. But when Aunt Wang reached the front door and pushed it open, she suddenly froze in place.
At that moment, in the yard,
Xiao Guang's feet slowly lifted off the ground, and he began to fly. Although his body was a bit wobbly and it was hard to maintain that strange pose, he was still flying. A Yuaning stage cultivator's ability to fly is inherent, it doesn't need to be learned.
What it needs is simply more practice to fly more smoothly.
Aunt Wang stood at the door, her eyes wide as saucers, exclaiming, "My goodness, Superman."
At this moment, while Xiao Guang was drenched in rain trying to fly, Lin Yu returned to his study.
After nearly half an hour of attempts, Lin Yu had basically understood his current strength. It can be said that in this world, Lin Yu was almost invincible. This was still the early stage of the cultivation feedback. In a week, when the cultivation feedback was fully transferred to the player, Lin Yu would become even stronger. Everything was proceeding according to Lin Yu's plan, without any deviations. Lin Yu sat at his desk, picked up his phone, and opened the game Misty Immortal Path. The game Misty Immortal Path could only be played for 7 more days. Because once the cultivation feedback was done, the game would be permanently shut down. In other words, if he wanted to improve his strength in the game, there were only those last 7 days left. But in these 7 days, the potential for improvement was very limited. After all, the recharge channel for the game had been closed. Without spending money, it was incredibly hard to increase one's cultivation. Moreover, the number of players who could have their cultivation feedback was already set. Even if someone registered a new account to join the game now, since they couldn't upgrade their VIP level, they wouldn't be able to receive the game's feedback.
VIP 0 players had a feedback ratio of 0. But Lin Yu was different. Lin Yu still had many areas where he could improve. After entering the game, Lin Yu was the first to open the Valentine's Day event interface. At this moment, the rewards for the Valentine's Day heartbeat ranking were also ready to be claimed. Below the castle icon, there was a button, Claim. Lin Yu decisively clicked the Claim button. Immediately, Lin Yu received a game notification. Dear VIP 12 player Chen Qingqing, congratulations on ranking first with your partner in the Valentine's Day event, and receiving the reward, a celestial grade 9 cave abode. Seeing this game prompt, Lin Yu suddenly felt excited. Celestial grade 9 cave abode. He couldn't believe that this Valentine's Day reward was actually the best celestial grade 9 in the game. Lin Yu hurriedly opened the cave abode interface. At this moment, Lin Yu's cave abode interface in the game had been completely refreshed. It was filled with a mystical aura, resembling a fairyland. In his previous life, Lin Yu's cave abode was only a mysterious grade 3, and because Lin Yu's VIP level was relatively low, the feedback to the real world turned it into a yellow grade 9. Yellow grade is already the lowest level among the 4 cave abode tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. But despite the low tier, Lin Yu was still very pleased with the feedback from his yellow grade 9 cave abode to the real world. Even a yellow grade 9 cave abode was much better than the villa he had now. And now, Lin Yu actually possessed a celestial grade 9 cave abode, and his VIP level was still level 12, so what level would this cave abode be when it feedback to the real world? Even Lin Yu, as a reborn person, couldn't guess what his cave abode would be like. Because, in his previous life, the first cave abode in the rankings was merely Earth grade 9. It was still one whole tier weaker than his cave abode. At this moment, Lin Yu was not wasting time. He opened the backpack interface and started using the advanced cave abode expansion tickets he had bought before. System warning, would you like to use 800,000 advanced cave abode expansion tickets to increase the scale of your cave abode? Confirm. 800,000 advanced cave abode expansion tickets represent 800,000 square meters. Plus the space of the celestial grade 9 cave abode itself, Lin Yu's cave abode area would definitely exceed 1 million square meters. This number might not be very intuitive. But comparing it, one could see how large it was. A football field covers more than 7,000 square meters, meaning that Lin Yu's cave abode could fit over 100 football fields inside. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit thrilled. A cave abode the size of over 100 football fields could easily have one football field as a bedroom, right? Having a bed as big as a football field is also no problem, right? Now that's what you call a big bedroom. Lin Yu loved soft, large beds the most. After his rebirth, Lin Yu had been playing games on the bed, which showed how much he adored big beds. Thinking of this, a figure suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Water Cloud Fairy. She was the only partner he had in the game, but he did not know her identity in the real world. In his previous life, Lin Yu did not specifically look for Water Cloud Fairy. He didn't even know what happened to her later. Of course, the reason Lin Yu didn't look for Water Cloud Fairy was simple. At first, Lin Yu was fully focused on studying how to improve his cultivation and never thought about this matter. Later, when the demon bosses in the game feedback to the real world, Lin Yu had a hard time protecting himself and could not seek out Water Cloud Fairy. But this life is different. Not only does Lin Yu have self-protection abilities, his strength can become invincible in the world. Perhaps, in this life, he would have a chance to meet Water Cloud Fairy. Of course, if she insists on living in his big bedroom, he wouldn't have much to say. Lin Yu chuckled, this was just a joke he made to himself. In the game's heart-throbbing leaderboard, the two are tied for first place, so Shuiyun Fairy also has a heavily ranked 9 cave dwelling. Although her cave dwelling is definitely not as large as mine, having a big bedroom is definitely not a problem. Lin Yu gently shook his head, tossing out all the messy thoughts in his mind. In this life, Lin Yu's mood is completely different from his past life. After all, with unmatched strength, his mood is even more relaxed. At this moment, Lin Yu began to enhance the defense formation outside the cave dwelling again. The materials had already been prepared, Lin Yu only needed to set up the formation. While Lin Yu was busy building the large formation outside the cave, Xiao Guang was flying around everywhere. In the capital city. In a conference room at Zhang Yun's father's workplace, Zhang Yun's father announced a very important order. This order was issued from above. Zhang Yun's father didn't expect the situation would become this serious. At this time, sitting in the conference room were not only Zhang Yun's father's subordinates but also Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun was still a bit confused. She thought she was just accompanying her father, but unexpectedly, after her father learned about her strength in the game during the car ride, he wanted her to join his organization. Without further discussion, he directly brought her to the conference room. Zhang Yun was a bit speechless. But after all, it was her own father, so she felt it was hard to refuse. At the front of the conference table, Zhang Yun's father slowly began to speak. You should all know about the events that happened at midnight tonight. However, the situation is definitely more serious than you can imagine.
It has now been confirmed that the mobile game Misty Immortal Path has indeed fed back part of the cultivation to the players, and some of the players have gained very powerful strength. According to police reports, the number of calls for help tonight has surpassed 10 times that of usual.
There have been bloody incidents happening across the country.
Although there are no exact statistics on the number of players in Misty Immortal Path, it is estimated that the number is definitely not small. The higher-ups have issued an order to cancel our original unit and establish a new organization called the Cultivator Management Office, abbreviated as Cultivation Office. I will serve as the first director.
Now let's tally your VIP levels and cultivation levels in the game.
The young men in the conference room had all played the game Misty Immortal Path, and most had recharged for in-game purchases.
Tallying the cultivation levels would make it easier to arrange work.
At this time, the young man sitting at the front stood up first and said, "Report, Director. My VIP level in the game is level 1, and my cultivation is in the late foundation establishment stage."
Report, Director.
My VIP level in the game is level 1, and my cultivation is in the early foundation establishment stage.
Report, Director.
I didn't spend money, my VIP level is level 0, and my cultivation is in the late Qi refinement stage.
Report, Director. My VIP level in the game is level 5, and my cultivation is in the late golden core stage.
Hearing this colleague's words, everyone else was slightly surprised.
This guy is really lucky.
The situation is already quite clear: the higher the cultivation level in the game and the higher the VIP level, the greater the feedback in cultivation one would receive. Hearing this young man's report, Zhang Yun's father could not help but nod slightly. The reports continued. There were a total of 20 people, of which 3 did not spend money, and 2 reached VIP level 5, both at the golden core stage. The others were all below VIP level 5 and also below the golden core stage. After the reports finished, Zhang Yun's father suddenly looked towards Zhang Yun, who was sitting aside, and slowly said, "You introduce yourself to everyone and then report your VIP level and cultivation level in the game." In this situation with many people, all of whom were her father's subordinates, Zhang Yun did not refute her father's words. "Report, Director, my name is Zhang Yun, and my VIP level in the game is level 8, my cultivation level is late stage out of body." Upon hearing Zhang Yun's report, all the young people present were slightly startled.
VIP level 8. Cultivation at the out-of-body stage.
They had all played the game Misty Immortal Path and knew that as cultivation levels rise in the game, it becomes harder and harder. And the golden core stage is a major hurdle. Players who don't spend money, or players who spend very little, will basically be blocked at the golden core stage. Unless they have played for an incredibly long time. But even with a long playtime, they still can't compare with paying players. I didn't expect this girl to be VIP level 8, and her cultivation level is incredibly high.
VIP level 8 means a higher feedback ratio for cultivation.
Once all cultivation feedback is done, her cultivation level will likely be at least early out of body.
The 20 young people looked at Zhang Yun with envy in their eyes.
Zhang Yun smiled generously and then sat down again. Her VIP level had only recently been raised in the past few days. At this moment, she couldn't help but think again of that name. If it weren't for that person spending money on Valentine's Day gift packs every day, and if she hadn't followed suit and spent money as well, her VIP level would probably still be level 7.
Now, it seemed like she should actually thank him.
At this moment, Zhang Yun's father finally announced the new command. From now on, Zhang Yun will officially join our cultivation management office as a special consultant. Although she is my daughter, I will not shy away from employing the talented, and at this crucial moment, having a powerful cultivator join us will have a huge positive impact on our work. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's father's words, there was immediately a round of warm applause. Zhang Yun could only stand up again and slightly bow to the crowd. Actually, Zhang Yun's father still had selfish motives, and he had considered his daughter's feelings. If it were someone else, they would probably have directly brought that person in as the deputy director. But becoming a deputy director would completely bind them to the cultivation management office. The position of special consultant seemed more like an external role, with fewer constraints. If Zhang Yun didn't want to continue later, it would be easier for her to leave. This was how the original team of the Cultivation Management Office was established. Then, Zhang Yun's father gave the group their first order.
Our Cultivation Management Office is still too weak.
In order to deal with the upcoming crisis, we must continue to expand our strength. From now on, everyone must immediately contact all the Misty Immortal Path players you know, and invite them to join our Cultivation Management Office. Of course, make sure that the invited person's character and background are suitable, understood?
Understood.
Everyone shouted together. Zhang Yun did not shout. Upon hearing her father's words, Zhang Yun thought again of that name.
Master Qingqing.
If he joined the Cultivation Management Office, wouldn't that greatly increase the office's strength? Chapter 30, Even More Ridiculous Ranking Rewards.
After Jiang Yun's father gave the order, everyone began to get busy.
They took out their phones and started contacting the players they knew right on the spot. At the same time, Jiang Yun's father also personally found the 3 subordinates who had not spent money and assigned them individual tasks. These 3 subordinates who had not spent money could not provide cultivation feedback, so it seemed they would have no chance for fieldwork in the future. But internal work was very suitable for them. After all, they had been working here for a long time and knew a lot about the game Misty Immortal Path.
Jiang Yun's father gave them simple tasks. He asked them to post job advertisements on various platforms.
The strength of the Cultivation Management Office must be rapidly increased to deal with the complex situations that will arise later.
Under normal circumstances, such units directly under the government would never be so openly recruiting.
But now the situation is special, and it can only be treated specially. Soon, various recruitment platforms, and even the official forum of the game Misty Immortal Path, began to show information about hiring for the Cultivation Management Office. On the official forum of Misty Immortal Path, when the recruitment post appeared, it immediately sparked enthusiastic discussions among players.
Is this recruitment information real or fake? The Cultivation Management Office? It looks real. The official response is really fast.
Just after they heard feedback about cultivation levels, they've already established an organization to manage cultivators.
No wonder it's my great dragon kingdom. This recruitment information doesn't mention benefits and salaries. I wonder if there are 5 insurances in one fund.
Damn, the person above must be crazy.
This kind of unit is a solid job.
Don't even talk about 5 insurances in one fund, it certainly ranks among the best in the entire Dragon Kingdom.
Yeah, questioning the benefits of this unit?
Just apply without thinking. I'm done chatting, I need to call and ask. Wait until I figure out how to fly, then I'll sign up.
The person above is amazing, can already fly.
Must be a big shot above the nascent soul stage. Jealous, jealous.
Jealous +1.
Not long after the recruitment information was posted, the phone of the Cultivation Management Office was bombarded with calls. People in the Dragon Kingdom are different from those in other countries, the vast majority still believe in their own country. Although the world is gradually becoming chaotic, people believe that as long as the country steps in, the chaos will surely be stopped.
At this moment,
Jiang Yun's father also came to her side. He showed an apologetic look to his daughter and said, "My Cultivation Management Office has just been established and is really short on staff, so I had to pull you in as well. I hope you won't blame me too much."
Jiang Yun smiled casually and said, "It's okay, who told you to be my father? Besides, I really don't have much to do recently, I'm quite free. Helping you out is the least I can do."
Jiang Yun's words brought a gentle smile to her father's face. His daughter had indeed grown up.
She was completely different from the rebellious girl she once was.
Jiang Yun's thoughts had changed a lot, especially tonight. Seeing her father, at such an old age, still working hard for the country, she couldn't help but worry about him. Fortunately, her father had received some feedback on his cultivation. Although not much, it made his body much stronger than before.
At this moment, Jiang Yun's father spoke again. "Yuner, do you know any players on the leaderboard? Why don't you see if you can pull in a few strong ones?"
What Jiang Yun's father cared about most was still his job.
Or rather, the establishment of the Cultivation Management Office.
Only by strengthening the Cultivation Management Office can they ensure that those with bad intentions won't do outrageous things, ensuring the safety of the Dragon Kingdom's people. Hearing her father's words, Jiang Yun seemed to ponder for a moment before faintly nodding.
"I do know some, but not many. I'll give it a try,"
Jiang Yun said softly. She didn't communicate much with other players in the game, she preferred to play alone. The one she chatted with the most might be her in-game partner, Master Chengfeng. But the content of their conversations was basically all about the game. If asked how good their relationship was, it wasn't particularly deep. After all, they were just dual cultivation partners in the game and had never cultivated together in real life. They had never even met. Jiang Yun's father gently patted his daughter's shoulder and then turned to leave. He would never have guessed that the person his daughter wanted to contact was actually her dual cultivation partner in the game. Jiang Yun naturally had never mentioned to her father that she had married in the game. After all, such a thing was far too shocking for her elderly father. Jiang Yun took out her phone and opened the game Misty Immortal Path. She opened her friend interface and found the name of Chengfeng. In the friend list, Chengfeng was at the top, as it was automatically arranged by the game. After all, it makes sense that communication between two Dao partners would be more frequent than that of ordinary friends. However, what Jiang Yun didn't expect was that Chengfeng was actually online.
At this moment, there weren't many players online.
Most players were just gaining their cultivation and were busy studying their bodily changes. With such strength as Chen Qingqing, after the first feedback, his cultivation must have been very strong. Instead of studying his abilities, he was playing the game, which surprised Jiang Yun a little. At this time, seeing Chen Qingqing online, Jiang Yun felt a bit hesitant.
How should I talk to him? Jiang Yun couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Zhanghai City.
Lin Yu spent half an hour finally putting all the materials into the Great Formation. With a dazzling light, a massive formation wrapped around Lin Yu's cave. This formation is called the Xinglua Leihua Formation. It is said to be arranged according to the stars of the universe, a powerful formation that combines the dual attributes of thunder and fire. The power of the formation goes without saying. After all, Lin Yu spent 20 million to create it, and there is only one like it in the entire game. Looking at the Great Formation in his cave, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. In the future, when the cave in the game reflects back to the real world, he would have a vast cave with unbeatable defenses. After finishing with the cave, Lin Yu opened the game's leaderboard. Every week, the game distributes rewards based on the leaderboard rankings, and the reward content is announced a day before the distribution.
Now, the reward content has been announced. The distribution time for the rewards is at 12 midnight tonight.
That is, 24 hours after the game feedback for cultivation. Through the previous leaderboard rewards and posts seen on the official forum, Lin Yu had roughly guessed that this time the rewards would be very generous. However, upon seeing the prizes from each leaderboard, he couldn't help but feel shocked. This time, the rewards were indeed very generous. Compared to the last time, the rewards were even better. For example, the reward for the cultivation leaderboard. Last time, the reward for the cultivation leaderboard was a semi-immortal flying sword. This semi-immortal flying sword reward was already unprecedented. But this time, it was even more outrageous. It was also a flying sword. But its level had already reached the immortal weapon level. An immortal weapon flying sword, refined to level 10, and backed by a 120% feedback, how powerful would that be? Lin Yu couldn't help but feel even more excited. Fortunately, Lin Yu had previously spent 100 million in spirit stones. Even if the game closed the recharge channel, he could still use high-quality spirit stones to buy golden equipment refining stones in the game shop. The top 100 in the cultivation leaderboard all have rewards, but the best rewards are still for the first place. Now, in all the game's leaderboards, Lin Yu was in first place. After checking the rewards for the cultivation leaderboard, Lin Yu looked at the rewards for the other leaderboards. Sure enough, none of them were disappointing. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly noticed a private chat message. Ordinary private chat messages, Lin Yu directly filtered out. As the strongest player in the game, many people liked to chat with him privately. Lin Yu was too lazy to waste time chatting with them. But this time, the private chat message was from Shueyun Fairy. Lin Yu smiled slightly and opened the message. Originally, Lin Yu thought Shueyun Fairy was going to talk about game matters. After all, the Valentine's Day Heartthrob leaderboard rewards had just been released, and they both received nice rewards. However, what Lin Yu didn't expect was that this time they weren't talking about games. I want to invite you to join the Immortal Cultivator Management Office. Are you willing? The words of Fairy Shueyun were very direct, without beating around the bush. Her tone sounded polite and gentle. In Lin Yu's impression, Fairy Shueyun had never spoken to him this way. She always sounded like a powerful big sister when chatting with him. However, when Lin Yu saw the words Immortal Cultivator Management Office, he slightly furrowed his brows. He naturally knew about this organization. In his previous life, Lin Yu had interacted with people from this organization. But the interaction wasn't deep. Although this organization is on the side of justice, established by the official government of Dragon Nation, its overall strength is quite average. Lin Yu slowly shook his head. If it were another request, he might not refuse. But Lin Yu really had no intention of joining such an organization. An organization like the Immortal Cultivator Management Office would be like putting a shackle on himself. Even killing someone would require reporting and explaining to superiors, which didn't suit his character at all. Chapter 31, I fly fast, just watch me. Lin Yu actually had a good impression of Fairy Shueyun. But it was hard for Lin Yu to agree to this matter. Lin Yu slowly typed, I don't like to be restrained. I'm sorry. Lin Yu was speaking the truth. He indeed disliked being constrained. Furthermore, being invincible already made it foolish to voluntarily bind himself. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Immortal Cultivator Management Office in the capital, Jiang Yun looked at the private chat icon that lit up on her phone, feeling a bit nervous as she clicked on it. When she saw that the other party had declined, a trace of relief appeared on her face. She had indeed felt a bit anxious just now. The reason for her nervousness wasn't fearing rejection but fearing acceptance. Although she seemed aloof on the outside, her heart was quite the opposite, worried about how to face the real person when Changfeng arrived. After all, a partner in the game is still a partner. And Jiang Yun didn't know what the other person looked like. What if they were indeed, as discussed in the forum, just a little kid still in school? If it were just a little kid, that wouldn't be too bad, but Jiang Yun was truly afraid of the other person being too old, like a scruffy middle-aged man. That would be quite awkward. In Zhanghai City, Lin Yu was still studying the rewards in the game in his study. At that moment, Lin Yu's ears twitched, he seemed to hear the ringtone of his phone. Having become a powerful expert, Lin Yu's hearing was naturally much stronger than before. This ringtone was coming from Xiao Guang's phone. And Xiao Guang was currently outside, practicing how to fly in the pouring rain. Lin Yu's divine consciousness instantly appeared in Xiao Guang's bedroom and then looked at Xiao Guang's phone screen. The screen displayed a call from Xiao Guang's mother. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. Why would his aunt call so late? Lin Yu quickly stood up, went to Xiao Guang's bedroom, picked up the phone, and answered it. On the phone, his aunt's anxious voice came through. Xiao Guang, Xiao Guang. Lin Yu hurriedly replied, Aunt, it's Xiao Yu. What's wrong? As soon as he heard his aunt's anxious voice, Lin Yu released his divine consciousness. The vast divine consciousness instantly arrived near his uncle's house. Then, Lin Yu clearly saw the situation there. On the road near his uncle's house, there was a large green figure causing chaos and destruction. That fellow was tall, standing about 4 to 5 meters, with bulging muscles, looking full of explosive power. With every step it took, the ground trembled violently. It seemed to have just gained powerful strength and was crazily venting its pent-up energy. Many vehicles on the ground have already been scrapped, and many pedestrians are fleeing in all directions. At this moment, that large green figure is very close to Uncle and Aunt's house. Moreover, Uncle's house seems to be directly in the path of its advance. All of this was discovered by Lin Yu in an instant with his spiritual sense. After seeing all this, Lin Yu slightly frowned. In his previous life, Uncle and Aunt encountered little danger in the early days, but unexpectedly this time, things are a bit different. It seems that because of his rebirth, this world has slightly changed. At this moment, the phone also relayed Aunt's somewhat anxious voice. Xiao Yu, you and Xiao Guang must not go outside, a green monster has appeared outside, it's too scary, definitely don't go out, it's best to hide in the basement. At the same time, Uncle's voice came from the phone. Xiao Yu, quickly hide, it's too dangerous outside. Hearing what Uncle and Aunt said, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile a little. Uncle and Aunt are actually the ones in the most danger now, yet they are most worried about Xiao Guang and himself. Lin Yu slowly spoke, okay, Aunt, you can rest assured, we are very safe. On the phone, the signal from Aunt's side seemed to be a bit poor. Her voice came through in fragments, you must hide, your uncle and I have already hidden away. Immediately after, the phone signal cut off. However, Lin Yu's spiritual sense could clearly see Uncle and Aunt's current situation. The two of them had hidden in the basement of their villa. There was no signal in the basement, so naturally they couldn't make contact. At this time, Lin Yu put down the phone and then used his spiritual sense to find Xiao Guang, who was flying wildly in the sky. Xiao Guang's clothes were completely soaked, but he didn't care at all, his face was filled with excitement as he struggled to control his body. After more than half an hour of effort, he had basically mastered the trick of flying. Now when he took flight, he could just barely maintain his balance. However, the way he flew looked a bit funny. Like a superhero with polio. As Lin Yu walked outside, he softly said, Xiao Guang, come back. Lin Yu's voice was very small, but it seemed to appear directly in Xiao Guang's ear. Xiao Guang, who was desperately trying to keep his balance in the sky, suddenly started. He hurriedly looked around. The surroundings were pitch black, with only the heavy rain falling continuously, there was no sign of his cousin at all. Brother, where are you? Xiao Guang said in surprise. At this moment, Xiao Guang suddenly felt movement behind him. He quickly turned his head, and Lin Yu had already appeared behind him. Xiao Guang was greatly startled. Just now, there was clearly no one around. Brother, you are like a ghost. Xiao Guang said in shock. Lin Yu did not explain. This was not something easy to explain. Since the cultivation techniques had not yet provided any feedback, most players only had cultivation but didn't know how to use it. But Lin Yu was different. Lin Yu was a reborn person, he had long been accustomed to using his cultivation and spiritual sense. What he just did was the simplest use of spiritual sense. Suddenly appearing behind Xiao Guang was just because Lin Yu's flying speed was too fast. In his previous life, he had already mastered flying very well, and now with his cultivation at the Dongshu level, he was much stronger than before, so his flying speed was naturally unparalleled. Don't waste time, come with me to get your parents, your house is unsafe. Hearing his cousin's words, Xiao Guang's face immediately turned tense. Are my parents in danger? Xiao Guang asked anxiously. Lin Yu shook his head and said, not for now, let's go, do you want me to carry you while flying? Hearing that his parents were not in danger for the time being, Xiao Guang felt relieved. Excitement returned to his face. No need, you. I've been flying really fast now. After saying this, Xiao Guang clenched his fist, extending one arm forward, striking a superhero pose. Xiao Guang chuckled, turned to Lin Yu, and said, "Brother, watch me, I'll take the lead." With that, Xiao Guang took off into the air. His speed was like an old man's ride with the gas pedal to the floor. Lin Yu felt a bit speechless. Not because Xiao Guang was too slow, but because... "You're going the wrong way," Lin Yu said. Xiao Guang's body quickly stopped, his face full of embarrassment. It was dark at night, so getting the direction wrong was quite normal. He hurriedly withdrew his arm, then tried to turn around in midair, and stretched his arm out again. Hee, mistake, mistake. While awkwardly laughing, Xiao Guang stepped on the gas again. Lin Yu just couldn't watch any longer. He directly flew behind Xiao Guang and placed one hand on his back. In the next moment, their figures shot through the sky like a shooting star, quickly disappearing into the night. In the sky, only Xiao Guang's frantic screams remained. "Ah, too fast ah." P.S. Additional chapters rule: for every 0.1 increase in rating, 2 more chapters will be added immediately. The additional chapter rule is valid forever. Please give 5-star reviews. Please give 5-star reviews. Please give 5-star reviews. Brothers, please support us. Chapter 32, The Power of Cultivators. Lin Yu seemed to be in no rush. That's because Lin Yu had been keeping an eye on his uncle's situation all along. That big green guy was also familiar to Lin Yu. In his past life, Lin Yu had clashed with those guys. They were characters from a game feedbacked by the US. After reflecting their strength, it seemed that the brains of those big guys were also affected. Their minds were filled with destructive thoughts. This person might be a foreigner and just happened to play that game. Or he could be a Dragon Kingdom citizen who played foreign games. Such situations were quite common. There were also Dragon Kingdom people who played the mobile game Misty Immortal Path abroad and reflected their cultivation, becoming cultivators. But very few foreigners had played Misty Immortal Path, because they found it hard to understand what cultivating immortals was. This was not only due to cultural differences but also because the concept of cultivation was just hard to grasp. If one was not immersed in Dragon Kingdom culture since childhood, it was simply too difficult to comprehend. Yet the games abroad were quite simple. The poor relied on mutations, the rich relied on technology. This big green guy was a standout among the mutated. When Lin Yu and Xiao Guang appeared above his villa, the big green guy was crazily smashing a police car parked by the side of the road. The police officers had already gotten out of the car and were calling for backup outside. Faced with the police handguns, the big green guy showed no fear at all. The bullets from the handguns could not penetrate his skin at all. The gunfire only drove him into a more frenzied state. His eyes had turned completely red. At this moment, the big green guy was only a few hundred meters away from Xiao Guang's villa. No wonder Xiao Guang's parents had to hide in the basement. Any ordinary person would be terrified to see such a horrifying monster. Even Xiao Guang, a half-baked cultivator, felt a bit scared inside. "Brother, this thing has such great strength, we should hurry and get my parents out," Xiao Guang said with concern. Though he had attained the infant transformation stage, he didn't know who was stronger between him and that monster. At least from the size alone, Xiao Guang felt he wouldn't be able to beat that monster. Hearing Xiao Guang's words, Lin Yu shook his head slightly. "That monster, though it looks strong, is actually countless times weaker than you. What are you afraid of?" Lin Yu was the most aware of the true strength of cultivators. In his previous life, Lin Yu had interacted with many players from different foreign games. What steelmen, vampires, werewolves, dark sorcerers, holy knights, ninjas. Compared to cultivators, these are nothing but weaklings. They are not even in the same league. Lin Yu felt he had to make Xiao Guang understand that cultivators are the strongest profession in this world. In the pouring rain, Lin Yu slowly landed on the ground. Xiao Guang was a bit scared, but still followed his cousin closely. Even in fights, Xiao Guang had been timid since childhood, but as long as cousin Lin Yu was there, he would not run away, even though neither of them could truly fight back. Lin Yu stood in front of Xiao Guang and slowly spoke. The abilities of cultivators mainly come from 2 aspects. One is spiritual awareness. Strong spiritual awareness can directly attack the enemy's mind, but this is difficult to control, so you will need to practice more in the future. The other is the spiritual energy within the body. Using spiritual energy can unleash terrifying attacks and control powerful magical tools to fight. This is the main combat method of cultivators. But right now, the magical tools in the Misty Celestial Path mobile game have not yet been reflected in the real world, and the techniques have not appeared, so we can only temporarily use the roughest method to control spiritual energy. Listening to Lin Yu, Xiao Guang seemed a bit confused. He knew both words, spiritual awareness and spiritual energy. But how to use them, he had no idea at all. Lin Yu wasn't expecting Xiao Guang to learn immediately. What he needed to do now was to plant a seed in Xiao Guang's heart, so that he could study harder in the future. In the early phase of game feedback, the cultivation of cultivators did not determine everything. Who was stronger depended on who could master it faster. Xiao Guang's biggest luck in life was to meet his cousin Lin Yu, who was willing to teach him how to use spiritual energy step by step. Because, in the whole Blue Star, only Lin Yu truly knew how to use spiritual energy for combat.
At this moment,
Lin Yu slowly raised a hand. Xiao Guang could clearly see that a faint green airflow seemed to fly out from Lin Yu's hand, gradually gathering in the sky.
Bro, is this the spiritual energy you mentioned?
Xiao Guang asked hurriedly. Lin Yu nodded slightly. Watch closely, I'll teach you how to use spiritual energy to make the simplest attack. Lin Yu explained to Xiao Guang while controlling the spiritual energy he released.
At this moment,
a few hundred meters away, the green monster seemed to have spotted Lin Yu and Xiao Guang's figures. All the ordinary people around had already scattered and fled.
The police officers were also hiding behind walls or vehicles, waiting for rescue.
In the sight of that green monster, only Lin Yu and Xiao Guang remained. It lifted its head, eyes glowing with a crimson light. Perhaps because it had found its prey, the corners of its mouth lifted in a sneer, revealing a mocking expression.
Then, it slightly crouched down. Boom! The asphalt road was directly crushed into a deep pit under its feet.
Its figure shot forward like a cannonball towards Lin Yu and Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang was terrified. If it weren't for cousin Lin Yu standing right in front of him, he would have definitely fled in panic. At this moment, Lin Yu no longer had time for teaching. The spiritual energy released by Lin Yu instantly condensed into a massive pale green giant hand in midair. This giant palm was identical in shape to Lin Yu's hand, like an extension of his palm. Lin Yu snorted coldly, looking for death.
Then, the giant palm suddenly fell down.
A terrifying gust of wind suddenly appeared. It blew the surrounding rainwater in all directions. The green monster also seemed to sense the impending danger. He seemed to still retain a bit of his awareness, and when he saw the gigantic palm descending towards him, a trace of fear finally appeared in his eyes. But it was already too late. The enormous spiritual energy hand came crashing down to the ground. Boom! The terrifying impact made the entire ground seem to shake violently. Right after, Xiao Guang saw a scene that he would remember for a lifetime. The pale green big hand slowly dissipated, revealing a tragic scene on the ground. That green monster had completely turned into a pile of meat. Green blood was flowing everywhere on the ground. Even fragments of his brain were mixed in, looking like a puddle of tofu pudding with chives added. Xiao Guang hurriedly turned around and squatted down to vomit. He had never seen such a bloody scene before. Although the blood was green, it didn't affect the horror of the scene at all. Lin Yu turned his head, looked at his squatting cousin Xiao Guang, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It was good for the child to see more of the world. In case of future danger, he could respond more easily and freely. Although Lin Yu was just a cousin, he acted like a worried old father. Of course, this was not surprising. After all, Lin Yu's parents died when he was young, leaving only his uncle's family as his closest relatives. Just then, the officers in the distance seemed to finally come to their senses under this terrifying attack. Facing such a strange situation, they could only raise their handguns and shout at Lin Yu and Xiao Guang, "The two people over there, raise your hands, please cooperate with our investigation." The ordinary officers had no idea what was happening in this world now. Their thoughts were still stuck in the old world. But soon, everyone would gradually get used to the order of the new world. Lin Yu shrugged his shoulders, turned around, and didn't care at all that a gun was pointing at him. Then, he kicked Xiao Guang right in the butt. "Once you're done throwing up, get up quickly, you big man. Why are you being so melodramatic?" Chapter 33, The Footage from the Body Camera. Xiao Guang stumbled when he was kicked and reluctantly rubbed his butt before getting up from the ground. He glanced at his cousin with a resentful look and mumbled, "Brother, when did you become so cold-hearted?" Lin Yu gave a slight grunt. Xiao Guang quickly explained, "Before, when I threw up, you would hurry to help me up and take care of me. Now you only know how to solve problems with violence." Lin Yu shot Xiao Guang a glance and helplessly said, "Every time you throw up, you throw it on someone else, and I'm always the one who cleans up after you. It's good that I haven't settled it with you." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Xiao Guang chuckled a couple of times. It seemed that he also recalled some not-so-good memories. He said no more and hurried towards his family villa. Meanwhile, behind Lin Yu, the two officers with guns found that the two completely ignored them, which left them a bit dumbfounded. They couldn't just open fire on those two. After all, they had helped deal with that terrifying green monster. It was just that the means of resolution was a bit too terrifying. That green big hand still made the two feel a lingering fear. After Lin Yu and Xiao Guang left, the two officers hurried towards the spot where they had just stood. They also saw the tragic appearance of that green giant. Red and white mixed. The two officers had never seen such a horrific sight. They covered their mouths and began to gag. After gagging for a while, one officer finally turned pale and asked his partner, "Did the body camera capture the appearance of those two just now?" The other officer hurriedly nodded and then looked at the body camera on his chest. The body camera was intact and still functioning, clearly having captured the faces of the two people just now. The two officers exchanged glances and then nodded slightly. Since they had captured the faces, they decided not to chase the two individuals for now. Back at the station, they could easily identify the two people's identities and addresses using the footage from the body camera. The abilities of those two individuals had already exceeded what they could control. It was safer to report the situation back at the precinct first before making any plans. Soon, the backup they had called arrived at the scene. Countless police cars surrounded the corpse of the Green Giant. Everyone couldn't believe that such a terrifying and strong monster could be easily flattened into a meat patty by a human. After the backup arrived, the two officers hurried back to the station. They needed to report this matter to their superiors. At the same time, they also wanted to show their superiors the situation from the body camera. When a large number of police cars arrived, Lin Yu and Xiao Guang were already in Xiao Guang's father's car, heading toward Lin Yu's villa. Lin Yu and Xiao Guang found Xiao Guang's parents hiding in the basement, and after much persuasion, they finally agreed to live at Lin Yu's villa together. In order to be more convincing, Xiao Guang even demonstrated his Superman-like flying to his parents. Xiao Guang's parents were stunned. In the car, both seemed still unable to comprehend everything that had just happened. As he drove, Xiao Guang's father weakly asked, "So you both mean to say that you have become immortals, able to soar to the heavens and dive into the earth?" Although Xiao Guang's father had been busy with work, he seemed to have heard of the term immortal before when he was younger. So, his acceptance was slightly better than Xiao Guang's mother. Hearing his father's question, Xiao Guang excitedly explained, "Soaring to the heavens is definitely no problem, but I can't say for sure about diving into the earth." Xiao Guang's father looked at Lin Yu through the rearview mirror. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, "Immortals can do anything." As soon as Lin Yu spoke, everyone in the car turned to look at him. It was as if they were looking at a gorilla in a zoo. Xiao Guang couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his cousin. This bravado was impressive. The two families did not live very far apart, so they arrived in less than half an hour. Then, Lin Yu had Aunt Wang prepare a room for uncle and aunt, and Xiao Guang's family settled into Lin Yu's home. After the gaming feedback on their cultivation levels, the first few nights were definitely not very safe. Many immortal practitioners had not yet adapted to their suddenly powerful bodies. Accidentally injuring others was quite common. So, having uncle and aunt stay at his place for a few days was the best option. Meanwhile, at the West City Police Station in Zhanghai City, the two officers arrived at their superior's office. This night was destined for them to get no rest. In many parts of Zhanghai City, chaos had already erupted. Moreover, they had just received a report saying that 20 people had been killed in the suburbs of Zhanghai City. After reporting this task, the two officers had to hurry to another crime scene. One officer took out his body camera and handed it to his superior. Then he reported, "Although the rain tonight is heavy and visibility is low, we indeed saw those two people flying over, completely without any flying tools." After those two appeared, the green monster charged at them. Immediately, one of them stretched out a hand, and in front of him appeared a large hand made of an unknown green substance, which then slapped the Green Giant. I felt like there was an earthquake at that moment. The glass of the surrounding building seemed to have shattered quite a bit. Because those two people were truly bizarre in strength, we both did not chase after them, but only recorded their appearances. Hearing the report from his subordinate, the director of the West City Police Department slightly nodded. "You did the right thing. In the face of such situations, protecting your own safety is the most important." Then, he opened the law enforcement recorder that the two had passed over. In the law enforcement recorder, the footage was very clear. One could clearly see the raging muscles of the Green Giant. Hearing the report and seeing the footage were two completely different feelings. Unexpectedly, such a terrifying monster really appeared in this world. Soon, the figures of Lin Yu and the other person appeared on the screen. The two slowly descended from the sky. But at this moment, the director of the West City Police Department suddenly frowned. Because in the footage, other scenes were very clear, even the two people's clothes were quite visible. But only the faces of the two were very blurry. It was as if tiny mosaics had been applied. Seeing the director's strange expression, the two policemen hurried over to look at the law enforcement recorder. Instantly, shock appeared on both of their faces. What is this situation?" both of them exclaimed in surprise. It looked a bit like raindrops had stuck to the lens of the law enforcement recorder. But the problem was, the faces of those two people were completely unclear. It couldn't possibly be that two raindrops just happened to block the heads of the two people? This coincidence was just too perfect.
At this moment, the director of the West City Police Department suddenly asked, "You two, are you sure you saw the faces of those two people?" After the director's question, the two policemen instantly became somewhat uncertain. One of the policemen slowly said, "At that distance, we could not see the faces clearly. We thought the law enforcement recorder had high resolution and could capture them well." The other policeman echoed, "At that time, we could only make out their silhouettes, the facial features were too unclear." Hearing their reports, the director let out a slight sigh. Then he commanded, "All right, you two go to the next crime scene." The two policemen could only take their orders and leave. After they left, the director of the West City Police Department rubbed his forehead, a look of worry appeared on his face. Tonight, the whole world was in chaos. Chapter 34, The Escaping Ifengjianren. This night was an insomniac night for many people. Police stations all over the place were busy all night, dealing with various emergencies. In one night, the number of cases surpassed that of an entire month in normal times. They could only manage those cases involving injuries, while there was absolutely no time to care about cases of public property destruction. That night, the capital city cultivator administration was fully deployed. Some, led by Jiang Yun, were handling various emergencies occurring around the capital city. Others worked late into the night to review the applicants. The office building of the administration was brightly lit. Just this one night, hundreds of people came to apply. Moreover, the applicants were all players of the mobile game Misty Immortal Path. Most of these players were young, some were even still in school. However, upon hearing about such a national unit recruiting, they immediately rushed over. The title of Dragon Country's national unit was too enticing. Under normal circumstances, it was probably even hard for top university masters and doctoral graduates to have a chance to apply. This opportunity was too rare, many wanted to seize it. Many ordinary people also had a sleepless night. After all, chaos was happening everywhere, with various reports on mobile short videos and news apps. Those with conditions hid in basements. Without any conditions, they also reinforced the doors and windows. Xiao Guang's parents also struggled to fall asleep. It was not because of the sudden change in environment, but because they were too shocked by their son's transformation. Xiao Guang's father thought he would talk to Lin Yu about selling shares of the Huanyu group, but now he had completely forgotten about it. Compared to company matters, Xiao Guang and Xiaoyu becoming cultivators was what he cared about the most. What exactly is a cultivator? Lying in bed, Xiao Guang's mother also found it hard to fall asleep and asked her husband. Xiao Guang's father shook his head slightly. A cultivator, I can't explain it clearly. Anyway, when I read novels before, it seemed like a very powerful profession, a bit like a martial arts master. When Xiao Guang's father was young, he was busy with work, and aside from a few novels read during school, he had no other way to learn about this mysterious profession of cultivators. He naturally only understood it vaguely. Xiao Guang's father took out his phone and began to search. BD knows, what exactly is a cultivator? Soon, many pieces of information appeared on his phone. Cultivator is a profession from a novel by author He Honghua Pian, capable of flying and doing anything, with all kinds of exciting content in Cultivator mobile game feedback. I spent 10 billion. Want to experience the thrill of becoming a cultivator and break your limits? Come to Pyumiao 2 Cultivator mobile game, you can play without spending money, a conscience game. Xiao Guang's father looked at it and then turned off the phone. In this day and age, it's really hard to search for something on the phone. It's all advertisements. Searching for what a cultivator is brings up nothing but novel ads or game ads, no actual content to be found. Do you think Xiao Yu and Xiao Guang becoming cultivators might be dangerous? What if they fall from the sky while flying? Xiao Guang's mother was still very worried. Worried she couldn't sleep. Xiao Guang's father rolled his eyes. You worry too much, just focus on getting some sleep. Oh. The two closed their eyes, but indeed could not sleep, only starting to let their minds wander. Like his parents, Xiao Guang also found it hard to fall asleep. He was completely too excited. That feeling of flying through the sky was simply exhilarating. He even started to imagine soaring through the sky with his girlfriend, a Shui, in the future. Using clouds as their big bed. His girlfriend happily calling out his name. Yu Shui. Yu Shui. Hurry up, Yu Shui. It was simply too romantic. That night, the one who slept the most soundly was Lin Yu. The game's feedback on cultivation arrived as promised. His 10 billion cash had all been spent. His loved ones, whom he cared for, were all safe and sound. This life was truly a perfect start. However, compared to Lin Yu's perfect beginning, for the real person, Gao Shang, it was a bit difficult. Just after the feedback on cultivation, he had killed more than 20 people. And there were quite a few eyewitnesses. At this moment, Gao Shang had no thoughts of killing those witnesses. After all, it was still the beginning phase of the game's feedback, people's thoughts were not too different from before. He hurriedly flew back to his home. He opened the safe and took out the savings he had stored over the years. There was gold and cash. He put all the money into a bag and then put a plastic bag over the bag, and Gao Shang left his home. He looked back at his house, took a deep breath, and set off on the road to escape. Zhanghai City was a coastal city. In the east, south, west, and north, only the east was a quick way to leave Long Country. Though it was the ocean, Gao Shang had already achieved the Yuanying stage cultivation, allowing him to fly for a long time. He looked to the east, soared into the sky, and flew towards the direction of the sea. No matter what, I need to go abroad and hide for a while. After the heat of this matter cools down, I will come back. Flying in the air, Gao Shang took one last deep look at his homeland, then resolutely set off on the path of escape. Gao Shang knew his country very well. Even though he had become very strong now. But as long as he broke the law, he would definitely be caught and tried. Even if he was already a Yuanying stage cultivator, he could not deal with the machinery of the state. During his time back home, Gao Shang had found time to check his phone and learned about the feedback on cultivation in the mobile game Misty Immortal Path. In Misty Immortal Path, his cultivation level could only rank around 100. In Dragon Country, there were many players stronger than him, with more feedback on cultivation. But it would be different when he got abroad. With his current Yuanying stage strength, no one could match him. Gao Shang carried all his belongings on his back, skimming the surface of the sea, rushing towards the eastern island nation. He didn't dare to fly too high. Because flying high might lead to colliding with an airplane. After all, he wasn't very good at controlling his flying posture yet, and if a plane came, he might not be able to dodge it. Moreover, the most important thing was, flying high might get him spotted by satellites. Staying close to the water avoided this worry. However, what Gao Shang did not know was that the island nation he was heading to was also not very peaceful right now. In the island nation, there was also a mobile game that feedbacked cultivation. That mobile game was called Ninja Legend. That night, many ninjas appeared in the island nation. Many banks and stores were robbed, and numerous homicides occurred all over the island. The island was more chaotic than Dragon Country. Some ninjas even openly snatched belongings on the streets. They seemed not to be after money, but simply pure madness. At this moment, taking advantage of the dark night and strong winds, Gao Shang quietly stepped onto the territory of the island nation with his bag containing all his belongings. Chapter 35, The Ninjas Are Too Weak. Gao Shang's choice to escape to the eastern island nation actually had another reason. He could speak a little of the island nation's language. When he was younger, full of energy, he loved to watch action romance movies from the island nation. So, he put in some effort to learn a bit of the island country's language. Such as words like yamit, and so on. Although he couldn't understand much, it was at least easier to comprehend than other foreign languages. Just after landing on the ground, Gao Shang was stopped by a guy completely shrouded in black ninja clothing. That person not only wore black clothes but also had a black cloth wrapped around his head, and even covered his mouth and nose with a black scarf. Seeing this person, Gao Shang was startled. This guy looked even more like someone escaping than he did. Gao Shang frowned slightly. He didn't want to cause trouble in this unfamiliar environment. However, just as Gao Shang was about to walk around that person, the figure in black actually moved again and blocked his path. It seemed like this guy was specifically looking for trouble. He was mumbling a lot in his mouth. Gao Shang's proud foreign language skills were of no use at all. Gao Shang couldn't help but curse inwardly, "Damn, I can't understand a single word." Then, feeling somewhat annoyed, Gao Shang pointed at the person's nose and said, "Get aside, I'm really annoyed right now, don't make trouble." Gao Shang spoke in Chinese, unsure if the other party could understand. He was feeling a bit frustrated. After all, he was here to escape, and he didn't want to fight, he just wanted to find a place to rest for a while. However, it didn't take long for Gao Shang to understand what the other person wanted. That guy in all black actually wanted to rob his backpack. The other person's gaze had been fixed on my backpack. It seemed as if they could see what was inside my backpack. Gao Shang's expression gradually grew cold. All my belongings are in this backpack, how could I let anyone take it away? What Gao Shang didn't expect was that, despite the language barrier and his lack of intention to hand the bag over, the other party suddenly took action. Their hands were placed behind their back, body slightly leaning forward, and they came rushing towards him swiftly. Their running posture was foolish, yet surprisingly fast. Instead of directly trying to grab the backpack, they suddenly began to circle around Gao Shang strangely. Dust immediately began to swirl around Gao Shang. The person in black spun around Gao Shang at high speed, mumbling something under their breath. Gao Shang couldn't understand. But it sounded somewhat familiar. At that moment, the black-clothed person, who had been circling Gao Shang, suddenly turned and charged at him. They bent down, hands on the ground, one foot slightly raised. It looked like they were preparing to launch an attack from below, aiming to kick Gao Shang in the stomach.
The speed of the black-clothed person was astonishing. If the kick landed, Gao Shang's body might even be sent flying into the air.
Is this a robbery or a murder? Gao Shang cursed inwardly again.
The black-clothed man's movements were indeed quick, but Gao Shang saw it clearly. After achieving the nascent soul stage, his body had undergone significant changes, and even his vision had improved greatly. If it had been before gaining experience from the game, he definitely wouldn't have seen the black-clothed man's movements.
At this moment, how could Gao Shang not understand what was happening? Clearly, this island country also had game experience feedback. This guy in front of me is probably a player from that game. Ninja, huh? Gao Shang thought quietly.
Gao Shang didn't enjoy watching childish cartoons, but in the Japanese romance action films he had seen, some characters were portrayed as ninjas. However, they dressed differently. The ninjas in movies wore less clothing. Unlike this guy who was completely covered up tightly. Although the black-clothed man's movements were quick, to Gao Shang, it was like watching slow motion. Gao Shang squinted his eyes slightly, furrowed his brows, then suddenly lifted one of his feet. I don't want to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it either.
Gao Shang whispered. Immediately after,
the foot Gao Shang lifted suddenly came crashing down.
Boom! Crack!
Just as the black-clothed man was about to kick Gao Shang in the stomach to send him flying into the sky,
Gao Shang's foot landed first on the man's leg. With one kick, the black-clothed man's leg was broken.
The black-clothed man's movements came to a halt. He never imagined that his proud fighting technique could be so easily countered by the opponent. Holding his leg, he began to wail madly on the ground.
His leg bent at an unbelievable angle, white bone protruding from the joint. At that moment, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded.
Under the black-clothed man's gaze, Gao Shang's body slowly began to float up.
The black-clothed man was dumbfounded. How powerful could a flying ninja be?
The black-clothed man had never seen a cultivator and thought Gao Shang was also a ninja like him.
After all, ordinary people cannot fly. However, Gao Shang didn't give the black-clothed man any extra time to think.
His gaze was eye.
He turned around and walked into the night.
Gao Shang was definitely not an honest man. Besides, that guy had already seen his face. If he didn't kill him, there might be trouble in the future. On this island country, Gao Shang felt completely different than when he was in the Dragon Nation.
Killing people didn't bother him at all.
Carrying his backpack, Gao Shang slowly walked into the city. After flying for so long, he was actually a bit tired, and wanted to find a hotel to rest well. Of course, before that he needed to find a bank to exchange some money. As he walked, Gao Shang muttered softly to himself, ninjas are too weak, they really are only fit to act in movies.
Early morning.
Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. The soft big bed under him was still comfortable. After leaning back a little, Lin Yu picked up the phone beside the pillow and looked at it. His past life experience told Lin Yu, last night must have been extremely exciting. He didn't log into the game, but first opened the game's official forum. This game's official forum would still be very important in the future. A lot of information spread even faster than many news channels. Also, some announcements about the mobile game Ethereal Immortal Path would also continue to be posted on the official forum. After the cultivation feedback ends, the Ethereal Immortal Path mobile game would completely shut down, but the official forum would not. He opened the official forum. Inside, the number of posts was directly 999 plus. Lin Yu opened some of the more popular ones and started reading. Last night during the cultivation feedback, my strength suddenly grew stronger. I was washing my face and accidentally broke my faucet. The whole house got flooded. Breaking the faucet is considered lucky. During the cultivation feedback I was squatting on the toilet, and I squatted it to pieces. You guys are too ordinary. Last night I was giving Thai massage to a customer in our foot spa. That customer's shoulder blade shattered. Hee. During last night's cultivation feedback, I was sharing life experiences with my girlfriend. Now my girlfriend is still lying in the ICU.
Chapter 36, Riding the Wind, You Finally Came. In the official forum, most of the posts were pointless posts.
After players received the cultivation feedback, their overflowing energy had nowhere to go, so they could only come to the forum to talk about their experiences. At first I thought those two announcements were fake, didn't expect they were actually real. Looks like this world is about to change. I heard that every country on Blue Star received cultivation feedback from the game. I heard that many ninjas appeared all over the island country last night, killing and setting fires. A friend of mine studying in America said the streets were full of green giants last night.
It was total chaos.
Still, our Dragon Nation is the best. The quality of our players is generally higher. Cultivating immortality is not for competing or winning, but for transcending the mundane world and becoming immortal. I think the reason our Dragon Nation didn't fall into chaos is because the country established the Immortal Cultivator Management Office as fast as possible. I heard many people went to apply for jobs there last night.
Of course many did. I queued all night and just finished my application. Congratulations above, looks like you succeeded. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations on getting a golden rice bowl. Aside from all these messy chat posts, Lin Yu also found some interesting ones. I am the Demon Lord Song Yun, second on the cultivation rank, equipment rank, spirit beast rank, spirit root rank of the ethereal immortal path mobile game. Now establishing the immortal cultivator organization Xiaoyao Palace, aiming to share experience and help each other, welcome all ambitious people to join. This post had very high popularity. There were many replies underneath as well. When Lin Yu saw this post, his face suddenly changed a little. The three words Xiaoyao Palace, Lin Yu naturally knew very well. In his previous life, this demon Lord Song Yun also created the Xiaoyao Palace. At the beginning, everything seemed normal, but later, when the demon bosses from the game came to the real world, the Xianyao Palace quickly became the henchmen and lackeys of those demon bosses. However, this time, things are a little different from the last life. In the previous life, the Tsanyan Demon Master was first on all the major rankings in the game, with immense power and great charisma. But in this life, after Lin Yu was reborn, all the top spots on the major rankings changed hands, and they all became Lin Yu. Moreover, Lin Yu's strength on these rankings was far beyond that of the second place. Clearly, the Tsanyan Demon Master's charisma was much weaker compared to Lin Yu in his past life. Lin Yu opened this post and continued to read. Upvote. Tsanyan Demon Master is mighty. The name Xianyao Palace sounds great, count me in. Having a cultivation organization like this is really good. If there's anything I don't understand, I can exchange experiences. I want to join. I want to ask, what are the requirements to join Xianyao Palace? Can I join if I'm only at the Qi refining stage? Sanyan Demon Master, there are no requirements to join Xianyao Palace, as long as you are a cultivator. The previous reply seemed relatively normal. But then, the tone gradually changed. Why is Sanyan Demon Master ranked second? Where is the first? Do you think the first place, Chen Qingqing, might also join Xianyao Palace? What a joke upstairs, how would someone of Chen Qingqing's level ever look at a small organization like Xianyao Palace? If Chen Qingqing were to create a cultivation organization, perhaps I would consider joining. I think it's very likely that Chen Qingqing will join the cultivation administration, the country will surely invite him specially. I think so too, with his level of cultivation, the country will definitely go all out to recruit him. Then what are we waiting for? Joining the cultivation administration is the way to go. By the way, I want to ask, does Xianyao Palace offer social insurance and housing benefits? Whoever said that upstairs is foolish. What era is it now, still thinking about social benefits? Truly ridiculous. Lin Yu couldn't help but smile after looking at the replies below that Sanyan Demon Master's post. In his previous life, Lin Yu remembered that Xianyao Palace was quite powerful. At least it was much stronger than the cultivation administration. But now it seemed, without the prestigious title of being first on all rankings in the game, that Sanyan Demon Master's Xianyao Palace seemed to have lost quite a bit of its appeal. Of course, Lin Yu would still pay attention to the matters of Xianyao Palace. If in this life they were still to be the lackeys of those demon bosses, then turn those demon bosses into his own lackeys. In that case, wouldn't the people of Xianyao Palace become the lackeys of his lackeys? Lin Yu imagined those scenes, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved up. As long as his strength became so great that no one dared to resist him, everything would be much simpler. After roughly scanning the posts on the forum, Lin Yu closed the official forum and opened the game, Drifting Immortal Path. Although there was nothing left to improve in the game, logging in every morning had already become Lin Yu's habit. However, after opening the game, Lin Yu suddenly found it a bit unfamiliar. Because, on the game screen, there was no longer a reminder for the old player return gift, and all the activity and recharge interfaces had turned gray. Without those spending options, the game also became monotonous. It seemed that there were many more players in the game than before. Lin Yu could see many low-level players appearing in the game's city. It was obvious that they were newly created characters. It seemed that after last night's event gained traction, many people realized the power of cultivators, so they downloaded the mobile game Drifting Immortal Path, hoping to catch the last bus to becoming a cultivator. But many of them did not realize one problem. That is, the feedback of cultivation in the game is based on the VIP level. After the game closed the recharge channel, those newly joined players' VIP levels would never be able to rise. VIP Zero's feedback on cultivation was 0%. Maybe they all knew there was no chance left to receive cultivation feedback, but they just couldn't let go. Then, Lin Yu controlled his game character to arrive at the sect. Since there was nothing else to do, he might as well see how the sect leader, Chen Qingqing, was doing in her cultivation. Last time, Lin Yu had given her a lot of resources, and her cultivation had directly improved to the Great Achievement stage. Later, Lin Yu even helped her spend 100 million cash. Lin Yu was very eager to know if his contribution had yielded any return.
Just as he returned to the sect, Jing Xinjianren appeared right in front of Lin Yu's character.
It was a bit unexpected.
In the past, Lin Yu would always control his game character to find her in the back mountain of the sect. Jing Xinjianren usually spent most of her time cultivating in the back mountain. But this time, it seemed a little different.
And the most surprising thing for Lin Yu was,
before, he would have to click on Jing Xinjianren's name for the interaction options to pop up.
But this time,
before Lin Yu could click on her name, Jing Xinjianren surprisingly spoke first. Her voice was pleasantly melodic, touching the heart.
It even carried a hint of joy.
Although the voice was coming through the phone, it felt as if Jing Xinjianren was right beside Lin Yu.
Qingqing, you finally came. P.S. Add-on rule, for every 0.1 increase in rating, 2 chapters will be added immediately. Add-on rule is permanently valid.
Seeking 5-star reviews. Seeking 5-star reviews. Seeking 5-star reviews.
Brothers, please support me. Chapter 37, Pork Hawks and Big Goose.
Lin Yu was a bit dumbfounded. Although Lin Yu knew that NPCs in the game could eventually appear in the real world. But that was later. It would take a long time before most things from the game feed back into the real world, and only then would those NPCs and villain bosses gradually appear.
But now, Jing Xinjianren was just a game NPC. An NPC that could only passively communicate had now taken the initiative to speak to a player? Moreover, his in-game name was clearly Qingqing.
Yet, she had the audacity to call him Qingqing.
It felt like she was calling him by his nickname.
It carried a hint of sweet affection.
What the hell?
The tone was a bit like those girls who used to chase him back in the day.
In fact, this situation was much weirder than feedbacking cultivation.
But Lin Yu had experienced cultivation feedback in his past life, so he naturally didn't find it too strange. However, the fact that Jing Xinjianren spoke to him first and in such a sweet tone made Lin Yu feel it was a bit absurd.
Could it be that Jing Xinjianren had developed improper thoughts about him even before reaching the real world? That's unlikely. Lin Yu calmed down for a moment and then looked at his phone again. At this time,
on the phone screen, Jing Xinjianren still maintained the same appearance as before.
She had not spoken again.
Moreover, the line she had said earlier had already been displayed in the form of a dialogue box.
Everything seemed to return to normal.
Seeing this, Lin Yu finally felt a bit calm.
Lin Yu tapped the screen lightly, and the dialogue box disappeared.
Jing Xinjianren did not speak again. However, she still stood in front of Lin Yu's character, her gaze seemingly fixated on him.
Lin Yu gently clicked on Jing Xinjianren's name, and the familiar NPC interaction interface appeared on his phone. Talk. Gift. Information. Goodbye. Still the same 4 options as before. Lin Yu clicked on the information button. Quickly, Jing Xinjianren's detailed information appeared before Lin Yu. Name, Jing Xinjianren. Position, Sect Master of the Lungha Sacred Ground. Cultivation, Great Achievement Stage, Perfection.
Technique, Lungha Falling Sun Sword Technique.
Intimacy, Life and Death Together. Every player sees different information when looking at an NPC.
Especially the last entry about intimacy, which refers to the closeness between this NPC and the player who clicked on her information. However, how close this intimacy of life and death truly is, Lin Yu still cannot figure out. Dying together is definitely impossible, it is just a metaphor.
Perhaps only after the true master of calm leaves the game can it be understood. As for the true master's skill, Lin Yu had already anticipated.
Complete achievement in the great vehicle stage, just like himself. Putting in 100 million in cash indeed packs a punch. This 100 million, the true master definitely cannot finish using. Right now, she is definitely the richest woman among all NPCs in the game. Lin Yu took another deep look at the true master of calm's personal information, then clicked to return to the previous page and clicked the goodbye option.
At that moment,
suddenly, the voice of the true master of calm came again from his phone.
Still soft and pleasant. Qingqing, will you come back to see me?
Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a shiver throughout his body.
So cheesy.
Lin Yu hurriedly turned off the phone screen. If the true master of calm spoke to him like this after appearing in the real world, that would be somewhat acceptable. After all, powerful, fair-skinned, and beautiful. But now, the true master of calm is still just an NPC in the game, still a two-dimensional being. So, Lin Yu turned off his phone and got off the bed.
It's getting late, it's time for breakfast.
And since his uncle and aunt just arrived, he still has to specially arrange something for them. Lin Yu went to the kitchen where Aunt Wang had already started cooking.
A pork knuckle was being placed into the pressure cooker.
Seeing Lin Yu come in, Aunt Wang hurriedly smiled and said, "Little Yu, how about having pig knuckle for breakfast?" Ever since Lin Yu reincarnated, he had always wanted to eat meat.
Aunt Wang had already gotten used to it.
And Xiao Guang eats even more than Lin Yu.
Even in the morning, more meat must be arranged.
Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Lin Yu awkwardly smiled back and said, but we can't just have meat, my uncle and aunt like to eat vegetarian food. Aunt Wang also laughed and took out a handful of vegetables from the kitchen sink. I'm getting it ready, don't worry. With Aunt Wang busy in the kitchen, Lin Yu felt very relieved. At this time, Aunt Wang suddenly asked quietly, Little Yu, I saw Xiao Guang flying yesterday, did he become that? What is it, a cultivator? Aunt Wang's words made Lin Yu pause for a moment.
She actually knows about cultivators. Lin Yu nodded. Such things cannot be hidden. Moreover, Aunt Wang is considered family. How did you know about cultivators, Aunt Wang? Lin Yu asked curiously.
Aunt Wang smiled mysteriously and said, my daughter called me last night, saying that in the America where she is studying, many people were flying in the sky last night. She said she also saw on the internet about Longwa that there are cultivators, very dangerous, telling me to be careful.
Thinking for a moment, Aunt Wang said, what's so dangerous? Xiao Guang isn't dangerous at all.
Aunt Wang doesn't go online, and the only cultivator she has seen is Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang is chubby and white, his flying movements are clumsy, definitely not related to danger.
After hearing Aunt Wang's explanation, Lin Yu instantly understood.
It seems Aunt Wang's daughter has seen those players who returned their strength from the game. But at the early stage of the game's feedback, the situation on the American side is definitely much more dangerous than in Longwa. Lin Yu thought for a moment and then said to Aunt Wang, if your daughter needs any help, be sure to tell me, maybe I can help. Aunt Wang smiled and nodded, thank you, little Yu, you've already helped our family so much.
Aunt Wang actually feels very grateful to Lin Yu.
Lin Yu's salary is very high.
The salary is at least 3 times more than an ordinary nanny's. This money is enough for my daughter's expenses while studying abroad.
At this moment, there suddenly came the sound of footsteps outside. Lin Yu's uncle and aunt also got up. They seemed to hear the talking in the kitchen and walked in together. As soon as they entered the kitchen, Lin Yu was a bit dazed.
These two people had dark circles under their eyes like giant pandas.
It was obvious that they had not slept well last night.
That was completely normal.
Last night, they were first scared, and then they learned that their son had become a cultivator. It was no wonder they couldn't sleep. As they walked into the kitchen, they were also stunned. They happened to see a large pig trotters partially sticking out of the pressure cooker.
Xiao Yu, do you eat this every morning? Lin Yu's aunt asked in surprise.
Before Lin Yu could respond, Aunt Wang laughed and answered first, we don't eat trotters every day. We had ribs for breakfast yesterday and stewed goose the day before, and the day before that.
Before Aunt Wang could finish, Lin Yu hurriedly interrupted her.
Sometimes, telling the truth might not be so good. Lin Yu rubbed his belly and smiled, saying, I just love eating this, I've gained some weight these days. His aunt looked down at Lin Yu's slightly flat belly and sneered. Xiao Yu, don't cover for Xiao Guang anymore.
He's almost fat like a pig. Mothers really do not like their children to be too fat.
Hearing his aunt's words, Lin Yu's uncle clearly didn't dare to respond.
The family hierarchy was evident.
Lin Yu could only chuckle awkwardly and murmur, Xiao Guang isn't fat, no, it's Xiao Guang, he's not fat.
The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward.
At that moment, footsteps were heard at the door again. Xiao Guang rubbed his sleepy eyes and walked in. Before he even opened his eyes, he mumbled, Aunt Wang, I'm hungry.
Is the trotters cooked yet? Chapter 38, The Repair Institute is a good unit. In Lin Yu's villa dining room. The trotters still did not come out. During breakfast, Xiao Guang kept his head down, silently focused on eating.
Lin Yu cheerfully handled all kinds of questions from his uncle and aunt. Of course, their questions weren't about how much meat Xiao Guang had eaten these days or how much weight he had gained, but rather about cultivators and the mobile game Piao Miao Xian Tuesday. They were just too curious.
For their generation, cultivators were indeed too novel. Xiao Yu, do you mean to say that Xiao Guang put all 1 million into the game and became this powerful? Xiao Guang's mother asked Lin Yu.
Lin Yu nodded slightly. Xiao Guang's head dropped even lower, as if he were trying to hide in the fat on his chest.
But the imagined reprimand did not come.
Xiao Guang's mother merely nodded slightly and did not intend to scold her son.
Xiao Guang's father had a hint of excitement on his face. He raised a hand intending to slap the table hard.
But when his hand reached the table's edge, he immediately slowed down. Then he gently patted the table. After all, this wasn't his own home, and in front of 2 younger ones, he still needed to maintain his mature and stable image. If I had known, I would have given Xiao Guang more pocket money. Xiao Guang's father sighed.
Upon hearing this, Xiao Guang's eyes suddenly lit up.
But his mother's words soon extinguished the light in his eyes.
Didn't you hear Xiao Yu say? That game can't be recharged anymore. Kids shouldn't be given too much money, or they might go bad.
Xiao Guang's father chuckled and said, I was just saying it, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously.
At this time, Xiao Guang's mother worriedly asked, then according to what you said, isn't our dragon country going to be in chaos?
So many people have gained powerful strength, and we don't know if they are good or bad.
Xiao Guang's father also looked at Lin Yu. The couple's biggest concern was still safety.
What happened last night had terrified them greatly. If it weren't for their son and nephew dealing with that green monster, they might have faced real danger. As for this matter, Lin Yu had already thought about how to respond. He smiled and said, there shouldn't be any safety issues, after all, Xiao Guang and I are here, we are very strong. Hearing his cousin's words, Xiao Guang quickly lifted his head, wearing a proud expression.
Mom and Dad, you can rest assured, I can protect your safety.
After a moment, Xiao Guang added, of course, mainly my brother is amazing. Lin Yu agreed, besides the two of us, the country has also established a cultivator management office, which gathers many strong individuals, it's like a special police station for managing cultivators. The dragon country will not be chaotic. Lin Yu spoke very confidently. Because Lin Yu had experienced it all before. In his past life, during the early stages of game feedback, the dragon country was indeed the most stable among all countries on Blue Star. Under the management of the Cultivation Management Office, the vast majority of cultivators still obeyed the law. However, that changed later on.
When the demon bosses from the game appeared, the dragon country fell into complete chaos. Those demon bosses would not accept management.
The strength of the management office was far too weak compared to those powerful demon bosses. But this life is different. After Lin Yu was reborn, he spent 10 billion to change that once tragic ending.
After hearing Lin Yu's explanation, uncle and aunt felt much more at ease.
The older generation had a deeper recognition of the power of the country.
As long as the country took action, there would definitely be no problem. The Cultivation Management Office must be a good unit. Uncle even sighed. At that moment, in the office building of the capital's Cultivation Management Office.
In the conference room, a meeting for all members of the management office was being held. After a night of selection, the management office had welcomed over a dozen new members. And they all immediately threw themselves into work. There were many applicants, but background checks still needed some time. Those who joined first were all familiar faces. At the head of the conference table sat Jiang Yun's father, with Jiang Yun right beside him. Jiang Yun's cultivation level was still the highest in this conference room. Jiang Yun's father gently tapped the table and said, I know everyone has worked hard, staying up all night, but this is the crucial moment. We, as the core force maintaining the nation's stability, must not slack off. In the future, the management office will establish branches in various cities, but right now, the entire dragon country has only our capital's management office headquarters that has been preliminarily established. So, if any incidents of cultivators seriously injuring others occur in other cities, it must be up to us to resolve them. According to the news I have received, 10 cities saw major violent incidents last night, and everyone will need to go on business trips.
Next, let Comrade Jiang Yun announce the schedule.
Fortunately, most of the management office's personnel were cultivators who had received cultivation feedback. Staying up all night was still bearable. Especially those in the golden pill stage or higher, they hardly needed sleep at all. Hearing her father's words, Jiang Yun picked up the prepared draft and stood up. Chao Chuan, go to Jiangnan City, a family of 3 was murdered, and it's initially determined that it was a cultivator's doing.
Go liaise with the local police.
Li Jifei, go to Huanghai City, there was a jailbreak in a prison, and 2 duty guards were killed. According to information provided by the local police, the prisoner might have played the game Misty Immortal Path before entering the prison. Jiang Yun assigned tasks to 9 people, sending them to 9 different cities. These 9 were all powerful cultivators from the management office. After that, Jiang Yun looked at the last appointment. Slowly began to speak, I am in charge of a murder case in Jianghai City, and a witness claims that a cultivator killed 20 ordinary people.
After Jiang Yuni finished speaking, Jiang Yuni's father finally said, alright, let's set off now.
The 9 appointed individuals, along with Jiang Yuni, saluted together, saying, yes, director.
The meeting ended. Everyone walked out one after another, each going to complete their own tasks.
Soon, only Jiang Yuni and her father were left in the meeting room. Jiang Yuni's father looked at his daughter, reached out his hand, and gently patted her shoulder, saying, you've worked hard. Jiang Yuni smiled and shook her head slightly, I'm fine, just take care of yourself. Jiang Yuni was still quite worried about her father. After all, he had received too little feedback on his cultivation. Moreover, at his age, staying up late is very harmful to the body. Jiang Yuni's father also smiled, I feel great right now. Although I haven't slept all night, I feel better than before. After all, he had received cultivation feedback, even if it was just in the qi refining stage, his body was much stronger than an ordinary person's. Especially in terms of spirit, the improvement was significant. At this moment, Jiang Yuni's father suddenly adjusted his expression and said to his daughter, this time you're going to Jianghai City, besides the major impact of that murder case, there's one more thing.
The Zhanghai City Cultivation Management Office was established quite quickly. They want to set an example for other cities, and since you're familiar with Zhanghai City, you not only need to handle that murder case but also help set up the local management office as soon as possible. The task is heavy. Zhang Yuni returned from studying abroad and had been working in Zhanghai City. Her father knew this. That's why he arranged for Zhang Yuni to go to Zhanghai City. Don't worry, I'll manage it well, Zhang Yuni said slowly. She hadn't been back to Zhanghai City for several days. This time returning, if she had time, maybe she could also visit her boss. After all, she was still drawing a salary from her boss. Taking a paid leave made her feel a bit guilty. Zhang Yuni's father nodded slightly. After they parted, Zhang Yuni left the headquarters of the Cultivation Management Office in Beijing. However, Zhang Yuni did not fly directly to Zhanghai City, but chose to take the high-speed train. Although flying would be faster. But Zhang Yuni did not like to be too high-profile. Moreover, her flying skills were not very proficient yet. After buying a ticket for the next high-speed train, Zhang Yuni went straight to the train station. The high-speed train wasn't slow, and it would probably take about 2 hours to arrive. Zhang Yuni also had a house in Zhanghai City, so she didn't need to bring clothes or anything, which was very convenient. At this moment, while Zhang Yuni was on the high-speed train heading to Zhanghai City, in the villa of Lin Yu in Zhanghai City, Xiao Guang's father looked at his phone and suddenly said excitedly to Lin Yu and Xiao Guang, "An old comrade of mine is now the head of the Zhanghai City Cultivation Management Office. Are you two interested in joining?" Hearing this, Lin Yu quickly shook his head. Joining the Cultivation Management Office was absolutely out of the question. Even if it was his uncle's old comrade inviting them, it was not possible. But Xiao Guang was too afraid to refuse. After all, he had lived under his father's authority since he was young. He weakly asked, "Dad, have you spread the news about us being cultivators so quickly?" Chapter 39, Second Feedback, Great Ascension Period. After Xiao Guang said this, it was finally time for Xiao Guang's father to feel embarrassed. Just finding out that his son had become a cultivator, he had already revealed the news to others. It was indeed a bit absurd. Xiao Guang's mother also shot a glance at her husband. Xiao Guang's father, knowing he was in the wrong, quickly explained, "Lao Hai is my old comrade, we have a deep relationship, and now that he is the director of the Zhanghai City Cultivation Management Office, how can I not support him?" Hearing that her husband was talking about Lao Hai, Xiao Guang's mother suddenly understood. And then, unexpectedly, he nodded. Clearly, he was very understanding of his husband. Now it was Lin Yu's turn to be puzzled. Xiao Guang's mother explained, "That old Hai has a life-and-death friendship with your uncle. He saved him on the battlefield back then." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu understood. Such a bond forged on the battlefield was something Lin Yu had not experienced, but he could imagine how strong their friendship was. Seeing that his wife and nephew both supported him, Xiao Guang's father suddenly straightened his back. He looked at his son, who had just questioned him, and suddenly felt a surge of anger. Xiao Guang's father patted the back of his son's head and chuckled, saying, "This afternoon, you will report to the Zhanghai City Repair Bureau, got it? If you don't go, your pocket money will be cut off." Xiao Guang's father had no power to decide his nephew Lin Yu's path, but he could still give orders to his own son. If the nephew was unwilling, then let the son go. After learning that his son was a cultivator, the old comrade had already sought his help. Now, the Zhanghai City Repair Bureau was just being established and was in urgent need of manpower. If an old comrade needed help, he certainly had to lend a hand, even if it meant sending his son over. However, Xiao Guang was a bit reluctant. For most people, working in the repair bureau was a stable job, and they would fight tooth and nail to get in. But Xiao Guang was different. His family was well off, and he didn't have to worry about food and drink. Moreover, mainly, Xiao Guang was lazy and playful. If he went to such a place, life would not be so easy anymore. "Dad, can I not go?" Xiao Guang weakly asked. Xiao Guang's father immediately shot him a glare and said, "No." Just those two words made Xiao Guang wilt. At that moment, Xiao Guang's mother stepped in to mediate and said, "Your dad just wants you to go help your Uncle Hai, to fill a position. Once the Zhanghai City Repair Bureau is fully established and doesn't need people anymore, you won't have to go." Hearing his mother's explanation, Xiao Guang's expression finally improved a bit. He looked up at his father, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry, as if confirming the truth of his mother's words. Xiao Guang's father slowly nodded and said, "That's fine." Xiao Guang suddenly became excited again. "Dad, can you ask how much the salary is for working at the repair bureau?" Get lost. After breakfast, Lin Yu lay back down on the big bed in his bedroom. The soft big bed seemed to attract Lin Yu at all times. During the first week of feedback from the game, only his cultivation would be reflected, so Lin Yu had it easy and didn't have much to do. Moreover, during this initial week, the game could still be logged into. So Lin Yu planned to play the game for a week to rest well.
Once the feedback from the second week came, other elements from the game would start to reflect in the real world, and Lin Yu would become busy.
Opening the game, Lin Yu first checked the various leaderboards.
The leaderboards had not changed at all.
His first position was as steady as a mountain.
Without the ability to spend money, it was basically impossible for other players to surpass him.
The last weekly reward for the leaderboard would be released at midnight tonight.
At that time, Lin Yu could boost his strength again. After checking the leaderboard, Lin Yu took his spirit beast, the Fire Qilin, to run dungeons.
After closing the recharge channel, all events had also stopped.
In the game, aside from running dungeons and completing quests, there wasn't much else to do. Others could at least slightly improve their cultivation or drop some equipment when running dungeons, but for Lin Yu, it was purely entertainment. After all, Lin Yu's cultivation had already reached the top and couldn't be improved anymore.
The equipment dropped in the dungeons was also not as good as what he already had.
Lin Yu controlled his game character and arrived in front of the Black Water Cave dungeon. The first dungeon he chose was the Black Water Cave.
The reason is quite simple.
In his past life, Lin Yu was killed by the minions of the Black Water Demon Lord. Now that his strength has improved and the Black Water Demon Lord has not yet returned to the real world, he can only seek revenge in the dungeon for some satisfaction. However, Lin Yu was unexpectedly surprised. Just as he arrived in front of the Black Water Cave dungeon, he encountered a familiar face. Though he couldn't exactly call it a friend. It was simply someone who looked somewhat familiar. The person's game character was dressed in a black long robe, surrounded by swirling black mist. Above his head, his name was displayed.
Chen Demon Lord. Once ranked number 1 on every leaderboard, now he was second on all of them. He was also the player who spent the most money in the game, besides Lin Yu.
Seeing Lin Yu appear, Chen Demon Lord immediately stopped. In a game with at least 1 million players, it was quite a coincidence to run into each other here, considering they were the top 2 players. Lin Yu also paused, not controlling his character to immediately enter the dungeon. Seeing that the top players were at the entrance of this dungeon, other surrounding players gathered around, seemingly eager to watch the excitement. The Black Water Cave dungeon was considered the highest level dungeon in the game, with extremely high difficulty. So far, only Lin Yu had cleared it. After Lin Yu cleared it, many players wanted to give it a try. But until now, not a single one had succeeded, even if 5 players entered the dungeon together. Although Chen Demon Lord was the second in the game rankings, he was still quite weak compared to Lin Yu. It would be very difficult for him to clear the dungeon. Yet he still wanted to give it a try. Moreover, he wanted to try it alone. Because through Lin Yu's first clear announcement, he learned that the rewards for clearing it alone were very high. Although the first clear reward was the highest, the second player to clear it would also receive considerable rewards. What he wanted was the reward for being the second player to clear it. After lingering for a moment at the dungeon entrance, Lin Yu soon received a private message.
It was from Chen Demon Lord.
Lin Yu thought that perhaps Chen Demon Lord was scolding him for secretly spending money and stealing his number 1 spot.
But to his surprise, Chen Demon Lord's words were very polite.
Brother Qingqing, I have established a cultivator organization called the Leisure Palace.
Are you interested in joining?
There are no hard requirements, just a place to share experiences and improve together.
Chen Demon Lord's words were grand and high-minded.
If it were in his past life, Lin Yu might have considered it. Of course, in his past life, Lin Yu didn't have the qualifications for Chen Demon Lord to personally invite him. However, Lin Yu was a reborn person, and although he did not interact much with Chen Demon Lord in his past life, he had heard many tales about him. In front of the phone screen, Lin Yu smiled slightly. Then he typed a few words in the private chat.
Where's the address? I'll come take a look when I have time.
After sending the message, Lin Yu quietly waited. He waited for a full 3 minutes. Chen Demon Lord still hadn't answered his question. It seemed he was contemplating. Looking at the immobile Chen Demon Lord on the phone screen, Lin Yu couldn't help but curl his lips and mutter to himself, seems like he's quite cautious. Although Lin Yu really wanted to find Chen Demon Lord, he knew he could, but he didn't have that much spare time. After all, he was invincible, and as long as Chen Demon Lord didn't provoke him, he couldn't be bothered to search for him across the country. After knowing he was invincible, Lin Yu's mentality had also changed somewhat. Of course, if Chen Demon Lord actively revealed his specific location, that would be different. After another 2 minutes, Lin Yu's private chat window finally lit up. Lin Yu opened it and saw. As he guessed, Chen Demon Lord's wariness was still very high. We haven't chosen an address yet. Once you've thought it over, you can contact me in the game. But Chen Demon Lord not only did not give Lin Yu his address. He didn't even leave a contact number. He indeed wanted Lin Yu to join the Xianyao Palace, but the problem was, he did not believe that a strong player like Lin Yu would want to join the Xianyao Palace. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot exist on the same mountain. It was unlikely that Lin Yu, a top expert, would agree to be second in command. After all, there was a huge gap in cultivation between them. The Sanyun Demon Lord was still quite self-aware. Since he had no hope of Lin Yu joining the Xianyao Palace, he simply did not leave a phone number. It was somewhat dangerous to let a player at the great completion of the ascending stage know his information. What if someday, after the equipment was returned, he tried to take his equipment? Seeing the private message from the Sanyun Demon Lord, Lin Yu smiled slightly and did not reply further. Instead, he controlled his character and directly entered the Blackwater Demon Cave dungeon. The game would close in 7 days, and by that time, he wouldn't be able to contact him anyway. However, Lin Yu had no interest in contacting him. Lin Yu's figure disappeared in front of the entrance to the Blackwater Demon Cave dungeon. The Sanyun Demon Lord was stunned for a moment, then also walked into the dungeon. After playing the game for the whole morning. After lunch, Lin Yu went to take a nap. Although with Lin Yu's current cultivation level, sleeping was completely unnecessary, he still enjoyed the process of sleep. But Xiao Guang was not so lucky. He was forced by his father to go to the temporary office building of the Zhanghai City Repair Bureau. The repair bureau was not too far from Lin Yu's home, and Xiao Guang's father arranged for a driver to take him there in half an hour. As soon as he entered the door, Xiao Guang's father's old comrade, Luo Hai, quickly welcomed him. He warmly took Xiao Guang's hand and asked a lot of questions. Xiao Guang, what's your cultivation level in the game? Xiao Guang, what rank can you achieve in the game? Xiao Guang, what abilities do you have now? Although Xiao Guang was somewhat reluctant, he still answered honestly due to his father's repeated teachings. After hearing Xiao Guang's answers, Luo Hai became even more excited. Compared to his old comrade, Luo Hai clearly understood cultivators better. He had done his homework in advance. Originally, he thought his comrade's son was just an ordinary player, but unexpectedly he had struck gold. This was a great player. He had already recruited a few people, but their skills were quite average, nowhere near Xiao Guang's level. Luo Hai hurriedly pulled Xiao Guang into his office and personally poured a cup of tea for him. Xiao Guang felt a bit overwhelmed. For the first time, he felt the significance of his presence before an elder. Luo Hai cheerfully chatted with Xiao Guang about trivial matters, then took out a few papers from his desk drawer and handed them to Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang, this is a contract. Although we are an official unit, we still need to sign a contract. Just turn to the last page and sign your name. After all, Luo Hai was an old comrade of his father, and had often come to their house to drink when he was little. Xiao Guang trusted this Uncle Hai very much. He picked up the contract, intending to take a quick look before signing his name. But at that moment, Uncle Hai suddenly walked over, directly flipping the contract to the last page in Xiao Guang's hands. Then, he directly pressed a pen into Xiao Guang's hand. No need to read, this is a standardized template contract. Just sign your name. Xiao Guang weakly nodded and signed his name at the bottom of the contract. Just after he signed, Uncle Hai placed a box of ink pads in front of Xiao Guang and said with a smile, now add your thumbprint, just press it randomly, it's just a formality. Xiao Guang pressed his thumbprint again. Luo Hai took the contract in front of Xiao Guang and Haha laughed and said, good kid, from now on you are the deputy director of the Cultivator Management Office in Zhanghai City. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guang was instantly stunned. What? Deputy director? He had just arrived, how could he become the deputy director? Didn't Mom say that he was just here to help and to fill the numbers? If he became the deputy director, how could he leave? Xiao Guang looked at Uncle Hai, who was unusually excited, and weakly asked, Uncle Hai, I don't really want to be the deputy director, can I resign after becoming the deputy director? Hearing Xiao Guang's words, Uncle Hai's face immediately changed. He suddenly became serious. Then, he patted the contract in his hand and said, Xiao Guang, if you perform well, when I retire, you will be the director, why would you want to resign? Besides, you've signed the contract clearly states that in our management office, aside from normal retirement at age, there are only disability retirement and death retirement, there's no such thing as early resignation. Even for disability retirement, you at least have to be seriously injured, like losing half your head. Upon hearing Uncle Hai's words, Xiao Guang was completely dumbfounded. This is a trap. Uncle Hai, I'd better call my dad first, he might still want me to go back and inherit the family business. Xiao Guang quietly took out his phone, ready to call his father. However, Uncle Hai laughed again. Ha, I just contacted your father before you came. In the end, Xiao Guang stayed at the Cultivator Management Office. In the afternoon, there was a meeting. Xiao Guang, the newly appointed deputy director, naturally had to attend. At 3 in the afternoon, Xiao Guang followed behind Uncle Hai, reluctantly walking into the meeting room. At this time, there were already a few people in the meeting room. They were players of Misty Immortal Path who were fooled, recruited by Luo Hai this morning. Their strength was mediocre, either foundation establishment or chi condensation, not even one golden elixir level. As soon as they sat down, Luo Hai started introducing them. This is our Jianghai City Cultivator Management Office's newly appointed deputy director, named Lin Chengwang. His strength in the game is at the out-of-body stage, now he is at the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing Luo Hai's introduction, several colleagues hurried to applaud, their faces showing respect and envy. Just by revealing his cultivation level, Xiao Guang had already gained their recognition. At this moment, Linu Luo Hai said, "Everyone, please wait a moment, the headquarters of the Cultivator Management Office in the capital has sent special personnel to guide our work, they will arrive shortly." As soon as Luo Hai finished speaking, footsteps were heard outside the meeting room. Then, a woman dressed in sportswear, simple and capable, and tall, appeared in front of everyone. But upon seeing this figure, Xiao Guan was instantly stunned. He abruptly stood up from his seat, exclaiming, "Sister Yun, why are you here?" In the evening, Lin Yu browsed the official forum. Then he logged back into the game. At this time, it was almost midnight. However, Lin Yu did not rush to play the game, instead, he put his phone aside and quietly waited for something. When the time on Lin Yu's phone hit midnight exactly, that feeling of swelling suddenly reappeared. Swelling, then contracting. As if some invisible thing filled Lin Yu's body and then compressed into his flesh. Of course, there was also the nascent soul. Lin Yu's nascent soul sat in his dantian. The nascent soul of a nascent soul stage cultivator looked very small because it had just formed, appearing more like a child. But Lin Yu's nascent soul looked exactly like Lin Yu, with delicate features, completely like a miniature version of Lin Yu. Lin Yu's nascent soul, like his body, was also going through the cycle of swelling and contracting. Lin Yu was already very familiar with this feeling. This was the game's cultivation feedback. However, even in his past life, Lin Yu never figured out how the mobile game Misty Immortal Path could somehow feedback cultivation levels and equipment to players. The swelling of the body means an increase in cultivation. But where this cultivation comes from, Lin Yu did not know. This time of swelling and contraction lasted about half a minute and then slowly stopped. Yet, after the feedback of cultivation stopped, the changes in Lin Yu's body did not cease. Lin Yu suddenly felt that many impurities in his body were scattering into the air through his pores. It was as if his body had become purer, completely relaxed. Lin Yu's primordial infant suddenly grew a bit larger, and a trace of celestial spirit energy gradually condensed at his forehead, then slowly sank into his primordial infant. Lin Yu felt his primordial infant suddenly become light, as if he were in a warm cloud, extremely comfortable. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance flickered and vanished. In his past life, Lin Yu had never experienced this feeling, but now, he was very clear about his state. He should have already reached the Great Ascension stage. The game had explained this. There are two characteristics of reaching the Great Ascension stage. One is that the physical body is unobstructed, pure and unstained, and the second is that the primordial infant condenses the first trace of celestial spirit energy, preparing for the complete transformation of all bodily spiritual power into celestial spirit power in the future. At the same time, after this trace of celestial spirit energy enters the body, it will also greatly benefit his primordial infant. Lin Yu did not expect that just the feedback from cultivation on the second day would allow him to reach the Great Ascension stage. Although it was only the early period of Great Ascension, Lin Yu could already feel that he had become much stronger. If the feedback of cultivation continued at this speed, Lin Yu felt that he could reach the mid-stage of Great Ascension tomorrow, the late stage the day after, and the perfect Great Ascension stage the day after that. This was just the first 5 days of cultivation feedback. And the feedback of cultivation would last a total of 7 days. So, could he really break through the highest cultivation limit in the game with a 120% rate of cultivation feedback? Lin Yu's eyes brightened, growing more expectant. At this moment, while Lin Yu was receiving the feedback of cultivation, all the paying players in Misty Celestial Path were also receiving feedback of cultivation. However, compared to Lin Yu's feedback duration, theirs was very short. Even the second-ranked player, Sanyan Demon Lord, only experienced a feedback duration of 4 or 5 seconds. After the feedback of cultivation, Lin Yu sensed his current cultivation and strength. Compared to when he was in the Void Realm, the range of his divine sense had at least doubled. The entire dragon country was under the coverage of Lin Yu's divine sense. Even the surrounding countries were no exception. Lin Yu decided to check the situation in the nearby countries. His divine sense soon arrived over an island nation to the east. The vast divine sense could not only see the entire island's appearance but also inspect some details individually. At this time, it was midnight in Dragon Country, and it was already 1 a.m. in the island nation. But at this moment, the island nation was in chaos. Lin Yu's massive divine sense could clearly see many guys in black clothing on the streets. Their movements were very strange, sometimes jumping up and down, sometimes hiding in the shadows of streetlights. Although they looked like thieves, it must be said that their speed was quite fast.
In a city on the western coast of the island nation, two groups of black-clad people were fighting fiercely. Their strength was average, but their numbers were numerous, and they were ruthless in their attacks. Each black-clad person held a gleaming katana. Every slash aimed at the vital parts of their enemies, clearly showing no mercy. However, at this moment, Lin Yu's divine sense suddenly discovered a strange person. That person was in a two-story building beside the battlefield. The two-story building seemed to be a hotel. Lin Yu was able to notice that person for a very simple reason, because Lin Yu discovered that the person was actually a cultivator. And he was quite powerful. The cultivator's resting place was just too close to the battlefield. Before long, two men in black passed by his doorway. The two men in black were fighting each other and happened to smash his room door. Lin Yu could clearly see a glimmer of fury suddenly appear in that person's eyes, and then their body slowly floated up, flying outward. Ha! I didn't expect him to be a master at the nascent soul stage. Lin Yu thought to himself. At that moment, Lin Yu's consciousness saw the cultivator flying toward the two men in black, saying in the dragon language, "Damn it, why is it so hard just to get some sleep?" Chapter 40, The Last Ranking Reward. Gao Shang was really getting crazy with anger. All he wanted was to have a good rest in a hotel. Why was that so hard? As soon as he arrived in this island country, he encountered those flea-like men in black snatching his backpack. Now he was trying to sleep in the hotel, and the door was smashed by those men in black again. Why were these men in black so persistent and haunting? What had he done to offend them? Gao Shang felt that he had to release the anger boiling inside him. He had come out to escape for his life, he couldn't even go back home, and his mood was terrible. Being interrupted over and over only made it worse. Gao Shang got up from the bed and walked toward the door. Inside the room, the two men in black who had smashed his door were still fighting. He didn't know where their weapons had gone. The two of them had locked hands, fiercely grabbing each other's necks, their faces turning red and eyes bloodshot. Gao Shang didn't even glance at them. He merely passed by and casually picked up a broomstick that was leaning against the wall. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he threw it. The broomstick shot out, directly piercing through the back of the man in black above. Then it penetrated out from his chest. The powerful force even pierced through the chest of the other man in black. The two men in black were actually strung together by a broomstick. The power of the cultivator finally manifested for the first time in this island country. Even Gao Shang himself didn't expect that he could be this strong. He looked at his palm, and a cruel glint appeared in his eyes. After killing two people, he felt surprisingly calm. At that moment, something seemed to change inside him. Previously, when he had killed those small gangsters in the dragon country, it wasn't intentional, it was just an uncontrollable act done in a fit of rage right after he gained his cultivation. But now, he decided to follow his true feelings. To use slaughter to calm the chaos and fury within himself. Slowly, Gao Shang walked out of the room. Outside, two groups of men in black were fighting to the death. It was unclear whether it was due to differing ideologies or a fight for territory. Gao Shang arrived at the second-floor corridor, his body slowly floated up and flew directly above the battlefield. Gao Shang's appearance caused the fighting ninjas to stop. Mainly because the way Gao Shang appeared was too flashy. Those ninjas didn't know that Gao Shang was a cultivator, they thought he was also a ninja. A ninja who could fly without any assistance, they had no idea how powerful he could be. At that moment, Gao Shang licked his somewhat dry lips, scanned all the ninjas, and slowly said, "If I kill all of you, then no one will bother me, right?" The ninjas didn't understand what Gao Shang was saying. But soon, Gao Shang demonstrated through action just how terrifying a cultivator who had completely unleashed his inner demons truly was. The speed and stealth that these ninjas were so proud of were like child's play before Gao Shang, this nascent soul stage cultivator. Goldman's massive consciousness enveloped the entire battlefield. No matter if those black-clothed ninjas hid in the shadows or crouched in trash cans, he could easily find them. And if they tried to run, Goldman's figure would immediately appear behind them. How could running be faster than flying? In the end, the two groups of black-clothed men actually united, unprecedentedly united. Then, in less than 3 minutes, they were almost all killed by Goldman. Goldman was covered in blood, flying in the air, gripping a writhing heart in one hand. On the ground below, a black-clothed man kneeled, constantly begging for mercy. He was trembling all over, as if he had been scared out of his wits. Goldman did not kill him. Instead, he looked down at the black-clothed man, his gaze flashing with a cruel light. "Take me to your boss, or your leader," Goldman said coldly. While Goldman was bloodthirsty, his mind was still very clear. The black-clothed men on both sides seemed to be very organized, indicating that they might have a huge organization behind them. What organization would not have a boss or leader? Goldman wanted to strike at the heart of the matter. But after listening to the black-clothed man babble for a long time below, Goldman was finally baffled. Damn it, he couldn't understand what he was saying. No, he couldn't even understand what he was saying himself. Zhanghai City. In the bedroom of a villa. Lin Yu would not meddle in the matter of cultivators running amok in the island country. Lin Yu controlled his consciousness, leaving the island country and then going to several neighboring countries. In the western countries, many paladins and swordsman players appeared, while in the southern country, there were some Buddhist cultivators, and many players from other countries also provided feedback on their strength in the game. However, Lin Yu didn't take the feedback of the other players seriously. Except for those Buddhist cultivators whose strength was quite good, others were completely on a different level from cultivators. In his previous life, those Buddhist cultivators could put up a fight against cultivators, but now that he had been reborn, they would probably have no chance. Lin Yu's consciousness circled around the neighboring countries and then returned. Lin Yu picked up his phone again. He opened the mobile game Misty Immortal Path. He clicked on the leaderboard. Sure enough, the rewards for the leaderboard could be claimed. What Lin Yu cared about the most was, of course, the cultivation leaderboard. The cultivation leaderboard was the most significant among all the leaderboards in the game, and the rewards were the best each time. He opened the cultivation leaderboard. At first glance, Lin Yu saw a flying sword radiating with 7 colors of light. The flying sword had an ancient and majestic design, shining with brilliant light, clearly not an ordinary item. Lin Yu decisively clicked to claim it. Immediately, a flying sword appeared in Lin Yu's backpack. Treasure name, Dust Cutter. Even though Lin Yu had already anticipated this, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the treasure's description. Can cut through fine dust below and slay gods above. Just listening to this phrase makes it clear how powerful this flying sword is. After all, it was the first immortal tool in the game, so it's normal for it to be strong. After studying this Dust Cutter flying sword, Lin Yu continued to claim rewards from the leaderboard. The second one he opened was the equipment leaderboard. At that moment, the first place on the equipment leaderboard was no longer Lin Yu's starry ring, but this Dust Cutter flying sword. The Dust Cutter flying sword hadn't even been refined yet, but it became the first on the equipment leaderboard. In the entire equipment leaderboard, 7 out of the top 10 were Lin Yu's items. Only a half-immortal tool flying sword from the Tsangyun Demon Lord could rank among the top 7. The rewards for the equipment leaderboard were also quite generous. It is a semi-immortal magical treasure. Then, Lin Yu received other rewards from the rankings, reaping rich rewards. After collecting the ranking rewards, Lin Yu couldn't wait to open the game mall. What Lin Yu needed to do now was to refine his immortal weapon, the dust-clearing flying sword, to the highest level. Other players, if they acquired powerful magical treasures, might not be able to buy refinement stones in the mall due to lack of recharge. But Lin Yu was different. Lin Yu had stored a large number of spirit stones. He could freely buy golden equipment refinement stones in the mall with spirit stones. Esteemed VIP 12 player riding the wind, would you like to spend high-quality spirit stones x 5,000 to purchase 10 golden equipment refinement stones? Confirm. Chapter 41 Zhang Yun is a cultivator? Lin Yu had previously purchased a total of 100 million spirit stones. Among them, there were 3 million high-quality spirit stones. Spending 5,000 high-quality spirit stones to buy golden equipment refinement stones was simply too easy. Immediately after purchasing the golden equipment refinement stones, Lin Yu hurriedly began to refine his immortal weapon, the dust-clearing sword. Esteemed VIP 12 player riding the wind, would you like to use golden equipment refinement stones on the low-quality immortal weapon dust-clearing flying sword? Confirm. System prompt, your low-quality immortal weapon dust-clearing flying sword's refining level has increased by 1. Accompanied by a flash of colorful light from the bag, Lin Yu's refining level for the dust-clearing flying sword also changed to +1. After continuously operating 10 times, Lin Yu's dust-clearing flying sword finally became dust-clearing flying sword +10. However, after refining the dust-clearing flying sword to level 10, Lin Yu felt a bit puzzled. In the past, when refining equipment to level 10, there would always be a system prompt saying that the equipment had reached its highest level. But after the dust-clearing flying sword had reached level 10, there was no further prompt. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Could it be? Lin Yu decisively opened the game mall and bought 10 more golden equipment refinement stones. Then, he used them on his low-quality immortal weapon dust-clearing flying sword. Esteemed VIP 12 player riding the wind, would you like to use golden equipment refinement stones x2 on the low-quality immortal weapon dust-clearing flying sword to raise its refinement level by 1? Seeing this game prompt, Lin Yu understood. It turned out that immortal weapons are different from other magical treasures. The highest refinement level is not 10. But continuing to refine will require double the golden equipment refinement stones. However, for Lin Yu, even if it multiplied 10 times, it wasn't a problem. As for how high it could be refined, trying would reveal it. Lin Yu decisively clicked the confirm button. Accompanied by streams of colorful light, all 10 golden equipment refinement stones purchased by Lin Yu were used up. But the game did not prompt that his dust-clearing flying sword had reached its maximum level. Lin Yu quickly bought 10 more golden equipment refinement stones from the mall. Fortunately, this immortal weapon sword was gotten by Lin Yu. If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't have been able to refine it. After using another 10 golden equipment refinement stones, Lin Yu finally received a game prompt. Esteemed VIP 12 player riding the wind, your low-quality immortal weapon dust-clearing flying sword has been refined to the highest level and cannot be further upgraded. Upon receiving the game prompt, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. At this moment, the dust-clearing flying sword had already been refined to level 20. Lin Yu was very excited and hurriedly controlled his character to return to the Blackwater Demon Cave dungeon. Lin Yu was eager to test how powerful this level 20 refined immortal weapon flying sword would be. A few minutes later, Lin Yu's game character arrived at the location of the final boss of the Blackwater Demon Cave dungeon. Cultivator, do you dare to challenge the terrifying Blackwater Demon King? Do you wish to become a soul in the Blackwater domain? The Blackwater Demon King repeated the same opening lines as before. But at this moment, Lin Yu had no mood to listen to his words. Controlling his dust-clearing flying sword, he didn't even use any skills from his own technique, the Qingyun 9 styles, but directly swung his sword at the Blackwater Demon Lord. System prompt: congratulations, you have slain the final boss, Blackwater Demon Lord, in the Blackwater Cave dungeon. The dungeon is cleared. Seeing the system prompt and looking at the damage numbers popping up above the Blackwater Demon Lord's head, Lin Yu was instantly dumbfounded. This powerful boss, the Blackwater Demon Lord, was killed by him in one strike? The damage number above the Blackwater Demon Lord's head was a string of 9s. It seemed to be 999,999. Lin Yu felt a bit speechless. In this situation, he couldn't see just how powerful his dust-cleansing flying sword really was. It seemed that the highest damage value in battle in the game was 999,999. And the total health of this Blackwater Demon Lord was not even enough for that many. However, even though he couldn't see how high his flying sword's damage value was, through this instant kill of the Blackwater Demon Lord, Lin Yu also understood how amazing his immortal item, the flying sword, was. In short, it was invincible. At the same time, just as Lin Yu obtained the dust-cleansing flying sword, a heated discussion erupted on the game's official forum. During this time, the number of online players in the game hit a new high. All players were working hard to enhance their strength in the game. So many more players were paying attention to the leaderboard than before. After all, this was the first time an immortal item had appeared in the game. Though it was just a low-grade immortal item, it was enough to shock the players. This Chen Qingqing must be a scam. Even immortal items have appeared. How can other players enjoy the game? Is there really a scam in this game? What a joke. I'm willing to spend $1 million to buy a position as a game scammer in Misty Immortal Path. You all should be content. I'm regretting now. If someone could help me recharge 6 yuan and let me become VIP 1, I'm willing to give him 100 million. The appearance of the immortal item flying sword may worsen the game imbalance, but what's more important is, if the flying sword also affects the real world, that would be invincible. Even nuclear bombs would have to stand aside. I'm regretting it. If I had known the game would feedback my cultivation level, I would have recharged all my belongings, 3,000 yuan, into it. I don't want an immortal item, just a semi-immortal item would be fine. You upstairs want to buy a semi-immortal item for 3,000 yuan? Are you out of your mind? To get a semi-immortal item, you'd probably need to spend hundreds of thousands, let alone a real immortal item. Have you noticed that the immortal item of Chen Qingqing has actually been refined to level 20? It's simply outrageous. At 1 o'clock in the morning, just as Lin Yu was organizing the rewards he just got from the game leaderboard, Xiao Guang suddenly returned. Xiao Guang, after all, had a high cultivation level, and since the game's equipment and other things hadn't affected the game yet, there were almost no players who could threaten Xiao Guang's life, so Lin Yu didn't worry about Xiao Guang's safety. So he didn't pay attention to Xiao Guang's movements. Xiao Guang returned to the villa and walked directly towards Lin Yu's room, his steps quick, seeming a bit anxious. "Brother, are you asleep?" Xiao Guang softly asked outside Lin Yu's bedroom door. If it were normally, he would have pushed the door open directly. But now that Xiao Guang's parents were living in Lin Yu's villa, Xiao Guang suddenly became polite. Lin Yu said, "Not asleep, come in." Hearing Lin Yu's words, Xiao Guang hurriedly pushed the door open like a thief. As soon as he entered, Xiao Guang excitedly said, "Brother, guess who I saw today?" Lin Yu was playing a game, and had no mood to guess this. Without looking up, he casually asked, "Who?" Xiao Guang mysteriously came to Lin Yu's side and whispered, "Sister Yun, I saw Sister Yun." Seeing that Lin Yu didn't have any surprised expression, Xiao Guang quickly explained again, "I saw Sister Yun at the Jianhai City Repair Bureau, and Sister Yun turned out to be a cultivator." Hearing Xiao Guang's words, Lin Yu finally lifted his head. A hint of shock on his face. "What?" Lin Yu said in surprise. "Jiang Yun is a cultivator? Doesn't that mean Jiang Yun is also a player of the game Mysterious Immortal Path?" Lin Yu always thought a top student like Jiang Yun wouldn't play such games.
Seeing that his cousin was excited and seemed very interested, Xiao Guang grinned and continued to speak.
I didn't expect to meet Sister Yun at the Cultivation Bureau in Zhanghai City.
Not only is Sister Yun a cultivator, but she is also very strong. She was sent by the headquarters in the capital, and it seems she has a high official position.
After pausing for a moment, Xiao Guang seemed to have thought of something and continued, by the way, brother, isn't Sister Yun your employee? Did she switch jobs? Chapter 42 Jiang Yun? Water Cloud Fairy?
Hearing Xiao Guang's words, Lin Yu was slightly stunned.
Switch jobs? Xiao Guang's way of thinking is quite unique.
The real world is almost turning into a fantasy world, and he is still concerned about switching jobs.
Besides, switching jobs is just fine. Anyway, I don't have any work to arrange for her, I have invested all my assets into the game. Moreover, future assets don't really matter anymore.
As more and more items from the game return to the real world, the most valuable currency in the Dragon Nation will become Spirit Stones. Spirit Stones will replace cash and gold, becoming the most important currency.
And I can't just hand over Spirit Stones for Jiang Yun to manage.
I have the Starry Sky Ring, I can keep as many Spirit Stones as I like.
Switching jobs sounds great.
But Lin Yu didn't expect that Jiang Yun was also a cultivator.
Lin Yu asked, is she still in Zhanghai City?
Xiao Guang nodded and said, after the meeting, she went to the crime scene. There was a murder case in Zhanghai City, and it is rumored that it was done by a cultivator. About 20 people died. Hearing Xiao Guang's words, Lin Yu suddenly recalled the scene he had seen with his spiritual sense last night. What Xiao Guang mentioned must be the place he saw. At this time, Lin Yu curiously asked, why didn't you go with him? Xiao Guang's strength should be among the top in the Zhanghai City Cultivation Bureau, so he should have gone too. Xiao Guang grinned and said, I wanted to rush back and tell you that Sister Yun is a cultivator.
Lin Yu rolled his eyes, why not just send a message on your phone?
Hearing his cousin's words, Xiao Guang knew that his little plan was seen through.
Sure enough, in this world, his cousin understands him the most.
Xiao Guang quickly smiled and begged, brother, my dear brother, I really don't want to go to work.
I have no interest in seeing any crime scene. I just sneaked back.
Please don't tell my parents, or they will really stop giving me pocket money. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Guang added, if they stop giving me pocket money, then I can only stick with you.
Lin Yu gave a wry smile. This kid is really talented. The Cultivation Bureau is not just any organization, sneaking back is truly bold. Aren't you afraid they will fire you for sneaking back? Lin Yu casually asked.
Hearing Lin Yu's words, Xiao Guang's eyes suddenly lit up.
In that light, there was a feeling called hope.
But soon, the light dimmed. Hope immediately shattered.
Fired? Not a chance. Xiao Guang mimicked Lin Yu's expression and pouted, fired? The Cultivation Bureau doesn't have firing, it only has retirement.
And now, I am the deputy director, the heir to the future director.
Who would fire me?
Hearing that Xiao Guang had become the deputy director of the Zhanghai City Cultivation Bureau, Lin Yu was not surprised at all. After all, Xiao Guang's abilities were strong, and the Cultivation Bureau would surely value him and find ways to keep him. Lin Yu smiled and patted Xiao Guang's shoulder, encouraging him, hang in there, the peace and stability of Zhanghai City will depend on you in the future.
Let's forget that, I don't have such ambition.
I'm going back to my room to play games.
Lin Yu nodded and said, go ahead.
Taking advantage of these few days while the game is still on, let's improve as much as possible. Xiao Guang had previously spent 1 million in-game currency, and the resources he purchased had not yet been used up. While the game is still active, perhaps he could enhance his strength a bit more. Eager to play, Xiao Guang didn't notice the deeper meaning in his cousin Lin Yu's words. Lin Yu had no intention of telling anyone that the game would shut down completely in a few days.
Saying such things could expose his identity as a reborn person.
Strength could be revealed, but it was best to keep his reborn identity a secret. Xiao Guang nodded, hurried back to his bedroom, opened his phone, and entered the game. After the second feedback of cultivation, Xiao Guang's strength had improved. He had also become more accustomed to his own cultivation. So, even though it was already past 1 in the morning, Xiao Guang felt no drowsiness. After Xiao Guang left, Lin Yu placed his phone by the pillow, and his vast divine sense instantly arrived above Zhanghai City.
Then, his divine sense quickly swept toward the outskirts of Zhanghai City. In less than a second, Lin Yu had spotted that figure. Jiang Yun.
At this moment, Jiang Yun was examining the crime scene. The bodies on the ground had been gradually taken away by the police. Yet, the smell of blood in the air seemed to linger for a long time. Jiang Yun frowned, carefully inspecting every corner. She did not perceive Lin Yu's divine sense coming, as Lin Yu's cultivation was at the great ascension stage, far exceeding Jiang Yun's level. Lin Yu not only saw Jiang Yun but also noticed her level of cultivation.
Nascent soul stage.
Jiang Yun had actually reached the nascent soul stage. The game had only provided feedback on cultivation twice, yet her level had already reached the nascent soul stage, which meant her in-game cultivation must at least be at the out-of-body stage. The number of out-of-body cultivators in the entire game was very limited. Female characters were even more rare. Character gender in the game was determined by the verified ID, and players had no power to choose the character's gender. Thus, the female characters in the game were mostly female players in reality. Lin Yu suddenly thought of a possibility. Jiang Yun? Water Cloud? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Lin Yu thought to himself. These two names are indeed too similar. Moreover, based on the cultivation level of Water Cloud Fairy, it exactly matched Jiang Yun's current level. Could it be that Jiang Yun was truly his in-game dual cultivation partner, Water Cloud Fairy? In his previous life, after the game feedback, Lin Yu's life had not intersected with Jiang Yun's again. It seemed she had moved to the city where her parents lived. He didn't expect her to have joined the cultivation management department. However, Lin Yu didn't pay much attention. After all, they were only dual cultivation partners in the game. In reality, Jiang Yun was merely his employee. And an employee who seemed to have jumped ship. Sensing Jiang Yun's identity in the game, Lin Yu thought it was just a coincidence, nothing more. Lin Yu quickly withdrew his divine sense, opened the game again, and continued studying the last round of weekly rewards on the leaderboard. Since his rebirth, Lin Yu understood that the most important thing for him was strength. As long as his strength was powerful enough, everything else wouldn't be a problem. At this moment, in the island nation, Gao Shangling stood suspended in midair, thinking for a long time. Finally, his eyes lit up as if he had found a solution. He slowly descended and came to the ninja kneeling on the ground. A cruel smile appeared on his lips. Then, in response to the ninja's panicked expression, he reached out and grabbed his head with one hand. A massive divine sense instantly surged into the ninja's brain. Although the cultivation methods in the ethereal immortal path had yet to feedback, Goldman would not use any soul-searching magic, but his cultivation level had already reached the nascent soul stage, and with his powerful divine sense, he could do many things. For example, examine the memories of enemies. However, this method of viewing memories was too brutal. When his vast divine sense surged into the ninja's mind, the ninja immediately rolled his white eyes and foam began to flow from his mouth. The terrifying divine sense directly destroyed his brain. Yet Goldman only gained a tiny fragment of memory from his brain. But this fragment of memory was enough. Goldman slowly withdrew his hand. The ninja immediately collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing constantly. His brain was already ruined. Then, Goldman slowly raised his head and looked towards the city ahead. In the center of that city, the highest building's top floor seemed to be where this ninja's boss was located. Goldman's body slowly flew up, heading towards that high-rise building. Chapter 43, Do Cultivators Need Morning Exercise? It must be said that Goldman had quite a talent in cultivation. At least this memory-searching ability was not simple. Especially since Goldman had just become a cultivator a day ago and had already mastered this ability. This already surpassed the talent of most cultivators. In less than 2 minutes, Goldman arrived at the rooftop of that high-rise building. His divine sense had already seen that on the top floor of this building, there was an extremely luxurious presidential suite. In the big bed of the room, there were 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman. They seemed to have just finished a vigorous workout and were sleeping soundly. Goldman stood on the rooftop but ultimately chose not to directly crash down through the roof. Because he really liked the quietness of this top floor suite. Here, at least no one would disturb him. Goldman flew to the side of the building, kicked through the living room's glass, and flew inside. The sound of shattering glass suddenly startled the man in bed, who quickly pulled a handgun from under his pillow. He quietly got out of bed and looked towards the direction of the living room. The woman on the bed hurriedly wrapped herself in the sheet, curling up at the edge of the bed. At this moment, a man's voice suddenly came from the living room. Goldman said in awkward island language, "Do you want to live?" While Goldman was searching the ninja's memories, he suddenly discovered that he had learned a small part of the island language. Though not much, it seemed that there were a few usable sentences. The man with the handgun, hiding at the bedroom door, started shouting loudly. But due to the rapid speech and the very few words Goldman understood, he had no idea what the other person was saying. Goldman could only step by step approach the bedroom. Soon, Goldman's figure appeared in the man's line of sight. He immediately raised the handgun, ready to shoot. But just when his finger was on the trigger, Goldman's figure suddenly vanished from his sight and reappeared right in front of him. One of Goldman's hands was already gripping the handgun. Then, he exerted a little force. Crack! The hard handgun, along with the man's 2 fingers, was crushed. The intense pain made the man scream wildly. At that moment, Goldman suddenly looked at the woman on the bed. He did not care about the man kneeling on the ground, holding his other hand with a painful and grim expression, but directly walked towards the woman.
Goldman's lips slightly curled up, like finally got a complete release.
In the room, the man saw that Gao Sheng seemed to be distracted and was preparing to slip away quietly. But just then, a beam of light suddenly flashed before him. A pen shot through his other palm and, without losing momentum, nailed his palm to the bedroom wall.
He recognized the pen.
Because that pen was the one he had placed on the bedside table. On the bed, Gao Sheng was breathing heavily, speaking in broken island language, "Move again, and I'll kill you."
60 minutes later. Gao Sheng sat by the bedside. The woman endured the pain throughout her body, trembling as she helped Gao Sheng put on his clothes.
Gao Sheng slowly stood up, walked to the window, and admired the night view of the island. Then he said to the man still nailed to the wall by the pen, "I need someone, call yours here." Gao Sheng seemed like a demon from hell, making even the man who became the ninja gang leader through ruthlessness feel frightened. Not even a hint of rebellion arose in his heart. He hurriedly endured the bone-deep pain, using his hand with two broken fingers to awkwardly pick up the phone on the ground and dialed his subordinate's number.
He had other subordinates, and many of them.
On the first night of the ninja game feedback, he had jumped in first, using his decent strength and terrifying financial power to establish his own ninja organization. Like the Dark Lord of Sanyun, he wanted to build power and establish a foothold just as the chaotic times began. But unexpectedly, he encountered a demon like Gao Sheng. He told his subordinate on the phone, "Call everyone, come to the top floor of the Metropolitan Building." About 10 minutes later, people began to arrive at the Metropolitan Building one after another. When the man's subordinates saw their boss nailed to the wall so miserably, they immediately wanted to take action. However, they were all stopped by the man. He had great self-awareness. When he saw Gao Sheng crush a gun with his bare hands, his speed so fast that he couldn't react, and even fly, he knew he could never be the demon's opponent. Even if all his subordinates rushed together, it wouldn't work. He could only hope that being obedient would spare him from trouble. When he saw the first subordinate walk in, Gao Sheng's excitement bubbled up. He approached the man and placed his hand on the man's head. The violent consciousness instantly destroyed the other's mind. Some shattered memory fragments along with a few words in island language were all that Gao Sheng obtained. Gao Sheng had found a way to solve his inability to speak island language. One corpse after another appeared in the presidential suite at the top of the Metropolitan Building. Gao Sheng's smile gradually became more and more mad. Finally, after killing more than a dozen people, Gao Sheng stopped the slaughter. He looked at the man nailed to the wall by the pen and slowly spoke, his accent perfect. "You're not bad, from today on, be my slave." Gao Sheng glanced at the woman on the bed. He looked down at the man kneeling at his feet. Then he gazed out the window at the city below. Gao Sheng suddenly didn't want to go home anymore. Though it was small, it felt like a kingdom that belonged only to him. "Tell me, how many ninja organizations are left here?" Gao Sheng asked slowly, standing by the window with his hands behind his back. The man quickly replied respectfully, "There should still be 3 organizations with more than 10,000 members." Gao Sheng smiled slightly, turned around, and said, "Have your people find out their locations. By tomorrow morning, they will become my slaves." In the morning, Lin Yu pushed open the bedroom door on time. He walked out. Although he hadn't slept all night, Lin Yu looked exceptionally good. There was no sign of fatigue on his face at all. As a cultivator in the Great Ascension stage, sleep and food were completely unnecessary for Lin Yu. However, for Lin Yu, eating was not a necessity for survival, but rather an enjoyment. After not eating for 10 years in his past life, he indeed missed it a bit. Moreover, Aunt Wang's cooking skills were quite good. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Yu asked Aunt Wang to stay in his villa. However, when he entered the kitchen, Lin Yu noticed that Aunt Wang's face didn't look good this morning. She seemed a bit tired. Unable to help but ask, Lin Yu said, "Aunt Wang, did you not rest well last night?" Aunt Wang smiled apologetically and replied, "I called my daughter last night, but she didn't answer, so I stayed up a bit late." Then, Aunt Wang added, "I'll make it quickly, breakfast should be ready in about 10 minutes. Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Lin Yu frowned slightly and asked, "Did your daughter not answer the phone this morning either?" Aunt Wang nodded, a hint of worry showing on her face. Even though her daughter was studying far away in the United States, they spoke on the phone daily, and she had never missed a call before. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly asked, "Aunt Wang, which school does your daughter attend in the States?" Aunt Wang, not sensing Lin Yu's intention, hurriedly replied, "She studies at New York University." Lin Yu slowly stood up and smiled, saying, "Aunt Wang, I'm going out for a bit, I might be a few minutes late for breakfast." Aunt Wang managed a forced smile, saying, "That's just right, the beef in the pot can simmer a bit longer, it will taste better." As Lin Yu was about to leave, he bumped into Xiao Guang coming out of the bedroom. "Brother, where are you going?" Without turning his head, Lin Yu replied, "Going for morning exercise."
Xiao Guang was slightly taken aback. Morning exercise? Cultivators need morning exercise? Chapter 44, What is so fast? In his previous life, Lin Yu had also been to the United States. But that time was during the mid-phase of his gaining feedback. At that time, he had already acquired powerful magical artifacts. With the power of these artifacts, Lin Yu only needed 2 to 3 minutes to fly from Dragon Country to the United States across the ocean. However, this time, Lin Yu had no magical artifact to rely on. But in contrast, his cultivation level was incomparable to his previous life. He didn't know how fast a great ascension level cultivator could fly. Only by trying would he know. After stepping out, Lin Yu's figure immediately soared into the sky. Straight into the clouds. Then, his vast divine sense covered the long distance. When Gao Sheng fled Dragon Country, he didn't dare to fly too high, but Lin Yu didn't care. His divine sense could clearly monitor all flight paths of planes over the ocean, making everything on his flying route crystal clear. Without hesitation, Lin Yu instantly erupted with the fastest speed. His body broke the sound barrier in an instant, producing a terrifying sonic boom in the sky. Compared to the speed he attained with magical artifacts in his past life, this was much faster. This was the power of a great ascension stage cultivator, and still just an inexperienced one without any real abilities. Lin Yu's figure drew a straight line through the clouds, spanning the entire ocean, as if connecting 2 continents. Meanwhile, as Lin Yu rushed towards the United States. In the Pentagon, a soldier responsible for satellite monitoring and defense systems stared in shock at the screen in front of him. He was even a bit dazed. After a few seconds, he finally remembered his duties, quickly standing up and shouting, "Sir, an unidentified flying object has been detected, and it is approaching us." Hearing the soldier's report, an officer quickly approached, looking at the computer screen while asking, "What is that thing?" "Immediately pull up satellite images." The soldier hurriedly sat down, operating on the computer. But a few seconds later, the computer screen showed nothing. He urgently reported, "Sir, it's moving too fast, our satellites can't catch a complete image." Moving too fast? The officer was somewhat confused. No matter how fast something was, could it really outrun a satellite? Are you mistaken? What could be moving so fast that satellites can't capture it? The officer clearly didn't understand. Even the world's fastest supersonic fighter jet couldn't evade satellite detection. The soldier was also anxious, trying to use the satellite to see what that thing was. However, he could only see a blurry shadow. And in just the blink of an eye, the blurry shadow disappeared from the screen. At that moment, the officer seemed to realize something was wrong. He hurriedly asked, "What's its current position?" Although they couldn't see the image, they could still get a rough location. After checking the computer screen, the soldier quickly reported, "Sir, it's now at the center of the Pacific Ocean." The officer nodded, quickly pulling out his phone to call his superior. "General, our unit has discovered a fast-moving unidentified object, currently at the center of the Pacific Ocean, heading towards the US mainland. I recommend deploying fighter jets for interception." As the officer was reporting the situation to his superior. After all, launching fighter jets for interception was no small matter. But, while the two were still on the call, the soldier suddenly whispered from the side, "Sir, the target has entered US maritime airspace." The officer, who was on the phone, paused slightly. US airspace? From the center of the Pacific, to reach US maritime airspace, even the fastest supersonic fighter jet would take at least 20 minutes, right? In the time it took to make a call, that unidentified object had already reached US airspace? The officer immediately grew anxious. He hurriedly reported to his superior, "General, I request immediate deployment of fighter jets for interception. The target has entered our maritime airspace." At that moment, before the general on the other end could react, the soldier looked at the computer screen and suddenly stood up again. "Sir, the target has entered US continental airspace." The officer was stunned. Damn, he made a phone call to report to his superior, and before he finished, the target was already over the US mainland? Was this flying or teleporting? The officer quickly looked at the computer screen, but saw nothing at all. Furrowing his brow, he questioned the soldier, "Are you sure it's not a computer malfunction?" The soldier was also confused by the question. He weakly replied, "It shouldn't be a computer malfunction." The officer's expression turned cold as he pointed at the computer screen, asking, "If it's not malfunctioning, then where's the target now? Where did it go?" On the computer screen, it had clearly returned to calm. It seemed as though the target had never appeared. Hearing his superior's words, the soldier quickly looked at the screen and operated again. In the end, he still couldn't find that previous target. He turned around, faced his officer, saluted, and said, "Sir, I'm sure it's not a computer malfunction." "Where's the target?" The target should have landed. At that time, the officer's phone still hadn't hung up. On the line, the general's voice came through. Where is it? Hurry and tell me the coordinates, or how can I dispatch fighter jets? The general's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Halfway through the call, suddenly no one was on the line.
All that could be heard was the noise of arguing in the background.
What kind of attitude is this?
At this moment, the officer finally brought the phone back to his ear. He seemed not to hear the roar of his superior. Instead, with a blank expression, he said, "General, no need to send aircraft, just send tanks."
When Lin Yu arrived at New York University according to Aunt Wan's address, Lin Yu immediately understood why Aunt Wan's daughter had stopped answering the phone. At this moment, Lin Yu silently floated above New York University.
Beneath his feet, the entire New York University had already turned into rubble.
Countless cries of agony reached Lin Yu's ears.
Some people were lying on the street, covered in blood. Some had their half-bodies trapped under collapsed floors, groaning in pain.
In the distance, a battle was erupting.
The two sides in battle were a group of people in steel battlesuits, facing off against a group of green giants. These green giants were the same as those Lin Yu had seen in Jianhai City. Each side had about 6 or 7 members. But the damage they caused was terrifying. Especially those green giants, every step they took seemed to crush the ground into a large pit.
At this moment, Lin Yu had no time to pay attention to the battle. He quickly released his spiritual sense and began searching through the ruins. The appearance of people from the Dragon Nation was still easy to distinguish.
Moreover, Lin Yu had seen a photo of Aunt Wan's daughter, so it shouldn't be hard to find her.
Sure enough. In less than 2 seconds, Lin Yu found Aunt Wan's daughter's figure beneath a building's ruins.
At that moment, she was hiding in a corner, in a small space, surrounded by collapsed floors and bricks above her, looking extremely dangerous. But fortunately, it seemed that there were no major injuries on her body. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt relieved. If he hadn't come, waiting for rescue here, by the time they dug her out, her body would probably already be cold. Lin Yu shrugged slightly. Although he didn't like joining organizations like the Repair Bureau, he had to admit, the Repair Bureau played a big role in preventing Dragon Nation from becoming as chaotic as other countries in the early days. Without hesitation, Lin Yu's massive spiritual power instantly surged out. P.S. Extra update rule: for every 0.1 increase in rating, 2 extra chapters will be added immediately. The extra update rule is permanent. Please give a 5-star review. Please give a 5-star review. Please give a 5-star review. Brothers, please support me. Chapter 45, Mr. Magnet and the Green Giants. Since Lin Yu had already arrived, Aunt Wan's daughter's life was guaranteed. Even if attacked by a nuclear bomb, with Lin Yu's current strength, he could easily protect Aunt Wan's daughter. So, Lin Yu was very relaxed. The massive spiritual power instantly passed through the ruins and reached Aunt Wan's daughter's side. At this moment, Aunt Wan's daughter was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Around her, everything was pitch black, her hand couldn't even see the tip of her finger. She was buried too deeply, she couldn't hear any sound from the outside. What made her most despairing was that she had lost her phone in the chaos. She couldn't contact the outside world at all. In this small space, which could collapse again at any moment, she dared not move an inch. Even though her hands and feet had become a little stiff from keeping the same posture, she didn't dare to move. She didn't even know how long she had been here. At that moment, in the pitch-black space, she seemed to sense something appearing beside her. Then, it wrapped around her. It felt like soft cotton. Then, Aunt Wan's daughter felt her body slowly lift upward. She was terrified. In this dark environment, such a strange thing made her feel like she had encountered a ghost. But she dared not move. The ruins above her could collapse at any moment, and if she moved recklessly, she might be crushed to death before the ghost could scare her. This soft power quickly carried her body and collided with the rubble above. Of course, it wasn't her body that collided with the ruins, but the invisible power that hit it. She was even more afraid. Was she really going to be crushed to death? But soon, she was stunned, wide-eyed in shock. Because that force quickly accelerated, taking her body soaring upwards. The ruins were collapsing non-stop, but that layer surrounding her body caused her no harm at all. What on earth is this? In less than 5 seconds, Aunt Wan's daughter saw the bright blue sky outside again. She cried tears of joy. At the same time, she also saw that figure standing in midair, like a deity from a myth. Even though she didn't know how he saved her, she felt she should thank him now. However, just as she was about to speak her gratitude, a sudden loud sound of footsteps came from afar. Boom! 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 The earth seemed to tremble slightly. A gigantic green giant was rushing toward them. Behind him, all the green giants were running in their direction. Lin Yu glanced at the direction of the previous battlefield. Those who could wear steel armor were flying too high. These green giants who couldn't fly seemed to have lost their target.
So, they noticed her. She wasn't wearing steel armor, but was still flying in the air, just at a lower altitude. Lin Yu revealed a bitter smile, muttering to himself, these brainless guys seem to have found their soft target. Lin Yu understood these green giants somewhat. Once they received their strength feedback, most of them would go crazy, and only in the later stages could they slowly control the other thought within their bodies. Seeing those green hulks rushing toward them, Aunt Wang's daughter felt a wave of extreme terror rise again in her heart. She had seen on the news that those green hulks were incredibly powerful, able to crush steel with their hands and kick a big truck a great distance. If they caught her, it would definitely be a horrible death. Probably worse than being crushed under the ruins. But just then, Aunt Wang's daughter suddenly saw the man who saved her slowly raise one hand. Lin Yu was in a good mood today. Seeing those green hulks, he suddenly recalled some movies he had watched. He wondered who was stronger, the Green Giant or Magneto. Magneto was a character Lin Yu had really liked in those films. Unfortunately, Magneto never faced off against a monster like the Green Giant. In this life, he wouldn't leave any regrets. At that moment, Aunt Wang's daughter suddenly saw 3 steel bars beneath Lin Yu slowly start to float. Then, in midair, those originally bent steel bars were slowly straightened by some invisible force. Then, the 3 steel bars shot out in an instant. The first steel bar appeared right in front of the leading Green Giant. That strong body didn't affect the speed of the steel bar at all. The steel bar pierced through his body and continued pushing him backward, then penetrated the second green monster's body. A total of 3 steel bars strung all those green monsters together like candied haws. They didn't die. But fear had already appeared in their eyes. The enemy was too strong. It was a fear that came from the depths of their souls, a fear when facing an utterly unbeatable enemy. In the sky, Lin Yu couldn't help but think, Magneto is indeed much stronger than the Green Giant. Lin Yu slowly turned around. Facing Aunt Wang's daughter, a calm and composed smile appeared on his face. He did not care about those green monsters strung up like candied haws, as if what just happened was utterly trivial. Lin Yu controlled his spiritual power and slowly placed Aunt Wang's daughter on the ground. Then, he asked gently, do you need me to take you back to Dragon Country? It is no longer safe here. Lin Yu could have directly forced her to leave, after all, it was easy for a great cultivator to fly someone back to Dragon Country. But Lin Yu still chose to ask first. After all, he was not her guardian and did not need to make decisions for her. Hearing Lin Yu's words, a hint of hesitation suddenly appeared on Aunt Wang's daughter's face. Her education was very important, she had put in a lot of effort to come to New York University for her studies. But now, it seemed this place was indeed too dangerous. Moreover, the school was gone. Aunt Wang's daughter looked at the ruins behind her and slowly nodded. But she also had some questions. How will you take me back home? Hearing Aunt Wang's daughter's words, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. He was very experienced in flying with someone. Lin Yu controlled his powerful spiritual power and wrapped Aunt Wang's daughter up again. Then, their figures instantly soared into the sky. So fast, woo woo woo. When Lin Yu's figure reappeared above the sea, the hexagonal building's satellite monitoring department, the soldier's computer, issued an alarm again. However, this time, he was smarter. Upon seeing that terrifying speed, he knew it was the same object as the unidentified flying thing from before. At this moment, hearing the alarm, the officer hurried over to the soldier's side and asked, "What's wrong? What did you discover?" The soldier quickly reported, "Report, sir, we have not discovered anything, it's a computer malfunction." Chapter 46, Raise the Prestige of Our Cultivators. When Lin Yu returned home, uncle and aunt, along with Xiao Guang, were waiting for him in the dining room. Some dishes had already been served, but they had not touched their chopsticks. Lin Yu hurried over and sat down. At that moment, Aunt Wang came over with a large basin. Before she arrived, the rich aroma of meat wafted into Lin Yu's nose. At this time, Aunt Wang's face had a genuine smile, looking in a good mood. Without asking, Lin Yu knew that Aunt Wang's daughter must have immediately informed her of her safety after being rescued. Lin Yu smiled and took the large basin of beef. At that moment, Aunt Wang hurriedly told Lin Yu, "Xiaoyu, my daughter called me back, said her phone was dead, and that she called me using a friend's phone. She also said she will be home for the holiday soon." Lin Yu responded with a smile and nodded. Aunt Wang's daughter was buried under the ruins for a night, looking very haggard, with tattered clothes. She didn't want to worry her mother, so she didn't go to see her directly but called to assure her first, then planned to rest before telling her the truth. Lin Yu did not tell Aunt Wang that he had saved her daughter. Aunt Wang was probably worried he would be concerned, so after receiving her daughter's call, she hurriedly shared the news with him. The reason about the phone being dead works well on older people. But young people would find it hard to believe. In this day and age, who would let their phone battery die?
Having a dead phone is worse than being dead. Fortunately, Xiao Guang had completely focused his thoughts on the bowl of beef before him, even failing to hear Aunt Wang's words. Otherwise, Xiao Guang would definitely have shared his opinions. For example, nowadays, standby time for phones is so long. Or everywhere there are mobile power banks and the like. At that moment, Xiao Guang's mother seemed to see her son's shining eyes and immediately pulled a long face. She said, filled with frustration, "All you know is to eat. You see something delicious and become like a fool. Don't you realize how fat you are? Learn from your cousin, it's good to go out for morning exercises in the morning." Hearing his aunt's words, Lin Yu quickly lowered his head, his face a bit flushed. Morning exercise was impossible. In his whole life, he had never exercised in the morning. As for why he wasn't fat, it was purely due to genetics. Xiao Guang heard his mother's words and his mouth twitched slightly. He looked at the beef in front of him and then at his father, unsure whether to seek help from his father or just eat. Finally, Xiao Guang overcame the fear in his heart. He raised his head, eyes firm, and said to his mother, "Can I eat my fill before going for morning exercises?" Xiao Guang ultimately put in effort and started eating. If it were at home, he would definitely have been sent away by his mom to nibble on cucumbers. But this was Lin Yu's home after all. Xiao Guang's mother just said it casually. However, just when Xiao Guang was eating happily, his father suddenly spoke up. Usually, when his mother was educating him at home, his father would often stand by his side. But this time, he seemed somewhat dissatisfied. "Xiao Guang, I heard you sneaked back last night?" Xiao Guang's father said slowly. Xiao Guang was startled at heart. This is telling on him? "Uncle Hai, how unkind. I didn't. I came back only after the meeting." Xiao Guang replied, his mouth full. Hearing his son's words, Xiao Guang's father nodded slightly and said, That's good. In the future, work harder at the office and help Uncle Hai more." Xiao Guang's heart raced wildly, but he still pretended to be nonchalant as he said, "Okay, Dad, don't worry, I will definitely strive to be an advanced model worker in the unit." Xiao Guang had indeed been scared just now. He thought Uncle Hai had told on him. But unexpectedly, it was his own dad fooling him. Fortunately, his IQ was higher, and he wasn't fooled. However, he couldn't eat anymore. If he talked more, he would slip up. Xiao Guang quickly grabbed a few pieces of beef and stuffed them into his mouth, then stood up and said, "Mom and Dad, I have to hurry to work. I'm planning to go to the office early to clean up and show my performance." As he spoke, Xiao Guang rushed out hurriedly. Behind Xiao Guang, his parents nodded in unison, seeming quite satisfied with his performance. Lin Yu's perception watched as Xiao Guang left, and soon he arrived at a burger shop, ordered a burger, a cup of cola, 2 pieces of fried chicken legs, and 3 grilled chicken wings, and started eating in the shop. Lin Yu scratched his head, awkwardly chatting with his uncle and aunt. "Well, Xiao Guang has been performing very well lately, yes, obedient and sensible. By the way, Xiao Yu, why don't we go back to live at our place? I think it's quite safe lately, it's not good for you to be troubled here." After finishing dinner, Lin Yu's aunt said to him. The two of them wanted to go back yesterday. Lin Yu had stopped them. This time, Lin Yu did not stop them. In Long Country, the first day after game feedback is the most dangerous. After that, players get used to their skills and there aren't too many dangers. Moreover, Uncle and Aunt's house was not far from his place. Even if there were dangers, he could take care of them. Lin Yu nodded and said, "All right, contact me if you need anything." Xiao Guang's father also smiled and said, "Later Xiao Yu, please help me educate Xiao Guang. This kid has always listened to you since he was young." Xiao Guang's father also knew that if he and his wife went back to live, Xiao Guang probably wouldn't want to go back with them. He simply let it be. He became a lazy captain. Lin Yu smiled and nodded, taking this matter as settled. Educating children, he was best at that. It is indeed more convenient for Xiao Guang to stay here. After all, soon there will be other things from the game reflecting back to the real world, and I can also guide Xiao Guang a bit. Xiao Guang's father and mother quickly packed up their things, then got in the car and left Lin Yu's villa. Lin Yu's mind overheard their casual chat before getting in the car, and they seemed a bit regretful. "Sai, if we had known, we would have played that cultivation game too. I saw an old person online who played the game and looked years younger. Yeah, what a pity. Luckily, Xiao Guang and Xiao Yu are playing, otherwise we would regret it even more. It's okay, being old is being old. As long as the kids are doing well, that's better than anything. That's right, we are not young anymore, why bother?" Hearing Uncle and Aunt's conversation, Lin Yu stood by the window and couldn't help but smile slightly. Speaking of which, Uncle and Aunt are quite stubborn. Although they are very good to me, they are extremely strict with Xiao Guang. If I had really let them play the game back then, it would have been very difficult, it would have taken at least several months of persuasion. By the time they really agreed to play, the game would probably have already shut down.
So, time was tight, and Lin Yu didn't waste those efforts.
But Lin Yu had long been prepared.
Although they couldn't reflect their cultivation from the game, I have elixirs.
I can even refine pills. Once the elixirs from the game return to my hands, plus my powerful cultivation to assist, helping them cultivate is not difficult at all. Even if they can't cultivate, with my future means, I can definitely make them free of all diseases. Watching Uncle and Aunt's car leave, Lin Yu returned to his bed. The soft big bed is comfortable. Maybe, once my cave dwelling reflects back to the real world, I should custom order a big bed for my bedroom. In novels and games, cultivators practice hard every day, fighting for that slim chance of ascending.
But Lin Yu is different.
After experiencing life in the last world, Lin Yu wants to live more comfortably in this life.
Everything Lin Yu has prepared before is to make this life relaxed, easy, and laid back. Leaning on the soft big bed,
Lin Yu opened the official game forum.
At first glance, Lin Yu saw the hottest thread. Shock. Cultivators descend on the American continent, showing the power of our cultivators. The post contains a complete video. Chapter 47, The Alliance of Superpower Users.
In his previous life, Lin Yu also paid daily attention to the news on the official forum. After the shutdown of the mobile game Misty Immortal Path, the official forum almost became a gathering place for all cultivator players.
All kinds of news could be found here. However,
Lin Yu did not expect that right after he went for a morning exercise, his video was posted online.
How careless.
But fortunately, he had covered his appearance at that time. Anyway, since his face is not clear, getting caught on camera isn't a big deal. Lin Yu clicked on the thread and looked at the content inside. Sure enough, the thread came with a video, showing the scene of him killing those green giants.
After watching, Lin Yu couldn't help but nod secretly. He really looked quite handsome.
Below the video, the commenting players also felt the same. Wow, this guy is handsome, with just a wave of his hand, he strung up 6 green giants like skewers, impressive.
The person above must be a bit slow, is that called skewers?
It should be called green meat skewers. From my judgment, this guy's strength is at least in the nascent soul stage.
Nonsense, could anyone below the nascent soul stage fly? Look at this style and this suave movement, I suspect this is staged. Staged my foot, if it were staged, how could he hide his face? By the way, how did this Taoist hide his appearance?
It doesn't look like a mosaic effect added later. I have to say, the gap in strength between these green giants and the cultivators is just too large. I heard that the neighboring island nation is feedbacking a ninja game. I wonder how strong the ninjas are.
Ninjas? Is someone upstairs joking? What else can ninjas do besides playing hide and seek?
To be honest, I really like ninjas, especially those explosive female ninjas in action romance movies.
Someone upstairs is a bit too fond of foreign things, but I like them too. Like +1. Like +1. Besides this hottest post, there are also a few interesting posts that Lin Yu paid attention to. For example, the Repair Management Office is still hiring.
And not just the Repair Management Office in the capital, repair offices across the country are hiring.
It seems to be quite hot.
The hiring post of the Repair Management Office has the most replies among all posts.
Recruiting for the Cultivator Management Office, for the stability of the Dragon Country, for the stable living environment of your family and friends, are you willing to lend a hand?
As long as you have skill and character, the Repair Management Office welcomes your joining.
Can those at the Qi refinement stage apply? Can those at the heart movement stage apply? I'm still a minor, can I apply? I'm 80 years old, can I apply? Can those with a criminal record apply? Is there a social insurance and housing fund?
Someone upstairs suggests that you first go check your mental health at the hospital. Repair management offices across various places are also hiring. Of course, not all cities have established repair management offices, only a small number of cities are ahead of the curve. Zhanghai City's repair management office is hiring, sincerely looking for local cultivator players to join. We have top players in the top 100 of the cultivation ranking on standby. Not only can you serve the country but also get guidance from these great players.
If you don't come, you will miss out. Wow, top 100 in the cultivation ranking, these are the true experts. At least they are nascent soul stage powerhouses, I'm willing to join.
So am I, but I wonder if they accept those at Qi refinement stage.
Excuse me, is there social insurance and housing fund? Compared to the hot hiring post of the repair management office, the recruiting post of the Xiaoyao Palace seems a bit gloomy.
The second in the cultivation ranking, that Sangyun Demon Lord, is creating the Xiaoyao Palace, sincerely inviting all great players to join and create the future together.
Excuse me, has the first in the cultivation ranking, Chen Qingqing, joined yet? Excuse me, is there social insurance and housing fund? Excuse me, is there social insurance and housing fund? Excuse me, is there social insurance and housing fund? Excuse me, is there social insurance and housing fund? The recruiting post of Xiaoyao Palace really made Lin Yu laugh. This Xiangyun demon lord is truly persistent, wanting to be the boss so desperately. But it is clear that the appeal of being second in the cultivation ranking is quite average. Compared to the previous life, the development speed of Xiaoyao Palace is simply heaven and earth apart. Lin Yu looked at the posts below, then closed the official forum. He opened the game. The various activities and recharge interfaces in the game are still gray and cannot be clicked. This made Lin Yu lose much of his interest in the game. But since he had already begun to feedback his cultivation, others would gradually feedback as well. A little improvement is better than nothing. Lin Yu controlled his character and headed to one of the toughest dungeons in the game, the Blackwater Demon Cave. The Blackwater Demon King is a good brother and very dedicated. Cultivator, do you dare to challenge the terrifying Blackwater Demon King? Do you want to become a wandering soul in the Blackwater realm? America. The Pentagon. A highly confidential and high-level meeting is currently taking place in a small conference room at the Pentagon. There are a total of 5 people attending the meeting, and just by looking at the stars on their shoulders, you can tell that these people are high-ranking military officials. At this moment, a video is being played on the big screen in the conference room. This video is clearly showing Lin Yu killing that green giant. The room is incredibly quiet. At this point, the man sitting at the top slowly spoke. You've all seen it, this Eastern person's strength is very strong. Not only possessing the ability to fly but also able to use a kind of telekinesis, those green giants were simply no match for him. Nowadays, every country has feedback for game experience, and according to news, Dragon Country has started to form a special organization to gather the strength of those gamers. In this regard, we absolutely cannot fall behind. Let's hear your opinions. As soon as the man finished speaking, several people in the conference room began to express their views, even engaging in heated discussions. If Dragon Country can organize gamers, we can do the same. If we form an army made entirely of those green giant players, the ground battle will definitely be invincible. Invincible? If they are invincible, how could one Eastern person casually kill 6 of them? Don't let others gain momentum while you lose your spirit. Those steel rods can kill green giants, but can they harm iron men? Our team surely won't consist only of green giants. The game our country is feedbacking has more diverse professions, giving us a greater advantage compared to their single profession games. I think it's not too late for us to take action and form our own player force. Not only is it not too late, as long as we invest money to gather all those players, we will definitely be 10 times stronger than the players from Dragon Country. Hearing his subordinates' discussions, the man sitting at the top slowly nodded. He was very satisfied with everyone's opinions. His view was quite similar to theirs. Alright, since everyone holds such opinions, from today on, the Pentagon will establish a new department, directly under my management, and the name of the department will be the Superpower Alliance. You few, arrange your current work, and do your best to complete the initial setup of the Superpower Alliance. Hearing their superior's command, several military bigwigs immediately stood up and shouted, Yes, sir. Chapter 48, Xiao Guang's Crazy Idea. Dragon Country. In a vast villa on the outskirts of the capital. A middle-aged man in his 30s suddenly smashed his phone hard onto the ground. His face was grim, veins bulging all over his body. After smashing the phone, he seemed even more unable to vent his anger, throwing everything on the desk, including the computer and other items. Even the expensive furniture in the room did not escape unscathed. While smashing things, the man shouted angrily, 5 insurances and 1 fund, damn the 5 insurances and 1 fund. This middle-aged man in his 30s was the Xiangyun demon lord in the game. Originally, he dominated the top spots on every leaderboard, enjoying the envy and admiration of other players. But suddenly, a guy named Chen Qingqing appeared, crazily spending money, surpassing him on every leaderboard. He initially wanted to continue spending money to regain some face. Unexpectedly, the game recharge channel was suddenly closed. No one could have imagined that a pay-to-win game would suddenly stop wanting to make money. What left him in despair was that the game actually started to give feedback for experience. Originally, his experience level already made him one of the lucky ones. But the sudden appearance of Chen Qingqing took his first place, making him unable to swallow the anger in his heart. Later, he decided to use his enormous funds and resources, coupled with his strong experience, to organize a group composed entirely of cultivators. This way, he could become the leader, commanding respect and obedience. But every time he posted a recruitment notice, there were always people asking if Chen Qingqing would join. What was even more infuriating was that every time someone asked if there would be 5 insurances and 1 fund. To hell with the 5 insurances and 1 fund. This is a cultivator organization, who cares about 5 insurances and 1 fund among the powerful cultivators. Seeing that Xiangyun demon lord so angry, a little brother in the room weakly spoke up, Boss, since so many people are asking about the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, why don't we write about it in the recruitment post? Although recruitment wasn't going smoothly, with his cultivation and funds, the Tsangyun Demon Lord had already hired a few little brothers. The one who spoke was specifically responsible for posting job ads. However, hearing his little brother's words, the Tsangyun Demon Lord felt even angrier. He felt like he was surrounded by the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Just hearing the term made him feel disgusted. But then, his mind turned, and he seemed to suddenly think of something. His little brother's suggestion didn't seem so bad after all. He was very rich, so he didn't care much about the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, but other players were different. Many of them might be poor. What if not everyone in this world was malicious? What if they really cared about the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? Instead of using the term just to disgust him? The Tsangyun Demon Lord thought for a moment, then slowly nodded and said, "Alright, let's try it your way." Hearing his suggestion was accepted, the little brother immediately showed an excited expression. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone and began to edit the post. He usually used a computer, but just now the computer had been smashed by the Tsangyun Demon Lord, so he could only use his phone. Fortunately, using the phone wasn't too troublesome. Tsangyun Demon Lord of the Cultivation Leaderboard establishes the organization Xiaoyao Palace, sincerely inviting almighty players to join and create the future together. A solemn declaration: there are 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. There are 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. There are 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Payments are 3 times the average salary in the capital. The post was sent out. The responses under the post were clearly more numerous than before. But upon seeing the contents of the responses, the Tsangyun Demon Lord regretted it. Is strength in the early stage of qi refining acceptable? Is strength in the mid stage of qi refining acceptable? Is it easy to withdraw the housing fund in the capital? If everyone gets the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, then how much is the salary? Did the number 1 on the cultivation leaderboard, Shang Fengzhenren, join? The Tsangyun Demon Lord looked at it for a while and didn't want to see it anymore. There were few people with normal minds online these days. He simply couldn't endure this craziness. Of course. What made the Tsangyun Demon Lord even more regretful was not seeing those strange questions in the post. But when those who came to apply for jobs, drawn by the benefits of the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, arrived one after another at his villa, that feeling of regret finally dominated his mind. Because the applicants were all weirdos. The highest cultivation level was actually only in the mid-stage of qi refining. In the game, the lowest realm was the qi refining stage. And there wasn't even a single one that had reached the late stage of qi refining here to apply. Quickly, the Tsangyun Demon Lord figured out the crux of the problem. Truly powerful players definitely wouldn't care about the petty benefits of the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. With their cultivation, earning money should be quite simple. Moreover, those who care about the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund indicate they are poor. Without money they can't spend, leading to low cultivation. This was simply a vicious cycle. In the end, those who cared about the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, with low cultivation levels, all ended up coming to him, making his Xiaoyao Palace seem more like a charity organization. Seeing his boss's face gradually turning darker, the little brother felt a bit flustered. It was his suggestion to offer the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. He cautiously approached the Tsangyun Demon Lord and asked, "Boss, should I chase them all away?" The Tsangyun Demon Lord thought for a long time and finally sighed heavily. There weren't many little brothers, so he needed to cherish them. Forget it, let them stay, it's better than having none. After all, these people were all cultivators, even the worst of them were still much better than ordinary people. As for the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, it won't cost much. Hearing the words of the Tsangyun Demon Master, the little brother finally let out a long sigh of relief. Okay, boss, I'll go help them settle down right now. The little brother hurriedly ran outside, genuinely worried about his boss losing his temper again. At that moment, the Tsangyun Demon Master suddenly called out to his little brother. The little brother abruptly froze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The Tsangyun Demon Master slowly spoke, "Remove the 5 insurances and 1 fund from the recruitment post." Around 11:50 p.m. Xiaoguang finally returned to the villa. As soon as he entered, he ran towards Lin Yu's bedroom. Pushing open the door, Xiaoguang asked in confusion, "Bro, why did you call me back?" Lin Yu rolled his eyes and said helplessly, "Your parents asked me to look after you." "It's so late, what do you plan to do?" Xiaoguang chuckled foolishly, scratched his head, and said, "I haven't seen my girlfriend Ashui for days, I was hoping to spend some extra time tonight." "Some extra time?" Xiaoguang grinned again and raised a finger. "One time? All night?" Lin Yu said helplessly, "You do know that there's a cultivation feedback at midnight, right?" Hearing his cousin Lin Yu's question, Xiaoguang's eyes sparkled, a mysterious smile appearing, "Of course. I also know that my body will swell up several times in an instant."
I was planning to let my girlfriend experience the feeling of my body swelling during the cultivation feedback at midnight. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu finally understood why his uncle and aunt wanted to be hands-off parents.
This kid really has no brains.
The difficulty in educating him is enormous. Lin Yu let out a slight sigh, picked up his phone, and opened the game's official forum. Then, he quickly found the post he had seen before.
Lin Yu handed the phone to Xiaoguang. Xiaoguang picked up the phone in confusion and started to read.
Last night during the cultivation feedback, I was discussing life with my wife, and now she's lying in the intensive care unit.
Chapter 49, Goldman Sachs' Crazy Idea. After reading the post, Xiaoguang finally fell silent.
He felt a bit of fear. Looking up at his cousin, gratitude surged in his heart. If it weren't for his cousin calling him back, his girlfriend Ashuwei might have already ended up in the intensive care unit.
Xiaoguang couldn't help but want to sincerely thank his cousin. Bro. Get lost.
Oh, okay.
Although Xiaoguang did not fulfill his wish.
There were still others in the world who shared Xiaoguang's thoughts.
That is Yifeng Jinren, Goldman. At this moment. Around 11:50 p.m.
Goldman sat comfortably in a soft white bathrobe, on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window of the presidential suite on the top floor of the city tower, holding a glass of red wine, gently sipping. Tonight, the view outside the window seemed especially beautiful. Earlier today, he had already taken down several of the largest ninja organizations in the island nation, using his powerful cultivation and the information gathered by his numerous little brothers.
He didn't unleash a massacre.
He simply made a slight move, killing a few thousand rebellious ninjas. Then, those inherently submissive ninjas became his loyal little brothers.
Of course, Goldman didn't care whether they were loyal or not. Because his cultivation was far above theirs. He was like a giant arriving in the kingdom of little people. Even if they weren't loyal, they still couldn't pose any threat to him. His powerful cultivation gave him immense confidence. At that moment,
the door of Goldman's room was knocked on. Goldman smiled slightly and replied in even more standard island language than the locals, "Come in." The door opened slowly from the outside, and 5 female ninjas walked in.
However, the ninja outfits of these 5 female ninjas seemed a bit different from those of others. The fabric was less.
Vaguely revealed key parts.
Gao Shang nodded in satisfaction.
This was the appearance that a ninja should have in his impression. The little brother at the door hurriedly closed the room door again with respect.
5 female ninjas lined up in the room.
Gao Shang drank the red wine in his glass in one gulp. A small glass worth hundreds of thousands, in his eyes, was not much different from a cola at a fast food restaurant. However, he still preferred drinking red wine. After all, that was called life, and this was called enjoyment. Gao Shang raised his wrist and looked at the time on his watch. It was already 11:55.
Only 5 minutes left until the third round feedback. Time was tight. Gao Shang smiled slightly and said to the female ninjas in the room, "Go." At midnight 12.
In Lin Yu's villa bedroom. Lin Yu slowly put down his phone and quietly waited.
At that moment,
Lin Yu's spiritual sense suddenly felt something in the sky, as if something was rapidly descending. Then, it quickly gathered around him.
Like a huge cotton candy, completely wrapping him up. Next, some of those invisible things quickly drilled into his skin, entering his body through his pores.
This part fused directly with his flesh and blood. Another part passed through his dantian and entered his primordial spirit. Accompanied by these invisible things drilling into his body, his primordial spirit and body also began to rapidly swell. The swelling was not very large, it just felt like his body was being stretched. But in reality, the size of his body changed very little.
Then, his body began to contract. And then swell again.
Unlike the previous 2 times, Lin Yu was constantly using his spiritual sense to pay attention to the feedback of his realm this time. After reaching the Great Ascension stage, it seemed he could see those invisible realms descending from the sky and drilling into his body. At that moment, a thought suddenly arose in Lin Yu's mind.
Since he could discover the feedback of the realm, couldn't he snatch the realm feedback from others?
But this idea was quickly denied by Lin Yu himself.
Snatching others' realm did indeed have a high chance of success.
But the problem was that the other players in the game were simply too weak compared to himself. Even the second-ranked player, Song Yun Maju, was only at the combination stage, 2 major levels below him. It was like a wealthy man couldn't possibly snatch a beggar's lunch. It made no sense for him to steal the realm from other players. After dismissing his own idea, Lin Yu began to quietly feel the state of his body. As his body and primordial spirit constantly swelled and contracted, Lin Yu's realm was also rapidly improving. Soon, Lin Yu felt he had broken through his current bottleneck and entered another level of realm.
Mid-Great Ascension. Just as he expected.
The third day's realm feedback had raised his realm from early Great Ascension to mid-Great Ascension.
About half a minute later, the third realm feedback finally ended.
Lin Yu's realm stabilized at mid-grade ascension. Feeling his enhanced physical strength and senses, and testing his spiritual sense again, Lin Yu picked up his phone once more. He opened the mobile game Mysterious Immortal Path. As the number of realm feedbacks increased, the closing time for Mysterious Immortal Path was also approaching. Although there were fewer places for Lin Yu to improve in the game, playing for relaxation was still quite nice. Then, Lin Yu controlled his game character to the entrance of the Blackwater Demon Cave dungeon. Here, the crowd is still bustling. After pay-to-win mechanics were removed, players want to gather more resources in the dungeons. However, Lin Yu opened the dungeon information and found that the number of successful runs in the Blackwater Demon Cave was still just 1. In the game, even if one person clears a dungeon multiple times, it shows only once. This means that, aside from himself, no other players have cleared it yet. Thinking about it, this is quite normal. After all, the difficulty of this dungeon is too high. Even with a team of 5, players wouldn't stand a chance against the Blackwater Demon. The Blackwater Demon has had many of his abilities limited in the game, but he is still a boss with peak ascension level power. It's hard to say if even 500 players teaming up would have any chance. Lin Yu didn't dwell on these thoughts, instead controlling his character to enter the dungeon. Soon, Lin Yu defeated the Blackwater Demon's minions in front of him and arrived facing the Blackwater Demon. The Blackwater Demon was still very dedicated. Cultivator, you dare to challenge the terrifying Blackwater Demon again? Do you want to become a soul in the Blackwater domain? Looking at the Blackwater Demon showing off on his phone screen and hearing his unchanged for 1,000 years speech, Lin Yu suddenly felt a bit dazed. Today seems to be a bit off. Lin Yu quickly enlarged the chat interface. Then, he found the Blackwater Demon's words. Cultivator, you dare to challenge the terrifying Blackwater Demon again? Again? Chapter 50, Vice Director Qi's Crazy Idea. Beijing. The headquarters building of the Cultivator Management Bureau. An important meeting is being held. The attendees are all members of the Cultivator Management Bureau. After more than 2 days of development, the number of cultivators at the headquarters has reached over 100. Among them, there are several cultivators ranked relatively high on the power rankings. In Lin Yu's past life, the strongest cultivator organization in Dragon Country should be the Xiaoyao Palace established by the Tsangyun Demon Master, because the Tsangyun Demon Master has topped various rankings and attracted many powerful cultivators to join. But in this life, it seems that due to Lin Yu's rebirth, many changes have occurred. Although Lin Yu has tried his best to minimize his impact on this world, the changes are still significant. A small butterfly can cause a great storm in the ocean, let alone a cultivator with peak ascension level like Lin Yu. At this moment, the Cultivator Management Bureau headquarters in Beijing has already formed a preliminary strength. The highest-ranked cultivator is no longer Jiang Yun. Instead, it is a young man who looks to be in his early 20s. He sits in the conference room right next to Jiang Yun's father. Clearly, his position is very high. Even Jiang Yun, as a special advisor, can only sit below him. At this moment, Jiang Yun's father, who sits at the center, slowly speaks. Today, this meeting has 2 topics. One is about how we should prepare in advance for the feedback from the game to the real world in 4 days. The other is how to speed up the construction of the branches of the cultivator management bureaus in various places. After giving the opening remarks, Jiang Yun's father handed over the authority to lead the meeting to the young man. He looked at the young man in his 20s sitting beside him and smiled, saying, "Now, regarding these 2 topics, let's have our newly appointed deputy director, Chen Qingqing, lead the discussion." Hearing Jiang Yun's father's words, the young man named Chen Qingqing slowly stood up with a smile like a spring breeze and said, "Hello everyone. Some new colleagues may not know me well, so let me introduce myself again." Chen Qingqing said while secretly glancing at Jiang Yun next to him. In his eyes, there seemed to be a different meaning. At this moment, Jiang Yun seemed a bit absent-minded, so she did not notice the peculiarity in his gaze. However, the other cultivators present could see Chen Qingqing's gaze towards Jiang Yun. Everyone seemed to know something. After all, this guy's feelings were somewhat obvious. Moreover, he did not hide his good feelings for Jiang Yun, the consultant. It seemed that in the entire capital's cultivation office headquarters, only Jiang Yun herself did not know why she had become a bit absent-minded since returning from Jianghaishi, and her response to Chen Qingqing's good feelings was somewhat slow. Chen Qingqing lightly coughed twice, seemingly reminding Jiang Yun beside him to listen carefully to his boasting. Oh no, he should be listening carefully to what he has to say. Ahem. Jiang Yun was attracted by the cough and realized she had been distracted, instantly showing a hint of apology on her face. This time, Chen Qingqing did not look at Jiang Yun, but his spiritual sense was always focused on her every movement. When he saw Jiang Yun regain her focus, he smiled and introduced himself. "My name is Chen Qingqing, my game ID is Changshengzhenren. You may not be very familiar with this ID, but you can log into the game after work to take a look. The 10th in the cultivation ranking is me." Hearing Chen Qingqing's introduction, an exclamation erupted from below. Some cultivators who had just joined the cultivation office were all shocked.
10th in the cultivation ranking. One of the 10 strongest people in the whole dragon country.
This kind of power, it is estimated that right now, all the people in the cultivation office combined are not his match.
Even adding Jiang Yun, the consultant, wouldn't work.
Their eyes all revealed a sense of envy. At the same time, after Chen Qingqing finished introducing himself, everyone further acknowledged that Deputy Director Qi had a crush on consultant Jiang Yun. This is simply a perfect match, a natural pair. In the conference room, warm applause broke out. Jiang Yun did not know what everyone was thinking and joined in the clapping. At this moment, however, Chen Qingqing did not directly discuss the agenda of today's meeting. Instead, he turned his head, wearing a confident and charming smile, and said to Jiang Yun, "I haven't been here for long, and I don't know much about the strength of our capital's cultivation office headquarters. I heard that consultant Jiang Yun is also very strong.
I wonder if consultant Jiang Yun could introduce herself first. Understanding everyone's cultivation strength will greatly help me with my future work and our upcoming discussions."
Chen Qingqing's words seemed to make some sense. Moreover, Jiang Yun truly was the strongest person in the capital's cultivation office headquarters besides Chen Qingqing. Jiang Yun was a bit surprised. But she still politely introduced herself. "My name is Jiang Yun, my game name is Shuiyun Xianzi, and I am ranked 90 in the cultivation ranking." Hearing Jiang Yun's introduction, the cultivators present were also slightly shocked. Jiang Yun had self-introduced before, but she had not mentioned her ranking in the cultivation ranking nor had she revealed her game name. This time, her introduction was more detailed. Ranked 90 in the cultivation ranking was already a terrifying existence for these players with low cultivation.
Warm applause erupted again from the crowd.
However, after hearing Jiang Yun say the name Shuiyun Xianzi, Chen Qingqing seemed to become a bit absent-minded. When he clapped, it seemed that his hands did not touch together, but he did not feel it at all.
Shuiyun Xianzi, why does that name sound so familiar? Why does it feel like the top-ranked Xian cultivator, Chang Fengzhenren's dual cultivation partner? No. She is Chang Fengzhenren's partner.
The top of the heartbeat rankings is Chang Fengzhenren and his dual cultivation partner, Shuiyun Xianzi.
Her dual cultivation partner is Chang Fengzhenren. That's Chang Fengzhenren.
Chen Qingqing's eyes spun around, as if a huge wave was rising in his heart. The biggest reason I joined the headquarters of the Capital Cultivation Bureau was because of Jiang Yun. Whether it's her looks, figure, or temperament, Jiang Yun is the most perfect woman I've ever seen.
I want to pursue Jiang Yun.
Although I haven't launched my pursuit yet, I haven't hidden my thoughts. Almost all my colleagues at the Capital Cultivation Bureau headquarters know it. Even because of the polite, sunny, and strong image I've intentionally created, the bureau director, Jiang Yun's father, seems quite satisfied with me. But who the hell would have thought that Jiang Yun is Shuiyun Xianzi in the game? Her dual cultivation partner is that number one on every ranking in the game, who is way stronger than the second place, unbeaten to a ridiculous level, Chang Fengzhenren.
Damn it. Damn it. I was careless. No, I must get on the game to confirm.
I must confirm whether Shuiyun Xianzi is really Chang Fengzhenren's dual cultivation partner. Chen Qingqing's heart was completely in chaos. As a senior player of Transcendent Xian Path, a crazy fan of Xianxia novels, he knows better than anyone the power gap between himself and Chang Fengzhenren. If Chang Fengzhenren had the thought of killing him, he wouldn't even need to act, just a thought and he would be gone.
Death would be the lightest outcome.
Chen Qingqing's face grew paler. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even when the bureau director next to him called him, he couldn't hear it.
Deputy Director Qi, please continue chairing the meeting. Deputy Director Qi? Xiao Qi? Are you okay?
Chen Qingqing suddenly woke up, looking dazed as he said, "Huh?
Director, I need to go to the restroom for a moment."
Chen Qingqing couldn't care less about his image and hurried out of the conference room. As soon as he stepped out, he quickly took out his phone and opened the Transcendent Xian Path mobile game. Then, his fingers trembled as he tried to click on the heartbeat rankings. But now, every activity interface in the game had turned gray, and he couldn't click on anything.
Damn it, how could I forget about this?
Chen Qingqing was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan.
Chapter 51, I'm not familiar with Chang Fengzhenren.
In the end, Chen Qingqing still confirmed his speculation. He called a friend who also played the Transcendent Xian Path mobile game. That friend was his classmate in reality, and they both played Transcendent Xian Path at the same time, with a very close relationship. Holding the phone, Chen Qingqing quietly sneaked into the restroom like a thief. As soon as the call connected, he hurriedly asked, "Sun Gu, I want to ask you something." On the other end of the line, his classmate's lazy voice came through, as if he hadn't woken up yet.
"What is it?"
"I don't know where your girlfriend was last night." Chen Qingqing frowned slightly, feeling something was off.
But he was too anxious to think about anything else.
He quickly said, "I'm not asking about that, I already broke up with her."
I want to ask, do you know about Shui Yunxianzi in the game?
Chen Qingqing indeed had a girlfriend before. No, he should say he had several girlfriends.
But they all ended up breaking up.
At this moment, when the classmate on the other end heard the words Shui Yunxianzi, there was suddenly a clattering sound on the phone.
It seemed the phone fell to the ground. Soon, the classmate picked up the phone. Then he shouted into the phone, "Holy crap, are you crazy? You don't mean you want to pursue Shui Yunxianzi, do you?" Sure enough, the classmate knew Chen Qingqing very well. Chen Qingqing only asked for a name, and he already knew what was on Chen Qingqing's mind.
But Chen Qingqing hurriedly explained, "No, I haven't pursued yet, I just want to ask if you know the name Water Cloud Fairy." As soon as Chen Qingqing finished speaking, his classmate's yelling came through the phone. It seemed the voice was so loud that it woke up the woman in bed.
A familiar whisper came faintly from the phone, "Why are you so angry so early in the morning? Want to have another round?"
The voice seemed somewhat familiar, but Chen Qingqing had no mood to care about that. He just wanted to know if Water Cloud Fairy was indeed the dual cultivation partner of Master Chengfeng. On the phone, Chen Qingqing's classmate didn't seem to care much about the woman's voice and hurriedly said, "Old Chi, if you want to act recklessly, don't drag me into it.
If Master Chengfeng comes knocking, definitely don't say you know me." "Damn, you're really insane, you dare to pursue Master Chengfeng's dual cultivation partner? You probably don't even know how you'll die."
The classmate continued to mumble on the phone. "Chen Qingqing, listen carefully, if you cause trouble, don't sell out your brother. If you provoke Water Cloud Fairy, you're surely dead.
Don't expose me, okay? When you die, I can still take care of your family and girlfriend, got it? Chen Qingqing, did you hear me? I advise you to run away quickly, don't stay in Dragon Country. Damn, I better hang up quickly, don't let Master Chengfeng see our call records. Don't forget to delete the call records."
As soon as the classmate finished the sentence, the call was disconnected. Clearly, his classmate shared the same thoughts.
Master Chengfeng is not someone to be messed with. From what his classmate said, Chen Qingqing finally confirmed that Water Cloud Fairy was indeed Master Chengfeng's dual cultivation partner.
After confirming this guess, Chen Qingqing felt as if he had lost all his strength and slowly slumped to the floor of the bathroom. He had gotten himself into big trouble. He had really gotten himself into big trouble. Although they were only dual cultivation partners in the game, who knows if they had a relationship in reality? Of course, even if they were only dual cultivation partners in the game, that would still be Master Chengfeng. Which player of Misty Immortal Path doesn't know the name Master Chengfeng? No. I must find a way to resolve this crisis. I cannot sit idly by. A thought suddenly arose in Chen Qingqing's heart. He was a man of action. He never liked leaving his matters to fate. Facing the nearly invincible Master Chengfeng at the Great Completion stage, there was only one way to solve this problem. Chen Qingqing's eyes sharpened, and a strong desire to survive led him to make a decision. He raised his phone again, opened the Misty Immortal Path mobile game, and then went to the private message interface. With trembling hands, he began to type. "Dear Master Chengfeng, I deeply regret my actions and seek your forgiveness. I assure you, I have no improper thoughts in my mind, it's just that my colleagues were being playful. Master Chengfeng, my name is Chen Qingqing. If you wish to kill me, I will definitely not resist. But if you spare me, I will repay you by being your servant, facing any danger without hesitation." Chen Qingqing wrote a long private message. Finally, he wrote Master Chengfeng's name in the recipient's field. At that moment, he noticed that Master Chengfeng was online. Chen Qingqing's fingers trembled as he pressed the send button. Then, he let out a long breath. Perhaps the courtesy and sunny personality he pretended were all fake, but he was indeed decisive and courageous in action. After sending the private message, Chen Qingqing found a squat toilet, closed the door, and began the torturous wait. At the headquarters conference room of the Inspection Bureau. The meeting was still ongoing. Everyone had no idea what was wrong with Deputy Director Chen Qingqing. The meeting could not be cancelled just because he was absent. Zhang Yun's father could only helplessly say, "Then let's not wait any longer, the meeting will continue. Let's discuss the second topic, and Zhang Yun will host the meeting." In the conference room, many cultivators from the Repair Management Institute started a heated discussion. Soon, people discovered a key point. If we want the headquarters of the Repair Management Institute and its branches to be built quickly, the most important thing is to recruit powerful upper-level experts first. For example, at the headquarters of the Repair Management Institute, with great experts like Zhang Yun and Deputy Director Qi, the attraction to ordinary cultivators would be considerable. The same is true for the Zhanghai City Repair Management Institute, as it has a powerful deputy director, Lin Chengguang, which is why it has built up faster than all other cities. The appeal of powerful figures is very effective. At this moment, a cultivator proposed his idea. If we follow this logic, what if we bring the strongest player in the game, Master Chengfeng, to our institute? Wouldn't that solve our recruitment problem?
Wouldn't that ensure our development?
Hearing this suggestion, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. If we were to talk about who is the strongest in the mobile game Piao Miao Xian 2, Master Chen Qingqing is undoubtedly the recognized top player, and he is on an entirely different level. As the cultivator's words fell, someone in the conference room finally noticed something that Chen Qingqing had discovered before.
Upon hearing the name Master Chen Qingqing, many people gradually realized something.
Then, they slowly turned their gaze towards Consultant Jiang Yun. It seemed that Consultant Jiang Yun had said she was called Shui Yun Fairy in the game.
That name. It seemed to be Master Qingqing's dual cultivation partner. So it's simple, then? Just have Consultant Jiang Yun invite Master Qingqing over. At this moment, a somewhat dense person suddenly asked, Consultant Jiang Yun, why don't you let Master Qingqing join our Repair Management Institute?
Hearing this, Jiang Yun's face turned red. Her father was still sitting next to her. If her stubborn father found out that she was married in the game, he probably would have a stroke. Jiang Yun hurriedly started to explain. No, you shouldn't look at me, I'm not close to Master Qingqing. We hardly chat, we aren't familiar with each other at all. Also, with his personality, it would be impossible for him to join the Repair Management Institute. Jiang Yun was feeling quite nervous. Upon hearing Jiang Yun's explanation, a cultivator weakly raised his question.
Consultant Jiang Yun is not familiar with Master Qingqing, so how does she know his personality? Chapter 52, The Desperate Blackwater Demon Lord. Jianghai City.
In Lin Yu's villa bedroom. Lin Yu, who was brushing through the 10th run of the Blackwater dungeon today, received a private message. Lin Yu usually couldn't be bothered to check private messages. Ever since he became number 1 on various leaderboards, all kinds of players had been sending him private messages. However, as time passed, the players who sent him messages realized he never replied and gradually stopped. Recently, the private messages had decreased significantly.
Lin Yu was feeling a bit tired from farming dungeons. So he casually clicked on a private message to take a look.
Respected Master Qingqing, I am filled with regret, please forgive me. After reading a couple of lines, Lin Yu was speechless.
What a bunch of nonsense. Not finishing it, Lin Yu directly closed the private message interface.
Then, he continued to farm the Blackwater dungeon. This dungeon was very easy for Lin Yu, and since he had done it many times, he was quite familiar with it. The dungeon had a higher level, so every time he finished, a lot of items would drop. Although there were no more first clear rewards, it was still better than nothing. Lin Yu controlled his character, arriving once again at the Blackwater dungeon.
The minions of the Blackwater Demon Lord didn't even require Lin Yu to lift a finger. His own Fire Qilin ran over excitedly and bit everything to death.
Soon, Lin Yu arrived at the deepest part of the Blackwater Demon Lord's dungeon.
At this moment,
the Blackwater Demon Lord slowly stood up from his throne. But when he saw the familiar figure of the Wind Rider, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. His voice seemed to carry a trace of fearful emotion. As if he was scared of being killed.
Cultivator, you.
Before the Blackwater Demon Lord could finish his words, Lin Yu struck. The refined level 20 fairy weapon Flying Sword, Dust Cutter, made a gentle sweep. A massive sword energy instantly flashed by. Then, the body of the Blackwater Demon Lord, along with the endless black water behind him, was completely severed by the sword. After recent gaming time, Lin Yu had actually discovered something. Since the game's cultivation began to give feedback, the NPCs and demon bosses in the game started to awaken their own consciousness. However, they were still temporarily unable to break free from the control of the game. The Blackwater Demon Lord continued to dutifully say his 2 lines, repeatedly being killed and then resurrected. But in his brain, it seemed he had already developed a simple ability to store memories, and some emotions that only human beings in the real world would possess began to emerge. In his previous life, Lin Yu had never noticed these. So when he just learned that the Tranquil Sage and the Blackwater Demon Lord were gradually developing their own consciousness in the game, Lin Yu was still quite shocked. But as he learned more and more, Lin Yu gradually became accustomed to it. System prompt: congratulations, you have slain the final boss of the Blackwater Cave dungeon, the Blackwater Demon Lord.
The dungeon has been cleared. With the system prompt, Lin Yu's character reappeared at the entrance of the Blackwater Cave dungeon. The items dropped from the dungeon would automatically go into the player's backpack, which was very convenient. However, there weren't really any good items, Lin Yu never even looked at them. After all, he had plenty of slots in his backpack, so this little bit could still fit. In the game, the backpack slots were very precious. Lin Yu's storage ring, being a semi-fairy weapon and fully refined, could hold up to 10,000 slots. For other players, having over 100 slots was already quite good. The large capacity of the backpack saved Lin Yu a lot of trouble. All day long, Lin Yu tirelessly farmed the Blackwater Cave dungeon. Aside from eating, he was just farming the dungeon. To achieve great things, one must endure solitude.
Now, with the game's recharge channel closed, only farming the dungeon could yield some rewards. Although these rewards were just a drop in the bucket compared to Lin Yu's assets in the game. But every little bit adds up. Lin Yu had farmed the Blackwater Cave dungeon hundreds of times in one whole day. Lin Yu glanced at the time on his phone. At this moment, it was already 11:30. Half an hour remained until the fourth cultivation feedback from the game. Lin Yu decided to farm one last time, then take a break and wait for the feedback. To improve the efficiency of farming, Lin Yu lazily didn't let his Chen Qingqing make a move, he dealt with everything himself with one sword each time. Soon, Lin Yu controlled his game character to stand before the Blackwater Demon Lord. At this moment, the Blackwater Demon Lord seemed a bit different from in the morning. It wasn't the appearance or shape that changed, but his demeanor. It felt like he was indifferent to everything, seeing through the life and death of the world. To put it simply, he had given up on all hope. He didn't even bother to stand up anymore. In the morning, he would stand up every time to say his 2 lines. Now he was just slouched and weakly said, "Cultivator, you dare to challenge the terrifying Blackwater Demon Lord? Do you wish to become a soul in the Blackwater?" The Blackwater Demon Lord's actions and expressions had changed. But his lines had returned to the way they were at the beginning. He didn't know if the game system corrected its mistake, or if the previous lines were just an accident. Lin Yu gently swung his sword, and the Blackwater Demon Lord was once again split in half. Then, Lin Yu directly exited the game. Lin Yu looked at the time. There were still more than 20 minutes until the game's fourth feedback of cultivation level. Lin Yu was really tired of grinding dungeons. So, he opened the official forum and started to read. "I have a huge doubt, the highest cultivation level in the game now is the wind-riding real person who has reached the perfect stage of the Great Auspiciousness. So after all cultivation levels are fully fed back, will he become an immortal right there? I have the same doubt as the one above, but I have an even bolder prediction. I think if becoming an immortal in the real world, there might be a tribulation. The wind-riding real person's situation is very dangerous." Wow, that sounds quite reasonable. Indeed, the cultivation ceiling in the game is the Great Auspiciousness, but the real world is different. If the wind-riding real person really faces tribulation in the real world, can he endure it? After all, the game's equipment hasn't even been fed back yet. Oh my, if that's the case, cultivation is too dangerous. Luckily my level is not yet at Great Auspiciousness. May I ask what cultivation level you are? Late stage Qi refining. Sigh, I wonder if the wind-riding real person will see this post. If he does, he should prepare early. Writing a will might be a good idea. When saying such things, can you dare not be anonymous? Lin Yu saw this post at first glance. But he just glanced at it briefly and didn't read more. There couldn't possibly be any useful information in the post. After all, he was the reincarnated one. But the problem was, even he, the reincarnated one, didn't know what would happen. In his previous life, no player had ever reached the perfect stage of the Great Auspiciousness. Those demon bosses and NPCs had reached the Great Auspiciousness, yet no one had ever faced tribulation in the real world. Moreover, what others didn't know was, he did not have to wait until the 7th day of feedback to possess the perfected Great Auspiciousness level. According to the current feedback speed, he would reach the late stage of the Great Auspiciousness by tonight. Tomorrow, he would at least be at the perfected Great Auspiciousness. If there really were a tribulation, it certainly would not wait until the 7th day. After quietly pondering for a while, the time reached midnight. The fourth cultivation feedback began. Regarding whether he would face tribulation or not, Lin Yu could only wildly guess. After all, no one had experienced it. Chapter 53, Everything is Uncertain. The fourth cultivation feedback, just as Lin Yu expected, raised his cultivation level from the mid-stage to the late stage of the Great Auspiciousness. After the feedback ended, Lin Yu went straight to sleep. Naturally, being at the Great Auspiciousness stage did not require sleep to regain energy. But Lin Yu really had nothing else to do. After all, he was only filled with the level of the Great Auspiciousness. The techniques in the game hadn't yet fed back, making it impossible for him to practice. Lin Yu possessed memories from his previous life, so theoretically, he should be able to use the techniques from his last life. But after attempting it, he gave up. His cultivation level wasn't cultivated by himself, so he couldn't use the techniques from his memories. Only the techniques fed back from the game could be used normally. As for creating a self-developed technique at the Great Auspiciousness level, that idea was even more meaningless. After all, Lin Yu had no clues whatsoever. His Great Auspiciousness was very hollow. It seemed that only after all things in the game were completely fed back could he truly become a complete Great Auspiciousness cultivator. Rather than risking a try, it was better to wait for the cultivation feedback. For Lin Yu, that day was just an ordinary day. But for Chen Qingqing, the deputy director of the Capital Repair Bureau. But it is extremely torturous. A whole day and night of torment. Since last night, knowing the identity of Jiang Yun in the game, and after sending an apology message to Chen Qingqing, Chen Qingqing has been in a state of agonizing wait. He hoped for a reply. After all, he had written with such sincerity. Moreover, he really had not made any moves. He had only acted cool in the repair office. But why, when Chen Qingqing was clearly online, did he not reply to him at all? If he really wanted to deal with him, then by now his corpse should have gone cold. Could it be? Chen Qingqing's thoughts grew more and more. It was impossible not to see his private message. The private message reminder in the game was very clear, and at that time Chen Qingqing was online. In the end, he could only come to one conclusion. That is, Chen Qingqing simply didn't care about him. His little bit of strength was nothing in Chen Qingqing's eyes. Moreover, he trusted his dual cultivation partner very much, believing that the other person would not be attracted by his little moves. Indeed, based on Chen Qingqing's observations of Jiang Yun these 2 days, it felt like she didn't even notice his earnest efforts. Everything finally became clear. Chen Qingqing slowly stood up from the toilet. After all, he was a powerful cultivator. Sitting on the toilet for a whole day and night made his legs feel just fine. On the contrary. As he gradually figured things out, his mind became clearer and clearer. Although Chen Qingqing did not care about him, he absolutely could not continue to act like a clown in front of Jiang Yun. That would eventually lead to problems. What he needed to do now was to make his stance clear. He absolutely did not have the intention of pursuing Jiang Yun. No. I must leave here, move away from Jiang Yun. Chen Qingqing's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He slowly pushed open the toilet stall door and walked out of the toilet, which he hadn't left in a whole day. Then, he arrived at the door of the director's office. Although it was already past 12 at night, the director had not left work yet. Chen Qingqing adjusted his clothes and knocked on the door slowly. Soon, Jiang Yun's father's voice came out. Come in. Chen Qingqing hurriedly walked in. Upon seeing Chen Qingqing for the first time, Jiang Yun's father was shocked. What kind of serious illness has this kid caught? At this moment, Chen Qingqing's hair was a mess, and his face was full of fatigue, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Jiang Yun's father quickly stood up, poured a cup of tea for Chen Qingqing, and asked with concern, Xiaoqi, what happened to you? Although Chen Qingqing hadn't shown up for a day, Jiang Yun's father didn't blame him. The young people, during their first job, missing work occasionally is understandable. Moreover, his current state was obviously not quite right. Jiang Yun's father handed over the tea. Then he smelled a strange odor. Cough, cough, cough. Xiaoqi, where have you been? Why do you smell strange? Jiang Yun's father had already said it very tactfully. This smell felt like he had just fallen into a toilet. But at this moment, Chen Qingqing couldn't care about these small matters at all. He took the teacup and quickly reported. Director, I have something to report to you. Chen Qingqing said somewhat anxiously. Oh? What is it? Jiang Yun's father asked. Chen Qingqing recited everything he had long thought out. Director, I'm still too young, I can't handle the position of deputy director at the headquarters of the repair office, I must go to the grassroots level to exercise and hone myself. I've thought about it, I can't get good training in Beijing. I want to go to other cities for training. Without your protection, I can grow up faster. The Northwest is better, the place is larger, and my strength is decent. During various events, I can just use my advantage of fast flying speed. Director, please approve my immediate request to go to the Northwest and devote myself to the grassroots construction of the pipeline office. Chen Qingqing's words were powerful and resonant. His speech was rapid. Jiang Yun's father felt that what the other party said made a lot of sense, but he still felt something was off. In the end, looking at Chen Qingqing's determined eyes, Jiang Yun's father slowly nodded. After all, it wasn't a resignation, just a change of place. Going out to exercise isn't a problem. Before Jiang Yun's father finished speaking, Chen Qingqing immediately stood straight, legs together, and performed a military salute that wasn't very standard. Thank you, Director. I will go home to pack my things and set off early tomorrow morning. After saying that, Chen Qingqing left the director's office. Jiang Yun's father was left standing in his office, utterly confused, feeling a bit dizzy. Time flowed on. With the establishment of pipeline offices in various places, incidents involving cultivators in Longwei gradually decreased. It seemed that the feedback from the mobile game Misty Immortal Path was having less and less impact. But in many places unseen by ordinary people, dark currents were still swirling. The feedback on cultivation levels from Misty Immortal Path made many realize the power of cultivators, especially those powerful capital groups who began to extend olive branches toward cultivators. The spiritual stones and equipment in the game had not started to provide feedback yet, so the financial system of this world had not been impacted. Thus, under the manipulation and temptation of money, various organizations made up of players from Misty Immortal Path were established. Each organization engaged in fierce and covert struggles for the power of cultivators, becoming increasingly intense. Not only in Longwa but also abroad, forces made up of players were formed. However, Lin Yu completely disregarded these suddenly emerging cultivator organizations and foreign forces. He paid no further attention. Because Lin Yu knew better than they did that only the weak needed to band together for warmth, while the strong did as they pleased. February 19, 2123. After calmly passing 2 days, Lin Yu finally welcomed the most important feedback of his cultivation. The day before yesterday, Lin Yu's cultivation reached the late stage of the Great Ascension. Yesterday, it improved to the perfect stage of the Great Ascension. And tonight, Lin Yu had no idea what realm he would reach. He also didn't know if there would be a heavenly tribulation. Everything was an unknown. P.S. Still 3 chapters? Please give a 5-star review. Readers who have made it this far, give a good review. There are too many negative reviews, I'm completely confused. The little newbie author thanks you. Chapter 54, There are no ifs, my brother is invincible. Lin Yu glanced at the time, it was almost 11 at night. The time was about right. Lin Yu got up and walked out of his bedroom. Then he headed straight for the dining room. At this moment, the only light still on in the villa was in the dining room. Lin Yu was not surprised at all by this. He pushed the dining room door open and walked in. Xiao Guang was having a midnight snack. Xiao Guang had been quite busy at work recently, so he came back late every day. It seemed Xiao Guang was not very satisfied with the food at work, so every night after returning, he had to ask Aunt Wang to cook a little extra for him. At this moment, Aunt Wang was just coming out, seemingly having just prepared a midnight snack for Xiao Guang. Seeing Lin Yu come in, Aunt Wang paused for a moment and then smiled, asking, Xiao Yu, are you hungry too? Do you need me to make you a midnight snack? Lin Yu hurriedly waved his hand and smiled, saying, no need, no need. Auntie, just go and rest. Aunt Wang nodded and left the dining room. Xiao Guang was eating while pushing a big bowl of noodle soup toward Lin Yu. He said, brother, do you want to eat something? Lin Yu chuckled and replied, yes. Lin Yu clearly saw that Xiao Guang's body paused slightly, as if surprised by Lin Yu's answer. Then, a shy smile appeared on Xiao Guang's face. He pulled the bowl of noodles back in front of himself, wrapping one arm around the bowl, and said, brother, you should ask Aunt Wang to make you another serving, this one isn't enough. Lin Yu smiled and shook his head, seemingly having already guessed Xiao Guang's reaction. Lin Yu didn't mind, the two often joked like this. Xiao Guang only enjoyed eating to fill his stomach, feeling less empty inside. His cultivation was already at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and after feedback today, he might become an out-of-body stage practitioner, so he didn't really need food to maintain his body's consumption. As for himself, having this bowl of noodles didn't matter, whether more or less. Lin Yu sat down next to the dining table and suddenly said to Xiao Guang, I might need to go out for a while. You should work well in the repair office. After the kung fu feedback goes back to the real world, practice hard. The world might become a bit chaotic, and your uncle and aunt will need you to protect them, along with your Ashue. Xiao Guang, who was previously eating noodles heartily, suddenly stopped upon hearing his cousin Lin Yu's words. Then, he pushed the bowl of noodles in front of Lin Yu. Brother, is it because I won't share my noodles with you that you want to run away from home? Xiao Guang asked, confused. His cousin's words sounded like preparations for something final. Lin Yu smiled slightly and said, running away from home is unnecessary. I just might need to take a long trip. How long will you be gone? Lin Yu thought for a moment and replied, maybe an hour, or maybe. Before he could finish, Xiao Guang interrupted him. Brother, are you going to face a tribulation? Ha? Now it was Lin Yu's turn to be confused. Xiao Guang hurriedly explained, I saw posts on the official game forum recently, they all say you're facing a tribulation. I thought they were just joking. Lin Yu smiled wryly and shook his head, the game forum was troublesome. He had wanted to avoid telling Xiao Guang to spare him the worry. Now it seemed there was nothing to hide anymore. Lin Yu simply said, I don't know if there will be a tribulation. If it comes, we'll deal with it. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly felt something was off. After he said this, Xiao Guang's face did not show sadness. Instead, there was an inexplicable excitement on his face. Xiao Guang's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, Brother, are you facing a tribulation tonight? Why aren't you excited? Where do you plan to go for it? I want to follow and watch. Ha? I used to read those cultivation novels, and whenever a practitioner faced a tribulation, if other practitioners came to observe, they could understand a lot and then rapidly improve their cultivation. Hearing Xiao Guang's words, Lin Yu was momentarily speechless. What on earth was this guy thinking? What observation, what rapid improvement? But one thing was certain, Xiao Guang had no worries at all in his mind. It seemed he was the one being overly sentimental. Observation my foot. Do you think we're in a novel world?
Hurry and eat your noodles, I'll be back soon.
After Lin Yu finished, he stood up and walked out of the dining room. Lin Yu thought to himself, explaining such matters to Xiao Guang was like talking to a wall. However, after thinking about it, Lin Yu felt that this was also quite good. Being carefree was certainly better than worrying and being afraid. It saved him from becoming emotional as well. As he walked out of the villa gate, Lin Yu's figure suddenly soared into the air. He was looking for a more open space to receive the feedback of his cultivation tonight. Just in case there really was a tribulation, it would prevent anyone from disturbing him.
After Lin Yu left, in the villa's dining room,
Xiao Guang suddenly lost his appetite for eating.
He turned his head, looking out through the restaurant window at the pitch-black sky.
His fists were tightly clenched. His expression was serious.
He softly muttered to himself, "Brother, you must succeed in your tribulation. If you can't succeed in your tribulation, then becoming a loose immortal is fine too. You are the person I admire the most, you absolutely won't die. Oh no, I just forgot, you are in such uncertainty, why didn't you let me help you save all the good things in the game? What if?
Pa, there's no what if, my brother is invincible." Lin Yu's vast sense of awareness instantly found a deserted small island. Then, Lin Yu landed on this desolate little island. At this moment, there were only a few minutes left until the 6th cultivation feedback of the mobile game Misty Immortal Path. Lin Yu casually found a rock on the island and sat down. Then he took out his phone and opened the Misty Immortal Path mobile game. Lin Yu placed all the equipment, spirit stones, and various stored supplies from his character into the mailbox. The mailbox system of the Misty Immortal Path mobile game is quite powerful and can store a lot of things. Many players use the mailbox system as a temporary package when their inventory is full. As long as the storage time does not exceed 7 days, there's no problem. After putting almost all his belongings into the mailbox, Lin Yu entered the game ID of Xiao Guang, Master Yushui, in the recipient's field.
However, Lin Yu did not click the send button.
This was just a preparation he made in advance. In case the heavenly tribulation really came, and the equipment and such in the game could not help him, Lin Yu would immediately click send. Even if he died under the heavenly tribulation, Xiao Guang could use the things he gave him to protect himself and his family. As for how to deal with the heavenly tribulation, Lin Yu truly had no good plan. After all, he was just a half-baked late-stage cultivator. This point can be seen just by his sitting posture. If he were a real cultivator, he should be sitting cross-legged right now, running the cultivation method for a complete circulation, raising his spiritual power and mental state to the fullest. But Lin Yu was sitting on that big rock, with one leg crossed, one hand holding his phone, and the other hand flicking away an ant that had crawled on his pants. Just then, Lin Yu suddenly felt those strange substances appearing in the sky again.
Not just above his head. There were also clusters of cotton candy-like substances appearing above the distant city.
However, the cotton candy above his head was relatively large. The largest ones over others looked no bigger than a ping-pong ball, while his was several times larger than his own villa.
It's coming.
Lin Yu put down his crossed leg and slowly stood up. This time, for the cultivation feedback, Lin Yu was obviously much more cautious and nervous than before.
Chapter 55, One sword passes through heaven, millions annihilated.
As those cotton candies gradually descended, the feeling of his body swelling also reappeared. This time, Lin Yu's feeling was exceptionally strong. The swelling sensation was even stronger. With each swell and contraction, Lin Yu gradually felt that the spiritual power within him had reached a certain critical point. With each contraction, it felt as if the spiritual power had been compressed to its limit. It seemed that it could hardly be compressed any further. Lin Yu even felt that his body was becoming somewhat stiff.
Just then, suddenly,
it was more like ordinary dark clouds. Moreover, just now, he only heard the thunder but saw no light.
Only thunder? No lightning? What is going on? At that moment,
Lin Yu suddenly noticed from the corner of his eye that his phone screen seemed to be flickering.
It seemed like lightning?
Lin Yu's phone had been on the email interface, prepared to send a message to Xiao Guang.
However, behind the email interface, something seemed to be flickering continuously.
Also, Lin Yu suddenly realized that some strange sounds were coming from his phone, just like the thunder he heard earlier.
Boom. Crash. Boom. Boom. Lin Yu was stunned. At the same time, as Lin Yu looked around in confusion, the 6th level feedback had already ended.
Lin Yu felt his body was almost at the breaking point, feeling incredibly swollen, as if it would explode from the terrifying spiritual energy at any moment. But at this moment, Lin Yu didn't have time to pay attention to his body. Because the sounds in the phone were simply too bizarre. It seemed that the first thunder he heard was coming from the phone.
Lin Yu quickly closed the email interface.
The email he prepared to send was automatically saved in the drafts, and the attached equipment and spirit stones were also saved in the email system.
After closing the email interface, Lin Yu finally saw the scene in the game. At this moment, his game character was floating in mid-air. And in the phone screen, the entire game world seemed to have plunged into darkness. In the sky, a whirlpool made of dark clouds was slowly rotating. Within the dark clouds, silver lightning was darting around, occasionally colliding to form thicker silver bolts, sometimes peeking out from the clouds with a boom, crash sound. And at this moment, below Lin Yu's game character, there seemed to be another figure. That person was wearing a rice-white robe, the wild wind howling, making the robe flutter, revealing her graceful figure. This figure was someone Lin Yu was most familiar with. It was the NPC he was closest to in the game, now the master of the Changhe Sacred Land, Qingqing. His game character's location was not in the Changhe Sacred Land, but in the wilderness map. The master of the Changhe Sacred Land, Qingqing, unexpectedly appeared here. Everything in the scene appeared somewhat unreal. Lin Yu was astounded. But this scene could not be more obvious. It seemed that in the real world, he did not encounter a heavenly tribulation, but instead, the game world was facing it. Was it because there was simply no heavenly tribulation in the real world? Or could it be that his cultivation in the real world affected the character's cultivation in the game? Lin Yu couldn't figure out why this was happening. But now, the most important thing was to pass the heavenly tribulation. Lin Yu vaguely felt that the heavenly tribulation in the game was equally important to him. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly heard, amidst the booming thunder, a gentle and warm voice coming through the phone speaker. It was Qingqing's voice. "Changfeng, where is your magic treasure?" Lin Yu could even faintly see the worried expression on Qingqing's face. She was worried about him. However, this was not the time for Lin Yu to be surprised, nor was it the moment to focus on Qingqing. Upon hearing Qingqing's words, Lin Yu then realized. Although his game character stood majestically in mid-air, it had no magic treasures on it. The robe he wore was just the most ordinary robe, not even something that could be counted as a magic treasure. His feet were bare, even without wearing any shoes. Not only that, but the flying sword in the game was not circling around him. Realizing this, Lin Yu immediately understood. He just put all his equipment into the mailbox, ready to send it to Shaoguang, and hadn't taken it out yet. Now, he felt as if he were facing the heavenly tribulation completely naked. If he got struck dead by the heavenly tribulation and failed, it would really be laughable. Lin Yu hurriedly opened the mailbox interface, took out all his equipment, and quickly put it all on. Suddenly, the image of Changfeng in the game underwent a huge change. His robe transformed from ordinary clothing into a fully refined semi-immortal robe, the Yushu robe, and on his feet, he wore refined, fully leveled semi-immortal boots, the Feiyan boots. Other magical treasures were also donned on him. A level 20 refined low-grade immortal weapon, the Zhichen flying sword, shone brilliantly and floated slowly by his side. To describe Changfeng at this moment as using a bird gun to exchange for a cannon would not be an exaggeration. At this time, Lin Yu saw that after he had changed his equipment, the worry on Qingqing's face finally disappeared. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a hint of a smile. If not for Lin Yu having extraordinarily good vision after becoming a great ascension stage cultivator, he might not have noticed this tiny change. Seeing Qingqing's expression, Lin Yu was basically at ease regarding his tribulation in the game. This was Lin Yu's first time witnessing a tribulation, but as an NPC, Qingqing should know better than him. Boom! In the game screen, the heavenly tribulation above Changfeng seemed to finally gather completely. Among the calamity clouds, endless thunder seemed to form a giant silver dragon. The giant dragon roiled within the calamity clouds, and Lin Yu could even clearly see its dragon horns, dragon whiskers, and cold silver eyes made entirely of thunder. Roar! At that moment, the silver thunder giant dragon suddenly dove down toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu dared not be careless, quickly calling up his skill buttons. Then he pressed his strongest skill now. Qingyu 9 styles. 9th style. One sword reaches the heavens, annihilating all worlds. This was also Lin Yu's first time using the Qingyu 9 styles. And starting off with the last style of the Qingyu 9 styles was quite a feat. At the same time, it was also the most powerful move of the Qingyu 9 styles. As Lin Yu pressed the skill button, the low-grade immortal weapon, Zhichen flying sword, suddenly burst forth with terrifying bright white sword light. The entire mobile screen became blindingly bright. The terrifying bright white sword light completely overshadowed the silver light of the giant dragon. That sliver of silver seemed like a tiny ant under the sword light. The sword light soared to the sky. It seemed completely endless. Immediately after, the sword light cut through the thunder dragon that was about to fall upon Changfeng, sweeping through the calamity clouds behind the thunder dragon, slashing through the entire sky of the game's cultivation world. P.S. Update rules: for every 0.1 increase in rating, 2 chapters will be added immediately. The update rules are permanently effective. Please give 5-star reviews. Please give 5-star reviews. Please give 5-star reviews. Brothers, please support me. Chapter 56, Early Stage of Human Immortal Realm. In the game Misty Immortal Path, the whole world seemed to suddenly become quiet. The sun slowly appeared, shining down on Chen Qingqing's back. In the game screen, Chen Qingqing slightly tilted his head and looked at the sky. The silver dragon had already disappeared. The calamity clouds in the sky were split in two by the swordlight, revealing the bright sunshine in the sky. At the same time, the calamity clouds also began to slowly dissipate. It was unknown whether it had completed its mission or had been frightened off by that sword that reached the heavens. In any case, the heavenly tribulation had ended before it had completely fallen. Immediately after, the game world suddenly resonated with beautiful music. Melodious immortal sounds, reminiscent of a fairyland. That bright sunshine shone on Chen Qingqing, as if cloaking him in a layer of golden yellow clothing. The body of the Wind's Summit Master seemed to turn into a brilliant golden hue. Without knowing when, the tranquil Heart Master had already disappeared from his original spot, leaving no trace. In the sky, the celestial music and the golden light lasted only a brief moment before vanishing. Meanwhile, the Wind's Summit Master in the game seemed to have changed a bit. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly noticed that the cultivation world on his phone screen seemed to be undergoing earth-shattering changes. The ground seemed to be extending outward. The mountains appeared to be continuously rising. The rivers were also becoming wider and wider. Even the sky looked like it was getting farther away. It seemed that the entire game world was rapidly expanding. But just as the game world suddenly experienced a tremendous change, a game announcement suddenly appeared in the center of the game screen. Game announcement: due to unknown reasons causing game data chaos, the game is undergoing urgent maintenance, duration unknown. Please pay attention to the official forum announcements for specific server opening times. Players, please log off within 5 seconds. Seeing this announcement, Lin Yu was also a bit dazed. It seemed that the sudden maintenance of the game was related to his tribulation. No, it wasn't just seemed. It was definitely related to his tribulation. But Lin Yu didn't understand how everything was connected. Could it be that the official game of Misty Immortal Path didn't expect anyone to spend so much money? They definitely didn't anticipate that after reaching a limit in the real world, the characters in the game would suddenly undergo tribulation. Logically, they shouldn't have been caught off guard. After all, this game was different from ordinary ones. As the game announcement appeared, a countdown also appeared below the announcement. The countdown started from 5 seconds. Then it quickly changed to 4 seconds. This countdown was running a bit fast. They were shutting down the server in a hurry. At this moment, Lin Yu suddenly seemed to think of something. Taking advantage of the game not shutting down yet, he hurriedly opened his personal character panel in the game. Then, Lin Yu's gaze turned to the character information in the upper right corner. Name: Wind's Summit Master. Cultivation: Early Stage of Human Immortal Realm. Just as Lin Yu saw the second line of the character information, the phone screen suddenly flashed and returned to the game login interface. The game server was shut down. Lin Yu's character automatically logged off. But upon seeing this, Lin Yu had already confirmed one thing. That is, he successfully underwent his tribulation. Or rather, his character in the game successfully underwent tribulation. But just at this moment, before Lin Yu could feel excited about it, as the game character logged off, some changes began to occur in the real world as well. The previously overcast sky suddenly turned clear. The stars in the sky appeared exceptionally bright. Invisible starlight seemed to fall from the sky, landing on Lin Yu. Lin Yu suddenly felt his body starting to change. The feeling of fullness in his body seemed to be retracting. It was as if a terrifying great force was helping his body compress the spiritual energy within. Moreover, that power was not just helping him compress the spiritual energy, it was gradually penetrating into his flesh and his primordial spirit. Bit by bit, it was fundamentally changing his body and primordial spirit. Finally, with the help of this terrifying great force, Lin Yu suddenly felt his internal spiritual energy finally breaking through that critical point. The feeling of swelling in his body instantly vanished. In its place was a sense of comfort, as if his whole body was soaking in a hot spring. Not only that, but without any movement, Lin Yu's body actually began to slowly float, as if his body had no weight at all. Previously, when he flew, relying on the powerful spiritual power of the Mahayana stage, he propelled his body to fly. But now, it seems that flying has become his instinct. The sky, to him, was like land, leisurely strolling. This is just one of the changes in Lin Yu's body. There are many other changes as well. On this deserted, uninhabited island, Lin Yu began to experiment one by one. At the same time, just as Lin Yu was crossing tribulations in the game suddenly went offline for maintenance. Soon, many posts appeared on the official forum.
Players were forced offline and could only come to the official forum to seek reasons and vent their complaints.
Wow. Did you all hear that terrifying thunder just now in the game? How could it suddenly thunder in the game? Could it be that someone is crossing tribulations? Of course I heard it. Not only did I hear the thunder, but it also felt like there was a dragon's roar. I heard it too. Even though there's no tribulation in this game, listening to those sounds felt like a tribulation. Did you all hear? After the thunder, it seemed like some strange music appeared?
I didn't hear any strange music, but the thunder was really loud.
It scared me. You only heard the sounds?
Why did my phone suddenly flash just now? I don't know what suddenly flickered in front of my eyes, it was blinding.
I saw it too.
I saw it 2+1.
I didn't see anything at all.
I don't know who ambushed me, I didn't react and just died.
Fellow Taoist, I'm the same.
A flash of white light went by, and my game character was killed. I was also killed, but I quickly looked at the system prompt. It seems the one who killed me was true person Qingqing.
I have no grudges against him, why did he kill me?
Poor me, my equipment was scattered everywhere, and I didn't even have time to pick it up before being forced offline.
Wow.
Seeking the character position coordinates of the game from the upstairs.
Seeking coordinates +1. Seeking coordinates plus 10,086. The fellow Taoist who was killed by true person Qingqing, what level are you? Late stage Qi refining. Sorry for the interruption. Something is not right. What exactly happened in the game today? Since the launch of the game, I don't remember there being emergency maintenance.
It seems that only true person Qingqing can cross tribulations in the game, as only his cultivation has reached the great perfection of the Mahayana stage. It can't be that true person Qingqing is crossing tribulations, after all, the cultivation limit in the game is the Mahayana stage. Could he break the game's set limit? It's hard to say, the power of spending money is limitless. On the official forum, most posts were discussing three main things. The first thing was the sudden emergency maintenance of the game. The second thing was that many people heard strange sounds in the game, some said it was thunder, others said it was a dragon's roar, and even some said the background music of the game changed to something more pleasant. The third thing was that some players suddenly died, without even knowing who killed them. Some people blamed true person Qingqing for their characters' deaths, which attracted public criticism since this seemed like trying to ride the wave of his popularity. In addition to these three topics being discussed the most, there were some strange posts. But these posts were soon drowned out. After the game went offline just now, the wall of my villa suddenly cracked. It scared me.
Huh? What a coincidence. My wall cracked too. Chapter 57, Blue Star Power Arena Competition. This night was destined to be an unsettling one.
Although players were forcibly exited from the game, they could not fall asleep, all went to the official forum of the game to stir up trouble. Many guesses about the unusual events of the night were put forward by the players, but none could be confirmed. Only Lin Yu seemed to have a general idea of what happened in the world.
At that moment, on a deserted island in the center of the Pacific Ocean,
Lin Yu quietly sat on a large rock in the middle of the island. His vast consciousness slowly returned from the moon. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh to himself, humans are really impressive, the moon looks exactly like the pictures I saw online. Lin Yu didn't know if he truly became an immortal, but he was certain that his body had undergone earth-shattering changes. His consciousness was many times more powerful than before. Whether observing microscopic things or the size of his observational range, everything had greatly improved. In the future, no matter who studied astronomy or microorganisms, none would analyze as deeply as Lin Yu did. After all, they were merely studying, while Lin Yu could directly see. Besides the change in his consciousness, Lin Yu also discovered that his primordial infant had disappeared. It seemed to have merged with his body. Lin Yu wasn't too surprised by this, it was a bit like what was said in the myths of Dragon Nation about becoming a saint through the flesh. Lin Yu felt that his body was now incredibly strong. It felt even more invincible than during the Great Ascension period. When Lin Yu read novels in the past, he saw that some powerful cultivators, even before achieving immortal status, could tear through space and teleport. So, Lin Yu decided to give it a try. Lin Yu stretched out one hand, fingers together, and with all his strength, he sliced down through the air in front of him. Since the equipment in the game hadn't responded yet, Lin Yu could only use his palm as a knife, wanting to see if he could really split space. As Lin Yu's palm came crashing down, he clearly saw the air in front of him being violently sliced apart. A huge sonic boom echoed across the island. The imagined space rift did not appear. Instead, a transparent ripple, like sword energy, suddenly flew off into the distance. A deep crack suddenly appeared on the ground of the island. From beneath his feet, it quickly stretched out towards the vast ocean. Immediately, the entire sea surface was split in two by the airblade. This terrifying airblade cut through the island, severing the sea, and flew toward the southwest. Lin Yu was a bit stunned. He had merely wanted to try if he could slice open space. How did it turn into such a situation?
Lin Yu's vast consciousness instantly radiated outwards.
Then, his heart suddenly jumped. In the direction where the invisible air blade he accidentally created was flying, there was a large island.
Aoda Island.
Although it was an island, many people lived there. Lin Yu hurriedly wanted to fly over and intercept that air blade.
He definitely didn't want to accidentally kill hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. But at that moment,
Lin Yu's consciousness suddenly discovered that the power of that air blade seemed to be weakening. After all, it was just an attack he made with his palm, without using any magic treasure, so the power
wasn't that great.
Lin Yu's vast consciousness quickly calculated that this air blade should not cause too much harm to Aoda Island.
Sure enough,
the air blade, upon reaching the land of Aoda Island, lost its last shred of force and slowly dissipated into the sky. It merely destroyed a few strange buildings by the sea. Now Lin Yu finally felt relieved. But at the same time, Lin Yu understood one thing. That is, he absolutely could not act as carelessly as before. He had to be extremely cautious when making a move.
Because a misstep could kill thousands or millions of ordinary people.
Even with a simple wave of his hand, he could annihilate a whole country.
It's not really a hard thing. Lin Yu no longer wanted to try tearing apart space. If something went wrong, the consequences would be too great. Moreover,
tearing space apart had no meaning for Lin Yu now.
He didn't need any space teleportation or anything like that.
Because, with his current flying speed, he could go wherever he wanted easily. After studying his body's changes, Lin Yu discovered some other things. For instance, after he reached the immortal realm, it seemed that Blue Star was also changing. It seemed to be slowly getting bigger. However, the growth speed was very slow, not as intense as the changes in the game world of Misty Immortal Path. As Blue Star slowly grew bigger, perhaps he could gradually be less cautious. It seems that this world is completely different from the world of my past life. Lin Yu stood in the center of the small island, looking at the deep blue sea, and suddenly sighed. After his rebirth, Lin Yu had always kept a low profile, partly because he did not want his rebirth to cause too much change in this world's progress. But now it seemed that this thought was too naive. His current cultivation and power, even if just a little was revealed, would still have a huge impact on this world.
At this time,
Lin Yu waved his hand casually, although it did not cause any casualties. But this terrifying scene was captured by many satellites. Several major countries on Blue Star noticed this bizarre scene that appeared in the Pacific Ocean. The Pentagon held an overnight meeting to discuss this matter. What exactly is that mark that suddenly appeared in the Pacific? What weapon could create such an effect? Though we don't know how it was caused, it definitely looks like a provocation towards us, since the direction of that mark is heading towards our allies. I suspect it's an ultrasonic weapon developed by Dragon Country. No matter what kind of attack it is, we must take it seriously. I think we should immediately send a fleet to the scene to gather intelligence and investigate the actual situation.
Agreed. Agreed. Have you considered a possibility? This was done by those Dragon Country cultivators?
Are cultivators really that powerful?
How could that be? Such a large-scale attack method, even our Iron Man squad wouldn't be able to do it, right?
Iron Man squad? Even the most elite Thor squad couldn't achieve it. At this moment, the top figure of the Pentagon, sitting at the front of the conference room, slowly stood up. He wore a serious expression and slowly spoke. Nowadays, as many games begin to provide feedback on strength to players, countries are gradually developing their own player forces. We still understand too little and too superficially about the player strengths of other countries. After all, we are the leaders of Blue Star, so we must understand the true strength of players from other countries on Blue Star. I have decided that we will take the lead and call upon countries around the world to hold a world-class competition featuring players from each country.
The event will be called the Blue Star Power Arena.
Of course, the ultimate purpose of this competition is to clarify the real strength of players from other countries, providing research data for future military strategies. Chapter 58, A Gift for the People of Blue Star. Although with the start of various games, the pattern of Blue Star is undergoing enormous changes. It must be said that, on the surface, the strongest power on Blue Star is still the United States. Under the leadership of the United States, the invitation for the Blue Star Power Arena was quickly sent to the high-ranking officials of various countries.
Many countries immediately accepted this proposal. Especially some of the small followers from the United States quickly issued an official announcement.
Eagle Country, this is truly a wonderful proposal, extremely beneficial to the unity of the world's people. F Country, our player warriors are eager to participate in this grand competition.
D Country, good proposal, we agree.
Island Country, a very good proposal, we will consult the leader of the Ninja Alliance, and believe he will certainly agree to participate in this great event.
The actions of Island Country were quick. But they were different from other countries. Other countries' officials mostly had some power of game players, but Island Country had an extremely powerful organization. This organization is called the Ninja Alliance. All the ninjas in the entire Island Country joined this alliance. And the leader of this alliance can almost be called the king of the underground world of the entire Island Country. Without his consent, even if the Island Country officials wanted to respond to their master's call and participate in this competition, they couldn't send any contestants. Island Country officials worked overnight to flatter and sent great gifts, then got the opportunity to meet the leader of the Ninja Alliance. Late at night, 3 middle-aged men in suits, looking tense with sweat on their foreheads, were led by a ninja, bowing and scraping, into the presidential suite on the top floor of the metropolitan building where the leader of the Ninja Alliance was located. Facing the king of the entire underground world of the Island Country, even though they represented the power of the Island Country's officials, they didn't dare to show any carelessness. At this moment, in the presidential suite, besides the leader, there were also 5 female ninjas dressed in ninja costumes. Seemingly because of the arrival of strangers, they quietly sat on the bed, looking serene. Upon seeing the official envoys arrive, the leader, dressed in a white bathrobe, stood barefoot in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine and slowly turned around. "My time is precious, you have only half a minute to explain your purpose." Hearing the words of the leader of the Ninja Alliance, the middle-aged man at the front quickly wiped off the sweat from his forehead and respectfully said the speech he had prepared for a long time. "Respectful leader, our official has received an invitation from the American official, inviting us to participate in a competition called the Blue Star Power Arena, where the participants are the strongest game players on Blue Star, so we are here to ask for your permission to allow our country's ninjas to participate in this competition to showcase our national strength." Hearing these words, the leader slightly squinted his eyes and glanced at them. The 3 men immediately lowered their heads in fear. Facing the leader of the Ninja Alliance, they felt as small as ants. The leader took a light sip of red wine and seemed to mutter to himself, showcasing our national strength, not bad. Upon hearing the leader's words, the expressions of the 3 official envoys suddenly became a bit excited. It seemed the leader was also fond of the island. This made things easier. However, they kept their heads lowered and did not notice the strange smile at the corner of the leader's mouth. The leader paused slightly. Then, he looked at the 5 female ninjas on the bed. Slowly, he spoke, "Are 5 ninjas enough for you?" Hearing the leader's words, the 3 middle-aged men slightly frowned. 5 is indeed not much. For such a world-class large-scale competition, naturally, the more contestants, the better. The more contestants there are, the better chance there is to achieve good results, and thus the more the country's influence can be enhanced. But facing the leader of the Ninja Alliance, the king of the underground world, they didn't dare to make too many demands. The envoy at the front wiped his sweat again, feeling nervous and somewhat troubled, and said, "5 will do." Hearing the envoy's words, the leader nodded satisfied. At this moment, the leading envoy endured the fear in his heart. Again said, "Alliance leader, can we arrange for those 5 ninjas to return with us right now? This event's schedule is quite urgent, we might have to leave tomorrow." Upon hearing this request, Gao Shang's face clearly showed dissatisfaction. He snorted coldly and said, "You are not qualified to make demands. Besides, those 5 ninjas have important tasks to do tonight." Hearing this cold snort, the 3 envoys trembled in fear and hurriedly said, "We wouldn't dare, Alliance leader, please don't be angry." Gao Shang was naturally not angry. He was in a very good mood now. He did not want to scare these envoys any further and slowly said, "You can give the location of the competition to my subordinates. Before the competition starts, I will ensure the powerful ninjas you need arrive on time." As soon as Gao Shang finished speaking, the 3 envoys finally let out a long sigh of relief. Since the Ninja Alliance leader had said so, there should be no problem. The 3 hurriedly took their leave. Throughout, they did not dare glance at any other part of the room. So tense were they that they did not even notice the 5 quiet female ninjas on the bed. After the 3 left, Gao Shing gently set down the goblet in his hand, looked at the 5 female ninjas on the bed, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. He muttered to himself, "When I was a child, my mother taught me that beautiful things cannot be enjoyed alone, one must know how to share. I hope the people of Blue Star will like this gift I share. Ha 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 ha." Besides some minor allies of the United States, other countries also expressed that they would participate on time. This Blue Star Power Arena match is not only an opportunity for the United States to understand the strength of players from other countries, but also an opportunity for each country. Only by personally battling players from other countries can one truly understand their own strength and weakness, thus having a greater grasp in future competitions. After receiving the invitation, the Dragon Country took it very seriously. The next morning, the senior officials of the Dragon Country immediately held a meeting to specifically study this matter. For this, Jiang Yun's father even called back Chen Qingqing, who had already gone to the northwest. Although Chen Qingqing was young, he was currently the strongest existence in the entire Immortal Management Bureau and knew the most about the power of cultivators.
Though Chen Qingqing was somewhat reluctant, upon hearing that Zhang Yun would not attend this meeting, he finally agreed. The number of participants in the meeting was not large, only about 7 or 8. From the Immortal Management Bureau, only Zhang Yun's father and Chen Qingqing were present, the rest were truly high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country. The meeting quickly got to the topic. The most critical factor regarding whether to participate in this Blue Star Power Arena match was just one. How does the power of cultivators compare to the players from other countries? If there is not much difference, or if it's hard to judge, it would be better to participate. Test their own strength and simultaneously understand the strength of other countries. But if they know for certain that they are the strongest, then there is no need to participate, doing so would only expose their strength and waste time. Mr. Qi, can our Immortal Management Bureau's strength firmly suppress the players of other countries? An elder slowly asked. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country clearly already had a preliminary understanding of the strength of cultivators. Not only were their expectations high, but they also respected a powerful cultivator like Chen Qingqing. They did not call him by name, instead addressing him as Mr. Upon hearing this question, Chen Qingqing slowly nodded and answered, "We do not yet know how many kinds of player powers exist in Blue Star, but I can guarantee that our Immortal Management Bureau's strength is absolutely no weaker than any country's player strength." Upon hearing Chen Qingqing's confident statement, several high-ranking officials from the Dragon Kingdom nodded slightly. They had already gathered some understanding through investigation. However, the strength of the Repair Management Office does not represent the strength of all cultivators in the Dragon Kingdom. Because, the most powerful cultivator in the Repair Management Office only ranks 10th on the Misty Immortal Path Cultivation Leaderboard. At this moment, another elder asked, "Mr. Qi, if we combine all the cultivators from our country and compare them to the players from other countries, how does the strength comparison look?" Hearing this question, Chen Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. Then he suddenly countered, "Are you saying all Misty Immortal Path players? Including the top-ranked powerhouse on the leaderboard?" Chapter 59, Investigate What? Screw them. This high-level meeting of the Dragon Kingdom lasted for 2 hours. As soon as the meeting ended, Chen Qingqing hurriedly left the capital. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom highly praised Chen Qingqing for his diligence and practicality in returning to his grassroots job so quickly. As for the content of this meeting, it was not announced to the public. Aside from those present, no one knew what had been discussed in the meeting. However, as soon as the meeting ended, the Dragon Kingdom officially released an announcement. Blue Star Power Arena competition is a grand sports event, and the Dragon Kingdom has always supported friendly competitive activities that can enhance friendship between nations. But due to the rushed timing, we were not well prepared and can only regretfully withdraw from this event. We hope to have the opportunity to participate in the second Blue Star Power Arena competition. Finally, we wish the first Blue Star Power Arena competition great success. As soon as the Dragon Kingdom's official announcement was released, the higher-ups of the United States were stunned. The main target of this competition was actually the Dragon Kingdom. The reason was simple. They understood the least about the strength of the cultivators. They had some understanding of the game players from other countries to varying degrees. But it was hard to estimate just how strong the cultivators really were. Those strange realms in various odd terms, like separating the spirit, merging with the body, and transcending into a higher realm, they couldn't even accurately translate. They originally thought this was a balloon's intention. The high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom would surely want to know their own strength and participate. But unexpectedly, the other side didn't take the bait at all. Now they were left with no options. Invitations had already been sent out, and other countries had made their preparations. Some countries had even dispatched player teams that arrived in the United States. This Blue Star Power Arena competition could only be held regardless of the situation. Zhang Haisher. In Lin Yu's villa. When the first ray of sunlight entered the bedroom, Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. After becoming an immortal, Lin Yu felt that not much had changed from before. Or rather, he only felt that his cultivation and body were those of an immortal. Yet, he had not adapted to all of this in his heart. After all, the time since becoming an immortal was too short, and he had not prepared for it at all. Lin Yu still wanted to sleep and wanted to eat on schedule. Although these were completely useless to the current Lin Yu. Lin Yu got up and went to the dining room. Xiao Guang was already eating breakfast. When he returned last night, Lin Yu had already greeted Xiao Guang, so Xiao Guang knew about Lin Yu's situation. Seeing Lin Yu walk into the dining room, Xiao Guang smiled and said, "Bro, do you still need to eat now?" Lin Yu rolled his eyes at him and said, "Aren't you eating too?" Hearing Lin Yu's words, Xiao Guang chuckled and said, "That's true, eating is just a hobby, it has nothing to do with hunger." Lin Yu ignored Xiao Guang and smiled at Aunt Wang, who just served his breakfast. Then he started to eat. But after a few bites, Lin Yu felt something was off. It seemed like his body was rejecting this food. These foods felt useless to him, and might even affect his body's purity.
For his body, these ordinary foods were almost like impurities. However, in just a breath, the food in Lin Yu's stomach vanished.
All turned into impurities, expelled by Lin Yu in one breath.
Hiss. Lin Yu took a sharp breath. Doesn't this mean he had become a food bucket? Eat a bite of food, breathe out, and it was digested? If he went to eat at a buffet, wouldn't that be a guaranteed win?
Although the food was of no use to his body, the taste was still there.
Satisfying his taste buds was still no problem.
After finishing the meal, Lin Yu returned to his bedroom again.
He picked up his phone and opened the game's official forum.
At this moment, the game Misty Immortal Path was under maintenance, and he couldn't log in, so he could only check the official forum.
After the game maintenance, the number of players on the official forum had clearly increased a lot.
The number of posts surged. Every minute, it seemed there were several or even dozens of posts appearing. After reading one post, when he came back, it would be buried several pages back. Lin Yu casually browsed the forum.
When will the game open?
If I run the dungeon a few more times today, my cultivation can reach golden core stage.
I've been grinding dungeons these days, I almost want to vomit.
Yeah, can't recharge anymore, feels like this game only has dungeons left to play. I and my 4 teammates have been grinding the Black Water Cave for 3 days straight, and we've still never succeeded. You up there, hero. Just daring to enter the Black Water Cave means your cultivation must be very strong.
Envious of you big players.
Sigh, what hero? We've never even seen the final boss, the Black Water Demon Lord, we're always wiped out by his minions. Yesterday, didn't a lot of people say their house walls cracked? Damn, my walls cracked too today, so scary. Our school's classroom cracked too, school is closed for 3 days, oh yeah. Why didn't our school's walls crack? What a pity. Envious of the schools that cracked.
Envious +1. Envious plus 10,086. Have you all noticed, it seems like Blue Star has gotten bigger recently?
The cracks in the walls might be caused by tectonic movement.
Yeah, I noticed too. Is it about to awaken the spiritual energy?
I see that in those novels about awakened spiritual energy, Blue Star gets bigger.
Damn, I'm an athlete.
I used to run 100 meters under 11.5 seconds, but today it's always 11.6. I measured the school's track, and it's 10 centimeters longer than before. Every day, checking the posts on the forum, he was able to glean a lot of new information. The player count for Misty Immortal Path was indeed quite high, with all kinds of news. At this moment, a post suddenly caught Lin Yu's attention.
Recently, those Buddhist cultivators from the A3 kingdoms are being a bit much. It seems many Buddhist cultivators have come to our Dragon Nation's border to preach. I really want to beat them all back. Those Buddhist cultivators from A3 seem to need believers' faith to grow their strength, that's how it is in their game, so they probably plan to cultivate believers before their techniques feedback. We, the people of Dragon Nation, naturally believe in Taoism. How can we believe in A3? This matter isn't easy to say. Belief can't be forcibly demanded. It's probably because the A3 kingdom is filled with Buddhist cultivators, and the competition for believers is too intense, so they've come here.
Although Lin Yu often read posts on the official forum, he rarely replied. However, seeing this post, Lin Yu suddenly replied at the bottom. Regarding those Buddhist cultivators from A3. Lin Yu had no good feelings. The game's official forum and game accounts are linked, so the names players use on the official forum are the same as their in-game names. When Lin Yu replied to the post, it naturally showed the ID Chen Qingqing. Chen Qingqing, if Buddha does not offend me, I will not offend Buddha, if Buddha offends me, I will destroy his whole family. Originally, it was a very ordinary post. The popularity on the official forum was not very high. It was estimated that it wouldn't take long for it to sink to the bottom, never to be seen again. However, when Chen Qingqing replied to the post, the popularity instantly surged, directly topping the hottest post ranking of the day. Players passing by couldn't help but exclaim under Chen Qingqing's reply. Wow wow, Chen Qingqing has appeared, big boss, worship big boss. Don't use wow in front of Chen Qingqing's name, brother, quickly modify it. Worship big boss. Worship big boss is mighty. By the way, is this Chen Qingqing's first post? Let's worship. Big boss Chen Qingqing, have you crossed a catastrophe? Chen Qingqing is mighty. Northwest. Laha City. Chen Qingqing is the director of the Laha City branch of the Immortal Cultivator Management Office here. Not long after returning here, Chen Qingqing was browsing posts on the official forum. Then, he saw Chen Qingqing's comments. If Buddha does not offend me, I will not offend Buddha, if Buddha offends me, I will destroy his whole family. Seeing this, Chen Qingqing's eyes suddenly brightened. Chen Qingqing, it turns out, hates the Buddha cultivators from A3. He hurriedly asked one of his subordinates, I remember you said yesterday that a few bald people from A3 suddenly appeared here?
The subordinate quickly nodded and said, yes, they appeared suddenly these 2 days, not sure what they are here for. Do you need me to investigate?
Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Chen Qingqing slammed the table, excitedly standing up.
Wow! Investigate what? Just go take action. Prepare to fight. Chapter 60, not illegal, but still guilty. Hearing his director's words, the subordinate was slightly taken aback and asked curiously, Director, prepare to fight with what? The Immortal Cultivator Management Office is not a police station, so naturally, it has no guns, not even a stun baton. Moreover, for cultivators, guns and stun batons are no different from water guns kids play with.
Chen Qingqing shot a glance at his subordinate and said, prepare to fight is a metaphor, I don't mean to literally gather weapons.
It's to describe that we act decisively. The subordinate nodded, somewhat understanding. But then, he weakly asked, Director, will it be bad if we take action directly? Will it affect international relations? Should I investigate first?
Hearing these words, Chen Qingqing's face suddenly turned sour.
This subordinate is too restrained in his thinking. It seems he is not very suitable to be my core aide.
Chen Qingqing quickly controlled his expression and wore a smile again, like a master of managing expressions. He slowly walked to the subordinate's side and gently patted his shoulder. Then he said, well, what you said makes sense, you go investigate first, and let me know any findings promptly.
The subordinate's eyes lit up and hurriedly took his leave.
As the figure of the subordinate hurriedly disappeared from view, Chen Qingqing suddenly showed a hint of excitement on his face. Big Boss Cheng Feng clearly stated he does not like those three Buddha cultivators, it seems he intends to take action against them, so why should I hesitate?
Following the footsteps of the big boss is never wrong.
Chen Qingqing thought to himself.
He is a doer.
Then, Chen Qingqing walked out of the Laha City Immortal Cultivator Management Office, his figure leaping into the sky in an instant. Just a moment ago, his spiritual sense had already locked onto 2 targets.
Those 2 bald heads seemed to be up to something shady. They were caught red-handed by me. Half a minute later,
Chen Qingqing arrived at a Chinese school.
This school was specifically for teaching foreign friends how to learn Chinese.
The 2 bald men, who looked like they were from the Indian side, were paying tuition at the front desk.
Chen Qingqing walked into the Chinese school, then showed his credentials to the 2 men. Hello, I am from the Raha City Police Department, please come with me.
The repair bureau equipped its staff with police officer ID cards to better carry out their work. However, the 2 bald men seemed to have some trouble understanding Chen Qingqing's words, showing confused expressions on their faces. At this moment, the teacher responsible for receiving them hurriedly began to translate. After listening to the reception teacher, the 2 bald men still looked puzzled and began talking rapidly with the teacher.
Chen Qingqing understood a bit of their words. It was English.
However, Chen Qingqing's English level was average, so he could only understand a few simple words.
Moreover, their thick accents made it even more difficult to comprehend.
After watching the teacher explain for a long time, the 2 men still seemed unwilling to come with him. Chen Qingqing finally lost his patience. He turned to the teacher beside him and said, This teacher, according to the information we received from the police, these 2 men are very likely international fugitives, they are very dangerous. Please do not make a scene, tell your colleagues to leave this place for now, I will subdue them. Hearing Chen Qingqing's words, a trace of fear clearly flashed across the teacher's face. She took a few slow steps back and hurriedly looked at the police badge in Chen Qingqing's hand. Then, she turned around and said a few words to her colleagues. Soon, the entire hall became deserted. Only Chen Qingqing and the 2 bald men were left. The 2 bald men seemed to have already sensed something was off. But they also did not stop the school's teachers from leaving. They looked at Chen Qingqing with somewhat frosty eyes. What do you want? One of the bald men startled Chen Qingqing as soon as he opened his mouth. This guy could actually speak Chinese. Only his accent was a bit ridiculous. Chen Qingqing suddenly understood. These 2 men came to the Chinese class, seemingly not to learn how to speak Chinese, but to correct their accents. Ordinary foreign friends wouldn't sign up for a Chinese class just to correct their accents. Their purpose was very clear. If they wanted to spread their teachings, it would naturally be more endearing to speak with a proper accent. Chen Qingqing's mind had been closely monitoring the surrounding situation and noticed that there were no ordinary people nearby. His face finally revealed an excited smile again. Then, Chen Qingqing slowly opened his mouth and said, What is your purpose for coming to Long Country? Chen Qingqing spoke slowly, and the 2 bald men seemed to understand. One bald man, with a blank expression, replied, We came for evangelism, evangelism is not illegal, and you have no right to interfere with us. Hearing this, Chen Qingqing couldn't help but smile. His immense spiritual power suddenly surged out of his body, enveloping the 2 bald men. The 2 bald men also sensed Chen Qingqing's movement, and a faint golden light suddenly flashed from their bodies. That was their Buddhist power. However, as soon as that Buddhist power appeared, it was suppressed back by Chen Qingqing's terrifying spiritual power.
The two cultivators' strength was far too weak compared to Chen Qingqing. The terrifying spiritual power even made the two men gasp for air. Their bodies were also immobilized and couldn't move. The expressions on their faces changed dramatically. Fear emerged in their hearts, reflected on their faces. They already knew. The other party is a cultivator, not what they call a police officer. At the same time, he realized the gap in strength between the two of them and the other party. At that moment, Chen Qingqing suddenly smiled and said, "You do not break the law, but you are guilty." This sentence left the two Buddhist cultivators dumbfounded. Breaking the law? Guilty? Aren't they the same meaning? But at this time, Chen Qingqing did not give them much time to think. Terrifying spiritual energy began to rapidly press towards the two in the center. The eyes of the two bald-headed cultivators instantly bulged and turned bloodshot. They opened their mouths, but no sound came out. In less than 2 seconds, Chen Qingqing withdrew his spiritual energy. The bodies of the two bald men slowly fell to the ground. They died without ever understanding why that man said they were guilty. Teaching a doctrine, how could that be a crime? In the hall of the Chinese language school, Chen Qingqing's lips curled up slightly, as if he were speaking to himself, and said, "That big boss said you are guilty, so you are guilty. It has nothing to do with breaking the law." After speaking, Chen Qingqing took out his cell phone and dialed his subordinate's number. "I'll send you a location, 2 people died here, contact the police to handle the bodies." Before his subordinate had a chance to express confusion, Chen Qingqing hung up the phone. As the director, he didn't need to report the situation to his subordinates. Moreover, time was tight. He discovered targets that were not just these two. Chen Qingqing walked to the school entrance, his figure quickly soared into the sky, flying towards another target. After joining the cultivation management office, many things would have shackles and constraints, but at the same time, there would be conveniences in other aspects. For example, a legal killing license. Chapter 61 Open new level cap for cultivation. Morning. The sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, shining on Gao Shang's body. In the luxurious presidential suite's big bed, Gao Shang pushed aside the female ninja beside him, sat up, and stretched. The night-long battle did not leave Gao Shang too exhausted. After all, after last night's cultivation feedback, his strength had already reached the late stage of the nascent soul period. Tonight, after one more feedback, he felt that he could at least reach the great perfection of the nascent soul period. If he was lucky, he might even reach the initial stage of the out-of-body period. Gao Shang's VIP level in the game was only level 7, which allowed him to feedback 70% of his cultivation, and to reach his current level had already exceeded Gao Shang's expectations. It seemed that the female ninjas noticed Gao Shang had woken up, and they hurriedly sat up, helping him put on his clothes. These female ninjas had become very obedient after being trained by Gao Shang. At this moment, Gao Shang spoke to the female ninjas, "In a while, I'll send a plane to take you to participate in that so-called power arena competition." Hearing Gao Shang's words, the female ninjas all showed a hint of worry on their faces. They were indeed ninjas. They had indeed played the game Ninja Legend, but their strengths were all at the lowest level of ninja. To participate in such a world-class competition, their abilities were definitely not enough. If they weren't careful, they might even face life-threatening dangers. Although they had only heard the name of this competition for the first time last night, just by hearing this name, and knowing that the participants were all game players who would feedback their strength, they could tell that this competition would definitely be dangerous. But they dared not disobey the words of the Ninja Alliance leader, and even didn't dare to voice any opposition. However, Gao Shang was not someone who lacked compassion. He smiled slightly and gently stroked one of the female ninjas' hair, saying, "Don't worry, it's not to make you compete with those barbarians, you only need to showcase the elegance of our ninjas." "Oh, right, I've prepared the battle outfits for you, it's that pink temptation ninja outfit I just designed yesterday. I have had someone work overnight to ensure that you will be the brightest stars of the entire competition. And also, you all need to pay attention to your safety. If you feel you can't handle the opponent, be sure to shout by the disc in advance, just like you did last night." Hearing Gao Shang's words, several female ninjas quickly nodded. They didn't want to die on the arena, and they definitely didn't want to go against the orders of the Ninja Alliance leader. So, they could only follow the leader's requirements. After helping the Ninja Alliance leader get dressed, the 5 female ninjas were sent away by Gao Shang. They were to take Gao Shang's private plane to the venue of the Blue Star Power Arena competition, New York. After all, tonight, which is morning in the United States, the opening ceremony of the first Blue Star Power Arena competition is going to be held. By then, all the media around the world would definitely broadcast this grand event. Such a wonderful moment, their female ninjas could not be absent. In the morning, Lin Yu tried to log into the game, but found that the game was still under maintenance. So Lin Yu could only open the game forum. On the forum, the top 3 posts were all official announcements from the game.
Dear players of Piaomiaoxian 2 mobile game, thanks to our production team working overnight, the game bugs have been fixed, and the game will reopen at 10 a.m. on February 20th, which is 10 o'clock this morning. Below the post were players' excited shouts. The production team is amazing, they fixed the bugs so quickly, a model in the industry. I can't wait, as soon as it's 10 o'clock, I will be the first to enter the game. Without the company of Piaomiaoxian 2, my life feels like it has lost its color. I am waiting for the server to open. By the way, where is your game company located? I want to visit. I want to know how many people are in the game production team, are they still hiring? The person above is daydreaming, actually thinking about applying for Tiandao. What Tiandao? How do you know this game is made by Tiandao? If it's not Tiandao, then who is it? Could it be the Trisolaran? After looking at the first announcement, Lin Yu opened the second announcement. Dear players of Piaomiaoxian 2 mobile game, due to this sudden emergency maintenance causing losses to players, we at the official Piaomiaoxian 2 mobile game sincerely apologize and have specially provided generous compensation for players. Compensation 1, all players will receive X10 common spirit stones, X10 purple equipment refining stones, and X10 profound origin pills. Compensation 2, the game will open a brand new cultivation level ahead of schedule, allowing players' cultivation to reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. We wish all players a happy gaming experience. Seeing this game announcement, almost all players were ecstatic. Putting aside the second compensation, just the first one was already of great value. After the game could no longer recharge for cash, the value of spirit stones and profound origin pills had at least increased dozens of times. Some players even wanted to buy profound origin pills for 100,000 each, but no one was willing to sell. Because profound origin pills represented cultivation. And cultivation could return benefits to players. This is awesome, this compensation package is great. The official is generous, this compensation package is worth at least 3 million. So cool, with these 10 profound origin pills, I can reach the later stage of foundation building. In the previous games I played, maintenance compensation never exceeded $3, compared to this, the Piaomiaoxian 2 official is truly generous. You're missing the point, the second compensation is the key, okay? What the hell, is this game insane? I'm still at the out-of-body stage and feel like I can't improve anymore, and there's still a long way to reaching the Mahayana stage, and now they're opening a new level? Great Luo Golden Immortal, how many years will it take to reach that level? Is the game official here to joke? Stopping recharges, even if it's Chen Qingqing, he can't reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This second compensation is meaningless. Something feels off, why do I feel like this second compensation is? Only the wind-riding real person can benefit. He was already at the peak of the Great Ascension stage before, and with this new level opening, isn't he going to ascend instantly? You're absolutely right, upstairs. I just want to hold onto the wind-riding real person's thigh. I want to hold the thigh +1. The first two game announcements sparked intense discussions among the players. But when players saw the third game announcement, they were completely stunned. The third game announcement was truly explosive. Dear players of Misty Immortal Path mobile game, hello. We are very sorry to inform you of a piece of news. After discussions among our game officials, we have made a difficult decision. Starting from midnight on February 21st, 2123, the game will close its servers and cease operations. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience this causes you. We will retain the game data, and your character data will not be lost. Whether we will reopen the servers and when are both unknown, but we hope we have the chance to meet again. During the game shutdown period, the official forum will remain open, and we will occasionally release some announcements and news about the game content. Please take note, players. Finally, we wish everyone a pleasant cultivation experience, making a funny face emoji. Chapter 62, Failure to use the Xian Yuan pill. This morning, the game released 3 announcements in a row, each one more shocking than the last. Especially the last one. Players were completely dumbfounded. The game is shutting down? What a joke. How could it suddenly shut down? If it's going to shut down soon, then what are they fixing the bugs for? I'm so sad. If the game shuts down, how will I improve my cultivation? Am I supposed to continue improving in the real world? What if I go into devilish deviation? Will the game officials take responsibility? Going into devilish deviation? You're overthinking it upstairs. We don't even have a cultivation method right now, how can we cultivate? How can there be none? I remember the previous announcement said that everything in the game would be given back gradually, including cultivation methods. Oh my god, the game is my whole life. Without the game, my life will have no meaning. By the way, why is the game shutting down? Surely, the wind-riding real person alone has spent hundreds of millions on it, right? It's so profitable, yet it's shutting down? Are you dumb upstairs? Does this game care about money? Sigh, I hope the game can reopen soon.
Hope. Hope +1. Seeing these 3 game announcements, Lin Yu couldn't help but fall into contemplation. In his previous life, the game also issued a shutdown announcement. However, there was only one announcement. The first 2 announcements did not appear. But Lin Yu was certain that these first 2 announcements were definitely related to him. Game bugs might just refer to his tribulation in the game. And raising the game cultivation level limit must also be because of him. After all, before the game had opened the new level limit, he had already broken through to the human immortal realm. After looking at the messages on the forum for a while, Lin Yu checked the time. At this moment, there were 3 minutes left until the game opened. Lin Yu was eager to know what kind of strength he had in the game now. After all, he had never even heard of the human immortal realm in his previous life. Because the game had equipment, cultivation methods, and spiritual roots, he was definitely stronger in the game than he was now. And trying his strength in the game wouldn't have any risks. However, even Lin Yu had to patiently wait for these 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Lin Yu picked up his phone and hurriedly logged into his game account. Accompanied by a magnificent and grand piece of music, the game screen reappeared in front of Lin Yu's eyes. At first glance, Lin Yu saw that the game screen had undergone tremendous changes. The world in the game became broader, the scenery in the wild became more beautiful, and the background music changed to an ethereal and melodious tune, sounding enchanting. But after opening the map, Lin Yu discovered that, although the map has become larger, the things on the map are still the same as before. In other words, the dungeons are still the same dungeons, and the sects are still the same sections. The enlargement of the map did not lead to more powerful dungeons because the level cap was raised. Without new dungeons, there naturally won't be any stronger bosses. Seeing this, Lin Yu felt relieved. If new level caps were opened and some bosses appeared that he couldn't handle, it would be troublesome. After all, the new highest level cap is Great Immortal, while he is only a mere human immortal. After reviewing the game map, Lin Yu quickly opened his personal character panel. On the character panel, aside from his realm changing from Great Perfection of the Mahayana stage to Early Human Immortal, there were no other changes. Then, Lin Yu opened the cultivation leaderboard. Second place is still the fusion stage's Sangyun Demon Lord. However, he seems to have been working hard these 2 days, probably exhausting his accumulated spiritual stones, and has advanced from early to mid-fusion stage. Of course, Lin Yu himself is first on the cultivation leaderboard. But the cultivation power behind the name of Chen Qingqing has changed from Great Perfection of the Mahayana stage to Early Human Immortal. The gap between his cultivation power and second place is getting larger and larger. In the upper right corner of the cultivation leaderboard, there is an explanation button. After Lin Yu clicked it, he saw the new classification of cultivation levels. Below the Mahayana stage, everything is still the same. However, above the Mahayana stage, some new levels have appeared. From low to high, they are Human Immortal, Earth Immortal, Heaven Immortal, Golden Immortal, Great Golden Immortal. There are only 5 levels in total, and the highest is Great Golden Immortal. But based on Lin Yu's understanding of this game, going from Human Immortal to Earth Immortal is probably dozens or even hundreds of times harder than going from Qi Refining stage to Mahayana stage. Lin Yu immediately began to try. Before, he still had quite a few Xian Yuan pills remaining in his backpack, so Lin Yu opened his backpack, ready to use the Xian Yuan pills to give it a shot. System prompt: using Xian Yuan pill failed. Your realm has exceeded the cultivator stage, so you cannot use cultivator stage elixirs like Xian Yuan pill. To enhance your immortal realm cultivation, please use Immortal Yuan pill. Seeing this prompt, Lin Yu was not too surprised. According to the game's nature, it definitely wouldn't let players save money so easily. Just like how semi-divine tools cannot use purple equipment refining stones, it's the same kind of trick. The Immortal Yuan pill must be more expensive. He still had a lot of spiritual stones, and although spiritual stones are important, compared to the importance of cultivation, they simply can't compare. Lin Yu quickly opened the game store. Then, he found the elixir category. He clicked in. Immediately afterward, Lin Yu was stunned. Where is the Immortal Yuan pill? The elixirs for sale in the game store were exactly the same as before. There was absolutely no so-called Immortal Yuan pill. Even with spiritual stones, he couldn't buy it. Lin Yu let out a bitter smile, finally understanding. This game has indeed only opened up a new cultivation level. And nothing else has changed. It seems impossible for him to quickly enhance his cultivation. He can only go grind dungeons, hoping to improve as much as he can before the game completely shuts down. Lin Yu controlled his game character and arrived at the Blackwater Demon Cave. New York City, USA. Morning. Accompanied by passionate music, the opening ceremony of the first Blue Star Power Arena competition finally began. Due to the short preparation time, the US side transformed a large football field overnight. This football field was turned into a huge arena.
Since the promotion time was also quite short, the audience was not very large. Fortunately, there was still a television broadcast. People around the world could watch this grand competition through television broadcasts. To save time, the opening ceremony of the Blue Star Power Arena competition directly borrowed some processes from the Olympic opening ceremony. The first part of the opening ceremony is the entrance ceremony of the participating athletes from various countries. On the host stage, two beautiful hostesses are full of passion. Dear audience friends, global audience friends, here is Lucy from New York TV, and this is my partner Lily. We will host and comment on this grand opening ceremony for you. Hello everyone, I am Lily. Next, we will proceed with the entrance ceremony of the participating athletes from each country. The entrance ceremony will be in the order of each country's initial letter, entering the competition venue one by one. First to enter the competition venue is the representative team from the United States. With the voice of the host in the stadium, the opening ceremony of the first Blue Star Power Arena competition finally begins. Almost all countries around the world broadcasted this competition. Since the feedback of game skills happened 6 days ago in various countries, the power of game players has gradually shown more and more to ordinary people. People are increasingly curious about the power of game players. As soon as the news of the Blue Star Power Arena competition was released, it immediately became the focus of attention for people all over the world. In various countries, the ratings for the Blue Star Power Arena competition are absolutely number one. Especially the opening ceremony part, which attracted even more viewers. Because at this opening ceremony, there was a chance to see almost all professions of players from the entire Blue Star. At the same time, viewers from various countries hope that their own country's contestants can shine brighter and outperform the competitors from other countries. In the island country, the leader of the Ninja Alliance, Gao Shang, directly booked a huge cinema and arranged for all his core subordinates to watch this opening ceremony. Gao Shang is very excited. After all, this is the first appearance of his 5 beloved female ninjas on a global stage. Moreover, the ninja outfits they are wearing were personally designed by him. The design elements came from a romantic action movie he had watched many times. It also incorporated some minimalist beauty concepts. In the IMX cinema where Gao Shang is located, there are only 5 people sitting in the best central position. One is Gao Shang, sitting right in the center, only he occupies this entire 3 rows of seats. Behind him in the second row, sit 4 ninjas. These 4 ninjas are the strongest players of the game Ninja Legends in the entire island country. All are elite upper ninja level. Gao Shang can't remember their names, so he renamed them based on their heights. The tallest is called Big Ha. The shortest is called Little Ha. The 2 in the middle are named 2 Ha and 3 Ha. Although these 4 are Gao Shang's core subordinates, they are still quite afraid of their leader. After all, while they were still immersed in the joy of gaining ninja powers, their leader had already killed without blinking. Sitting behind the leader, they didn't dare to move at all, not even to breathe too loudly, fearing to disturb their leader's viewing mood. With the 4 core subordinates so scared, the ordinary subordinates are even more terrified. The entire cinema is almost silent. Only the live broadcast on the movie screen is playing passionate music. The representative team from the United States is the first to appear. Although their initial letter is M, they are arranged in the first position. This also borrowed from the Olympic rules. The first to enter the Olympic opening ceremony was the birthplace of the Olympics. And the United States is clearly also the birthplace of the Blue Star Power Arena competition. The number of members in the United States team is large. As soon as they appear, they receive a warm welcome from the audience in the stadium. The cheers are endless. Many viewers in front of the television were also very excited. They had only seen those powerful professions in movies before, and didn't expect them to really appear in the real world. It felt as if they had walked into the wrong film set. The American representative team had about 100 members, including huge green giants, flying steel men in the sky, hawk-eyed hunters carrying bows and arrows, and thunder gods shimmering with silver lightning. They all waved to the audience on stage like real superheroes. Of course, the most popular among them was a group of female players. They were all dressed in scarlet robes, with a snow-white skin exposed at their chests. These were the blood-red witches. In the Dragon Country, the high-level leaders of the Repair Bureau were also watching this opening ceremony. At the headquarters of the Repair Bureau in the capital, the director and several senior officials were watching this opening ceremony in the conference room. When they saw the entire American representative team appear, a few of them hurriedly leaned in a bit closer to observe carefully. Of course, they were all there for work. This Blue Star Power Arena contest was originally intended by the American higher-ups to probe into the reality of the Dragon Country. But unexpectedly, the Dragon Country saw the strength of their players. However, the high-ranking officials of the Repair Bureau knew that this competition was just a farce. The American higher-ups could not possibly reveal all their player power.
the hidden tricks would definitely be concealed. In this contest, what could be observed was at most their middle-tier strength. The second team to appear was the representative team from Aodashima. As soon as their contestants appeared, both the audience on site and those in front of the TV were taken aback. The entire stadium fell silent. Because their contestants were all hideous in appearance, some even had skin that seemed to shrink away, and most had hardly any hair left. In fact, many contestants walked in a stumbling manner. After the host explained, the audience finally understood. Aodashima's game feedback for this competition was a zombie game. Players weren't killing zombies in the game, they would actually become zombies and gradually evolve. Zombies, when evolved to the end, would look much better. But Aodashima did not send their strongest players, they only sent some lower-tier players. These players were still at a low stage of evolution, so their appearances were somewhat frightening. For a time, all the people of Blue Star cast sympathetic gazes towards Aodashima's players. The players of this country could really be considered the most miserable players of Blue Star, without exception. With such an appearance, they wouldn't even need makeup to shoot zombie movies in the future. Next, representatives from various countries appeared one after another. Finally, with the host's introduction, the representative team from the island country was about to appear. Respected audiences and guests, the next team to appear is the island country representative team. This time, the island country has sent. The host glanced at the cue card in her hand, slightly dazed. The words on the cue card felt a bit strange. Could it be a mistake? But her strong professional demeanor made her recover immediately. She continued to wear a professional smile and introduced, the island country representative team this time is the Pink Temptation Ninja Squad, composed of 5 powerful female ninjas. When the name Pink Temptation Ninja Squad was heard, huge cheers erupted throughout the venue. The cheers were much louder than when their own national contestants appeared. Hearing this name, the high-ranking officials of the Repair Bureau in the Dragon Country were slightly stunned at the same time. Pink Temptation Ninja Squad? What a strange name. They hurriedly moved their chairs forward again, wanting to see the enemy's true form. At the same time, in the IMX theater of the island country, Gao Shang also became excited. His eyes widened, and his body leaned slightly forward, as if wanting to see more clearly. This outfit, although designed by himself, he had never seen how they looked wearing it. Gao Shang was very much looking forward to it. On the giant screen of the movie, the Pink Temptation Ninja team finally slowly appeared. Chapter 64 The Last Feedback on Training. Not sure when, the sound engineer at the opening ceremony turned off the music. It might also be that a song finished, and he forgot to replay the second one. Because, including the sound engineer and the host, all the staff and the audience on site were completely captivated by those 5 powerful female ninjas. The entire competition venue fell silent. A few representative teams from the island nation also turned their heads back frequently, seemingly not caring about their image at all. The 5 powerful female ninjas instantly became the focus of the whole event. All the photographers pointed their cameras at those 5 powerful female ninjas. As the camera gradually zoomed in, all the audience watching the opening ceremony across Blue Star were completely shocked. Those 5 female ninjas were too powerful. They were all wearing ninja outfits. Pink. The fabric added up to about the size of 2 palms. And it couldn't be an adult's palm, because an adult's palm is too big. The tight-fitting ninja outfits completely revealed their perfect body curves. Walking on the runway at the edge of the ring, the 5 female ninjas seemed to be seen through by the entire audience, by the viewers in front of televisions around the world. Their strength was laid bare. Until half a minute after the 5 powerful female ninjas appeared, the on-site audience finally cheered again. Even the music played by the sound engineer seemed to switch to a more passionate one. The audience on site was engaging in heated discussions. Oh my god, the strength of these ninjas is too powerful, I feel a suffocating sensation even from hundreds of meters away. With this kind of strength, I'm afraid all the players here are no match for them. I feel like the championship is definitely theirs. Our youth has bloomed again. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on them in the ring is a global enemy. The ticket for this opening ceremony is worth it, just watching the charm of these 5 ninjas is enough. On site, there was even an audience member who couldn't bear the excitement in his heart, crossed over the security, and ran in. He wanted to take a photo with the 5 powerful female ninjas. That male audience member was surprisingly agile. He quickly came to the side of the 5 female ninjas. One of the female ninjas hurriedly said, "Yeah." But her words were immediately interrupted by the other female ninjas. One female ninja quickly whispered to the speaking companion, "Don't refuse, have you forgotten the leader's orders? We can only shout for you might die in the ring, we need to show the style of ninjas at this time." Several female ninjas hurriedly came to stand behind the boy and took a friendly photo with him. Seeing this scene, the audience on site cheered even more wildly. The image of the 5 female ninjas instantly became grand.
initially thinking they were just pretty faces. Now it seemed, they were not just pretty faces but kind-hearted, truly the best idols.
The entire audience boiled again.
These powerful female ninjas were so good to their fans.
More fans rushed over frantically, wanting to take photos. The opening ceremony site was instantly thrown into chaos.
On the television broadcast, it suddenly stopped.
The audience around the world paying attention to this opening ceremony were instantly furious.
What the hell is this?
The TV screen suddenly went black. Where's the signal? In the cinema.
Gao Sheng kicked the seat in front of him in anger. The ninja subordinates behind him were all terrified and knelt down on the ground with a thud. When the leader got angry, they could all become targets of his rage. All the subordinates knelt on the ground, lowered their heads, not daring to look at the leader's position.
However, the anger on Gao Sheng's face flashed away in an instant.
Then, he began to laugh excitedly. Although the broadcast was no longer available, he was already sure that his efforts had been recognized by people all over the world. His design philosophy had gained the world's acknowledgement.
The style of the ninja had also been seen by everyone on Blue Star.
This was already a great success.
There was no need to be angry.
It was just a temporary interruption of the broadcast signal, it would probably be restored soon. At that time, he would be able to watch his 5 most powerful ninjas fighting on the arena again.
He believed that everyone in the world would be grateful to him. Dragon Country.
In Lin Yu's villa. Lin Yu also paid a little attention to this Blue Star Power Arena competition. After all, there were many posts discussing this competition even on the official forum. But Lin Yu did not watch the broadcast on TV. With his spiritual sense, he could easily see the situation there.
Even clearer than others watching the TV broadcast.
When he saw those 5 powerful female ninjas appear, Lin Yu could not help but exclaim, "So powerful." However, Lin Yu just glanced at it and then withdrew his spiritual sense. The competitors in this match were too weak. In Lin Yu's eyes, they were no different from ordinary people.
The same went for those 5 female ninjas. Lin Yu had little interest in them.
Ordinary people would go crazy upon seeing them, primarily not because of their appearance, but because of their ninja identity. This identity, combined with their appearance, created an effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2.
Throughout this entire day, Lin Yu spent most of his time grinding dungeons.
With Lin Yu's current cultivation level, his dungeon grinding speed had significantly increased again. No skills, no equipment, no spirit beasts, nothing needed.
A simple normal attack could wipe out a whole area. Even the Blackwater Demon King was the same. After grinding dungeons for a whole day, the time finally reached 11 o'clock at night. There was only 1 hour left until the game's final cultivation feedback. Lin Yu was quite looking forward to this final cultivation feedback. After all, he was previously at the peak of the great completion stage, but now his cultivation in the game had become the human immortal realm. Although he had just crossed a tribulation, the difference in cultivation was vast. Lin Yu speculated that this cultivation feedback would greatly enhance his cultivation.
Taking advantage of the last cultivation feedback that had yet to arrive, Lin Yu carefully checked his assets.
Equipment, spirit beasts, caves, spirit stones, elixirs, formations, spiritual roots, cultivation methods. Because the last cultivation feedback would be when the game shut down.
After that, players would no longer be able to log into the game.
They could only silently wait for the items in the game to feedback one by one.
After checking his assets in the game, Lin Yu made a trip to the sect. Of course, he went to the sect mainly to see real person Qingqing.
Real person Qingqing was still at the back mountain of the sect, seemingly not much different from before.
She did not take the initiative to talk to him. Lin Yu did not click to initiate communication with real person Qingqing but merely smiled slightly, murmuring to himself, "See you in the real world in the future." As soon as Lin Yu's words fell, he noticed that the corner of real person Qingqing's mouth seemed to lift slightly. However, that was all. Real person Qingqing remained standing there, with no other movements, seemingly admiring the scenery of the back mountain. He didn't know whether that smile was due to seeing the beautiful scenery,